Chapter 1. A New World Awaits. Please confirm the location of his shop. Host. Upon hearing this, Chin Mo glanced around, noting that apart from a dilapidated hut at the foot of the mountain, there was nothing else in sight. Would there truly be customers in such a desolate place? Weren't they supposed to be in the apocalypse? Are we to open a graveyard? Chin Mo inquired. The system responded, please confirm the location of his shop. Host. Chin Mo was rendered speechless. Forget it. Clearly, the system was lacking in intelligence, and asking further would be futile. He casually pointed at the ramshackle hut ahead. Confirmed, let's use that crumbling shack. The system's cold voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host. Your shop has been successfully established. The Universal Merchant Shop is now operational. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards for entering the new world. Please check for yourself. As the system's voice faded, a brilliant flash of white light engulfed the dilapidated hut, which vanished to reveal a charming two-story bamboo house. Just in front of it stood a peach tree, resplendent in full bloom. Chin Mo felt a surge of delight. It seems the system has taken a particular liking to this tree, bringing it along wherever he goes. He paid it little mind, retrieving a delicate pink gift package tied with a yellow bow from a system space as he approached the bamboo house. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cashier's desk made of exquisite glass. On either side of the spacious hall, display cabinets lined the walls, currently devoid of any contents. The walls were painted a pristine white, and the glass ceiling lights were breathtakingly beautiful. From the outside, the structure emanated an antique charm. Yet inside it was a perfect blend of modernity, spotlessly clean and impeccably organized. This harmonious fusion of two distinct styles did not feel jarring in the least. Taking a seat at the cashier's desk, Chin Mo unwrapped the gift package. A flash of white light illuminated the table, revealing several items. Simultaneously, the system's notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 level 1 seeds. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 bottles of level 1 growth acceleration water. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an ability selection pack. Congratulations, host. You have received a hellhound named Dodo. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the planting ground and a special store. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked steam buns, mineral water, bread, pickles, and spicy shredded potatoes. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 free lottery draws. As the reminders faded, a cold yet somewhat human-like voice inquired. Did you just insult me, host? Chin Mo replied. No, could one blame him for thinking the system lacked intelligence? On the table lay 5 pea-sized seeds, 5 thumb-sized bottles of growth acceleration water, and a palm-sized black puppy, Dodo. At that moment, Dodo wiggled its tail and approached him eagerly. Chin Mo gently picked Dodo up and set on the ground, taking the seeds and growth water as he headed outside. It appeared that one of the primary items for sale would be whatever could be cultivated from these seeds. True to expectation, upon stepping outside, he observed that the vast tracts of land on either side of the hut had been cleared of weeds, and the soil had been tilled. This was indeed the planting ground. Chin Mo used his foot to create small holes at the edges and planted the seeds within. In an instant, he could see the specific information about the seeds. Name, level 1 seed. Type, random. Description, planting it will yield a random plant. Growth time, 2,400 hours. Remaining maturation time, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds, 23 to 59 to 58. Each second ticked away. He then examined the growth acceleration water. Name, level 1 growth acceleration water. Type, auxiliary. Description, accelerates the growth speed of level 1 seeds by 1/3. Chin Mo opened one of the bottles and poured onto the soil. The growth time immediately adjusted to 15:59:30, reducing the time by 1/3, equated to 8 hours. He glanced at the system interface, noting the time, 16:00. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it would be ready by 8 the next morning. He used the remaining bottles, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to head back. As for whether the seeds would be dug up by someone or something outside, that was simply impossible. Beyond the 2 plots of land, no one could approach. They were protected by the system's power. Host has successfully planted the seeds. Would you like to name the shop? The system's voice chimed in at an opportune moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Chin Mo declared, Universal Shop. He had grown accustomed to this name, and indeed the system was versatile, offering an array of goods. Names successfully registered outside the bamboo house at the edge of the planting ground. A stone tablet emerged, inscribed with the words Universal Shop. The main quest has been activated. Become a God-tier shopkeeper. Current world novice task. Serve your first customer. Reward. Automatic cooking machine. Listening to the task, Chin Mo stroked his chin, recalling that he still had 10 lottery draws to use. He murmured, let's draw first. The task could wait. There was no rush. The focus was on enjoying the journey. His state of mind was remarkably steady. As his words faded, a spinning wheel, visible only to him, appeared before him, adorned with an abundance of items. Below it were buttons for single and 10 draws. After a moment of contemplation, Chin Mo's thoughts settled on the 10-draw option. Instantly, the wheel began to spin rapidly, the images blurring into obscurity. He silently willed, stop. With a swift motion, the wheel came to a halt. You have obtained a level 1 tracksuit. You have obtained level 1 sports pants. You have obtained a level 1 dagger. You have obtained a level 1 broadsword. You have obtained a level 1 club. Observing the series of items displayed on the wheel, Chin Mo remained calm. He had long since grown accustomed to his unfortunate luck. It was only natural to receive level 1 items. If he hadn't, he would have found it odd. You have received a level 2 seed. You have obtained a wind-type cuddle bear. As the prizes were revealed, Chin Mo raised an eyebrow. Aside from the level 1 items, there was even a level 2? Could it be that he had finally transitioned from a mere unlucky soul to a fortunate one? Name, wind-type cuddle bear level. Level 2 type, toy. Description, a chosen cuddle bear that ensures peace during your slumber. A considerate companion worth having. Advantages, soft and cuddly, capable of following simple commands. Disadvantages, lacks intelligence. Weakness, afraid of fire. P.S. This new book is hitting the shelves. There's no female lead, no CP, and no romantic entanglements. The protagonist acts according to his whims, will not indulge anyone, and despises repetitive questions and meaningless chatter. It has only been half a month since the apocalypse began, and many people are banding together, still unaware of the treacherous nature of humanity. They cannot accept the reality of the apocalypse and harbor fantasies of returning to the past. Thus, the first few customers may struggle to distinguish reality from fiction. This is not a sign of diminished intelligence. It is a normal state. Any product that does not specify whether it is permanent or single use is considered a consumable, so do not assume it is permanent. This book is defined as leisurely daily life ensemble cast. The protagonist will not meddle in others' affairs, will not rescue anyone, nor will he proactively seek trouble. Dear readers, please ensure you understand this before diving in. Do not find yourselves uncomfortable later on. Lastly, the completion rate of the initial 100,000 words is indeed crucial. I sincerely hope that those who are interested will refrain from neglecting this book and kindly consider adding it to their shelves along with a 5-star review. Chapter 2. The maturation of primary seeds. As he extracted the contents, he discovered a plush bear, towering at his height, adorned in a vibrant shade of blue, with large, glistening black eyes that twirled curiously. At that moment, it gazed up at Chin Mo. He gently patted its head, declaring, from now on, you shall be named first. Go guard the door. The act of naming seemed overly cumbersome, and a numerical designation sufficed. The bear, appearing to comprehend his words, blinked its eyes, clasped its paws together, bowed respectfully, and then scampered joyfully towards the door. Its short tail, ears, and fur swayed with delightful exuberance, evoking an irresistible urge to pet it. Chin Mo then stepped outside to plant the secondary seeds, which, like the preceding ones, would yield a random plant after a growth period of 3 days. Lacking any growth accelerants, he could only await their natural development. Subsequently, he accessed the marketplace, which was divided into 2 sections: the ordinary marketplace, offering various daily necessities, and the special market, teeming with an array of extraordinary items. With a mere 1,000 points at his disposal and an insufficient understanding of this apocalyptic world, he deemed it premature to unlock the special commodities. Soon enough, he identified a requisite item. Name, fireworks type, pyrotechnic description, bang. A celebratory item from before the apocalypse. However, igniting them may not be the wisest choice now. Yet, if utilized wisely, they might yield unexpected benefits. Unlock cost, 2 points. He spent 2 points to unlock it and subsequently invested 18 points to purchase 9 packs of fireworks, each containing 100, scheduling the system to launch one every hour, which cost an additional 10 points. In total, he expended 30 points. The system was designed to assist its host, ensuring that no effort was wasted. After organizing these arrangements, Chin Mo opened the last item, the ability selection pack. Instantly, a myriad of abilities flitted before his eyes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, electricity, ice, space, telekinesis, spirit, body transformation, liquefaction, beastification, and precognition, among others, each with intricate subdivisions, overwhelming his senses. After contemplation, he chose telekinesis. With everything in place, he awaited visitors. After consuming a piece of bread and sipping a glass of water, he ascended the stairs to rest in his room. The upper floor comprised 3 bedrooms and a spacious living area, all his private domain, decorated to reflect his minimalistic and tidy preferences. Reclining upon the soft bed, he swiftly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the fireworks continued to erupt throughout the night, keeping many awake with their incessant noise. Who, in such dire times, would be reckless enough to ignite fireworks? Chin Mo enjoyed a peaceful slumber, awakening after 7 o'clock. He rose, changed his attire, and as he opened the door, Dowda sprang up from the threshold, bouncing eagerly at his feet. Woof, woof. Chin Mo bent down to stroke its head before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Dowda trailed closely behind, its short legs moving with such fervor that they seemed to blur. Woof. Chin Mo chuckled. I know you're hungry. Don't follow too closely, or I might step on you. We'll eat soon. Upon hearing these words, Dodo immediately halted, obediently lying down on the ground. After completing his morning routine, Chin Mo opened the refrigerator. Inside, there remained a considerable amount of ingredients, remnants from the previous world. This was no ordinary refrigerator. Within its confines, time stood still, and the issues of expiration and spoilage did not exist. After spending some time preparing 2 ham and egg sandwiches and boiling a cup of milk, Chin Mo glanced at the clock. It was already 8 o'clock, time to inspect his harvest. Wherever he went, Dodo followed closely, like a little shadow. At the door stood the first one, seemingly having not left its post all night. As its master, Chin Mo passed by. He heard it make a sound and raised an eyebrow slightly. Open the door. Yes, came the reply. As the door swung open, a scene of countless zombies greeted him. The pathway between 2 plots outside was crowded with snarling, grotesque figures, their faces a ghastly shade of blue and purple. Having prepared for the likelihood of attracting numerous creatures during last night's fireworks display, he found this sight to be quite spectacular. However, the sheer number of zombies posed a significant obstacle to his business endeavors. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. In an instant, Dodo dashed outside. Woof! A dark red fireball struck directly into the midst of the zombie horde. Boom! The force was tremendous. The ground trembled upon impact, obliterating all zombies on the path. Simultaneously, Chin Mo caught sight of the items he had cultivated the previous day. There stood a small sunflower, swaying its large head back and forth, adorned with a human-like smile. Beside it was an oval-shaped brown object, standing a person's height, with 2 large white eyes, the pupils merely a single black dot. There was also a green plant with a flat, round head and a large mouth. As Chin Mo approached, he found the system's offerings unsurprising. Yet witnessing these entities in reality was rather intriguing. A real-life rendition of Plants vs. Zombies? Oh no, it was a battle against zombies. Name, sunflower level, first tier type, support description, generates sunlight value, producing 50 sunlight points each time, which can be used to compensate for the losses of other plants. The host can exchange sunlight points for already planted plants. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Name, walnut level, first tier type, defense description, forms a wall of nuts that is 2 meters wide and 2 meters high. As long as it is alive, it will not allow any creatures to pass. Defense value, 4,000. Name, pea shooter level, first tier type, attack description, fires peas to attack enemies within 100 meters, a reliable guardian of the home. Attack power, 20. Upon accessing the special shop, it was no surprise that the first 3 boxes had indeed been unlocked, transformed into vibrant colors, corresponding to these 3 plants. Notably, 1 sunflower required 200 sunlight points. This was understandable, as these items were evidently modified. The sunlight generated by the sunflower could be exchanged for planted plants, allowing for the conservation of points, and if they were a bit costly, so be it. Nuts and pea shooters are quite affordable. One requires 50 points while the other costs 100. Currently, Chin Mo possesses 2 sunflowers, 2 nuts, and 1 pea shooter. However, he inquires about the selling process of these items. Rest assured, host, the system replies, simply remove them from the ground, and they will automatically shrink to a palm-sized dimension for easy transport. In times of crisis, place them on the ground, and they shall engage in battle. Chin Mo nods. And with a thought, he stores the nuts and pea shooter within the display case of the shop, then settles behind the cash register, awaiting the arrival of customers. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, not a single customer appears. As night falls, he spends 40 points to purchase 20 fireworks, instructing the system to set them off over 3 nights, and then he ascends the stairs without a backward glance. This place is rather secluded, and the visibility of the fireworks is considerable. Without such measures, it could be ages before business opens. However, perhaps due to the presence of zombies, those who might hear the fireworks dare not approach. Thus, he decides to launch them for several days, signaling that this location is safe. Occasionally igniting fireworks serves as a reminder that life persists here, indicating that the zombies drawn by the noise have not harmed the inhabitants. In a sense, it conveys a message. The protagonist aims to earn points for upgrades. Do not mistake the low food prices for charity. If a single item is priced exorbitantly, few can afford it, and without survival, earning points becomes futile. Beware, those seeking overpriced food should turn back. Chapter 3. The first visitor having completed all arrangements. Chin Mo retires upstairs for sleep, his nature being rather laid back, unhurried. After all, this place was chosen by the system. If no one arrives, it hardly concerns him. However, the fireworks do consume points. With a total of only 1,000 points, he has earned none in recent days, spending a full 80 on fireworks alone. If this continues, he may not be able to rely on the system's assistance next time. The path through the ravine is treacherous. This must be the place, Li Xiaoyu whispers softly. Catching her breath, the young man ahead glances up, spotting a bamboo hut not far away, and nods affirmatively. The robust man behind can't help but grumble. This cursed place is truly hard to find. Li Xiaoyu's expression brightens. I wonder what this place is. Could it be official personnel? The trio is smeared with viscous, foul-smelling blood, having exerted considerable effort to arrive here in search of help. Subai gazes at the bamboo hut ahead, harboring little hope. In truth, he feels disheartened. Yet, after such a long journey, it would be unwise to leave without investigating. Shall we hurry? Li Xiaoyu glances eagerly at Subai. Subai remains silent, stepping forward. Li Xiaoyu and Chun Xiong follow closely behind, and together they approach the nearby bamboo hut. Universal shop? Li Xiaoyu murmurs softly. Is it truly universal? Doubt lingers in her mind, yet anticipation bubbles within her. If this is indeed the case, could they finally find salvation? Only Subai's gaze wandered around, feeling that this place was somewhat incongruous with the notion of an apocalypse. The clean and tidy cobblestone path led directly to the bamboo house's grand entrance, spacious and inviting. Let's go in and take a look. Li Xiaoyu was eager to enter, oblivious to her surroundings. Look over there. Chen Xiong pointed at a few sunflowers swaying gently inside. Li Xiaoyu paused for a moment, surprised. Are those sunflowers? A few sunflowers, facing the sun, swayed delicately, appearing particularly charming. Unable to resist, Li Xiaoyu moved closer, exclaiming in delight, "Oh, there are actually sunflowers? I want to see." At that moment, the sunflowers happened to be turned away from them. Had they witnessed the anthropomorphic smiles, they surely would have been startled. In this place devoid of zombies, with edible sunflower seeds available, her joy was boundless. However, before she could reach them, an invisible force pushed her back. Bang! Li Xiaoyu fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Chen Xiong's expression changed drastically as he rushed over to help her up, concerned. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Are you hurt? Li Xiaoyu looked at Su Bai with a hint of grievance in her eyes, whispering, I'm fine. Su Bai, oblivious to her expression, gazed at the swaying sunflowers. Lost in thought, Chen Xiong's face softened slightly, though he still expressed his indignation. We were just looking. It's unreasonable to use abilities to harm others like that. In his view, the government would soon dispatch someone to rescue them. This was a lawful society, and even with abilities, one should not act recklessly. Li Xiaoyu brushed off the dust from her clothes and looked at Chen Xiong with gratitude. Brother Chen, you're really kind. Chen Xiong, robust and sturdy, felt somewhat flustered by Li Xiaoyu's gentle voice and her expression of gratitude. It's the least I can do. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you. Su Bai listened to their conversation, slowly shaking his head before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, Chin Mo sat behind the cash register, dozing off. Having grown accustomed to a previous world bustling with crowds, he found the current quietness quite unfamiliar. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the system's voice suddenly blared. Warning! Warning! Someone is attempting to steal merchandise. Chin Mo's eyes shot open as he looked outside. A customer had arrived. Although the system mentioned theft, the few sunflowers planted outside would undoubtedly pique curiosity, and it was understandable for someone to want to approach and take a look. Therefore, he didn't pay it much mind. The sunlight value he had harvested yesterday had all been used to exchange for sunflowers. 2 sunflowers could yield 200 sunlight values in 6 hours, and 3 sunflowers, 300. After planting the 4th sunflower, he had 100 left. However, after 8 in the evening, He couldn't wait for the sunlight value to accumulate before exchanging. 12 hours required 800. And he currently had a total of 8 sunflowers. It's worth noting that the items exchanged were fully matured rather than seeds. Outside, 3 individuals entered. A young man in his early 20s, a girl around 18 or 19, and a burly man in his 30s. Chin Imo glanced at them and inquired, "What do you need?" Upon catching sight of Chin Imo, Chun Xiong realized that he was the sole occupant of the vast room. With thoughts of avenging Li Xiaoyu and showcasing his prowess before her, he strode forward and called out to Chin Imo, "Did you cause the chaos outside?" His fierce demeanor suggested that he was not there to make a purchase, but rather to instigate trouble. Chin Imo narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Yes." As Chun Xiong turned to glance at Li Xiaoyu, he continued, "Xiaoyu merely wanted to admire those sunflowers. Why did you have to resort to violence? She harbors no ill intent, and look, her hand is all scraped. You should apologize at once." A flicker of coldness passed through Chin Mo's pupils. It was her own curiosity that had led her to investigate. In this post-apocalyptic world, injuries could be fatal, and he was not here to engage in acts of charity. Apologize? Such a concept did not exist in his lexicon. Noticing Chin Mo's silence, Chun Xiong expressed his discontent. "It's just an apology. It won't kill you." Li Xiaoyu had been mesmerized upon laying eyes on Chin Imo. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with enchanting phoenix eyes, a well-defined nose, thin lips, and symmetrical features that harmoniously melded together, exuding an air of noble elegance in every movement. She had never encountered someone so strikingly handsome. Previously, she had thought Su Bai to be exceptionally attractive, and she had held a fondness for him. Yet now, she found herself smitten anew. If Su Bai was akin to an aloof ice prince, then Chin Imo was a dignified sovereign, shaped by the passage of time, effortlessly captivating those around him. Despite being of a similar age to Su Bai, he possessed a maturity that belied his years. For most women, this combination of allure and gravitas was far more enticing than mere physical beauty, and when the two were intertwined, the effect was utterly devastating. Gazing at Chin Imo, her heart bubbled with admiration, but her daydream was abruptly interrupted by Chun Xiong's shout. Irritated, she cast a glance in his direction and quickly approached, her face brightening with a radiant smile. "Hey there, don't mind him. Chen Gu is just overly concerned for my well-being. He didn't mean to blame you. Honestly, I'm fine, so there's no need for an apology. Just tell me what this marvelous little shop can do, all right?" Leaning forward over the cash register, she instinctively drew nearer to Chin Imo, her face alight with curiosity. Chin Imo tilted his head back, a flicker of disdain igniting in his gaze. "Get lost." The stench of zombie flesh mingled with the aroma of perfume emanating from him was truly repulsive. As the store manager, one must possess a friendly demeanor. Li Xiaoyu felt her body stiffen under his frigid glare, instinctively retreating. "I was just..." Chun Xiong, initially perturbed by Li Xiaoyu's proximity to Chin Imo, was now further incensed at her evident distress. "What do you mean? You refuse to apologize for your misdeeds, and yet you think yourself justified?" Li Xiaoyu sobbed. "Chun, please don't be angry. I am really okay." Chin Imo raised a hand and gently pressed his fingers to his brow. With the new store's opening and its first customers, he had no desire to resort to violence. However, the two individuals were exceedingly boisterous. He waved his hand, and they instantaneously resembled fish out of water, gasping for air with their faces growing increasingly crimson. Li Xiaoyu and Chun Xiong struggled violently. Chin Imo discerned their intent to plead for mercy, yet he afforded them no opportunity. With a firm grip, he squeezed. A pair of sharp cracks echoed simultaneously. Chun Xiong and Li Xiaoyu's heads tilted, their eyes wide open, breathless. Within the confines of the shop, Chin Imo held absolute dominion. Even the mightiest would comply with his rules. Outside, a cacophony of astonishment erupted. Chin Imo lifted his gaze. Just as he was concluding his grim deed, a group of 5 approached, seemingly a team. He paid little heed to being observed by more onlookers and turned to the silent Su Bai, who had been standing aside. "Do you seek vengeance for them?" Su Bai calmly shook his head. "I am not acquainted with them. We merely encountered one another on the journey and traveled together for a day." These two fools had yet to fully acclimate to the apocalypse. It was only a matter of time before their demise. From the outset, he had never underestimated the shopkeeper. Fireworks had illuminated the skies for 2 consecutive days. Yet not a single zombie was to be found here, nor even a corpse, which spoke volumes about the strength of the inhabitants. It was ironic that Li Xiaoyu and his companion dared to provoke. It was a consequence of their own folly. A faint smile graced Chin Mo's face. "I see. Then what do you wish to purchase?" As a shopkeeper, one must be amiable. If they were not here to cause trouble, they were indeed guests. Su Bai surveyed the surroundings. "May I browse on my own?" Chin Imo nodded. "Of course, please do." Su Bai began to explore the shop, prompting Chin Imo to once again direct his attention to the doorway. "To the travelers who have journeyed from afar, do you not intend to come in and take a look?" The 5 exchanged glances before the leading woman spoke. What about these two? She gestured towards the deceased Li Xiaoyu and Qin Xiong. Qin Mo replied, Ah, these two were here to stir trouble. Rest assured, as long as you abide by the shop's rules and refrain from causing disturbances, it is very safe inside. He then commanded, First, clean the floor. The figure who had been standing beside Qin Mo immediately rushed out, one hand gripping a corpse as he hurriedly exited, tossing it far away. Then, he produced a mop from seemingly nowhere and diligently began to clean the floor. It was then that everyone realized the object that resembled a cushion was, in fact, a living creature. Given that the zombie outbreak had only occurred half a month prior, they had never encountered such a being, leaving them momentarily agape. Among them, a charming girl of 15 or 16 with braided hair exclaimed with sparkling eyes, Is this your supernatural ability? The fluffy creature, with its ears and tail swaying with its movements, was utterly adorable. Among the five, only the leader was female. Yet, how many girls could resist such a cute and fluffy creature? The leader remained vigilant, while the other three team members were equally intrigued. For the bear's speed was impressive, and its strength formidable. Qin Mo replied, No, it is not. The eager girl asked, May I touch it? Qin Mo glanced at the figure beside him. As the first one leaned back slightly, it demonstrated an ability to comprehend simple commands. Thus it was clear that the girl desired to touch it. The refusal was unmistakably evident. Under the expectant gaze of the young lady, it gently declined, not allowed. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her spirits visibly dampened as she lowered her head. Really not allowed? Her dejected demeanor was enough to soften one's heart. Qin Mo maintained an impassive expression, choosing not to address her further. In his silence, the girl felt a tinge of awkwardness. At that moment, Su Bai emerged from within and approached the counter, opening his mouth only to furrow his brow. You. Qin Mo interjected with a smile. Just call me Manager Qin. Su Bai nodded. All right, these items are available for purchase, correct? He placed several items he had been holding onto the checkout counter. 2 bottles of mineral water, 5 steamed buns, 3 plates of pickled vegetables, and a portion of hot and sour shredded potatoes, all neatly packaged, with a small inscription proclaiming, Heavenly Selection. Qin Mo affirmed, Indeed. Su Bai pointed to the corner where the first one was located, inquiring, Is that for sale? He had noticed that this bear possessed at least a second-tier strength, and having it by his side would provide an additional layer of security. Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful girl's expression fell once more, regretting not having asked first. Yet, aside from her, the gazes of others were fixated on the food items. In such a time, the existence of a food vendor held significant implications. What manner of individual was this Manager Qin? Qin Mo glanced at the first one, which shrank back slightly. It was not for sale at present, as he had only this one guardian and had yet to unlock the hugging bear, especially with the ground now soiled. He was still directing the first one to clean up, hence it could not be sold. Su Bai was not surprised by this. Then let us settle the payment. What can I exchange for these? In this world, money had become worthless paper, and bartering was the only viable option. One could trade with crystal cores or gold. Each realm accepted 2 types of items, one being the current currency of the world. With zombies rampant, crystal cores that could enhance supernatural abilities were naturally in demand. The other type was determined by Qin Mo's extraction, which could yield various items such as designated trees, stones, shells, and more. However, his luck seemed to falter. As he had drawn gold, he also discerned a notable difference. The required crystal cores for payment were marked with a symbol, followed by the words spiritual crystal. There was an additional symbol following spiritual crystal, yet no words were inscribed there as of now. He could surmise that the apocalypse was not solely indicative of zombies, but possibly other calamities as well. Su Bai pondered silently. How many crystal cores are needed? Since the onset of the apocalypse, many humans had awakened supernatural abilities. Liberating their true natures, some indulged in pillaging while others adhered to their principles. Regardless, all were frantically seeking food. With zombies roaming freely, each venture outside was perilous. The scarcity of food was self-evident, and it would not be an exaggeration to deem it exorbitantly priced. He feared that he might not possess enough crystal cores. Qin Mo gestured towards a pure white machine on the counter. Insert the crystal cores here. Upon confirming the purchased items, the payment will be automatically settled. Chapter 5. The first guest. Without hesitation, Su Bai extracted all the crystal cores he possessed, retaining only 2 for the purpose of enhancing his abilities as a reserve, while placing the remainder into the machine. As the machine's gaping maw closed and then reopened, the crystal cores had vanished, replaced by a pristine white card adorned with a line of golden numbers, 01. In the lower right corner, a smaller black inscription read, Chosen Product. Simultaneously, the display screen illuminated with the number, 1284. Su Bai stared at the card, momentarily taken aback. Qin Mo glanced over and offered a slight smile. Congratulations. Su Bai, congratulations for what? Qin Mo handed him the card. Only 10 golden VIP cards are available in the store. The first customer to make a purchase and deposit over 1,000 points will receive one, allowing a 20% discount on all future items. Subai accepted the card, feeling its chilling metallic essence. A first-tier crystal core equates to 100 points, while a second-tier core is valued at 200 points. Just moments ago, Subai had deposited 9 first-tier and 2 second-tier crystal cores, totaling 1,300 points. In other words, the items he acquired only cost him 16 points. Calculating the 20% discount, the original price was merely 20 points. Not a single crystal core had been expended. At this moment, Subai found himself unable to contain his astonishment. How could it be so inexpensive? Before he could voice his thoughts, several individuals outside could no longer restrain their excitement and dashed in. Manager Chin, can we also make a purchase? How can we obtain the golden card? While these items appeared reasonably priced, who wouldn't desire a bargain? Manager Chin, how much for the spicy and sour shredded potatoes? What about the steamed buns? The food lay enticingly before them, and they disregarded their fear. Surely, purchasing normally would pose no issue, right? What are these peculiar green and brown items? They resemble childhood toys. Their inquiries came one after another, leaving Chin Mo scarcely able to respond to the previous question before the next was thrust upon him. Chin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Fong Yuan, who had been observing Chin Mo's expressions closely, immediately shot a disapproving glance at the group. Quiet down. Then, with an apologetic smile directed at Chin Mo, she added, I apologize, Manager Chin. My teammates are just overly excited. Please don't take offense. Chin Mo, it's all right. The golden card cannot be applied for proactively. Except for the first one, the rest will be designated by me or awarded as event rewards. He addressed each question in turn. Steamed buns, water, and pickles were priced at 2 points, while the spicy and sour shredded potatoes cost 4 points. As for the 2 remaining items, the pea shooter was 100 points, and the nut only required 50 points. Upon hearing the exorbitant prices of the last 2, the group promptly decided to pass. Can Manager Chin grant us the golden cards? One person inquired instinctively. Chin Mo, no. What if we deposit 1,000 points? Could you possibly make an exception, Manager Chin? Fong Yuan's expression was one of eager anticipation. Chin Mo cast her a dispassionate glance, this time offering no reply. Subai, however, regarded Chin Mo thoughtfully. After a brief moment, he gathered the food and approached the counter, where he selected a pea shooter and one of the nuts, subsequently returning to Chin Mo's side to settle the transaction with 120 points. He inquired, Manager Chin, what is the purpose of these 2 items? He found it implausible that such costly items could be without merit. Chin Mo replied, the pea shooter, of level 1 strength, can strike enemies within a 100-meter radius in a straight line. The nut creates a 2-meter protective shield in front, obstructing enemies' approach. To use it, simply place it on the ground. Subai nodded in appreciation. Thank you, Manager. Chin Mo maintained a calm demeanor. You're welcome. Subai refrained from further disturbing Chin Mo and settled onto a nearby sofa designated for temporary rest, placing the food on the table before commencing his meal. The steamed bun, still emanating warmth from its packaging, was soft and fluffy. Upon taking a bite, a delightful aroma filled his senses. A look of enjoyment spread across his face. After tirelessly foraging for food to survive over the past fortnight, this steaming bun felt like a long-lost treasure. Previously, he had not regarded such food as particularly precious, but now, tasting it again brought him immense happiness. He swiftly unwrapped the spicy and sour shredded potatoes, which came with disposable chopsticks. He picked up a piece and brought it to his mouth, the corners of his lips subtly lifting. Although his expression remained aloof and he ate with decorum rather than in a ravenous manner, it was apparent to all that he was relishing the meal. The enticing aroma of the shredded potatoes wafted through the air, causing those around to involuntarily inhale deeply. Fong Yuan glanced towards Zhang Miao, who immediately dashed to the cashier. Her big eyes wide with anticipation. Big brother, we also want to buy something. Fong Yuan feared that her earlier plea for leniency might have displeased Chin Mo, prompting her to send Zhang Miao forward, knowing her youth and charm would elicit sympathy. After all, she was just a child hoping for assistance. Zhang Miao, fully aware of her advantage, bore an expression of both vulnerability and hope. Chin Mo scanned the others, remaining unyielding. I have no sister. Furthermore, I sell goods. You provide payment, no credit. His meaning was clear. It was merely a transaction. As a businessman, he exchanged goods for money without engaging in any tricks or offering discounts, let alone extending credit. Zhang Yao pouted, got it. In their team, whether it was Sister Yuan or the others, they treated her well, readily conceding to her whims. Thus, when faced with someone who refused to comply, she naturally felt a sense of disappointment. However, having witnessed Chin Mo's ruthlessness, akin to slaughtering pigs, she did not dare to act out. Having received confirmation that purchasing was still an option, she turned and hurried back to Fong Yuan's side, whispering, Sister Yuan, he is so frightening. How can he exert such pressure as a fellow ability user? Fang Yuanyuan immediately covered her mouth. Sure. She then beckoned the others to discuss what they wanted to buy. Meanwhile, Qin Mo returned to his seat, closing his eyes to review the rewards. Having successfully served his first customer, the automatic cooking machine had been dispensed. Current task: sell 10 plants. Reward: 5 level 1 seeds, 100 experience points. The prospect of gaining 100 experience points is indeed appealing. Qin Mo glanced at the shop information. Shop owner: Qin Mo. Points: 1066. Current shop level: 1. Owner level: 6. Experience: 160,002,0000. Originally, his points had dwindled to 920, but just moments ago, Su Bai had spent a total of 146, which had been credited. The points earned from selling items are his own, yet unlocking items requires points, as do certain special item exchanges. Points can also be used to upgrade the shop, but the owner's level can only be increased by acquiring experience points. It is said that becoming a divine-level shop owner brings tremendous benefits. Chapter 6. The Automatic Cooking Machine. Naturally, this can be regarded as an enticing promise from the system, currently intangible and elusive. What truly piques his interest is the process of running the shop, elevating its level from 1 to the maximum, selling an array of bizarre items. Akin to playing a game, how delightful is that? A real-life game where he has complete control, far more entertaining than mobile games or online games. Moreover, during this journey, he can enhance his own abilities. That sense of achievement is what he currently seeks. Who wouldn't he desire to become an unparalleled powerhouse capable of turning the tides at will? When a novel encounters reality, such an opportunity is not one to be forsaken. Most importantly, this game is relaxed and enjoyable, allowing for a carefree experience. As he was reviewing the shop information, a new machine appeared in the system space. This was the reward he had received. Name: Automatic Cooking Machine. Rank: Level 1. Function: capable of preparing simple dishes and allowing for self-ordering. He examined the available dishes closely. Although few, they were sufficient for the time being. Shop owner Qin. A faint voice called from ahead. Qin Mo opened his eyes. It was Fang Yuanyuan and the others who had selected their items and were ready to check out. The group was somewhat cautious, afraid of disturbing Qin Mo's rest. Yet their hunger compelled them to speak up. Qin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, as if the previous events had never occurred. Confirm the purchase. Simply place the crystal cores into the machine. Fang Yuanyuan immediately nodded and placed the 4 crystal cores she had prepared earlier into the machine. The 5 of them had managed to gather 10 level 1 crystal cores. But the shop owner had already stated that only the first customer who deposited 1,000 points could obtain the golden card. They did not meet the first criterion. Hence there was no reason for them to go all out. The machine's mouth closed and then opened again, revealing a pure white card inside. But the serial number displayed was 000000001. Compared to the earlier card that bore the prominent number 01 in the center, this one seemed rather modest. Moreover, the number was copper-colored rather than golden. Although they had been prepared for this, upon seeing it, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly, lamenting why they were not the first to arrive. In truth, they were overthinking the situation. Even if they were the first to arrive, they would undoubtedly inquire thoroughly about the prices, the exchange rates for crystal cores and points before making any purchases, ensuring that they calculated everything meticulously rather than impulsively depositing all their crystal cores. This ultimately sealed their fate of being unable to acquire a gold card. The remaining nuts were in their possession, along with 50 steamed buns, 50 plates of pickles, 50 bottles of water, and 5 servings of spicy and sour shredded potatoes. The total cost amounted to 370 points, leaving a mere 30 points displayed on the screen above. They watched in dismay, their expressions reflecting a deep sense of loss. Had they possessed a gold card, they could have saved 74 points. On the other side, Su Bai observed their situation without any surprise. However, having finished his meal, he made no further delays, turning to leave the bamboo building while remembering to take out the trash. Fang Yuanyuan and the others packed their belongings into their backpacks, leaving only the shredded potatoes and a few steamed buns. After finishing their meal on the sofa, they chose not to disturb Qin Mo and departed one after another. Now we have so much food, we won't have to starve for a while. Zhang Miao exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Sun Peng nodded with a smile. Indeed. If we could bring more people, we could carry back even more supplies. Shen Kuei added. Exactly. Although we have a lot, it won't last long once we return. Zhao Hongtao suggested. I think we could completely hide some of the supplies. Before he could finish, Fang Yuanyuan interrupted. What are you saying? Our family and companions are there. In this apocalypse, if we cannot unite, how can humanity survive? Zhang Miao looked at Zhao Hongtao disapprovingly. Yes, as long as we strive a little more, everyone can survive. Besides, we still have this miraculous little shop. Once we purchase the pea shooter, we can all lend a hand, and life will improve. Zhao Hongtao couldn't help but say, we could easily bring our families out. Who can guarantee that more people won't come to Qin's shop? In that case, how could we support everyone? Fang Yuanyuan's expression turned cold. Enough? Stop talking. Zhao Hongtao was abruptly silenced, taking a deep breath before finally closing his mouth. Sun Peng and Chun Kuei exchanged glances between the two, neither speaking a word. Thus, the originally harmonious atmosphere grew rather somber, enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, Su Bai had left the foot of the mountain. Not long after, he spotted a zombie wandering aimlessly. In recent days, fireworks had been set off in this area, attracting the city's zombies, though most had been hindered by the city walls and were unable to approach. However, during their earlier arrival, they had indeed encountered few zombies. It seemed the ones outside the city had been drawn to the foot of the mountain by the fireworks. As for why there were no zombies, or even corpses visible outside the bamboo building, he speculated it must have been dealt with by Manager Qin, as there could be no other explanation. This was also why he felt confident enough to part with most of his crystal cores. After all, only when well-fed and nourished can one thrive in such a world. However, he had not anticipated the astonishing affordability of the items, rather than a mere sale. It felt more akin to an act of charity. With Manager Qin at the helm, he held a firm belief that the days ahead would not be excessively harsh, thus invigorating his resolve to combat the zombies. Indeed, this was the opportune moment to test the capabilities of the pea shooter. Contemplating, he retrieved the palm-sized pea shooter from his spatial inventory, which was said to attack enemies within 100 meters in a straight line. Stealthily, he shifted his position and placed the pea shooter upon the ground, aligning it with the zombies that were wandering nearby. This positioning ensured that no matter how the zombies maneuvered, they would remain within the firing range of the pea shooter. As soon as the pea shooter touched the ground, it transformed into a height equivalent to that of a human. Its rounded mouth promptly expelled a green pea with a distinct pop sound, striking the zombie squarely on the head. The zombie, impervious to pain yet alerted by the sound, exhibited no hesitation as it lunged towards the pea shooter, claws outstretched. However, it had scarcely run 10 meters before being struck on the head by two more peas in rapid succession. With a resounding thud, the zombie's head tumbled to the ground. Su Bai pondered thoughtfully. Although the pea shooter might not serve him significantly, it could prove invaluable to many others. After all, he could effortlessly maintain a safe distance while dispatching a solitary zombie, completely avoiding injury. Of course, if one pea shooter was not particularly useful, what if 5, 10, 50, or even 100? Chapter 7. The life-saving nut. Moreover, he was confident that the versatile shop could not possibly offer just this singular plant. And this was merely a Tier 1 specimen. Yet, he soon found himself in a quandary. Once planted, how would he retrieve it? Would he need to dig it out? Lacking tools, he resorted to squatting down and using his hands to excavate. After only a couple of attempts, the pea shooter reverted to its diminutive size. He chuckled. This item was indeed quite convenient to carry. After extracting the crystal core from the zombie, he turned to leave, harboring hopes of discovering even more treasures upon his return. With such a formidable shopkeeper, accumulating more crystal cores might pave the way for a comfortable future here. Meanwhile, Fang Yuanyuan and her companions had spent the better part of the day traveling, finally returning to Shurqing as dusk approached. Once night fell, the zombies would become unruly, and they dared not linger. A portion of the zombies within the city roamed the edges of the roadway, while many more were obscured by the buildings on either side. The previous day, they had exerted considerable effort to escape, and now, despite their urgency, they could not afford to make a sound, proceeding with utmost caution. Zombies wandered on either side of the houses, their numbers having increased since their departure. They held their breath, stepping lightly, yet unlike their earlier foray. Each of them now bore heavy backpacks filled to the brim. Especially when they were merely 2 meters away from the zombies, they dared not exhale a single breath. Fearing that even the slightest sound might draw attention and plunge her into peril, Zhang Miao remained utterly silent. Yet, the more tense she became, the more prone she was to making mistakes. Despite her carefulness, her focus solely on the zombies, she inadvertently stepped on a sticky substance as she passed one by, causing her to slip. Instinctively, she gasped, "Ah!" Though she quickly stifled her voice, the nearby zombie had already heard, letting out a roar as it lunged toward her. This sound seemed to trigger a chain reaction, rallying the nearby zombies to join in a cacophony of growls and rush towards them. "Run!" Fang Yuanyuan exclaimed, grabbing Zhang Miao's arm and pulling her toward the city. Zhao Hongtao and the others followed suit without hesitation, the instinct to resist utterly vanquished. The sheer number of zombies surrounding them was overwhelming. Halting even for a moment would result in being engulfed by the horde. Fortunately, they had already entered the city. Otherwise, they would have been completely surrounded. Yet, human stamina is finite. While zombies are tireless and burdened with supplies, they were essentially racing against death. "What should we do?" Sun Peng lamented, his face a mask of despair. Fang Yuanyuan possessed the ability to enhance their speed, and with Zhang Miao in tow, she surged ahead of the others. However, among Sun Peng's group, Only Zhao Hongtao had any physical abilities. The rest were unfortunate souls without powers. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, lacking any awakened abilities marked one as exceptionally unlucky. Even those with abilities were not guaranteed survival, let alone ordinary individuals. At present, Sun Peng found himself lagging behind. Zhang Miao's complexion was pale. Had she not faltered, they would not be fleeing like lost dogs. If the zombies had not congregated at the outskirts of the city, they would have long been surrounded, reduced to fodder for the undead. As they ran, she unleashed several jets of water behind them. But such efforts were mere droplets in an ocean compared to the overwhelming horde. Fang Yuanyuan's expression was conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, she finally released Zhang Miao's hand and dashed backward. Alarmed, Zhang Miao suppressed a cry, fearing it would attract even more zombies. Behind them, as Sun Peng neared being overtaken, Fang Yuanyuan hurled a nut she had clenched in her palm. With a thud, the nut struck the ground, instantly transforming into a towering wall 2 meters high. The zombies collided with this nut wall, followed by a series of resounding thumps. Devoid of intelligence, the zombies did not navigate around it. Upon hearing the noise, they swarmed toward it. Initially, Fang Yuanyuan had acted on a whim, but to her astonishment, it proved effective. A blend of surprise and joy washed over her, along with an immense admiration for Manager Qin. To possess such extraordinary items for sale must indicate immense strength. Sun Peng, still shaken, recalled how close he had come to being caught by the zombies. Despite their varied thoughts, no reminders were needed. They all pushed themselves to sprint forward with every ounce of strength. Only after the zombies were completely out of sight did they collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. Unexpectedly, this object is remarkably magical. Fortunately, we have it. Otherwise, we would be doomed. Zhang Miao stood up, lowering her head, her face pale as she murmured, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Fang Yuanyuan gently patted Zhang Miao's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not blame yourself. We are all safe, aren't we?" Zhang Miao's eyes glistened with tears as she replied, but she wished to express that the nuts they had purchased were now gone. Those were essential for survival, and they had been prematurely consumed due to her own actions. Fang Yuanyuan comforted her, saying, "All right, it's merely half a crystal core. We shall retrieve it tomorrow and buy more from Manager Qin." Zhao Hongtao observed the two, hesitating to speak. It sounded so simple. Yet most of the zombies lingered near the main road leading out of the city, and they were not the only ones in the city. There were others as well. It wouldn't be so easy to eliminate them. Even for the 5 of them, leaving searching again would be quite challenging. The 5 took a brief respite and hurried back before darkness enveloped the sky. None noticed a small gray mouse that appeared at their previous location, its beady black eyes darting around. Manager Qin had been launching fireworks continuously these past few days. Did that mean a shop had opened outside the city? In a spacious office, a man sat at his desk, contemplating the report delivered by a visitor. Beside him stood a man with a weasel-like appearance, who nodded in response to the report. "They have just returned from outside the city. I witnessed that woman casually toss a wall of nuts, 2 meters high and wide. And it took that horde of zombies a full 5 minutes to vanish." He had seen it with his own eyes and held the most authority to speak on the matter. The man nodded thoughtfully. "Hexie, have old Chun and the others prepare. We shall leave the city at dawn." Hexie nodded eagerly, "Yes, Captain," and hurried out. Once the door closed, the captain leaned back in his chair, adjusting himself into a comfortable position, a faint smile creeping onto his face. Perhaps this is a form of opportunity amidst chaos? Meanwhile, in a half-finished building, did you all witness that just now? Indeed, it was astonishing, almost a miraculous artifact for survival. It was now certain that the individual who set off fireworks every night was no ordinary person. If they could acquire such a remarkable item, surely so could they. Then let us depart at once. Chapter 8. Peril before the store at 8 in the evening. Qin Mo yawned, planting for sunflowers and observing his remaining 50 sunshine points. A smile blossoming on his face. He had already grown 20 sunflowers, which would yield 4,000 sunshine points by the next morning. Then, he could plant another 20, which would suffice for the time being. With these thoughts in mind, he locked the store door, washed up upstairs, and lay in bed, tallying the day's gains. His points had increased from 920 to 1436. He had utilized the automatic cooking robot for ordering. Thus he did not unlock new food, but instead browsed the special marketplace. Item name: Shadowblade card level. Second tier description: proficient in assassination and breakout. A Shadowblade is at your service. Price: 500 points. Item name: Mighty Fluffy Bear level. Second tier description: a fluffy bear characterized by strength. A single punch can take down a child. Price: 350 points. Name: Flame Sword rank. Second tier description: each swing is accompanied by a flicker of flames, rendering you almost as formidable as a wielder of supernatural abilities. Price: 600 points. Name: Supernatural Awakening Agent rank. None. Special item description: guarantees a random awakening of a supernatural ability. Price: 5,000 points. Name: White Robe Sword. Immortal card rank, 7th tier. Description: 10 paces to slay a foe, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. Price: 10,000 points. Upon reading this, Chin Imo spent 500 points to unlock the Shadow Sword card. The 7th tier is the highest he can currently unlock, and similarly, each item of the 7th tier or above exists in singularity. The description for the Supernatural Awakening Agent states none, which signifies that it is not an unlock but rather a trade. Once unlocked, other items can be retrieved without points in the future, but trades necessitate points each time. Although the prices are steep, one can easily surmise the fervor it incites among many, as supernatural abilities are life-preserving in this realm. However, he could not afford such luxuries at the moment, so he refrained from further observation. Subsequently, he spent 36 points to unlock a level 1 dagger, a sword, and clothing. Before retiring for the night, as he drifted into slumber, fireworks erupted outside once again. Outside, a few individuals near the bamboo building heard the sound, their previously calm expressions suddenly turning pale. They turned to see that the once desolate area had been graced by the presence of several fireworks. One of them trembled, struggling to articulate a response. They had rushed here under the cover of night, hoping to acquire their items swiftly, but to their astonishment, the inhabitants were still setting off fireworks. Was this a deliberate mockery of their efforts? It was no wonder they thought so, for they had not witnessed any fireworks upon their arrival. The leader of the group, a young man, strode purposefully towards the entrance of the bamboo building. Upon reaching it, he knocked assertively on the door. The others followed suit, striving to remain calm. In such tense moments, panic was unwarranted should the zombies be drawn closer. Maintaining composure was paramount, for any noise could lead to encirclement and certain doom. As the knocking ceased, silence enveloped the interior. The guardian within, intrigued by the sound, peered through the door's crack, its leather eyes spinning curiously before standing upright in obedience. The shopkeeper had merely instructed it to guard the entrance. All else was beyond its purview. The outsiders remained oblivious to these developments. Their expressions were grim, for zombies had begun to appear not far away. Brother Lin, what shall we do now? Brother Lin, Lin Jinan, they called to their current leader. Lin Jinan glanced back, noting that the zombies had encroached upon the vicinity of the fireworks. Yet, no matter how they flailed, the fireworks remained undisturbed. Each firework that erupted into the sky was a stunning spectacle, though none of the group had the inclination to admire their beauty. Stay calm. The residents here must be formidable. Just look at those fireworks, Lin Jinan urged. The group turned their gaze towards the box of fireworks, realizing that the zombies had not managed to topple them at all. Moreover, dozens of zombies have already arrived, yet they remain utterly incapable of breaching that ordinary box. It is simply astounding. We must hasten inside. Safety awaits us within, someone suggested, and then they began to knock on the door, striving to muffle their sounds. The noise of their knocking was but a whisper compared to the cacophony of fireworks, thus it failed to attract the attention of the zombies. However, in no time at all, the horde of zombies had multiplied beyond count, many of them now congested in the path that traversed the planting area. They could not fathom why the zombies that had been pushed into the area were trapped in the middle of the path, while the once barren planting ground remained devoid of any zombies. Yet, their current situation was perilously dire. At this rate, it would be no more than 10 minutes before they were discovered by the zombies. Meanwhile, the fireworks continued to explode, and they found themselves comparatively safe in this location. We're doomed, someone muttered in fear. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a multitude of zombies. Not only they, but even divine beings would find it impossible to escape from the overwhelming horde. We should never have come here under the veil of night. Now look where we are. Lin Jinan glanced at the others and sighed softly. This is my fault. He had not anticipated that the people here would set off fireworks tonight. If his misguided decision were to cost everyone their lives, he would never forgive himself. How can this be blamed on you? You had our best interests at heart. Yet you're the one about to lead us to our doom. What good does it do to discuss this now, rather than wasting time? We should be contemplating our escape. Are you out of your mind? At this juncture, how do you propose we flee? We might as well await our demise. A few of them exchanged heated words before succumbing to despair. What good is it to argue over who is right or wrong? Observing the group, Lin Jinan took a deep breath. We will break down the door. At this point, there are no other options. He dismissed any concerns about angering those inside. With that, he turned and raised his hand, which astonishingly transformed in an instant into a colossal claw, 2 meters in length, covered in fur, though its exact beastly origin remained indiscernible. He then struck the wooden door with a mighty blow. With a resounding crash, the door remained unyielding, and he was thrust backward by the recoil. Fortunately, 2 of his companions quickly caught him, preventing him from being propelled directly into the throng of zombies. How could this be? The shorter one exclaimed in shock. Lin Gu, in his beastly form, was the strongest among their group. even surpassing those with genuine superhuman abilities. What manner of wooden door is this, to withstand such force? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for the loud crash had already attracted the attention of the nearby horde of zombies, who began to howl and rush toward them. We're finished. The zombies are coming. Chapter 9. Where did the zombies come from? Danger looms, arriving in an instant. All 7 individuals are armed, yet they find themselves crammed at the narrow threshold of the door, rendering their weapons nearly useless. To harm one another would be a fool's errand. However, a few among them are well trained. At the forefront stand Zhang Kaiguang, robust and dark-skinned, alongside Lin Jianan, who possesses beastly and lightning abilities, and the imposing Chen Diyang. Behind them are Sun Xuechong, wielding fire powers, Bai Fong, with speed abilities, Lin Jialan, harnessing water powers, and the yet-to-awaken young woman in a white dress. Huddled at the door's edge, her long hair is braided into 2 twists as she crouches on the ground, watching the battle ahead with tear-filled eyes. Fortunately, the sound of fireworks diverts the majority of the zombies, allowing only a few to approach them. Yet what will happen once the fireworks cease? At that moment, they will be utterly doomed. Shin Hemi feels both regret and fear, wishing she had not joined them. Now, their lives hang in the balance. Sparks and torrents accompany the weapons wielded by the trio in front, effectively dispatching numerous zombies. Yet, as she gazes at the overwhelming horde before her, darkness begins to cloud her vision. Thankfully, those in front are still holding their ground. Just as she allows herself a moment of relief, the number of zombies surges once more. Lin Jianan and the others find themselves overwhelmed, instinctively retreating. For a single grasp could lead to infection. Who would dare to endure such a fate? Just when it seemed they were doomed, the next moment reveals that the zombies, which were about to pounce upon them, are inexplicably halted as if obstructed by an invisible wall. They charge furiously, colliding with this barrier, yet fail to advance even an inch. Lin Jianan's expression instantly brightens. They are remarkably secure in the corridor, with the zombies unable to breach their defenses. While they can extend their weapons freely, if employed skillfully, they might eradicate these zombies entirely. This is an extraordinary opportunity. The others, not lacking in intellect, quickly grasp the situation, their faces lighting up with joy. Zhang Kaiguang, particularly elated, exclaims, "We truly came at the right time. This is our chance." Bai Fong chuckles, remarking, "Just moments ago, someone claimed Lin Gu wanted us dead. A fair-weather friend." Zhang Kaiguang's expression shifts to one of embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. It is Lin Jianan who raises a hand, stating, "All right, let us organize ourselves into groups to eliminate the zombies. Everyone must exercise caution. If one were to be caught in this situation, it would be a matter of ill fortune." Sun Xuechong nods with a smile. Lin Gu is right. I shall team up with Wei Wei. Upon hearing this, Bai Fong slightly scowls but remains silent. Zhang Kaiguang immediately interjects, "Sun Gu, may I join your group as well?" Sun Xuechong glances at him, noting the eager smile on his face. He feels a surge of pride. The sensation of strength is exhilarating, yet he keeps his composure. Hesitating before responding, "That works." Although Zhang Kaiguang has yet to awaken any powers, his size and strength surpass those of an average person, making him a valuable ally. Moreover, by winning him over, he would gain greater influence within the team in the future. Thus, he acquiesced. Bai Fong observed Zhang Kaiguang's beaming countenance and felt a twinge of regret. He should not have opposed him so vehemently, for it merely served to alienate him. Lin Jialan silently scoffed at Shun Wei. She could not abide her presence. "Then I shall partner with Bai Fong." This left Lin Jianan and Chen Diyang as the remaining duo. They divided into 3 groups for action, with Sun Xuechong leading Zhang Kaiguang forward. "We shall take the lead." Subsequently, a fireball was hurled into the throng of zombies. Shun Wei picked up a wooden stick that had been discarded earlier and moved to the front. Though before she could act, Sun Xuechong beamed at her. "Wei Wei, you are frail. Rest aside, and allow us to handle this." Shun Wei nodded gently, offering a shy smile. "Thank you, Brother Sunday." The grouping was intended to maximize zombie extermination while also granting others a chance to rest, preventing undue fatigue. Naturally, the crystal cores obtained from the slain zombies belonged to the individual who made the kill. Sun Xuechong grinned. "No need for thanks." He then began to earnestly dispatch the zombies. These were merely first-tier zombies, and with the obstruction of the corridor before them, the task was not particularly arduous for the duo. The others took the opportunity to rest. Lin Jialan cast a disgruntled glance at Shun Wei, silently huffing. Their small team was indeed formidable, yet Shun Wei was a deadweight. Each time they faced zombies, she cowered behind, accomplishing nothing but crying. She too was a girl. Why could she not be like the rest? In times of danger, they had to prioritize her safety, yet Sun Xuechong seemed all too willing to coddle her. The number of zombies they dispatched directly correlated with the crystal cores they earned, and while food was shared equally, only Shin Wei feasted without contributing. Prior to this, aside from Sun Xuechong's willingness to support Shin Wei, The others harbored some dissatisfaction towards her. She glanced at her older brother, who was resting nearby. However, this discontent was quelled by Lin Jinan. As Sun Xuechong's fire abilities indeed possessed significant lethality, he was a valuable asset. Strength lies in numbers, as her brother had said. She sighed inwardly. There was little to be done. In this apocalyptic world, the zombies were growing increasingly formidable. Something was amiss. Her gaze suddenly shifted. Over the past few days, zombies had been steadily gaining strength, with second-tier zombies becoming quite common. Yet, after their prolonged battle, why had they not encountered a single second-tier zombie? Such a loud explosion could not have only attracted first-tier zombies. Surely, stronger ones must have been drawn as well. What could be the reason for their absence? Worry gnawed at her, and she could not help but nudge Lin Jinan, who was resting with his eyes closed. Calling out softly, "Brother." Lin Jinan opened his eyes to look at her. "What is it?" Lin Jialan shared her concerns. Lin Jinan cast a glance at those around him, his expression turning somewhat serious. He leaned slightly closer to her ear and lowered his voice, saying, "The absence of second-tier zombies indicates that they have already been eliminated. However, based on the sound of the fireworks, the surrounding zombies should have been drawn over by now. Remarkably, during our journey here, we encountered not a single zombie, except for a few obstructed by the houses flanking the road. This suggests that the zombies attracted by the sound of the fireworks have either been slain or diverted elsewhere." Upon seeing that only first-tier zombies remained, he was certain that the previous zombies had been exterminated, for it is implausible that so many second-tier zombies could be selectively eliminated, leaving only the first tier behind. Thus, if the zombies had been eradicated, where then did these new zombies originate? It is indeed a thought that sends shivers down one's spine. Yet, he refrained from voicing his concerns, fearing the onset of panic. Upon hearing this, Lin Jialan was genuinely drenched in cold sweat. If this were the case, from whence did these zombies come? Surely, they could not have materialized from thin air? Chapter 10, The Noble and Righteous Individual. If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. While her heart raced with worry, she recognized the necessity of keeping such matters discreet, for to speak of it would incite widespread terror. Fortunately, the others had been quite fatigued. Aside from Sun Xuechong and another engaged in dispatching zombies, the rest took the opportunity to rest. Thus, the group divided into 3 teams, taking turns to eliminate zombies until the sound of fireworks faded completely, giving way to the first light of dawn. After a long night of combat, despite having taken down numerous zombies, the surrounding area remained a veritable sea of the undead, disheartening to behold. Just as the group, exhausted and panting, ceased their activities, the door behind them creaked open. In an instant, they all turned to look. When they saw a young man clad in a black t-shirt and casual pants emerge, several instinctively took a step back. Lin Jinan inquired, "You are?" Qin Mo appraised them briefly and replied, "I am the store manager here. You may call me Manager Qin." It was indeed surprising that someone would be foolish enough to approach during his fireworks display. No wonder he had received a system notification earlier that morning about an attack on the shop. It was evident that they were unaware that zombies could not approach the store, and thus, out of desperation, they attempted to break in. Their actions were understandable, rather than deliberate. Lin Jinan began to speak, but Qin Mo raised his hand to interrupt. "Please wait." As he spoke, Daodu, with remarkable awareness, ran out and opened its mouth wide, unleashing a tremendous blaze that consumed all the zombies in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the menacing horde that had posed such a dire threat vanished without a trace, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. The group swallowed hard, glancing at Daodu on the ground, and instinctively took a step back while casting a wary look at Qin Mo. Was this creature a pet? If a pet possessed such formidable power, how powerful must Manager Qin be? In just half a month since the apocalypse began, how could such disparities exist? No wonder the other party dares to open a store in such a place, and even recklessly sets off fireworks. These zombies, left to their own devices, could slay for an entire day without making a dent. Yet, that seemingly harmless and irresistibly adorable little dog effortlessly dispatched countless zombies in an instant. The onlookers swallowed hard. What about the crystal cores belonging to Manager Qin? Surely they haven't been incinerated? The thought caused by Fong a pang of heartache. Qin Mo glanced at the small bean on the ground and countered with a question. "Are you here to make a purchase?" His abilities could indeed be enhanced using crystal cores, but the cores obtained from slaying zombies could not be converted into points. The rate of enhancement from crystal cores was too slow, so over the past few days, the cores had been hoarded by the bean as snacks. However, he chose to keep this matter to himself. The group exchanged glances, and Lin Jinan nodded affirmatively, yes. Although the loss of so many crystal cores was deeply felt, pressing for answers from the other party seemed futile. Qin Mo nodded slightly and turned. "Please, come inside." The group eagerly complied, and upon entering, they were astonished to find that the store was indeed spacious, with display cases filled with enticing food items, buns, bread, water, pickles, and spicy potato shreds. Besides these, There were also knives, swords, and clean, tidy clothing. They exchanged glances, their appetites piqued. These items were quite scarce for them. However, that was not the main focus. Lin Jianan suppressed his urge to purchase food and approached the counter. Manager Qin, may I boldly inquire if anyone purchased something resembling nuts here yesterday? Upon hearing this, Qin Mo looked at Lin Jianan. He had wondered how anyone could be foolish enough to venture out to this remote area at midnight. It turned out they had seen that previous group using nuts. With a customer inquiring about these plants, he was more than happy to respond, yes. His current task was to sell 10 plants, after all, and he was quite invested in it. Lin Jianan inquired further. Then, Qin Mo pointed to a nearby display case. Is that not it? Following his gesture, Lin Jianan looked over to see that a palm-sized nut had suddenly appeared in the previously empty display case. It had not been there moments ago. What extraordinary power could achieve such a feat? At that moment, Lin Jianan felt an increasing admiration for Qin Mo and resolved internally that he could never afford to become an enemy of this individual. How can I purchase this? Are there others available? Having witnessed its miraculous nature, he naturally wished to acquire more than just one. Qin Mo replied, crystal cores may be used for purchase. As for the others, there will be more stock in 3 hours. He had just planted 20 sunflowers and currently had only 50 sunshine points left, allowing him to exchange for one nut. Lin Jianan nodded with a beaming smile. May I ask how many crystal cores are required for this nut? They had indeed come at the right time. If it weren't for their recent acquisition of crystal cores, he truly could not guarantee that everyone would be able to obtain one. After all, it was a life-saving item at a critical moment. How could it possibly be cheap? One first-tier crystal core equated to 100 points, while a nut only required 50 points. The smile on Lin Jianan's face faltered, disbelief washing over him. What? Only 50 points? And yet a first-tier crystal core could be exchanged for 100 points? Had he misheard? How could this be possible? The others behind him were equally astonished. Qin Mo shot him a peculiar glance, pondering how a young person could be so oblivious. It seemed essential to suggest that the system affix price tags and descriptions beside each item, as well as document the procedure for exchanging crystal cores for points. Fortunately, Lin Jianan quickly regained his composure. I apologize. I was too excited. This store manager must be here to assist them. Otherwise, how could the prices be so remarkably low? Perhaps he merely wished to avoid being overwhelmed by their gratitude, adopting the guise of a merchant instead. Such selfless individuals, who offer their help without seeking reward, truly embody noble altruism. How could they possibly despair in overcoming this calamity? In that moment, Qin Mo's image in his heart soared to new heights. How were those food items priced? Since the other party presented himself as the manager, he naturally refrained from exposing him. The gratitude they felt was sufficient to remain unvoiced. Qin Mo recounted the prices one by one. What had been mere speculation for Lin Jianan was now unequivocally confirmed. The others, of course, were equally incredulous, some utterly perplexed. Yet before they could inquire further, Lin Jianan had already turned. Choose whatever you desire. Each person possessed crystal cores, free to purchase whatever they wished, and he would not impose any restrictions. Naturally, he was also quite hungry, having subsisted on instant noodles and biscuits with water for breakfast. Nothing could compare to the soft, fluffy buns, not to mention the tantalizing pickles and spicy shredded potatoes. If only he could have a bowl of rice porridge, that would be utterly perfect. He swiftly selected his food and produced his crystal core to pay at the counter. Chapter 11. Why not save the people? The others were equally resolute, eagerly selecting their desired items and using the payment method Qin Mo had described to exchange crystal cores for points, receiving their own store loyalty cards in return. Bai Feng and Lin Jialan joined Lin Jianan for a meal, curiosity getting the better of them. It seems like Lin Guo's card is different from ours. Lin Jianan paused his eating, revealing his card. It was a white card, but the number displayed was only 3 digits, 001, and it was silver. At first glance, the difference was indeed significant. Why is that? Shouldn't we all be the same? Lin Jialan expressed her confusion. Lin Jianan shook his head, uncertain. However, I received a 10% discount on my purchase. The two individuals approaching behind him overheard this and couldn't help but interject, their faces filled with indignation. Why? Why does he get a discount, and we do not? Shundiang quickly covered his mouth, lowering his voice. Shoo, do you want to get us all killed? If Manager Qin gets angry, a single slap could annihilate us all. Yet this fellow had the audacity to openly express his dissatisfaction. Zhang Kai, startled by the sudden turn of events, instinctively glanced back and noticed that Sun Xuechong and Shun Hui were at the front. Engrossed in their transactions and blocking Manager Qin's view, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his previous remarks had gone unnoticed. He dared not utter another word, settling down on the sofa with a sense of trepidation, and began to partake in the food. Unlike the others, who were weary and famished after a night of battling zombies and immediately sought sustenance, Shun Hui took her time choosing clothes. Although the garments were neatly folded and their details obscured, she spent a considerable time deliberating over the various colors. This did not deter Sun Xuechong, who, despite his hunger, cheerfully accompanied her in her selection. At this moment, Shun Hui was arranging the items at the checkout counter. "Manager Qin, how many points will these require?" she inquired. Qin Mo glanced over, a slight smile gracing his lips. 1,022. Having served the highest spending customer in recent days, his mood was evidently buoyant. "How can it be so expensive?" Shun Hui exclaimed in shock, completely unprepared for such a hefty sum. Previously, the items chosen by others, even the rarest foodstuffs, had scarcely cost a single crystal core. How was it that her selection of mere clothing amounted to 10 cores? Was this not akin to extortion? She had no crystals of her own. She was only able to make this purchase thanks to Sun Xuechong's generosity. Although he had encouraged her to choose freely, the prospect of using over 10 cores was daunting. Qin Mo replied nonchalantly, "You get what you pay for. These are first-tier equipment, robust in defense and practical." Each outfit was classified as first-tier gear, with a complete set costing 200 points. She had selected 5 sets, with the remainder being food items. "Is this truly the case?" Shun Hui asked, her face alight with excitement. "Indeed," Qin Mo confirmed. Turning to Sun Xuechong, she exclaimed, "Brother Sun," with a beaming smile. Sun Xuechong replied, "If you like them, buy them." Last night, they had amassed a total of 45 crystal cores, and with his previous stock, they had 50 in total, making this expenditure feasible. The primary reason he was inclined to indulge her was the sheer joy radiating from her eyes, which made it impossible for him to refuse her. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Hui bit her lip and gently suggested, "There's no need for so many. 2 sets will suffice. We must conserve the crystal cores, especially considering how hard you worked to acquire them." Though they had been able to slay zombies freely the previous day, the exertion was taxing, and not every zombie could be dispatched with a single blow, resulting in considerable effort expended. Her thoughtfulness elicited a tender response from Sun Xuechong, who could not resist ruffling her hair. "It's all right. Your safety is paramount." Shun Hui froze for a moment, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes before she composed herself and playfully shook his arm, saying, "Brother Sun, you are so good to me." Nearby, Lin Jialin could not help but roll her eyes, muttering under her breath, "Ugh, what a white lotus." With that, Sun Xuechong retrieved 13 crystal cores from his backpack, also selecting an outfit for himself, which consisted of a jacket and pants. Ultimately, he paid a total of 222 points, packed the clothes into his bag, and prepared to head out for a meal. However, Shun Hui did not hasten to leave. Rather, she lingered, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Manager Qin, with your remarkable abilities, why do you not venture to save others? I believe that with your prowess, you could undoubtedly become a revered hero." She mused that if this Manager Qin were willing to accompany them, their safety would be assured, and they could benefit from his abundant resources as well. One must admit, her capacity for daydreaming was rather impressive. Qin Mo, perceiving her intentions with a single glance, could not be bothered to respond. He simply closed his eyes to rest. Furthermore, not everyone aspired to be the so-called great hero. To Qin Mo, there was a certain allure in languishing while simultaneously progressing, enjoying a more carefree existence. After all, he was merely a stranger from another realm, with no inclination to meddle in the affairs of others. Noticing his indifference, Shun Hui pouted. Yet Qin Mo's overwhelming strength deterred her from saying more or expressing dissatisfaction. With reluctance, she turned and followed Sun Xuechong. At 11 o'clock, having regained 1,000 sunshine points, Qin Mo first exchanged for 5 pea shooters and converted the remainder into 10 walnuts. Lin Jianan and the others had primarily come for these items and did not leave. They remained fixated on the counter, and upon seeing the increase in walnuts, they eagerly made their way over. The first floor of the bamboo building was interconnected, spacious, with glass display cases of various sizes arranged neatly, and items categorized accordingly, equipment in one section, food in another, and special items in yet another. The special items displayed included plants and cards, prominently positioned within the bamboo structure. Sofas and long tables were situated to the right of the entrance, while the cash register was to the left. The staircase leading to the second floor was horizontally oriented, with a small room beneath it, one that Qin Mo had no intention of occupying. The space was efficiently utilized by the system, leaving no room wasted. Noticing the time was ripe, Qin Mo called out, "First, bring me 2 dishes." The automatic cooking machine was conveniently located near the cash register, merely a few steps away. Yet Qin Mo was disinclined to rise. "First, yes." Then, it scampered from behind the door to the cooking machine, raising its fluffy paw and deftly operating the device. Moments later, it returned, obediently presenting 2 plates to Qin Mo, placing them respectfully on the table. "2 dishes, just 2? First tilted its head, its plastic eyes spinning curiously, seemingly perplexed by its master's disdainful gaze. Chapter 12. Truly affluent Chin Imo glanced at the table, noting one plate of sweet and sour ribs and another of shredded pork with green peppers, and did not admonish it. Now, bring me 2 buns. As the manager, aside from the initial unlocking of items requiring points, he was not obligated to pay for his own meals. Soon, he was savoring the buns alongside the ribs. It must be said, the dishes produced by the system were indeed delectable, far surpassing his own culinary efforts. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Lin Jianan and others, who had just finished reviewing the store regulations and were preparing to settle their bills. A tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, compelling them to inhale deeply and swallow eagerly. Since the apocalypse, not only have humans transformed into zombies, but even the animals have not been spared. They have gone half a month without tasting even a morsel of flesh. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Chin Imo remained unfazed. At that moment, Baifeng swiftly approached the automatic cooking machine, noticing both its name and the myriad of selectable dishes displayed. The plate of ribs that Chin Imo had just consumed cost merely 15 points. How astonishingly inexpensive. Without a moment's hesitation, he tapped the screen to order a serving of sweet and sour ribs and a plate of Kung Pao chicken, then placed his card at the designated swipe area. In total, he spent 25 points, leaving him with 63. 3 hours prior, he had purchased water, 3 buns, pickled vegetables, and spicy potato shreds for a total of 14 points. Aside from Sun Xuechong, the others had spent a similar amount, with Lin Jialan having only 2 buns. Observing Baifeng's actions, the others could hardly contain their excitement. Meat. They had momentarily set aside their cravings for nuts, as they busied themselves with placing orders. A few newcomers could not resist gathering around the cooking machine. However, they lacked cards. Captain, we, the black team, watched as everyone indulged in their meals, unable to suppress our salivation. What a paradise on earth. There is actually meat. They had arrived early in the morning without having breakfast. Yet they were uncertain about the purchasing process. The other two glanced towards the young man at the forefront. The man, referred to as the captain, approached Chin Imo politely, saying hello. Those inside the shop were like quails. He was no fool, and certainly would not be foolish enough to provoke anyone. Chin Imo glanced up amidst his busyness. Welcome. The captain replied. There is no need for such perfunctory remarks. He exhaled. May I inquire how these items are purchased? Chin Imo pointed to the machine at the cash register. Insert the crystal core here to receive a card. The captain shot a glance at the shifty-eyed black team member, who swiftly handed him his backpack upon the captain's signal. The captain emptied the contents of the backpack, pouring all the crystal cores into the machine. Soon, the cores vanished, and a card marked with the digits 002 appeared in the spot where the cores had been placed. The captain retrieved the card, frowning slightly. May I ask you, store manager? Just call me Manager Chin, Chin Imo replied. What is this card? The captain continued. Yesterday, someone came by, and today, this group as well. Even if each group only uses one card, it shouldn't be 002, should it? Moreover, I noticed that aside from the girl with the braided hair, everyone else had a card. Chin Imo had finished his meal, leaving the remaining food on the ground to feed Dodo, who was eagerly wagging his tail. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he finally said, This is a membership card that grants a 10% discount on store items. This is your second card. The captain nodded and inquired further, How can one obtain this card? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianan and the others perked up their ears to listen intently. Oh, the first card is obtained after accumulating 1,000 points. Yours is given after reaching 5,000 points. He cast a glance at the captain, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, dressed neatly and elegantly. At least he looked far better off than Lin Jianan and his group. In just a short span of half a month, the four of them had managed to accumulate 5,000 points. What wealth! Chin Imo found himself quite intrigued by the captain. He silently surveyed the backpack behind him, wondering how many crystal cores might be concealed within. No one would reveal their entire stock all at once. As for the cards, they were merely one of the perks offered to patrons of the shop. The first customer to enter and spend or deposit 1,000 points would receive a golden card, contingent upon luck. However, the silver card could be obtained by the first customer who reached 1,000 points, which did not conflict with the VIP golden card. Those who amassed 5,000 points would be eligible for a second silver card. It was the first time all 3 conditions had been met, with 3 cards claimed by individuals. The criteria were laid out clearly. When questioned, he would naturally refrain from elaborating. To receive was a matter of fortune, while failure could only be attributed to one's own misfortune. I see, the captain nodded thoughtfully. So how else can one acquire the silver card? Chin Imo replied. A silver card can be obtained with 50,000 points. The captain seemed poised to inquire further, but the urgency of those behind him became apparent. He expressed his gratitude and proceeded to the automatic cooking machine with his 3 companions. The trio squatted nearby with disposable boxes to eat, though he too felt hunger. Chin Imo was not in a hurry to indulge. Instead, he wandered around the various display cases. He ultimately paused in front of the nuts and pea shooter section. Lin Jianan had almost finished eating and hurried over, just as the captain was retrieving a nut. Upon seeing this, Lin Jianan rushed to grab one as well. He managed to clutch 4, but was unable to take the remaining 4. The captain glanced at him, and as Lin Jianan smiled and was about to call for help, he noticed the young man had already stashed 2 in his pocket and was now holding all 4 remaining ones. Lin Jianan thought, but that is not all. The young man continued to pocket his items, gently shaking the 5p shooters before claiming the final card, which bore a shadowy figure. Lin Jianan watched, dumbfounded. This was truly a case of taking advantage of the situation. Was it really necessary? Before he could express his thoughts, Sun Xuechong and the others finished eating and approached, directly obstructing the young man's path. The young man looked up, offering a refined smile. Are you planning to cause a scene in the shop? Hearing this, Haizi and his companions exchanged glances with their captain before silently resuming their meal. Zhang Guang, feeling a bit irate, interjected, one must observe the order of arrival. You've taken everything. What are we to do? The young man shrugged, a playful glint in his brown eyes. Who knows? I only saw you all engrossed in your meal, not paying attention to this. Chapter 13. Indeed a fortuitous opportunity. His primary objective during this visit was to procure these nuts. Though the green items were unknown to him, their presence alongside the nuts suggested a shared significance, prompting him to take them as well. As for the card, who could blame him for harboring a grudge against those who sought to snatch his possessions? He was resolute in not leaving them anything. The items he had secured were not to be relinquished lightly. If they wished to seize anything from him, it would depend on their capabilities. We've been waiting here for a full 3 hours, exclaimed Zhang Kaiguang. Upon hearing this, the team leader narrowed his eyes slightly, inferring that these items had not been present 3 hours prior. Otherwise, they would not have endured such a wait. A smirk played upon his lips as he suggested. Then perhaps you should wait another 3 hours. Zhang Kaiguang, exasperated, was about to retort when Lin Jianan subtly glanced at the silent Qin Imo nearby and interjected. Let us go? Zhang Kaiguang looked at Lin Jianan in disbelief. Why? Lin Jianan wished to avoid causing a scene in the store that might displease Manager Qin. It was evident that the other party was attempting to provoke them into action to gauge Manager Qin's capabilities. Should the situation escalate, they would be blamed for initiating the conflict, allowing the other side to evade responsibility while confirming Manager Qin's prowess. However, having witnessed Manager Qin's formidable strength firsthand, Lin Jianan was no fool. He had no desire to be manipulated. In response to Zhang Kaiguang's inquiry, Lin Jianan's expression hardened. There are no further explanations needed. With that, he turned and headed toward the cash register. The others quickly followed suit. Zhang Kaiguang, feeling disgruntled and eager to voice his thoughts, was nudged by Chen Diyang, who gestured toward the cash register. At that moment, Zhang Kaiguang shivered involuntarily and fell silent, trailing behind Chen Diyang with a defeated demeanor. The intimidation exerted by Qin Mo was simply overwhelming. The mere thought of him deterred any rebellious impulses. Once the group had departed, the young man lingered for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Clearly, there were matters he had overlooked. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such fear. Glancing at the items in his possession, he strode toward where Lin Jianan and the others had gathered. There, he found clothing and an array of cold weapons meticulously arranged. Both garments and weapons were necessities. Under normal circumstances, it was preferable to avoid using one's abilities. After all, while such powers were formidable, they were also taxing on one's energy. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, which explained why they all preferred to operate in teams. A reliable companion could potentially extend one's life. This time, he refrained from competing with others, as there were ample items, and he felt assured that they would not exhaust the stock. However, he was somewhat surprised to observe that each individual selected only one outfit and a single weapon before turning to leave. This was indeed peculiar. Typically, clothing was an essential item, and it was rare to find such a clean and orderly selection, especially at reasonable prices. One would expect females to acquire several pieces. Yet, upon further contemplation, he began to comprehend. This quaint shop was so extraordinary, perhaps the garments were not as simple as they appeared. Meanwhile, the others were already at the checkout. Apart from Lin Jianan, who purchased an additional 4 nuts, the others merely acquired a set of clothing. They refrained from disturbing Qin Mo, promptly taking out their cards to make payments. Qin Mo paid them no mind, preoccupied with playfully teasing the soft, furry ears of the little creature on the ground, until the group finished their transactions and a young man approached. Manager Qin. Qin Mo looked up. The young man placed his items on the table. I would like to inquire about these. What exactly are they and what purposes do they serve? Qin Mo gently flicked the soft ears of the creature, realizing that these individuals were not the same group that had been introduced earlier. Otherwise, they would not be unaware of the item's functions. It seemed that they had merely caught sight of these items during their use. With this thought in mind, Qin Mo straightened his posture and began his explanation. The pea shooter, a first-tier entity, can launch direct attacks on enemies within 100 meters. The nuts create a 2-meter protective shield in front to block enemies from approaching. As for this card, tearing it can summon a Shadow Blade, which will adhere strictly to the commands of the card's summoner, possessing a second-tier strength. Upon hearing the capabilities of the pea-shooter, Lin Jianan and her companions cast glances at the young man, their expressions tinged with melancholy. That should have been theirs. Their astonishment only grew when they learned that the card could summon a being of second-tier strength. The young man was equally taken aback, having not yet completed his payment. "Manager Qin, do you have more of these cards?" Bai Fong exclaimed eagerly, while the others, who were ravenously consuming their food, quickly gathered around. "Certainly, there are plenty," Qin Emo replied. Once unlocked, he would be able to acquire the Shadow Blade card indefinitely. He had only presented one as a display because his current task was to sell plants, not to overshadow his offerings with other items. However, now that all 16 plants had been taken, and the secret was out, there was no need for further concealment. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianan and the others hastily turned back to retrieve their cards, not even pausing to inquire about the price. Regardless of the cost, a second-tier ability wielder was worth far more than simply dispatching a few zombies. They would quickly recoup their investment. Nia Ruffin gazed down at the cards on the table, a soft smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct. This was an enormous opportunity. However, since Manager Qin had stated there was an abundance, he refrained from rushing to seize items and instead opted to select his meal. 7 nuts cost 350 points, 5 pea shooters amounted to 500 points. A set of clothing was 200 points, a dagger cost 100 points, and a portion of water chicken with 2 buns totaled 32 points. After discounts, the total came to 1064 points. Additionally, he had already spent 71 points on food for others. In a fleeting moment, his 1135 points had vanished. Nevertheless, he did not linger, instead carrying his plate to the table to eat, while passing the card to Old Chun, allowing them to choose what they desired. Simultaneously, Qin Mo received a notification indicating the completion of his task. Selling 10 plants was accomplished. He earned 5 first-tier seeds and 100 experience points. Current task, serve 30 customers. Task reward, a juicer and 10 first-tier seeds. Current customers served, 1730. Qin Mo gently stroked his chin. The juice machine is indeed a marvelous invention. Previously, in another realm, he had never encountered such a splendid opportunity. It has been several years since he last savored the taste of juice. However, possessing the machine is futile without the requisite fruits. With 30 customers, he is merely 13 short. If those patrons spread the word effectively upon their departure, he could soon reach his goal. Unfortunately, the system prohibits him from engaging in any act of promotion, deeming it a form of cheating. Even if customers do appear, their presence will not be accounted for in his tasks. Thus, he must resign himself to fate, hoping these individuals might perform a good deed, allowing him to enjoy juice sooner rather than later. Chapter 14. Is it too much to lend each other a hand? Before long, Old Chun and his companions returned after selecting their items. Each acquired an outfit, a weapon, and a Shadow Blade card, totaling 2,400, with a discount of 10%. The cost came to 2,160, plus an additional 1,128, leaving him with a mere 1,712. That amounts to over 30 crystal cores. The thought of it inevitably stings. As such a sum is seldom spent in one go, it represents their hard-earned cores accumulated over time. Next time, they must ensure to gather everything in one go before settling the bill, as every little saving counts. He felt that, at this rate, their assets would not suffice for lavish expenditures. Thus, they must strive harder to eliminate zombies. As he pondered, he wiped his mouth and stacked the plastic bowls used for food, signaling to the others to discard their items, while he himself strode toward the cash register. Qin Mo sat behind the counter, his gaze unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. In reality, he was reviewing the store's information. Name, Qin Mo. Age, 21 points. 9488 current store level, 1 manager level, 6 experience, 161,002,0000. His points had swiftly soared beyond 9,000, with only a short distance to reach 10,000. The recent contributions from Nie Rufeng, Sun Xuechong, and Lin Jianan significantly bolstered his points. Between the three of them, they had amassed nearly 6,000 points, while the remaining contributions came from the other 4. Bai Fong and Lin Jialan were the only ones who purchased Shadow Blade cards, while Chen Diang and Zhang Kaiguang opted solely for clothing and weapons. Despite this, their expenditures were not insignificant. Lin Jialan, being a girl, had even chosen 2 outfits for rotation. To acquire such a plethora of points on the second day of opening was indeed unprecedented. Yet the path to store upgrades remained arduous. Closing that panel, he summoned his personal information display. Name, Qin Mo. Gender, male. Age, 21. Identity, store manager. Cultivation, not yet unlocked. Companions, Dodo, Xuan Xuan. Lulu. Ability, telekinesis level, first tier. Points, 9488 The not yet unlocked aspect was familiar to him. Each time he transitions to a new world, his cultivation is temporarily sealed. Only upon completing specific tasks will it gradually unlock. However, he is not in haste. The timing of such tasks is of little concern. Within the store, he is invincible. The only pet with a normal white name is Dodo. The other two are both gray. This situation is familiar to him, as they are also in an unlocked state. Each time, a new store opens, and a gift pack randomly unlocks one of them. The rest depend on tasks. In the system's words, the energy required to bring them from another realm is immense. Not asking him for money is already a sign of pity for him. He was just about to inquire when the system would issue tasks to bring back Xuan and Lulu when a voice interrupted his thoughts. Store manager Chin. Chinamo looked up. What is it? Nia Ruffing tilted his head towards the door and smiled. We are leaving now. See you tomorrow. Being in this desolate place, it is impossible to return at night. The best they could do is arrive early the next day. Chinamo was slightly taken aback. Just moments ago, when he was at odds with Lin Jianan and the others, they were not so courteous. Nevertheless, he merely nodded. See you tomorrow. After purchasing some steamed buns and pickles, Nia Ruffing departed, earning 58 points. This man cannot have money in his hands. Otherwise, he would want to spend it. Without hesitation, Chin Mo opened the shop and searched for a mobile phone in the electronics category. Can this phone watch TV and play games? He asked the system while staring at the phone priced at 2,000 points. The system replied with a hint of pride, of course. Do not underestimate my capabilities. After purchasing it, he upgraded his abilities to the second tier. The system responded, all right, host, 5,000 points have been deducted. A surge of energy coursed through him, then vanished. Chin Mo retrieved the phone from the system's space, leaned back in his chair, and began to play a game. In the absence of modernity, he had relied on sleep to pass the time, lacking any means of recreation. The next time he visited another place, regardless of how many points it required, he must retain this device from the system. Otherwise, he would surely go mad after prolonged inactivity. After all, if he could enhance his strength by merely lying down, why bother with arduous cultivation? Wouldn't he that be torturing himself? However, the cost of upgrading from the first tier to the second is 3,000 points. From the second to the third is 30,000, and from the third to the fourth is 300,000, and so forth. The path is long and arduous. Just a moment ago, he was reflecting on this, and the next second, the character on his phone screen collapsed with a thud. Chin Mo's expression darkened. Damn. I was careless and didn't he dodge? Could he tolerate this? Moments later, the character revived, and he directed it to seek vengeance. Lin Jianan and her group had already distanced themselves from the small shop. Along the way, they encountered no zombies, but aside from Bai Fong and the Lin siblings, the expressions of the others were far from pleasant. Lin Jianan's silver card was hard to resist, especially for Sun Xuechong. To take out nearly 20 crystal cores at once was a considerable sacrifice for him. The two without abilities, Chun Diang and the other, were in a better situation. Killing zombies was not as easy for them, and the crystal cores in their possession did not compare, so they dared not spend excessively, only purchasing weapons and clothing. For them, food remained the utmost priority. Hence, he exchanged glances with Zhang Kaiguang. Zhang Kaiguang opened his mouth. Lin Go. I noticed that the silver card of that captain seems to be shared among those individuals. A 10% discount may appear trivial, but in reality, it is quite substantial. Saving 100 points equates to a crystal nucleus. Furthermore, they don't merely shop once. They will be purchasing daily. Before Lin Jianan could respond, Lin Jialan rolled her eyes. You do realize he is the captain, right? My brother isn't your captain, and we have always operated independently with our crystal nuclei. Besides, do you even store your nuclei together in the team? Without waiting for Zhang Kaiguang to answer, Lin Jialan answered her own question. No. Their initial collaboration was merely for safety in numbers, and with Sun Xuechong, who was wary of anyone taking advantage. It was clear that whoever killed a zombie claimed the nucleus. Now, when benefits were in sight, he acted as if his previous words were mere air. Wasn't Zhang Kaiguang now speaking on his behalf? Zhang Kaiguang glanced at Sun Xuechong and continued, while that may be true, aren't we a team? Isn't it reasonable to help each other out? Shen Diang chimed in. Unable to hold back, he makes a valid point. Shen Hai smiled slightly. Indeed. We are all in this together. If we need something, we can simply transfer points to your card. It may take some time, but time is the one resource we have in abundance at the moment, right, Sun Ge? With the proposition laid before Sun Xuechong, which would also benefit him. He nodded in agreement, saying to Lin Jianan, moreover, the more we save, the longer we can survive. Chapter 15. You are mistaken. My heart is not kind. The shameless remarks from these individuals provoked Bai Fong to curse uncontrollably. You all truly resemble dogs, unwilling to let go of the meat. Who was the fool that insisted on splitting everything equally? You all were so afraid of losing that you had to agree. Without even considering what the crystal nuclei meant for you. Did you even fight any zombies back then? Before Sun Xuechong arrived? These two were each more cowardly than the other, hardly daring to engage with the zombies, hiding in the back. If it weren't for their protection, they would have perished long ago. Yet, upon hearing that the nuclei would be divided, they suddenly became fervently eager to fight. Now, witnessing the benefits, they immediately wished to take advantage. What do you think you can do? Bah! How dare you engage in moral coercion here? How shameless can you be? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Truly, in a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. Upon hearing the term fool, Sun Xuechong's expression shifted dramatically, and he coldly retorted, Bai Fong, clean up your language. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Bai Fong rolled up his sleeves, sneering. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, come and fight. Besides, if I call someone a fool, and you take it personally, it seems you have some self-awareness. I thought you had completely lost your sense of shame. Though Bai Fong's abilities were not particularly lethal, as fellow enhancers, he was confident that he could hold his own against Sun Xuechong, especially with Lin Gu present. Sun Xuechong had initially refrained from acting out of caution towards Lin Jinan, but Bai Fong's provocation had pushed him to the brink of his patience. Stepping forward with palpable anger, he exclaimed, You seek your own demise, and immediately launched an attack. A flame, roughly the size of half a palm, erupted from his hand and hurtled toward Bai Fong. Prepared for such an encounter, Bai Fong swiftly evaded the fiery projectile, his expression chilling to ice. With a swift motion, he grasped the dagger concealed at his waist. At that moment, Lin Jinan finally spoke, his demeanor serious and his voice laced with ire. It was the first time in many days that the onlookers witnessed his anger, leaving them momentarily stunned. Bai Fong glared at Sun Xuechong, lightly brushing his finger against the dagger, his gaze icy. Had Lin Gun not intervened, he would have surely retaliated against Sun Xuechong. Such arrogance in the face of newfound power was foolish. One should be cognizant of their own limitations. Lin Jinan felt a twinge of exhaustion as he surveyed the crowd, ultimately resting his gaze on Chun Diyang and Zhang Kaiguang, inquiring, Do you truly believe this behavior is justified? Zhang Kaiguang, aligning himself with Sun Xuechong, readily raised his hand in agreement. Indeed, Lin Gu, we are not attempting to impose moral superiority as Bai Fong suggests. It is simply unavoidable. Chun Diyang chuckled. We all know Lin Gu is kind-hearted. Even without our prompting, he would not withhold assistance. Lin Jinan cast a glance at him, smiling. You are mistaken. My heart is not kind. Upon hearing this, Sun Xuechong and his companions were rendered speechless, particularly Sun Xuechong, who was utterly bewildered. He recalled being saved from a zombie horde by Lin Jinan, which led to his own awakening. The exhilaration of gaining power had sent his heart racing. In this apocalyptic world, endowed with extraordinary abilities, particularly potent fire powers, he believed he was destined to carve out a significant path. However, he soon realized that Lin Jinan not only possessed the ability to beastify his limbs, but also wielded lightning powers, dual abilities. While he was unaware of the rarity of such dual powers, he knew they far surpassed his own. He felt a crushing sense of defeat, reflecting on how, in the narratives he had read, he was merely the sidekick to the protagonist. But this was not a story. He had his own powers, and he was not content to remain in someone else's shadow. Thus, he contemplated departing, yet out of respect for his benefactor, he broached the subject of leaving with Lin Jinan. However, Lin Jinan analyzed the dangers outside, leading Sun Xuechong to ultimately decide to stay. Yet, he was determined not to be a burden. Hence he proposed that whoever slayed a zombie would claim its crystal core. Lin Jinan had no objections to this. He perceived Sun Xuechong as someone with potential, albeit lacking the pride typically associated with an ability wielder. It was a waste to have such power without the accompanying confidence. If he were in Lin Jinan's position, he would certainly reject such a proposal. Moreover, Lin Jinan, with his kind disposition, often shared his surplus food with those who struggled to find sustenance. Yet now, what had Lin Jinan declared? That his heart was not kind. How could that possibly be? Sun Xuechong let out a gentle sigh, his expression one of resignation. We are compelled to make such a request. Please do not take offense. If you are unwilling, we will not hold it against you. His words were imbued with a deep emotional resonance, leaving Lin Jian and Bai Fong utterly astounded. How could he claim to hold any authority to blame him? What right did he possess? It seemed he had elevated his own significance beyond reason. Lin Jian retorted angrily. When you seek assistance, you must adopt a humble demeanor, not speak such nonsensical flattery. Truly, this is an eye-opening experience. Lin Jian rubbed his temples. In truth, he was not averse to lending them assistance. However, he was no philanthropist. Previously, he had been willing to share as they were merely companions. And he did not covet their crystal cores, wishing only to prevent loss of life, for each additional person contributed to their collective strength. Moreover, he typically did not oversee their actions, having drawn a line in his mind, excluding them from his inner circle. He was aware of his own limitations. Safeguarding himself and his sister was sufficient. and he lacked the energy to meticulously manage their every endeavor. There was also the uncertainty of when they might part ways. Yet today, with the advent of this versatile little shop, he felt a desire to consolidate unity, and the silver card in his possession presented an opportunity. However, before he could speak, they had already rushed forward. His willingness to offer assistance was distinctly different from soliciting it from others, especially since these individuals resorted to moral coercion. Had they approached him with a more respectful attitude to request aid, rather than comparing themselves to other leaders, he might have obliged and even offered a few words to foster camaraderie. But now, given the conversation's current trajectory, there was little reason to continue. He was merely amiable and easy to get along with, not a saint. In this apocalyptic world, compassion was often a liability. Sun Xuechong might unleash his anger, even resorting to violence against Bai Fong, but he dared not lay a finger on Lin Jialan. Miss Lin, you must understand, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to survive. Survive your nonsense. What does your survival mean to my brother? Your presence is nothing but an irritation. Sun Xuechong ignored her, instead smiling at Lin Jianan, casting the conversation in his direction. Brother Lin, what do you think? Lin Jianan replied, Jialan, cease your words. Lin Jialan pouted, feeling irked, but ultimately restrained herself. The smile on Sun Xuechong's face grew increasingly pronounced, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Jianan's words cut him down to size. I cannot grant you assistance, for I am not your leader and have no obligation to oversee your fates. Sun Xuechong's expression froze, and he blurted out, What did you say? Chapter 16. Then you must swear to marry me. Came the incredulous exclamations from Zhang Kaiguang and the others, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief, as if they had never known Lin Jianan at all. In the face of their astonishment, Lin Jianan's demeanor was exceptionally cold. I am not your leader. It is time for us to part ways. With that, he turned to Lin Jialan and Bai Fong. Let us go. Such occurrences, once begun, tend to repeat themselves. And he had always been aware of Sun Xuechong's restless nature. The only reason he had tolerated him thus far was due to the latter's commendable strength. In truth, there was a hidden intent to utilize the situation. Of course, both individuals benefited in their own ways, for facing dangers alone would be far more perilous. He no longer wished to linger. There was no longer any necessity. Especially with such an unruly person around, staying would only invite further troubles. Today, the universal shop and the silver card served as catalysts, yet without this incident, they would have inevitably parted ways sooner or later. It has merely been expedited. Lin Jialan instantly donned a radiant smile, linking her arm with Lin Jianan's. Excellent. We should have separated from them long ago. They only serve to hinder us and create chaos. She had long harbored disdain for them, particularly for the shameless Shen Wei, who, despite her flirtations with Sun Xuechong, would deliberately encroach upon her brother's space. Thankfully, her brother had no affection for that woman. Otherwise, the prospect of such a sister-in-law would surely infuriate her. Thus, upon hearing Lin Jianan's words, she nearly leapt for joy. Bai Fong also exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, with the sword shadow cards and other resources at their disposal, their safety had significantly increased, rendering their continued collaboration unnecessary. Seizing this opportunity to part ways was fortuitous, sparing them from further folly. It was a pity for Chundiang, a generally decent fellow, who had unwittingly chosen the wrong side. However, it was a personal choice, and he would remain silent, promptly following Lin Jianan and his sister forward. Sun Xuechong stood utterly stunned, unable to fathom how events had escalated to this point, momentarily rendered speechless. The other two were not faring much better, though it was Shen Wei who first regained her composure, urgently pushing Sun Xuechong and exclaiming, Hurry, chase after them. What shall we do now that they've left? Sun Xuechong snapped back to reality, gazing at Shen Wei's anxious expression, and fell into silence. Noticing his lack of response, Shen Wei clenched her teeth. If you won't go, then I will. She began to jog after them, but Sun Xuechong grasped her wrist. Why are you in such a rush? Do you think that without Lin Jianan, I won't be able to protect you? Shen Wei, desperate to break free from his grip, failed to notice the peculiar tone in his voice and insisted. It's safer when we are all together. Let go of me, or we won't catch up. Sun Xuechong scoffed. Initially, he had indeed been taken aback by Lin Jianan's words and was somewhat slow to react. But soon he understood that Lin Jianan had likely been dissatisfied with him for some time, which prompted him to unhesitatingly cast him aside upon encountering this shop. Yet, he too had his own considerations. With the universal shop present, even without Lin Jianan and the others, he would face no danger whatsoever. Moreover, if utilized wisely, he could potentially become a top-tier supernatural being in the future. Are you certain that you do not harbor feelings for Lin Jianan? You previously urged me to wait. Could it be that you intend to use me as a stepping stone to ascend to Lin Jianan's bed and cast me aside? Though reluctant to admit it, Lin Jianan undeniably possessed far greater allure. Shen Wei's earlier urgency had sparked his suspicions. As the two conversed, the other two had already caught up. Upon hearing those words, Shun Hamei's eyes brimmed with tears. She rubbed her eyes with her free hand and, with a quivering voice, exclaimed, "How could you doubt me? If that is the case, why are you still holding on to me? Let me go, so I can find them. Oh, you are too much. Even in this apocalyptic world, I refuse to follow you blindly. I wish to hold a wedding with you in the presence of witnesses." At this point, she was already inconsolable, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. Sun Xuechong, listening to her words, felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. She wanted to marry him. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. I care for you so deeply, I was afraid I was wrong. Please, don't cry," he said, embracing Shun Hamei, gently patting her back, his face adorned with a hopeful smile. "I will never doubt you again. Your tears are unbearable for me." Shun Hamei nestled into his embrace, raising her tear-streaked eyes to meet his. "Really?" she asked. Sun Xuechong raised his hand in a solemn vow, his expression earnest. "Indeed, I swear," Shun Hamei replied. "Good. Then swear that you will marry me and that there will never be another woman." Sun Xuechong declared, "I, Sun Xuechong, vow to love only Shun Hamei for all eternity, never casting a glance at another woman. Should I break this oath, may I be struck down by thunder." "Ah!" Shun Hamei gasped, quickly covering his mouth with her hand. Meeting his gaze, her eyes flickered momentarily before she pouted, "Are you foolish? How could you make such a severe vow?" Sun Xuechong gazed at her charmingly adorable face, her pouting lips rosy, resembling a plea for a kiss. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her lips, laughing. "Worried about me? Do not fret, my heart belongs only to you." For a fleeting moment, Shun Hamei stiffened, suppressing the urge to wipe her mouth, her cheeks aflame as she buried her face in his embrace, playfully punching his shoulder. "You rascal! No taking advantage of me." Sun Xuechong felt his heart soften, his entire being seemingly alight with a joyous fervor. Yet, he remembered Shun Hamei's words, refraining from crossing any boundaries, merely holding her a little closer. Shun Hamei felt pleasantly enveloped in his warmth. When Zhang Guang and Chen Diyang returned, they were met with this tender scene. Exchanging glances, they discerned a profound envy reflected in each other's eyes. Shun Hamei was the belle of Shurqing, a beauty with a kind heart, the goddess in many hearts. To see her so obediently nestled in someone's arms felt like a dream, a notion unthinkable before the apocalypse. However, amidst their envy, the pressing matter remained. Lin Jianan was truly indifferent to them now. "Brother Sun," a voice called, causing Shun Hamei to shyly push away from Sun Xuechong, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face as she quickly departed, feigning a need to adjust her hair. Though she felt a pang of regret that Lin Jianan and the others had indeed departed, her immediate priority was to maintain her relationship with Sun Xuechong. Chapter 17, Establishing the Base. Sun Xuechong had already begun to harbor suspicions about her, thus she refrained from inquiring further. Her survival at this moment hinged entirely on the presence of this foolish young man beside her. She certainly could not afford to lag behind Sun Xuechong on account of Lin Jianan. As the warmth in her embrace dissipated, Sun Xuechong's expression soured, his gaze at Zhang Kaiguang replete with dissatisfaction. Yet, upon witnessing Shun Hamei's bashful demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle, pulling her closer as a gesture of possession. "Why have you returned? Did you not go in search of Lin Jianan?" Chen Diyang's face was etched with bitterness. "They truly have abandoned us." Regret gnawed at him for having engaged in conversation with them, especially since he was not particularly close to Sun Xuechong. However, he could not simply depart alone. He had no choice but to return alongside them. Zhang Kaiguang voiced his discontent. "I truly did not expect Lin Jianan to be such a person. We merely wished to borrow a silver card. We did not covet his belongings. Is it really necessary for him to be so protective? I previously thought him to be a good person." Sun Xuechong scoffed in disdain. "Isn't that the truth? Ultimately, it is precisely because he now possesses this all-powerful little shop that he so readily seeks to cast us aside. He did not express such sentiments when he chose to keep me around." With this thought, Sun Xuechong's countenance grew increasingly contemptuous. "Today he may act unkindly, but he shall not fault me for being ungrateful. With the little shop in existence, who can predict who will be strong or weak in the future? He will undoubtedly regret his decision made today." Chen Diyang understood that Sun Xuechong and Lin Jianan operated independently, neither willing to heed the other. However, given the current circumstances, he had no path of retreat and could only echo, "Now we can purchase goods at the little shop. Things will surely improve from here." Sun Xuechong remained noncommittal. "Let us now go hunt zombies. The more zombies we eliminate, the greater the number of items we can acquire. Time is money for us now. Where shall we go?" To Shurqing. As they traversed the path, they encountered not a single zombie, suggesting that the creatures had been lured to the shop by the previous fireworks display and dealt with by Manager Qin. They could only head into the city. Zhang Kaiguang expressed concern, "But last night's cacophony from the fireworks must have drawn all the zombies together. There are only a few of us." He unconsciously glanced at Shun Hame in the distance. Previously, they had 3 or 4 ability users, which provided greater safety against the zombies. But now only Sun Xuechong remained as the sole fire ability user. He and Chun Diong possessed mere physical strength, sufficient to handle 1 or 2 zombies. But with Shun Hame as a liability, how could they stand against a horde? Sun Xuechong replied, "Did we not just purchase clothing and weapons? What are we waiting for?" Chun Diong and Zhang Kaiguang both felt a flicker of excitement, followed by a hint of hesitation, uncertain of the true utility of the item in question. Sun Xuechong interjected, "I also purchased the Shadow Blade card. It is of the 2nd tier and will surely ensure our safety." Shin Wei, being perceptive, noticed the glint in Zhang Kaiguang's eyes and instinctively grasped Sun Xuechong's arm. He gently patted her hand and could not resist ruffling her hair, saying, "We are going to confront the zombies. You should find a safe place to wait for me, all right?" Shin Wei nodded obediently. "All right, but you must take care of yourself." Her concern for him filled Sun Xuechong with joy. "Do not worry. I still intend to marry you, so nothing will happen." Thus, the 4 of them set off towards Stone City. Barely had they departed when Nie Ruffling and his companions arrived at the spot where they had paused earlier. Soon, a small gray mouse scurried to Nie Ruffing's feet. He glanced down at it, and the diminutive creature began to morph into a human shape, none other than Heisey, who had been in the shop earlier. "Captain, that group just had a quarrel and dispersed," Heisey reported. Nie Ruffling chuckled. "It seems they are nothing of consequence. We need not concern ourselves with them. Our priority is to establish a firm foothold here." "Huh." Lao Chen expressed confusion. "Why establish a foothold? Are we not headed to the Lihing base?" The only woman in the group shot Lao Chun a disdainful glance. "With this little shop available, why would we still go to the Lihing base?" Lao Chun, somewhat simple-minded, scratched his head. "That's true. So what should we do next?" Nie Ruffing narrowed his eyes, the smile on his lips deepening. "Naturally, we will establish a base in Stone City." Initially, their plan was to gather provisions before heading to the Lihing base downriver. Although the zombie outbreak and the onset of the apocalypse had only occurred half a month prior, numerous bases had already been established worldwide. Their radio had even picked up signals indicating the existence of the Lihing base downstream. After some deliberation, they decided to set off for that destination. However, with the sudden emergence of this versatile shop in Stone City, Nie Ruffing reconsidered his strategy. Lao Chen's initial hesitation stemmed from his inability to grasp the situation. But upon clarification, he had no objections. Zhou Min and Heisey naturally followed their captain's lead. "How can we collaborate with others?" Nie Ruffing pondered, stroking his chin. "Heisey, you will search for the locations of survivors within the city. Lao Chun and Zhou Min continue hunting zombies." Heisey and Zhou Min replied in unison, "Yes, Captain." Lao Chun, curious, asked, "What will the captain do?" His inquiry was born of genuine curiosity, devoid of any intent to mock, reflecting his honest nature. Zhou Min rolled her eyes in exasperation and pointed to her temple. "Can you not think for a moment? Heisey is looking for survivors, of course. The captain must negotiate with them about establishing a base. It is nearly impossible for just the 4 of us to build a base on our own. This is not merely about slaying zombies. It requires capability. Establishing a base necessitates a diverse array of talents. Otherwise, even constructing a mere dwelling becomes a formidable challenge, let alone a vast installation. Thus, at present, there is an urgent need for numerous individuals, particularly if there are Earth affinity supernatural beings among them. The establishment of the base should prove somewhat more manageable." Old Chun felt a tinge of embarrassment as he remarked, "Indeed, let us commence our endeavors forthwith." The 4 returned to the city, each adhering to their respective tasks, parting ways in the process. Their busyness was unbeknownst to Qin Mo for the time being. He was currently engrossed in his phone, his fingers dancing across the screen, only to be met with the mockery of the word failure flashing before his eyes. It was a rather disheartening outcome, reflecting a score of 0 to 5. "I refuse to believe that I cannot win. After over 2 decades of being single, surely my reflexes should surpass those of a primary school student." Chapter 18. Store regulations. As time passed, from the moment Nie Ruffing and his companions departed until nightfall, not a single soul had graced the establishment. The small creature at his feet, Dodo, began to frolic impatiently, evidently famished. A woo, it whimpered. Qin Mo glanced down and inquired, "Hungry?" Dodo responded with a simple "awoo." "Understood, no need to fret." Qin Mo himself felt a pang of hunger, furrowing his brow as he set the phone upon the table. A glance at the dimming sky revealed that he had been preoccupied for the entire afternoon. During this interval, not a single patron had visited. It seemed the townsfolk were too apprehensive to venture out during the day. Rising and stretching, he instructed the first to secure the store's entrance before ordering a few dishes from the automatic cooking machine and ascending the stairs with Dodo in tow. In the past, without such advanced technology, he had to prepare his meals himself, a task that had long perplexed him, despite his culinary skills having improved significantly. With the machines now at hand, He deemed the food in the refrigerator to be of little use, considering selling it in the future. After dining, he returned Dodo to its cozy nook, allowing it to play independently while he indulged in gaming once more. Perhaps due to the extended absence from his phone, he found himself ensnared by an overwhelming desire to engage with it, rationalizing that his interest would wane after some time, without any intention of self-restraint. After all, he had little else to occupy his time. The following day, the rising sun cast its fervent rays. Outside the bamboo house stood a group of individuals who, judging by their formation, were divided into 4 distinct factions. Fong Yuan and her companions, stationed a short distance from the bamboo structure, observed the others with heightened vigilance. She had not anticipated that news of this location would spread so swiftly. After narrowly escaping a horde of zombies the day before, they had shared their provisions with others. Recounting their extraordinary encounter before embarking on a search for isolated zombies and scouting for a nearby residence close to the city's edge, facilitating future excursions to the store. However, their endeavors yielded little success yesterday, although they rationed the scant food they managed to bring back. The sheer number of individuals rendered it merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, at dawn today, they set forth with unwavering determination to procure sustenance. The sudden availability of food brought genuine joy to the group, yet as the morning progressed and the meager rations proved insufficient to share, tensions began to rise among them once more. Continuing down this path is not a favorable prospect. Helplessly, they could only rush over in the early morning. However, upon their arrival, they discovered several formidable presences that were clearly beyond their reckoning. "Brother, look over there." Lin Jinan's group was among the later arrivals. Suddenly, Lin Jialan pointed to a piece of white paper affixed to the bamboo wall beside the wooden door. Bai Fong approached and glanced at it. "Are these the shop rules? 1. Do not damage any items within the store. 2. Do not create disturbances or engage in physical altercations inside the store. 3. Refrain from excessive conversation with the shopkeeper. 4. Bargaining is prohibited. No credit will be extended. Please refrain from speaking further. 5. Those who intentionally tarnish the shop's reputation will face dire consequences." There were only 5 rules, and Bai Fong recited them one by one. It seemed these stipulations had not been present the previous night, which piqued his curiosity. In truth, the rules had existed all along. Those who arrived earlier simply overlooked them. Lin Jianan cast a contemplative glance at Nia Rufeng, who was waiting by the bamboo wall. Noticing his gaze, Nia Rufeng offered a slight smile. Lin Jianan quickly averted his eyes, a flicker of unease crossing his expression. What had Nia Rufeng said yesterday? Did he inquire whether they intended to act violently within the shop? This indicated that he had indeed seen these rules prior, perhaps intentionally instigating a contest for items to gauge whether they would resort to violence, and also to discern what kind of person the shopkeeper, Qin, truly was. A chill crept into his heart at this realization. This individual appeared gentle and amicable, yet he was calculating in a manner that ensnared others. Fortunately, he had not acted rashly the day before. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a perilous predicament. After all, shopkeeper Qin was exceedingly formidable, to the point that one could hardly harbor thoughts of rebellion. He discreetly distanced himself from Nia Rufeng and his companions, feeling a sense of urgency. If memory served him right, the shop had opened around 8 o'clock yesterday. Glancing at the sky now, it was already past 9. Why had the doors not yet opened? After waiting a while longer, the heat became increasingly oppressive, and many individuals were beginning to sweat. Fong Yuan wiped her brow, hesitating momentarily before she could no longer resist approaching the door. At that instant, she sensed the collective gaze of those around her fixated upon her, a veritable spotlight upon her presence. Fong Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety, while Zhang Miao, standing beside her, gripped her hand tightly in trepidation. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. Then, she fell into a state of anxious anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute passed. Inside, there was not a whisper of movement. Zhang Miao, nearly in tears with worry, exclaimed in a quivering voice, "Sister Yuan. Why hasn't shopkeeper Qin opened the door yet? What if he has left?" The thought filled her with dread. Just 2 days prior, they had entered a state of joy, reassuring those around them that there would always be food. If shopkeeper Qin truly departed, what would they do? Fong Yuan shared her concern but sought to comfort Zhang Miao, saying, "Do not fret, there are still crops growing in the fields. He surely would not abandon us. There are even more than before." Thus, she assured herself that shopkeeper Qin would remain. With this thought in mind, she raised her hand once more to knock on the door, fervently praying for Qin Mo to open it swiftly. The others were beginning to feel a sense of urgency as well. The sun blazed ever more fiercely, prompting Haizi to extract an umbrella from his backpack to shield himself and Nia Rufeng from the scorching rays. Yet, the interior of the shop remained eerily silent. Fong Yuan bit her lip and knocked again. Sun Xuechong wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly cursing the delay at this late hour. How could such a formidable figure possibly be in trouble? Could it be that he was deliberately making them wait? Contemplating this, he shot a glance at Chen Diyang. Chen's face paled. They had all witnessed the sheer power of that pet the previous day. Although waiting outside was uncomfortable under the relentless sun, it was far preferable to offending Manager Qin. However, he was acutely aware that Sun Xuechong was not one to be trifled with, now living under someone else's roof. He knew that if he did not heed Sun's words, he would no longer be cared for. Regret washed over him for foolishly engaging in conversation with them the day before, landing him in this predicament. He inadvertently glanced towards Lin Jianan and the others. Quickly averting his gaze, he cupped his hands into a megaphone and shouted, "Manager Qin." This outburst caused many to change their expressions. Heisey, holding the umbrella, was incensed. "Are you trying to get us all killed?" He thrust the umbrella into old Chin's hands, ready to teach him a lesson. However, Nia Rufeng intervened. Heisey. Heisey halted, puzzled. "Captain?" Nia Rufeng gently shook his head, signaling him not to act impulsively. The expressions of Lin Jianan's group remained calm, suggesting they had witnessed something the previous day that rendered them unperturbed by such a loud call. What could it possibly be? Chapter 19, Tomorrow's Me. You cannot afford to reach. Fang Yuan and her companions had visited the shop the day prior, yet they displayed signs of fear when Chen Diyang spoke up. Despite setting out early, they had still lagged behind Lin Jianan's group for quite some time, implying that the latter had likely arrived at the shop the night before. Further contemplation revealed that the sounds of fireworks from the previous evening must have attracted numerous zombies, allowing them to act so brazenly. Aside from Manager Qin's immense strength, which rendered those zombies utterly powerless, there seemed to be no other explanation. It was no wonder they had shown such restraint. In this apocalyptic world, most individuals were consumed by rage. With societal order in disarray, the nation had become a mere facade, laws no longer held sway, and the baseline of humanity had plummeted. Any minor inconvenience could incite cries for violence. Not only had he preemptively seized their belongings, but he had also provocatively smiled at them, yet they remained utterly unresponsive. With even their leader, Lin Jianan, refraining from uttering a single harsh word. How curious he had become regarding the true extent of Manager Qin's power. Simultaneously, he had deepened his understanding of Qin Mo's perilous nature, marking him as an entity one must never provoke. It must be said that Nia Rufeng is indeed clever. He is capable of deducing certain outcomes from merely a few subtle details, and his conclusions are remarkably close to reality. Aside from the fact that Qin Mo had no intention of rescuing anyone, his other assumptions were largely accurate. While he pondered, Chen Diyang, at Sun Xuechong's prompting, continued to shout, "Manager Qin, open the door. We want to buy something." Sadly, no response emanated from within the bamboo building. Instead, the faint silhouettes of zombies began to appear nearby. Chen Diyang had been vigilant about the situation behind him and immediately hurried to the front corridor of the store upon hearing the commotion. Sun Xuechong and his companions were equally swift, showing no hesitation. Lin Jianan rubbed his temples, feeling exasperated. These fools. Even if they were to attract some zombies while calling for the manager, it was unnecessary at this moment. Were they not practically broadcasting the store's remarkable features, which not only offered good merchandise, but also provided a safe haven for slaying zombies? As if they were eager for others to compete with them. Lin Jialan and Bai Fong were nearly driven to frustration by the reckless antics of these individuals. Surely, it would be more prudent to amass wealth quietly? How could there be such foolish people? Regrettably, it was already too late for them to intervene. However, they could choose to block the zombies in the corridor. This way, it should raise no suspicions regarding the corridor's peculiar nature, right? The number of approaching zombies was fewer than 10. It was evident that the number of zombies had significantly decreased compared to before, not only outside but also within the city. The figures had sharply dwindled, clearly due to the earlier sounds of fireworks and the many eliminated by Manager Qin's pet. They had also encountered minimal zombies the previous day. Nia Rufeng squinted, thoughtfully scrutinizing Sun Xuechong and his companions. The three men stood ready for action, yet the woman leaned casually against the wooden door. Moreover, she had somehow acquired a small round mirror, preening her hair without a hint of concern, exuding an air of confidence. Such a woman, relying solely on her beauty, must have no other means of survival. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes at this thought. In contrast, Heisey gazed longingly at Shenhui, his eyes nearly popping out in admiration. He even nudged Nia Rufeng beside him, gesturing for him to observe Shenhui, exclaiming, "So beautiful. Captain, look." Nia Rufeng simply replied, "Dirty." His voice was not loud, yet it was not insignificant either. Shenhui, contemplating what she would ask Sun Xuechong to buy her if Qin Mo opened the door, suddenly heard that single word. Fortunately, Heisey's voice was soft, and she did not catch it, leaving her unaware of the context. Instinctively, she glanced in the direction of the sound, finding the other party looking back at her, and she offered a slight smile before lowering her head. her slightly flushed cheeks drawing attention. Did he suddenly look at her because he was taken by her? She knew that her beauty could surely make any man succumb to her charms. After all, who could resist such a lovely visage? Moreover, men are invariably drawn to her delicate yet resilient nature, coupled with her empathetic disposition. Humph, that manager Chin actually ignored her yesterday. She would ensure he regrets it sooner or later. Today, you disregard me, but tomorrow, you shall find me beyond your reach. Nia Ruffing averted his gaze, feeling somewhat pained to the eyes. At the same time, Lin Jianan and her companions had already positioned themselves before the zombies, each brandishing the weapons they had procured the previous day. With their combined strength, they swiftly dispatched the creatures, a blade for each one. In no time, several zombies had been eliminated by the trio. Sun Xuechong, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, exclaimed in anger, "What do you lot mean by this? These zombies are the ones we attracted." Lin Jianan, crouching on the ground and wiping the blood from her dagger onto the zombies' clothing, looked up and replied, "You attracted them, but since you are not eliminating them, we must lend a hand." Sun Xuechong, infuriated, retorted, "Who said we aren't killing them? I merely wanted to ensure safety by luring the zombies closer to the store before dealing with them." However, before he could finish, Lin Jianan raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, while her other hand pointed behind him. Turning around, Sun Xuechong was startled to discover that the door behind him had swung open. The first figure behind him held a broom, its small, bead-like eyes fixated on him. Sun Xuechong instinctively stepped back, startled. The figure's eyes darted about before it began sweeping the floor, had he not retreated swiftly. It might have swept him out as well. Qin Mo emerged lazily from behind, and upon seeing the gathered crowd, his expression remained utterly unchanged. The second-tier seeds he had planted were due to mature yesterday, but engrossed in gaming, he had forgotten, unaware of what had randomly sprouted. "Good morning, Manager Qin." The crowd greeted him politely. Although it was already past 9 o'clock, and they had been waiting since 7:30, a tinge of resentment simmered beneath their courteous demeanor. Qin Mo nodded casually, bypassing several people to approach the planting area. Upon seeing the corpses of the zombies, he frowned slightly and commanded, "First, clean up outside the store." The sweeping figure paused momentarily. Upon seeing the corpses, a look of disdain crossed its furry face. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of Qin Mo's intentions. Initially eager to eat, their urgency had dissipated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Mo stepped into the field. He observed the newly sprouted little beings near the sunflowers and smiled gently. They were green, reminiscent of pea shooters, yet there were 5 of them, all enveloped in a large green blanket. Pea pods. Chapter 20. Exchange for second-tier seeds. Name: pea pod. Level: second-tier. Type: attack. Description: capable of growth. What is so remarkable about that? Isn't it an essential trait for every plant? Ultimately, the ability to cultivate 5 peas would significantly enhance the attack power, bringing it to an impressive 20-100. Qin Mo glanced at the panel description, then knelt down to plant 5 first-level seeds. Eventually, he returned to the storefront, cradling a pea pod the size of his palm, only to find a group of onlookers gazing at him. He raised the pea pod in acknowledgement before stepping inside the shop. Nia Ruffing was the first to lead the group inside, while Heisey followed closely behind, murmuring, "Is that a new plant? It's so densely packed that it might trigger a phobia." Zhou Min nodded in agreement. "I can feel goosebumps rising." Their reaction was mild in comparison, not far away. Lin Jialan couldn't resist rubbing her arms, her body involuntarily shivering. For those with a fear of clusters, it indeed appeared somewhat daunting. However, if it could fend off zombies, she could endure it. Upon entering the shop, Qin Mo placed the pea pod in the display case and selected a dish from the automatic cooking machine before settling at the checkout to have his meal. He had played until the early hours the previous night, leaving him quite fatigued, hence his late rise. Soon, he finished his meal and checked his sunshine value, 15,000. With 40 sunflowers, he could earn 16,000 sunshine points every 24 hours. Having spent 1,000 yesterday, he still had a sufficient amount remaining. As he contemplated which plants to exchange for, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Host, you can acquire a second-level seed for 10,000 sunshine points. Do you wish to proceed?" Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Given the system's character, it was unlikely to offer such a generous suggestion without some ulterior motive. The system chimed in, "Host, please refrain from harboring malicious assumptions about the system. It is entirely dedicated to serving you and would never deceive you." Qin Mo retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, please. Do you think I don't understand your tricks?" The system replied, "Are you scolding me?" Naturally, Qin Mo would not indulge in such banter. He cut straight to the point. "Let us discuss your commission." The system seemed to pause momentarily before responding. "Please do not doubt the system. Everything is for your benefit." It was clear that the conversation had been expertly redirected. Qin Mo cleared his throat. 5,000 sunshine points to unlock a second-level seed. The system attempted to reason with him. That one T do, host. Our cost is 8,000. How can we unlock it for just 5,000? We cannot be so unscrupulous in business. 410,000 sunshine points. You cannot go wrong. Chin Imo smirked. Then let us settle on 6,000. If he believed in the system's tall tales of an 8,000 point cost, he would be thoroughly deceived. Over the years, this entity had seemingly improved its intellect, learning to feign a deliberate mention of the original price. Normally, upon hearing such a figure, one would seize upon it to negotiate, ultimately arriving at a deal amidst the system's evasions. Yet, Chin Imo was not about to fall for that again. Seeing that Chin Imo remained resolute, the system grew anxious. Our cost is 8,000 sunshine points. 8,000, not 6,000. Chin Imo's stance was unwavering. At most, 6,000. The system's tone was somewhat disheartened. 6,000 it is then. Will the host utilize 6,000 sunshine points to exchange for new seeds? Chin Imo replied affirmatively. For him, sunshine points primarily served the purpose of accruing points, with no other significant utility. As the tier of seeds increased, so did their cost. Thus, he was certainly willing to invest in his enterprise. However, even with the expenditure of 6,000 sunshine points, the system would still profit, albeit to a lesser degree. As he had articulated, judicious investments could give the system a sense of gain, thereby preventing any disturbances, while also allowing him to minimize unnecessary expenses. This is what one might call a win-win situation. Furthermore, it ensured the system would remain compliant, allowing him to secure yet another victory. This was a long-term business transaction in which he incurred no losses. As his words faded, a seed materialized in his palm. He casually placed it in the drawer of the cash register, intending to plant it when time permitted. He exchanged for 10 pea pods, 10 pea shooters, and 10 walnuts, totaling 3,000 sunshine points. After that, he paid no further attention to the store's affairs, stifling a yawn before resting his head on the cash register for a nap. He hoped the patrons would take the hint and pay on their own accord. Otherwise, the consequences would be theirs to bear. After all, the system was no pushover. Anyone attempting to pilfer from its store was merely courting disaster. He quickly succumbed to slumber, while the first, still obedient to his commands, busied itself with cleaning the store. The floor, once immaculate, had become sullied under the feet of the patrons. The first order of business for the visitors was to purchase food. And witnessing the first labor diligently cleaning, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. They were indeed the cause of the creature's incessant toil. As they savored their meals, it soon became apparent to some that Chin Imo appeared to be asleep. Zhang Guang discreetly nudged the nearby Sun Xuechong, gesturing for him to glance toward the cash register. His movement was subtle, yet several present possessed extraordinary abilities. Though their powers varied, their inherent strength and speed surpassed those of ordinary individuals. And these attributes only heightened with the advancement of their abilities. Thus, Nia Rufflin was the first to notice his action and, naturally, he observed the slumbering Chin Imo. Earlier, when Manager Chin had departed, he had displayed faint dark circles under his eyes and an evident disinclination for conversation. Unlike his usual forthright demeanor, today he simply seemed too lethargic to engage with anyone. It was clear he was exceedingly fatigued. Was this due to the zombie hunt the previous night? He speculated within himself, though it remained merely conjecture. Lin Jinan was equally curious. Given Manager Chin's prowess, dispatching zombies should have posed no challenge. Why then did he appear so fatigued? Despite the various thoughts swirling in their minds, the diners gradually quieted their actions, wary of disturbing the sleeping figure. Once their meal concluded, they turned their attention to other merchandise. Today, Manager Chin had returned with an odd, vibrant green item. Its purpose remained a mystery. Yesterday afternoon, they had already experimented with those plants, which proved to be immensely beneficial. If this quaint little shop could remain here indefinitely, perhaps they could eventually live as they did before the apocalypse. This place is truly a paradise on Earth. Name, pea shooter level, tier 2 type, attack description, what is wrong with being able to grow? Isn't this an essential trait for every plant? Ultimately, it can yield 5 peas, significantly enhancing its attack power. Attack power, 20, 100 before long. They came across this line of text. Chapter 21. Aren't we able to enjoy this for free? Moreover, there were descriptions of the pea shooter and walnut as well. These descriptions were located near the plants, accompanied by a small card featuring their respective mini-images. To the right of the images was a textual introduction, neatly organized in rows and columns, making it quite easy to comprehend. The card appeared to be quite refined, not something that could be easily fabricated, especially considering there were no tools at hand. Everyone was intrigued by Chin Imo's extraordinary abilities, pondering what kind of power could achieve such feats. However, they soon realized their imaginations were somewhat lacking, as they could not conceive of an answer. 500 points? Fong Yuan exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the line of people behind her. Zhang Miao and the others wore expressions of astonishment. This item was exceedingly expensive. The previous pea shooter had only cost 100 points, while 500 points equated to 5 crystal cores. Given that most zombies now roamed in packs, they had only managed to find a couple of solitary ones over the past 2 days, and their total collection of crystal cores amounted to merely 9. Earlier, when they saw the various foods at the automatic cooking machine, they had only pooled together enough to order a plate of stir-fried meat and a few steamed buns. Crystal cores were far too precious. They needed to be frugal, lest they find themselves starving, let alone providing food for others. The prospect of acquiring the 500-point pea shooter was utterly unattainable for them. As they witnessed Nia Rufeng, Lin Jinan, and Sun Xuecheng each acquiring a pea shooter, Fang Yuanyuan couldn't help but sigh internally, though she longed to discover the utility of this plant. Her empty pockets compelled her to redirect her gaze towards the pea shooter, which could also assist them in combating zombies. Selecting items was swift and required little effort. Since Nia Rufeng and the others had already spent a considerable number of points yesterday, this time, apart from their meal, they decided to purchase only 1 pea shooter. While the 10 walnuts were divided among the group. Approaching the cash register, Nia Rufeng hesitated for a moment, observing the peacefully slumbering Qin Mo, yet ultimately laid the items before the cashier and inserted the card into the machine. 1 pea shooter, 2 pea shooters, 3 walnuts. The 4 of them had spent 100 on their meal, totaling 950 points, and after applying the discount, it came to 855. Seeing the balance displayed on the card made him feel a pang of regret. 50 crystal cores had nearly been squandered in just 2 days. Luckily, killing zombies was not overly challenging for them. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to be so extravagant. Lin Jinan was right behind him, having also paid with points. On his end, there were merely 3 items, a pea pod, 3 nuts, and a meal costing 60, amounting to a total of 710 points, which, after a discount, resulted in an expenditure of 639 points. Due to insufficient points in his account, he had to retrieve 10 crystal cores to supplement his balance. Fang Yuanyuan, accompanied by several individuals, each cradled around 10 steamed buns and a few bottles of water. Aside from that, they possessed only 2 nuts and 3 pea shooters, collectively spending 500 points, leaving them all with expressions of regret. To be fair, the prices were not exorbitant, but when accumulated, they still amounted to a considerable sum. This was under the condition that they refrained from consuming meat, subsisting solely on steamed buns. Had they indulged like those ahead of them, their crystal cores would have been utterly insufficient. At that moment, Sun Peng, lingering behind, muttered, "Manager Qin is asleep. Can we not simply take the items and leave?" Before he could finish, Fang Yuanyuan and the others turned to him with expressions of alarm. Sun Peng's words faltered as he instinctively glanced at the slumbering Qin Mo. Seeing that he remained undisturbed, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his words had gone unheard. Once the group hastily departed, only Sun Xuecheng and his companions remained in the store. Zhang Kaiguang, having overheard Sun Peng's comments, contemplated. He tugged at Sun Xuecheng's sleeve and whispered, "I find merit in what that fellow just said." However, they were rather timid. Manager Qin is already asleep, and even if we were to take the items, he would have no way of knowing, would he? Sun Xuecheng, upon hearing this, found it plausible. He glanced at the items in his possession, a thought crossing his mind. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he handed everything to Zhang Kaiguang, stating, "In that case, I shall go fetch more items. You take these outside and return for more. Today, we shall empty this store." With that, he turned to retrace his steps. Zhang Kaiguang, without an ounce of doubt, proceeded to carry the items towards the exit. The intention of sending Zhang Kaiguang first was merely a test. Should the opportunity arise, he too would relish the prospect of acquiring goods without cost. Nonetheless, contemplating Manager Qin's prowess instilled a measure of trepidation within him. He wondered if the manager's audacious slumber was a calculated risk. Thus, he instructed Zhang Kaiguang to probe the waters while he feigned an interest in selecting items at the counter, all the while closely monitoring Zhang Kaiguang's actions. Chen Diyang and Shun Hui also approached Zhang Kaiguang. Although the former hesitated, the reality of his financial situation weighed heavily on him, and he feared that if this continued, he might soon find himself without food. Thus, he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Zhang Kaiguang, elated at being regarded favorably by Sun Xuecheng, dashed toward the entrance with enthusiasm. However, just as he was about to step through the doorway, an unexpected lightness enveloped him, and he was suddenly thrust outside. With a resounding crash, Zhang Kaiguang collided with the ground, emitting a cry of pain. The 3 inside were momentarily stunned by this abrupt turn of events. Manager Qin remained asleep at the cash register, while the assailant was none other than the bear who had been diligently cleaning. He hurriedly dashed a few steps towards Zhang Kaiguang, who had fallen to the ground, and landed directly onto him with a thud. Bang! The first strike landed on Zhang Kaiguang's body, followed by a flurry of punches that descended like rain. quickly transforming Zhang's face into a grotesque, swollen visage resembling that of a pig. The first then rose, collecting the scattered buns from the ground, and, with a fierce expression, delivered a brutal kick to Zhang Kaiguang's head. Bang! Vivid crimson blood splattered everywhere as Zhang Kaiguang's face was mercilessly crushed underfoot, demonstrating the sheer force behind the blow. Zhang Kaiguang did not utter a sound, his limbs convulsing for a time before ultimately falling silent. The first, cradling his belongings, returned to the shop. Sun Xuechong and his companions swallowed hard, momentarily rendered speechless. As beings of the second tier, they understood that Zhang Kaiguang could not withstand such a kick. The first paid no attention to Sun Xuechong and his group, simply placing the items back into the display case before retreating to a wall, lost in thought. It was only then that the shivering group regained their senses. They hastily selected their items, settled the bill, and rushed out, fearing that someone might be in pursuit. Chapter 22. Establishing cooperation. As Nie Rufeng and his group walked along the road, Old Chen inquired, "Captain, what shall we do next?" Nie Rufeng paused momentarily. "You and Zhou Min continue to hunt zombies, and Heisey should join you." Heisey, taken aback by this statement, asked, "Aren't we supposed to keep looking for those survivors?" Nie Rufeng smiled faintly. "There's no rush. The individuals we found yesterday will require some time for negotiation. You all should focus on eliminating zombies to accumulate crystal nuclei. We cannot afford to neglect the enhancement of our abilities, as it won't be long before the zombies evolve again." Originally, he had intended to discuss the establishment of a base near the shop with Manager Qin today, as the distance and danger between Stone City and the shop were considerable. However, finding Manager Qin asleep, he resolved to wait for another opportunity to broach the subject. The group nodded earnestly as they received the peas, nuts, and other items from him. Less than 100 meters ahead lay Stone City. After giving his instructions, Nie Rufeng parted ways with them. He remained in place, patiently awaiting their return. In less than a minute, the figures of Lin Jianan and his companions appeared in sight. They noticed him as well, their expressions tinged with confusion and wariness. As they passed by Nie Rufeng, they intended to continue without a word. However, at that moment, Nie Rufeng called out, "Excuse me, could you wait a moment?" The three tensed up, their bodies on high alert. "What do you want?" Lin Jianan asked, his gaze fixed on Nie Rufeng, his hand subtly resting on the hilt of his sword. Nie Rufeng offered a gentle smile. "There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you." Lin Jianan replied, "Discuss matters?" Yet, he showed no sign of relaxation. In recent days, they had witnessed the brutalities among humans, and this individual exuded an unsettlingly dangerous aura, prompting Lin Jianan to remain vigilant. Ignoring his apprehension, Nie Rufeng continued casually, "Don't you find it troublesome to constantly traverse between Stone City and the shop?" Upon the utterance of these words, the three exchanged glances, each reflecting a measure of concern. Indeed, the situation was fraught with complications. Although it was summer, with the days long and the nights brief, the distance from the foot of the mountain to the shops in Shurching was no less than 5 kilometers, necessitating approximately an hour's journey on foot. In that hour, countless unforeseen events could transpire. They dared not run, proceeding instead with utmost caution, requiring a little more time to traverse the path. Just days prior, the sound of fireworks had drawn all the zombies, and they had encountered little in the way of obstacles during their back and forth. However, what of tomorrow? The day after? The days to come? The number of zombies would only continue to swell. By then, their travels would become increasingly arduous. Furthermore, food supplies within the city were limited. Aside from those that were spoiled and inedible, the quest for sustenance had already become daunting. Their living space was gradually contracting. And unless they could cultivate crops and achieve self-sufficiency, the inevitable conclusion would be death. Presently, the all-encompassing little shop offered them a glimmer of hope. Yet it also heralded significant peril. Words were scarce among them, and Nie Rufeng remained unperturbed, leaning against a large tree as he waited in silence. After a brief moment, Lin Jianan spoke. "What can be done about the trouble? To survive, we must proceed as such. In truth, if idle chatter were the aim, this would hardly be the venue." Yet, he sensed that Nie Rufeng must have devised a method to propose collaboration, prompting him to elaborate further. Despite an inner awareness of Nie Rufeng's formidable danger, the prospect of survival rendered cooperation a viable option. Nie Rufeng's demeanor remained serene. "Of course, there is a solution. If we establish a base near the shop, all dangers shall be effortlessly resolved. What do you think?" Lin Jianan and the others were momentarily taken aback. The establishment of a base would alleviate their need to roam endlessly. They could merely hunt zombies in proximity to the base, ensuring a secure refuge. Even after the shop closed, they would not fret over returning to the city. As for food, with the little shop at their disposal, worries would dissipate. It was, indeed, a remarkable proposition, offering multiple advantages. However, the audacity of such an idea was evident. Creating a base was no task to be accomplished overnight, and manpower was indispensable. With their current number, the realization of such a base seemed a distant prospect. Nonetheless, despite acknowledging this difficulty, Lin Jianan felt a flicker of interest. Simultaneously, Bai Feng voiced his skepticism. Relying solely on us, how long would it take to complete the establishment? Nia Ruffin glanced towards Feng Yuanyuan and the others, who were not far behind. Let us discuss this as we walk. When seeking collaborators, one must assess their strength. Not just anyone will suffice. Compared to Lin Jianan and his companions, Feng Yuanyuan's group is considerably lacking. Were Chen Diang, Zhang Kaiguang, and Shun Wei present with them, Nia Ruffin would not even entertain conversation. Bai Feng turned to Lin Jianan, who offered a slight nod in response. Thus, the group continued their journey together. As Nia Ruffin walked, he remarked, establishing a base is undoubtedly a complex endeavor, yet with this little shop in place, few would be disinclined to stay. Are you truly suggesting we disclose the location of the Wanning Xiaodan to everyone? Have you lost your mind? His words elicited an involuntary gasp from Bai Feng. It was not surprising, as this shop was their very foundation. In this apocalyptic world, strength was the only currency that mattered. Should they reveal its existence, others would undoubtedly resort to fierce competition for it. At that point, how could they expect those individuals to obey? Even if a base were to be established, it would merely serve as a garment for others. Nia Ruffin remained non-committal. Otherwise, why would I seek your collaboration? Our strength must be sufficient to keep those individuals at bay. If the base were to be created only to descend into chaos, I would find no peace myself. He then turned to Lin Jianan, a bright smile illuminating his face. What do you think? Care to consider? Lin Jianan replied, no need for contemplation. I agree. There was no reason to decline such an offer. After all, without their assistance, he would seek others, placing himself in a disadvantageous position. If the base were successfully established, it would indeed be a splendid outcome. If not, the loss would be negligible. Thus he acquiesced. Nia Ruffin was not surprised by his agreement. Then come with me. Let the others attend to their own affairs. Lin Jialan, who had remained silent, could not help but tug at Lin Jianan's sleeve, her concern evident. Lin Jianan offered her a reassuring glance, signaling her not to worry, before following Nia Ruffin. Bai Feng, noticing her apprehension, comforted her. Rest assured, Brother Lin is quite formidable. He will be just fine. Let us hasten to eliminate some zombies. Once the base is established, the influx of people will make it challenging to secure enough crystal cores. Chapter 23. The fourth floor of the mall. I believe, given our current circumstances, we can undertake a large-scale hunt for zombies, which would also serve as an excellent opportunity to test the capabilities of second-tier items. Upon hearing this, Lin Jialan contemplated and found merit in his words. Now was the time to slay as many zombies as possible. Once others entered the shop and acquired similar advantageous items, they might not be able to compete. Shurching boasted a permanent population of at least several million. Even if half had transformed into zombies upon the onset of the apocalypse, and subsequently half of those perished at the hands of the undead, along with some succumbing to starvation or infighting, there should still be tens of thousands remaining. After accounting for those who had left Shurching for other bases, around 70 to 80,000 would likely still be present. After all, it had been less than a month since the outbreak, and some individuals, having stored food, might have managed to survive thus far. However, the distinction between living and dead was rather minimal at this juncture. These 70 to 80,000 souls, scattered across the vast expanse of Shurching, appeared exceedingly sparse. In recent days, they had encountered remarkably few individuals. Yet, should the day come when they all gathered in one place, it would indeed be a case of too many wolves and too little prey. Then let us proceed swiftly. The two hastened their pace back to the city. Behind them, Feng Yuanyuan and her companions observed with curiosity. They didn't seem like a group earlier. Why are they congregating now? As they were lost in thought, they failed to notice that Sun Xuechong and a few others had caught up from behind. Upon seeing Feng Yuanyuan and her companions, Sun Xuechong's eyes narrowed into a thin line. After Zhang Kaiguang's demise, he had taken his belongings and settled the bill before leaving, only to realize later that Chun Diang had not followed him but remained in the shop. His intentions were quite apparent. He intended to act separately. Chun Diang's actions infuriated him. Had it not been for his reluctance to return to that small shop, he would have ensured that Chun Diang paid dearly for his choice. However, he could not deny one undeniable truth. Without Chun Diang and Zhang Kaiguang, he would have to fend off zombies while simultaneously protecting Wei Wei, which was far from ideal. What if something went awry, and he failed to safeguard her? Thus, upon seeing Feng Yuanyuan and her group, a thought crossed his mind. They appeared quite weak. If he were to rob them, he might acquire something of value. With this thought, he could not help but lick his lips. But upon glancing at Shun Wei behind him, he tempered his emotions. No, he could not let Wei Wei know of his murderous intentions, for she would undoubtedly fear him. Although his actions were motivated by the desire to provide for her and ensure a better life for both, he reassured himself in his mind, planning to first escort Shun Wei back to their residence before taking action. Above all, he must ensure she did not witness his deeds. Resolute, he took Shinwei's hand, quickening his pace significantly. Shinwei, unaware of his thoughts, felt somewhat distracted. Within less than 2 days, they had transformed from a group into just 2 individuals. Had she made a poor choice from the start? No, she needed to devise a plan. If she continued to follow him, what would happen if he could not protect her? She had no desire to become a zombie. Both harbored their thoughts, but tacitly quickened their steps, neither speaking a word. Upon entering the city, Sun Xuechong led Shinwei back to their residence first, instructing her to wait there while he departed to track Feng Yuan and the others. Are you certain there will be someone here? Lin Jianan asked, gazing at the desolate scene, littered with remnants of what had clearly been looted from the mall. As the largest shopping center in Shurcheng, it was undoubtedly the most perilous place, teeming with zombies at the onset of the apocalypse. Who would be foolish enough to linger here and wait for death? Throughout the journey, Nie Rufeng had already shared their specific plans with him. Their objective was to persuade individuals of comparable strength to join forces. As for those stronger, they would naturally be filtered out. They could not overpower them and would only invite trouble upon themselves. With a smile, Nie Rufeng remarked, of course. 5 individuals are hiding in the staff room on the 4th floor. The sound of fireworks earlier had drawn many zombies away, so it is not surprising that some would return here. After all, the most dangerous places are often the safest, are they not? Lin Jianan's lips twitched in speechlessness. The notion that the most perilous places could also be the safest was utterly misplaced when applied to zombies. These creatures were devoid of intellect. They did not think, but merely pursued any sound they detected. However, he was curious about how Nie Rufeng had ascertained that there were people hidden on the 4th floor. Yet, recognizing that everyone harbored secrets, he suppressed his curiosity and refrained from inquiring further. As they ascended the stairs, Nie Rufeng quietly asked, "Do you have any food on you?" Lin Jianan nodded. Naturally, he had prepared provisions for both lunch and dinner. Just as Nie Rufeng was about to speak, he noticed a zombie meandering near the elevator entrance on the 2nd floor. The vast supermarket had long ceased operations, rendering the elevator inoperative. They were using the supermarket's customary conveyor-like escalator, which had also fallen into disuse, necessitating a gradual approach on foot. The 2nd floor housed the women's clothing section, and in order to navigate around the corner, they had to deal with the zombie that was stationed there. Otherwise, they risked being easily detected. The creature was positioned right at the corner, and turning that way would almost bring them face to face with it. Nie Rufeng advanced a step, retrieving the dagger secured at his waist, and stealthily approached. Lin Jianan, lagging slightly behind, could only follow in silence. Nie Rufeng halted a meter from the zombie, swiftly raising his hand to drive the dagger into the creature's temple. The zombie did not even have time to react before it was rendered lifeless. With deft hands, Nie Rufeng laid the zombie gently on the ground, ensuring no noise was made, and then skillfully extracted a white crystal core from its head. Lin Jianan had caught up by then and remarked quietly, "This tier of weaponry is indeed effective. Ordinary weapons could never pierce a zombie's skull so effortlessly." Nie Rufeng wiped the crystal core and his hands on the zombie's clothing before rising to continue leading the way. He was determined to secure the few individuals on the 4th floor, as one among them possessed earth-based abilities. The zombies they encountered along the way were swiftly dispatched by the duo, and soon they arrived at the 4th floor. This area was designated for electrical appliances, with shelves toppled and many items shattered. The employee room, which served as a changing area, also stored some goods. Although not particularly spacious, it could still accommodate 5 individuals. Lin Jianan glanced at the closed door and then at Nie Rufeng, silently questioning what they should do next. Without hesitation, Nie Rufeng boldly approached and knocked on the door. Instantly, Lin Jianan's body tensed. Chapter 24. The dull-witted sword shadow knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed throughout the silent 4th floor, resonating with alarming clarity. Almost immediately after the sound fell, a rustling noise emerged from the surroundings, as if something was scuttling towards them from the corner. Lin Jianan's brow twitched furiously, inwardly cursing Nie Rufeng for his reckless audacity. Even if he wished to demonstrate their prowess to those inside, there was no need for such blatant arrogance. The 4th floor remained shrouded in uncertainty regarding the number of zombies it harbored. With a mere knock, it was clear that not only the 4th floor, but the 3rd and 5th floors would likely begin to stir as well. As anticipated, 2 zombies emerged from the left, drawn by the sound. While Nie Rufeng continued to knock at the door, Lin Jianan gritted his teeth and boldly charged forward with his sword in hand. The sound of knocking resonated sharply, instilling a sense of dread within those inside. The moment the knocking echoed, the occupants felt their scalps tingle, their muscles taut with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Anger and terror intertwined within them. They wished nothing more than to rend the intruders outside into pieces. With so many zombies lurking beyond, they lamented the audacity of those who dared to disturb their fragile sanctuary. Yet, the relentless knocking persisted, as if the assailants outside had lost their sanity. Sneaking a glance at Lin Jianan, who was engaged in combat with several zombies yet managing to hold his ground. Nia Ruffung offered a slight nod. His combat prowess was commendable, even without the use of his abilities. However, an increasing number of zombies were converging upon them. Sensing the urgency, he called out, "I am aware that you are inside. Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you." Upon hearing these words, Lin Jinan, who had just severed a zombie's head, stumbled slightly, his lips twitching in disbelief. It was preposterous to expect anyone to believe that someone could create such a commotion while claiming to be their savior. As expected, silence reigned within, confirming Lin Jinan's suspicions. The occupants were skeptical. After exchanging glances, they had already condemned the outsider's ancestry with vehement curses. "Are we fools? Do you think we would take your word for it? You've attracted this horde of zombies, and now you speak of salvation? More likely, you wish to lead us to our doom." The mounting frustration among the occupants was palpable, yet none dared to voice their thoughts, merely hoping that the madman outside was merely bluffing and would depart without a response. They consoled themselves with the belief that as long as they remained silent, the zombies would eventually disperse. In this confined space, however, each individual was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Nia Ruffung was unfazed by the situation. Calmly addressing the interior, he declared, "If we eliminate the zombies and you still do not emerge, we shall seek to assist others." With no fewer than 50 zombies approaching, Lin Jinan fought while retreating, having already tapped into his abilities, yet the sheer number overwhelmed him. Hearing Nia Ruffung's words, Lin Jinan shot him an exasperated glare. "Are you just going to stand there? Do you want me to perish?" Raising an eyebrow, Nia Ruffung retrieved a card-sized object from his pocket. Lin Jinan paused momentarily as he witnessed Nia Ruffung tear it in half without hesitation. In an instant, a brilliant flash of white light illuminated the space, revealing a shadowy humanoid figure before Nia Ruffung, wielding a similarly dark sword and exuding an air of formidable strength. The figure then clasped its fists in a gesture of respect. Its mouthless visage nonetheless conveyed a voice. "What commands do you have, my lord?" Nia Ruffung was taken aback by the remarkable likeness of the artwork on the card. It was strikingly identical, devoid of any exaggeration. He gestured ahead, inquiring, "With your second-tier skills, you should have no trouble dealing with these first-tier zombies, correct?" The shadow of the sword nodded slightly, drawing his blade and charging into the horde of zombies. Lin Jinan, still processing the situation, was startled as a zombie's head rolled to the ground before him. The speed of the shadow of the sword was astonishing, easily double that of his own. Moreover, his strength was formidable, dispatching zombies with a mere stroke. Akin to slicing through watermelons, truly effortless. Lin was utterly mesmerized. Could a second-tier warrior be this powerful? There were at least 50 zombies. Just as he pondered this, a sharp crack echoed. The sword in the shadow's hand shattered as it struck a zombie's neck once more. At that moment, a nearby zombie lunged at him, but the shadow swiftly kicked it aside, momentarily freezing in place, seemingly bewildered as he patted his waist. Lin Jinan stood dumbfounded. Initially, he had marveled at Nia Ruffung's extravagant purchase of the 5 crystal cores, which had been so casually transformed into cards. However, this unfolding scene left him utterly perplexed. There were still at least 25 zombies remaining. Nia Ruffung's lips twitched. Was it true that without a sword, the shadow could not fight? Indeed, bereft of his weapon, the shadow evaded the advancing zombies with agility, yet whenever there was a brief respite, he would instinctively reach for his non-existent sword, repeating this peculiar behavior. Nia Ruffung sighed. Turning to Lin Jinan, "Hand him your sword." He then called out to the shadow, "Catch the sword." Otherwise, given the shadow's obliviousness, he might overlook the thrown weapon entirely. Lin Jinan snapped back to reality. "Oh right," and tossed the sword over. As Nia Ruffung spoke, the zombies surged toward him. Fortunately, the shadow leapt to catch the sword, regaining his former prowess, and immediately struck down several zombies. Both Nia Ruffung and Lin Jinan exhaled in relief. 25 zombies posed little threat, but with many more looming, a real fight would likely end poorly for them, and they would fail to instill any fear. Moments later, the shadow had eradicated all the zombies, standing amidst the carnage with a striking flourish as he sheathed his sword. This deliberate display of bravado made Nia Ruffung and Lin Jinan question whether the earlier clumsiness had been an act. Lin Jinan glanced at his empty hands, realizing that it was indeed his sword. Nia Ruffung instructed the shadow to extract the crystal cores while he approached the door. "All zombies are dead. You have 2 minutes to consider whether you wish to accompany us and seek survival." He then settled down beside them. Inside, the few individuals exchanged glances. They had clearly heard the commotion outside, and now silence reigned, yet the one who had knocked still lived. This indicated his undeniable strength. Could he truly be here to rescue them? But in this apocalyptic world, could there really be such benevolent souls? Doubt and concern flooded their minds. What should we do? Unable to venture outside, they were certain that the figure lurking beyond was no good. He posed a lethal threat to their safety. Had they forgotten the horrifying scene they witnessed yesterday? Chapter 25, Level 1 Pet Egg. Just the day before, they had seen someone thrust into a horde of zombies, merely to buy time for an escape. Now, with an unexpected visitor seeking them out, it was difficult not to harbor suspicions. If this individual possessed such formidable strength, why would he seek them out? Was this not the epitome of a trap? When met with silence from within, Nia Ruffling furrowed his brow and threatened, "If you do not come out soon, I shall break the door down." The 5 individuals inside were taken aback by his words. Had they not agreed that he would leave if they did not emerge within 2 minutes? Why had the situation suddenly escalated? At this juncture, despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to reluctantly open the door and step outside. As they did, they witnessed a shadowy figure wielding a long sword, ruthlessly dispatching the remaining zombies. The ground was strewn with the fallen, and it was evident that only a few zombies still lingered. Staring at the carnage before them, their eyes widened in disbelief. How much time had elapsed since the knocking? And what manner of being was this dark figure? Was it a manifestation of supernatural abilities? Upon their emergence, Nia Ruffling smiled with satisfaction and directly stated, "I wish to discuss a collaboration with you." The expressions of the group were far from pleasant. However, the sight of the sword-wielding shadow stripped them of any inclination to resist, especially with 2 formidable individuals accompanying him. They remained motionless, aware that this was not an appropriate venue for dialogue, and agreed to discuss matters elsewhere. When Qin Mo awoke, the first sight that greeted him was the figure of Di diligently wiping down the counter. Still somewhat dazed, he rubbed his head and made his way to the automatic stir-fry machine to procure some ingredients, accompanied by 2 steamed buns, contemplating the unlocking of rice for dinner. While the buns were a delightful treat on occasion, his true preference lay with rice. On the table, there was a plate of 3 delicacies, shredded pork with green peppers, and a small bowl of black-bone chicken soup. He savored his meal leisurely, unfazed by the absence of customers in the shop. After finishing, he stretched and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Just as he opened a game, the system's voice resonated. "Host, you have finally awakened." Qin Mo, engrossed in his phone, did not raise his head. What's the matter? Did something happen while I was asleep?" The system replied, "Indeed, someone attempted to take advantage, but Di dealt with it." Qin Mo paused momentarily. He was genuinely surprised that someone had the audacity to act in such a manner. After years of running his shop, it was his first encounter with such an individual. However, since that person was now deceased, there was little point in dwelling on it. "Host, would you care to glance at your tasks?" Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Amidst his busy schedule, he took a moment to check the task panel. The main quest had been activated. Become a god-tier shopkeeper. Current task, serve a total of 30 customers. Task reward, a juicer and 10 level 1 seeds. Both the main quest and current task were straightforward, yet a limited time task had appeared below. Time-limited mission. As the future Supreme Store Manager, how can one allow others to take advantage without compensation? It is simply unacceptable. Within 3 days, one must resolve the instigator encouraging customers to evade payment. Reward, 200 experience points. A substantial amount indeed. It appears the system is genuinely displeased. 3 days remain, which is ample time. Thus, there is no rush as he continues to immerse himself in the game. After approximately 2 hours, the sound of victory resonated from his phone, causing Qin Mo to smile slightly. Indeed, mastery requires diligent practice. The sky soon darkened, and during this time, not a single customer entered. Qin Mo casually tucked his phone into his pocket and glanced back at the timid figure cowering in the corner. He had long since noticed him, but had chosen to ignore him. Now that closing time approached, it was time to usher him out. Qin noticed Qin Mo's gaze and instinctively shrank back. Having witnessed the power of his companion's pet, even a mere plush bear could effortlessly end a life. Zhang Kaiguang's abilities were comparable, and to claim he was unafraid would be a blatant lie. However, having previously followed Sun Xuechong and aided him, only to be betrayed without hesitation, he was not foolish enough to remain close, lest he find himself unaware of his own demise. Yet, leaving like this filled him with dread that Sun Xuechong might retaliate, so he refrained from following the others in the morning and had remained in the shop ever since. After all, as long as he did not steal, cause trouble, or create a disturbance, Manager Qin would not harm him. Despite his preparations, he was still startled when Qin Mo suddenly turned to look at him. Swallowing hard, Qin cautiously called out. Qin Mo acknowledged with a brief sound. It was time to close. The implication was clear. He needed to leave. Qin's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly nodded. I will leave now. After all, he could still stay in the corridor outside, where there was no threat of zombies. He hurriedly exited the small shop. Qin Mo instructed to close the door and retrieved 2 dishes from the automatic cooking machine before turning to ascend the stairs to prepare rice. Outside, Qin retrieved a small flashlight from his backpack. Although he yearned to rest here, he understood that if Sun Xuechong truly meant to harm him, how long could he hide? His supply of crystal cores was limited, and Lin Jianan and the others would no longer concern themselves with him. He needed to carve out his own path. Lacking abilities, he could not contend with those who possessed them. But as long as he had enough crystal cores for sustenance and remained hidden within the shop, who could lay a hand on him? Thus, he resolved to slay zombies. After dining, Chin Mo lay in bed, glancing at his points balance, 7,600. Indeed, the path to wealth lies in the continuous introduction of new products. The patrons from yesterday had contributed significantly to his points, and today, despite the struggle, he had purchased pea pods, garnering him nearly 3,000 points. With mere minutes until 11 o'clock, his sunshine value stood at 15,000. Since sunshine value could be exchanged for new plants, the more sunflowers, the better. After all, who knows when the task rewards in the form of seeds will arrive? Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand decisively, exchanging all his sunlight points for sunflowers. 201, plus the previous 75 and 40. Now he possessed a total of 115 plants. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, having accrued sunlight points through 3 rounds of production, he would have amassed 18,750. And with the additional 2,000 contributed by the 40 plants at 11 o'clock, that amounted to a staggering 20,750. He then utilized 10 points to unlock rice, and after some contemplation, he spent 30 points to unlock cola and Sprite, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a level 1 pet egg, which required 2,270 points for unlocking. Considering that in this post-apocalyptic world, having a pet would likely enhance one's chances of survival, he confirmed the unlocking. Having accomplished all this, he gazed at the remaining 5,300 points on the screen and reclined back onto his bed to sleep. Having had a restless night before, he felt no strong compulsion to continue playing after today's victory. A good night's sleep was of utmost importance. Chapter 26. The plants have mutated. After all, in a world as vast as this, sleep reigns supreme. The cold moon hung like a hook in the sky, and the summer breeze carried a hint of heat. Shin Diong held a flashlight in one hand and the short knife he had purchased at the store in the other, his expression markedly serious. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest bird song. Unconsciously, he took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable sense of difference from the past. Ever since the apocalypse had dawned, he had not ventured outside at night. The inherent dangers were simply too great. Under normal circumstances, he would never have considered stepping out after dark. Now, he found himself alone, needing to forge a path for his own survival. Otherwise, even if Sun Xuechong remained indifferent to him, his lack of crystals would make survival exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the clothing he wore and the weapon in his possession were both of the first tier. Moreover, after Zhang Kaiguang's demise, Sun Xuechong had hastily departed without searching, and later, when he ventured out, he discovered 5 crystal cores, an iron rod, and even the clothes Zhang Kaiguang had worn, which he did not hesitate to strip away, along with a card containing an unknown balance of points. It was no wonder that Zhang Kaiguang had sought to abscond with the belongings while Manager Qin was asleep. After all, their savings were dwindling, while the prices in the store continued to soar, making it impossible for them to afford anything. 100 meters away from the small shop, he spotted a zombie standing in a daze. Normally, in the absence of humans, these zombies would remain motionless, lingering in place. He turned on the flashlight and swept it around, and indeed, he discovered zombies lurking beneath the shadows of the trees on either side. He was puzzled. Did the fireworks from a couple of days ago not attract all the zombies? Wasn't the manager supposed to have dealt with all of them? How could there still be so many zombies here? Although he was perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it. Gripping the short knife tightly, he tucked the flashlight under his arm and retrieved the Shadow Sword card. After inheriting Zhang Kaiguang's legacy, he had purchased this card, intending to tear it up at the first sign of danger. It might just save his life. The undead lack sight. They cannot see, but are capable of hearing and smelling. As he approached, every fiber of his being was taut with tension. This was not without reason. Within a radius of several dozen meters, there must have been a dozen or more zombies. If he failed to dispatch the approaching zombie with a single strike, he would have to flee immediately. Lost in thought, he found himself nearly upon the dazed creature, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his short blade toward the zombie's skull. The creature sensed something amiss, but before it could emit a sound, the blade pierced its brain. Shin Diong was no novice when it came to slaying zombies, and though he had grown accustomed to it, the eerie atmosphere of the night set his heart racing. After scanning his surroundings and ensuring no other zombies were aware of his presence, he bent down cautiously to extract the crystal core. He then crept toward a solitary female zombie, which stood vacantly beneath a tree. Her tattered clothing hung limply, and the flesh on her legs had begun to rot. Her face, illuminated by the moonlight, was particularly vivid. Shin Diong suppressed a wave of nausea as he raised his short knife, poised to strike, when suddenly he heard a rustling sound. Momentarily stunned, he had yet to comprehend the situation when the zombie ahead let out a roar and lunged at him, claws outstretched. His eyes widened in alarm as he instinctively tried to evade, only to feel a tightening at his feet, leaving him suspended in midair. The zombie missed its target. But the commotion attracted the attention of other nearby zombies. With no time to ponder, he tore apart the card in his hand. The pain in his ankle piercing and excruciating. The tree nearby shook violently, and it dawned on him. The plants had mutated. The following day, at 8 o'clock, Chin Mo promptly opened the door to the shop, settling onto the sofa to eat. On the table lay 2 plates of cold dishes and a plate of spicy potato shreds. Dowdu paced anxiously at his feet, daring only to bounce around without approaching the table. Ow! Ow! Master, I'm so hungry. Chin Mo shot at an exasperated glance. Hungry? Given Dowdu's capabilities, it hardly needed sustenance. It was merely craving food. Strangely, all 3 of his little companions were gluttons. Take what you desire, he said. Ow! Thank you, master. Dowdu exclaimed before dashing toward the automatic cooking machine. Meanwhile, the first customer, unceremoniously, pushed open the door. With a creak, Chun Diang's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly stood up. The first customer, with her dark eyes rolling, exhibited no expression. Chun Diang, disregarding everything else, limped into the shop. Blood trailed from his feet, quickly staining the floor with crimson footprints. The first customer, who had shown no expression moments before, suddenly frowned and turned to fetch a mop. Dowdu, using its front paws to carry a plate of ribs, gracefully leaped down from the machine but immediately wrinkled its face upon catching the scent of blood. Even a hint of blood was overpoweringly pungent to its sensitive nose. Disdainfully, it hastily retreated upstairs. Shopkeeper. Chin Mo turned to glance back. The person approaching was the young man who had hesitated to leave his shop the previous night. Now, he appeared to be limping, and there was a distinct ring of blood around his waist, as if something had constricted him. You are on the brink of death. Chin Mo raised an eyebrow. Chun Diang, already pale, twitched his lips at the remark. He was indeed gravely injured, having lost a significant amount of blood, leaving him in a state of painful numbness. Should he fail to stop the bleeding, his demise would be imminent. However, he had fought hard to return and had no desire to perish. Chin, isn't this supposed to be an all-purpose shop? Do you have any medicine? I don't want to die. I killed many zombies yesterday. I have crystal cores. He spoke in a hurried tone, panting by the end due to his urgency. His eyes were bloodshot and wide, giving him a rather ghastly appearance. Chin Mo had not yet unlocked any medicines, but it was not too late to do so. He utilized 100 points to unlock a hemostatic agent, a painkiller, gauze, and bandages. Although these were merely ordinary medicines, they were essential for saving lives, hence their unlocking price was not trivial. The hemostatic agent and painkiller cost 35 points each, while the gauze and bandages were 15 points each. He then exchanged 200 points for a Tier 1 healing potion. Name: Tier 1 healing potion grade. Tier 1 type. Healing effect: restores half of health points for Tier 1 ability users and ordinary individuals, treats minor injuries, and accelerates wound healing. Usage: oral administration. After unlocking, he gestured towards one direction. There, go and take a look. He then resumed his meal. Chun Diang's tense heart immediately relaxed, and he rushed to fetch the medicine. Upon seeing the Tier 1 healing potion, his expression turned to one of ecstatic joy. And without hesitation, he took one of each healing item, settled the bill, and sat in a corner to consume the healing potion and painkiller before beginning to bandage his wounds. Chapter 27. Accelerate the action. The marks on his ankle were so deep that the bone was visible. Without regard for anything else, he hastily poured the hemostatic agent over the wound, wrapped it in bandages, and then lifted his shirt. Because the marks were so deep, his clothing had become stuck to the flesh, and without the painkiller, he would not have dared to tear it off. With a ripping sound, as the fabric was torn away, a large piece of flesh was also pulled open, leaving a gruesome sight that was painful to behold. At that moment, Chin Mo had just finished his meal and glanced in his direction, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. This injury was not inflicted by a zombie, which implied that something had transpired outside. Yet, he was not particularly curious, as it bore little relevance to him. After tidying up the rubbish, he turned and stepped outside, planting the Tier 2 seeds he had exchanged for the previous day. He glanced at the field of sunflowers standing tall in the sunlight and smiled. 200 sunflowers would suffice, especially since there were not many customers at present. Indeed, it was 200, that morning. He had spent 15,000 sunlight points to exchange for 75 more, bringing the total to a perfect 200. He currently possesses 750 sunshine points, sufficient for today's use. As the clock approaches 10, the first level plants sown yesterday will blossom, though the outcome remains unknown. Yet, he cannot linger outdoors. Upon returning to the checkout counter, he seated himself and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Shortly thereafter, others began to arrive. At this moment, Chun Diang had completed his medication and was in the midst of the final bandaging. Although he occupied a corner of the room, the others, sensitive to the metallic scent of blood, quickly discerned his presence. Upon their first encounter, several were momentarily taken aback. The injury was clearly not inflicted by a zombie. They had merely missed a day. What could have transpired? Bai Fong was astonished. Had he not been with Sun Xuechong and the others? How had he ended up like this? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he approached and inquired, "What happened to you?" Chen Diang set aside his clothing and lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice, offering a wry smile. "I ventured out last night to slay some zombies, but to my surprise, the plants had mutated. I was utterly unprepared for such an event." He did not conceal the truth. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Sword Shadow card, I wouldn't have survived that formidable second-tier tree. The Sword Shadow was ensnared. Having already slightly offended Lin Jianan and others by siding with Sun Xuechong, he knew they would eventually learn of this incident. It was better to inform them directly, perhaps even to gain their favor. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They had never encountered mutated plants before, and now they understood the necessity of heightened vigilance when passing by flora in the future. A moment's inattention could lead to a fate akin to his own. "Now I see," Bai Fong sighed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. In this apocalyptic era, merely preserving one's life was a significant achievement, especially when retrieving a life from beneath a second-tier mutated tree. It is worth noting that Chun Diang lacked any supernatural abilities. Chun Diang nodded. "Could I trouble you to fetch me something to eat?" He had managed to prop himself up only through sheer will to survive, but now that the danger had passed, he felt utterly drained of strength. Nevertheless, he was quite hungry. Bai Fong did not decline, asking him what he desired. Chun Diang casually named a couple of dishes. Yesterday, the Sword Shadow had dispatched over a dozen zombies, and he still had sufficient crystal cores on hand. Particularly since he was injured, he needed to replenish his strength. He could not afford to skimp on nourishment at this moment. Nia Ruffin glanced at Lin Jianan, subtly nodding toward where Chen Diang sat, indicating the bandages and gauze at his feet. In the store, something else had emerged. Lin Jianan nodded in acknowledgement. Nia Ruffin said nothing further and strode toward the checkout counter. Qin Mo was engrossed in his phone, and Nia Ruffin patiently waited beside him until the game concluded. At which point he softly addressed Manager Qin. Qin Mo looked up. What is it? Why would this affluent individual seek him out rather than shop?" Nia Ruffin smiled gently. "I wish to discuss a matter with you." Qin Mo turned off his phone, placing it aside, and tilted his chin slightly. "Speak." "Nia Ruffin, I have been contemplating that the shop is rather distant from our Shurching, making it somewhat inconvenient to travel. I intend to establish a base nearby, and would appreciate any insights from Manager Qin." Qin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. This fellow's idea aligned with his interests. Constructing a base would undoubtedly attract foot traffic, thus increasing the number of customers in his store. Consequently, his prospects for upgrading would accelerate, which is indeed a favorable development. He clasped his hands on the table, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Proceed according to your own vision. I have no objections." He preferred not to meddle in such troublesome matters. Unlike the system's instantaneous construction of buildings, even a modest base resembles a small town, not something to be erected on a whim. Moreover, he harbored doubts about whether this person genuinely sought his counsel. Nia Ruffin pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Thank you, Manager Qin." His primary intention was not to seek advice, but to gauge Manager Qin's attitude towards his plan for a base. It appeared that he was indifferent to the matter, suggesting that his versatile little shop would continue to thrive in its location. Having received the desired affirmation, Nia Ruffin expressed his gratitude and proceeded to explore the new products in the store. Qin Mo, undistracted, chose not to engage in gaming this time, but instead turned to a television series, given the apocalyptic theme of their world. "What did Manager Qin say?" Lin Jianan inquired softly as Nia Ruffin approached, taking a step closer. Nia Ruffin replied, "We have the freedom to proceed." Lin Jianan let out a small sigh of relief. Having harbored concerns, after all, with the shop established here, they had tacitly accepted that this mountain belonged to Qin Mo, and he was indeed worried that Manager Qin might refuse. Now that consent had been granted, there were no further obstacles, allowing them to act decisively. That is good. Indeed, there were now additional supplies, cola, Sprite, as well as gauze, bandages, and medicine. This was the most gratifying development. Perhaps in the previously zombie-ridden world, these items held little value, as being scratched by a zombie would lead to mutation, rendering medicine futile. However, the situation had changed, the plants had mutated. And based on Chen Diang's earlier performance, it seemed that injuries from mutated plants would not cause further mutations. "We should stock up on medicine and food. We need to expedite our actions. We will refrain from returning here for a few days." Yesterday, they had visited several locations, negotiating with others based on their strength and the food they provided. Nonetheless, Shurcheng was vast, and there remained many places to visit. He desired to complete these tasks swiftly so they could establish a more permanent presence elsewhere, eliminating the need for constant back-and-forth travel. Chapter 28, When in Doubt. Consult the system. Lin Jianan held no objections, recalling that Nia Ruffling had showcased his prowess with the Shadow Sword card yesterday. leading those individuals to perceive the food and offerings as solely his. He had not even been able to satiate his hunger. It was no wonder he had initially inquired if there was anything to eat. He had never encountered such a selfish individual. Clearly, he too was curious about the capabilities of the Shadow Sword card, and it was not a consumable. However, discussing it now seemed futile. As the preparations were intended for others, it was only natural that steamed buns would be the primary focus. Even the most economical buns would cost a significant amount, with 50 of them requiring a whole crystal core. By the time they distributed them among the recipients, little would remain. Furthermore, they would need to recruit more individuals to assist, and while it was acceptable not to pay them, it was simply unthinkable to deny them food. Contemplating this, Lin Jianan could not help but sigh. While catering to their needs, it was imperative that he also keep pace with the shop's introduction of new products. Otherwise, should a formidable outsider discover the establishment, they would inevitably be left behind. They had directly purchased 1,000 buns along with 1,000 plates of pickled vegetables. This modest assortment alone demanded 4,000 points, and the more extravagant options were beyond consideration. In addition, water was indispensable, so they prepared 300 bottles. All items were packed into several large burlap sacks, and their backpacks were brimming, ready for departure. Next came the preparation of their own meals. The 7 of them gathered around the sofa, feeling a sudden sense of impoverishment after acquiring so much. Even Bai Feng's expression appeared slightly wrinkled. I just spotted a level 1 pet egg. I wonder if it might be a little creature like the one belonging to Manager Qin? He gazed enviously in Qin Mo's direction, but did not see Dodo anywhere. Dodo had gone upstairs due to the scent of blood, and would surely be displeased if it heard such words. In truth, they could bring people over to make their own purchases. However, how could they expect them to follow their directives in establishing a base under such circumstances? Everyone would want to take charge of their own affairs, which is why they decided to provide food before constructing the base. Lin Jialan exclaimed joyfully, a level 1 pet egg? She had begun to find the buns less appealing. After enjoying delicious meals over the past few days, it was difficult to adjust to the simpler fare. However, upon hearing the words pet egg, her excitement was palpable. Who hasn't read a few novels? Who could resist the charm of a fluffy little pet? Moreover, the pets sold in the shop surely had additional uses. The others also turned their gazes toward Bai Feng. He nodded, pointing in a direction and raising a hand. It's right over there, requiring 500 points. A pet would only cost 5 crystal cores, a mere trifle. Yet they still needed to ensure a steady supply of food, and their current situation was indeed quite strained. Lin Jialan looked at Lin Jianan, her face brimming with anticipation. Lin Jianan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. We need to conserve crystal cores for emergencies. Come back in a couple of days and purchase it yourself. The 3 of them had pooled their crystal cores with Nie Ruffing and others, leaving only a small amount for their own meals. There were certainly no surplus funds for purchasing pet eggs. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lin Jialan lowered her head to eat, secretly vowing to work tirelessly to eliminate zombies upon returning, determined to acquire a pet. At that moment, Zhou Min took the silver card handed to her by Nie Ruffeng and stood up, heading toward the spot Bai Feng had indicated. She swiftly retrieved a pet egg, settled the payment, and returned, presenting the item to Nie Ruffeng. The introduction indicated that it could be opened right away. The egg, a pristine white, measured approximately 30 centimeters in length. Upon hearing the word open, Nie Ruffeng instinctively struck the shell with his hand. It was likely akin to the Sword Shadow card, where a small creature would emerge upon opening, right? With a crisp crack, a minute fissure appeared in the pet egg, and it promptly split into 2 halves. The onlookers were rapt as they beheld a fuzzy little head emerging. It was a gray bird, no larger than 2 palms, of an unfamiliar breed, entirely unseen before. As soon as it hatched, the little creature began pecking at the surrounding pure white shell with its sharp beak. With each peck, its tiny head bobbed rhythmically. Its feathers were plump, and after finishing the shell, it stood in the palm of Nie Ruffeng's hand, tilting its head to gaze up at him with its glossy black eyes. "Ga?" The crowd gasped. Isn't this a sparrow? Why does it sound like a duck? The disparity between its appearance and its call was striking. At that moment, Qin Mo also cast a glance in their direction. After all, one must be familiar with what they sell. However, he discerned nothing particularly remarkable about this sparrow. When in doubt, consult the system. What breed is this pet? He inquired. The system replied, Dear, this is merely a level 1 pet egg. There is no breed to speak of. It is simply the most ordinary variety. Essentially a small creature from this world, albeit with some unique abilities. In other words, it was trash. Qin Mo grasped the implication of the system's words and dispassionately withdrew his gaze. The system remarked, It seems the host has seen through my rhetoric? Ga? The little sparrow squawked at Nie Ruffeng again. Unable to resist, Nie Ruffeng pinched its beak, saying, Stop squawking. From now on, you shall be called Big Gray. Huh, Captain. Isn't that name rather unappealing? It's undeniably adorable, protested Zhou Min, gently stroking the sparrow's feathers. Nie Ruffeng regarded her and asked, Then what would you name it? Zhou Min replied. Little Gray sounds far more endearing. As she spoke, she continued to caress Little Gray's feathers. Just then, Little Gray wriggled free from Nie Rufing's grasp and pecked Zhou Min's hand sharply. Ouch! Zhou Min gasped in pain, noticing a small puncture on her hand, which began to bleed. Before she could express her anger, Little Gray flapped its wings and perched on Nie Rufing's shoulder, squawking, "Ga." Its tone seemed significantly more pronounced, imbued with a hint of mockery. Zhou Min exclaimed, "You." Simultaneously, Lin Jialan remarked, "It seems this little one has recognized its master. Earlier, when Brother Nie pinched its beak, it didn't peck him at all." Zhou Min's eyes widened in astonishment. Nie Rufing extended his hand toward Little Gray, gently stroking its feathers. Little Gray tilted its head and lightly tapped Nie Rufing's hand with its beak, seemingly puzzled. "Ga?" This confirmed Lin Jialan's earlier observation. It had indeed recognized its master. This realization brought an unmistakable joy to Nie Rufing's face. This is merely a primary level. What about the subsequent secondary and tertiary levels? Who wouldn't desire to have an entourage of loyal companions akin to beast tamers, engaging in battles that manifest as chaotic brawls? Chapter 29. Allow me to impart a lesson before death approaches. These companions are unwaveringly loyal and will never betray. He absent-mindedly stroked the bird perched on his shoulder. Lost in contemplation, only Lin Jialan wore a troubled expression as she cast a glance at Lin Jianan, who feigned ignorance of her gaze. After all, what could they do? The three of them were simply less affluent than the four others. Nevertheless, Lin Jialan wasn't genuinely upset. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she voiced her curiosity. Strange. Why haven't Shun Wei and the others shown up today? She then glanced at Chen Diong, who had already succumbed to slumber in the corner. Wasn't he with them? Could something have happened to Shun Wei and the others? Speaking of which, Bai Fong couldn't help but add, there's another group that hasn't arrived today either. They had come around the same time yesterday, making the shop quite lively. Now, however, it felt eerily quiet. Chinamo was also intrigued. The absence of so many patrons in the shop implied a significant reduction in his accrued points. There's a saying that rings true, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Bai Fong finished his sentence, a figure rushed in from outside. Zhang Miao entered, weeping as she ran. Her hair disheveled and her face streaked with tears, utterly distraught. Qin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Crying in his establishment? Manager Qin. Zhang Miao rushed toward him, her eyes alight with desperation, as if he were a lifeline. What troubles you? Qin Mo inquired. She sniffled. Yesterday, someone followed us and killed many people. I barely managed to escape and hid in the city all night. Before she could finish, Qin Mo raised a hand to interrupt her. So? He had no time for her tragic tales. In this apocalyptic world, death was a daily occurrence. What concern was it of his? Zhang Miao's sobs faltered, clearly taken aback by Qin Mo's indifference. Remembering how everyone had perished last night, a chill swept over her. How could he utter such cold-hearted words? The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she felt. Whether out of anger or something else, she suddenly glared at Qin Mo. That was the deed of your patrons. They used your shop's items to commit murder. 45 lives lost. If it weren't for the Shadow Blade card, if it weren't for you, those people would still be alive. As her words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the shop. Nie Rufing and his companions couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Zhang Miao. The girl, clad in tattered clothing, stood tall, her figure trembling involuntarily. Qin Mo chuckled lightly, as if amused by her accusation. Are you implying that I am responsible for their demise? Isn't that the case? Zhang Miao replied. Sister Yuan is dead, Brother Chun is dead, and Brother Sun and the others are all gone. I am the sole survivor. The one they all protected. Perhaps as a water-type ability user, I am the one most likely to avenge them, but my strength is far too feeble. She rushed here with all her might, hoping that Manager Qin would seek vengeance for them. However, Manager Qin's demeanor left her feeling desolate. At some point, Dodo had arrived at Qin Mo's feet, circling around him, as his spiritual beast. She understood all too well that whenever her master appeared seemingly indifferent and full of mirth, it actually signaled the onset of his murderous intent. Qin Mo remained unfazed, his expression tranquil. If one lacked the strength to possess superior resources, one should submit to their inferiority rather than lament fate. Ultimately, it was a reflection of your own weakness. Individuals like you, even without encountering such calamities, would eventually perish at the hands of others. Zhang Miao retorted. You are spouting nonsense. It is you who has caused their demise. How could he utter such words? To survive, one must aid one another in order to progress further. Otherwise, as the zombies grow increasingly formidable, survival would be impossible. In the next moment, she felt a tightening in her throat. Pain surged forth abruptly, suffocating her breath. Zhang Miao's eyes widened as her hands flailed in the air, desperately attempting to escape the sensation of asphyxiation. Yet, there was nothing before her. As if an invisible force had ensnared her. She struggled to open her mouth, yearning to utter something, but no sound emerged. Suddenly, a realization struck her. When they first entered this establishment, 2 individuals had perished at Qin Mo's hands. She never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. With his eyelids half dropped, Qin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Allow me to impart a lesson before your demise. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, your death is merely a consequence of your own blindness. After speaking, he let out a low chuckle. Zhang Miao ultimately failed to voice a word, succumbing to asphyxiation. As her breath ceased, the invisible grip vanished, and she collapsed to the ground, motionless. The 7 individuals beside the sofa fell into a stunned silence, too frightened to utter a sound. Lin Jianan and the others were aware of Qin Mo's strength, yet they had not anticipated he would kill so readily over mere words. Though being accused can indeed provoke displeasure, Nie Rufeng and his companions were purely overwhelmed by shock and fear. At that moment, Qin Mo suddenly raised his gaze. Noticing his piercing stare, Nie Rufeng and the others instinctively recoiled. His gaze was chillingly cold, imbued with malice and murderous intent, making them feel as though they were being pricked by needles, too terrified to meet his eyes. They even felt an irrational sense that they might perish at any moment. Manager Bai Fong swallowed hard, stammering a greeting. Qin Mo's gaze fell upon him with an eerie intensity. Do you share the same sentiment? Bai Fong, nearly terrified to the point of losing his wits, rapidly shook his head. No, I do not. The survival of the fittest means that your provision of goods enables us to combat the zombies more effectively. Their demise is merely a result of their own inadequacy. And how could it possibly be related to Manager Qin? Is that so? Yes, indeed. The group nodded in unison, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain, clearly shaken. Qin Mo withdrew his gaze and glanced at the little creature, Do, swirling at his feet. He lifted it gently, affectionately rubbing its head, and calmly instructed. Dispose of the body. The first one rushed over, dragging Zhang Miao's corpse and hastily exiting. After completing this task, Qin Mo yawned and lowered his eyes to observe Do in his arms. The guest here truly presented a nuisance, with many lacking discernment. Originally, he intended to rest, but suddenly recalled an unfinished time-sensitive task. System, replay the video of yesterday's incident where someone attempted to leave without paying. In this establishment, everything remained under control. Any event could be revisited through recorded footage. Understood, host, the system replied. He then witnessed the entire sequence of events from yesterday, followed by a glance at the 7 individuals preparing to depart. Excellent. The courageous warrior had the sense not to return today. Chapter 30. The pressure of Do. Wait a moment. Just as the group was about to exit, Qin Mo called out. They instinctively halted, with Bai Fong trembling, desperately recalling his previous words, hoping he had said nothing amiss. Perceiving their tension, Qin Mo reassured them. Do not be anxious. Those who abide by the store's rules are absolutely safe within. His words indeed provided them significant reassurance. After all, they had encountered no issues during their time here, and the store manager had largely ignored them. As for the demise of that young girl, she could only blame herself. The rules had clearly stated not to engage in excessive conversation with the manager, and any form of reproach or resentment was strictly forbidden. In this establishment, filled with exquisite treasures, even the highest prices would be justifiable. Yet, Manager Qin sold them at remarkably low rates. Who among them did not harbor gratitude towards him? Furthermore, certain regulations were necessary to maintain order, otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. The store rules indicated that Manager Qin preferred tranquility and shunned disturbances. The second rule forbade noise and violence, while the third prohibited excessive conversation with him, all of which spoke to his nature as a reclusive individual. It was not surprising for someone of his disposition to possess peculiarities. Yet, despite his aversion to noise, he operated this establishment. Contemplating this, the crowd felt a newfound respect. Qin Mo, oblivious to their thoughts, remained indifferent. Nie Rufeng turned and inquired, "What commands might Manager Qin have for us?" "We shall comply without hesitation." To gain the manager's favor was indeed a significant opportunity not to be missed. Qin Mo waved his hand. In an instant, a transparent screen materialized in midair, displaying footage of Sun Xuecheng handing items to Zhang Kaiguang, instructing him to exit first while he continued to browse within the store. Lin Jianan and the others were left dumbfounded. This fellow truly must have possessed the audacity of a bear, daring to make such a decision after witnessing Manager Qin's formidable presence. However, he was not entirely foolish. He understood the necessity of having someone else take the fall. The scene of Zhang Kaiguang being brutally killed was deliberately magnified, rendering a gruesome sight of blood and flesh, accompanied by heart-rending screams that truly made it unbearable to behold. Although the sound was not particularly loud, it resonated with striking clarity in the stillness of the store. Chen Diang, who had been asleep, was roused by the commotion, his eyes widening in horror as he gazed at the screen above. How could Manager Qin possess such footage? Was there surveillance here? In fact, Others were also in doubt. This place hardly seemed to have monitoring equipment, and the internet had long ceased to function. However, upon reflection, Manager Chin's phone could still play games, making such occurrences seem less extraordinary. After the footage concluded, it vanished, leaving Chun Diong paralyzed with fear. Although he was merely an outsider in the video, he was allied with Sun Xuechong and his group. What if Manager Chin's ire fell upon him? Chin Mo stroked the fur on Do Do's back. Sun Xuechong incited theft of items from the store. Does anyone know where he resides? Today marks the second day of the time-limited mission. Action must be taken. We cannot simply wait for him to come to us. It was true that he had been asleep yesterday, and the system dared not awaken him, as it only protected the items in the store and would not harm those who paid, lacking the complexity of thought. Nia Ruffing and Lin Jianan exchanged glances. We do not know, but if Manager Chin wishes to find out, we will do our utmost. Before they could finish, Chen Diong interrupted loudly. I know. I was with them before. His excitement caused his wounds to throb painfully, yet he disregarded the discomfort. In this world, many innocent individuals suffered consequences, let alone someone connected like him. He was desperate to redeem himself. His words instantly captured the attention of Lin Jianan and the others. Chen Diong did not wish to offend them, hesitating as he stammered. I did not accompany him yesterday. I am not certain if he has changed locations. This was indeed the truth. Sun Xuechong had not shown up today and had likely robbed others, possibly leaving his previous residence. Chin Mo pondered for a moment, patting Do Do in his arms. In that case, you should accompany him. Do Do, comfortably snoring, was suddenly jolted awake by the pat. With a yelp, it darted from Chin Mo's embrace and swiftly approached Chen Diong. Startled, Chen Diong trembled and retreated, only to find himself cornered against the wall with no further space to retreat. Despite its small stature, Do Do had witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of annihilating hordes of zombies, instilling in him a fear that surpassed even that of Chin Mo. Do Do wrinkled its nose in distaste. The scent of blood emanating from this man was not only foul, but also indicative of his cowardice. Proudly raising its head, it tilted towards the door, signaling him to follow. Chen Diong, not daring to delay, gritted his teeth against the pain of his wounds and slowly rose with the support of the wall. The painkillers had worn off, explaining the intensity of his suffering. After all, they were once companions, and Bai Fong felt a pang of reluctance. Lin Jianan urged, go ahead. Earlier, Chen Diong had not concealed anything from them, allowing them to be forewarned about the plant mutations rather than waiting until they were harmed to become vigilant. This, in itself, was a form of assistance. Bai Fong hurried over and gently supported Chen Diong. The latter expressed his gratitude with a grateful look. Thank you. He felt a surge of emotion, regretting that he had been blinded by selfish interests, allowing a mere point score to sever his bond with them. He had noticed that they had all been using the same card these past few days. Unfortunately, where in this world could one find a remedy for regret? The group made their way outside, where Do Do was waiting. It trailed behind until Chun Diong and the others moved ahead, then it followed. After all, it was just a beast, lacking any sense of direction. Nia Ruffing lagged at the back, observing the anxious expressions of Lin Jianan and the others. Even Lin Jialan, who had shown such fondness for pets moments ago, kept her distance, walking far ahead from Do Do. He couldn't help but glance back. Do Do walked proudly at the rear, occasionally turning its head to survey its surroundings, appearing quite relaxed. He found himself observing a curiosity in this small creature that was distinctly human. Yet, the more he looked, an inexplicable sense of panic began to rise within him. Having entrusted matters to Do Do, Chin Mo paid little heed to these concerns. He glanced at the time, concluding that there would likely be no more visitors. After all, Fong Yuan and her group were deceased, and Sun Xuechong would be too fearful to return anytime soon. Thus, he directly instructed the first gate to be closed and ascended to the upper floor, clutching his phone to binge-watch a series. Chapter 31, The Horde of Zombies. He was engrossed in a post-apocalyptic drama, which served as a peculiar way to gain insight into the world's dire circumstances. The characters in the show appeared malnourished and emaciated, evoking a sense of pity. In stark contrast to their plight, the conditions here were vastly different. However, it seemed that the drama depicted a world that had been in decline for years, while they were just beginning to face such tribulations. Without this little shop, the ultimate outcome here would undoubtedly be far worse. While he leisurely indulged in his show, Do Do had already followed Lin Jianan and the others far from the shop, basking in the bright sunlight with an air of contentment. The others, however, were not as fortunate. Bai Fong wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat irritable. Why does this summer feel exceptionally hot? Lin Jialan, who was at the forefront, was fanning herself and couldn't help but complain. Could it be due to the apocalypse? It feels like it's over 20 degrees. Heisey, incredulous, replied, no way. It's only early April. Lin Jianan sighed. We're just at the start of summer. It can only get hotter from here. Life will become unbearable. If it were cold, We could layer up, but when it's too hot, what can we do? Shurching has been without power for 10 days now, with no air conditioning. We can't just shed our skin. As this topic arose, the mood of the group turned somber. Dodo looked up at the sky with a hint of disdain. As a hellhound, it was inherently associated with fire and thrived in warm environments. And this was merely the beginning. Compared to the hellfire, it is remarkably pleasant here. If one possessed ice-related abilities, they would undoubtedly relish a delightful summer. As Bai Feng's words fell, the group exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them. Among the 7 of them, Bai Feng and Old Chun represented the speed and strength types of abilities, which, when compared to elemental and special abilities, were rather mundane and commonplace. Heizi possessed a unique ability to transform into a small mouse, serving primarily for reconnaissance, yet lacking substantial offensive power. To put it bluntly, his strength in beast form was inferior to his original form. Lin Jialin wielded water abilities, while Zhou Min commanded wind blades, both belonging to the elemental category of powers. Lastly, there were Lin Jianan and Nie Rufeng, both possessing dual abilities, the former with lightning and enhanced manipulation of his hands, and the latter with invisibility and sharpness enhancement. The latter could be utilized as a weapon, applicable to his own body, but only if he was in direct contact with the object. Once isolated, its efficacy diminished. However, either ability underscored Nie Rufeng's formidable prowess. His invisibility was unparalleled for life-saving moments and could catch opponents off guard. The trio of Heizi had immense confidence in Nie Rufeng's strength. Otherwise, they would not so readily heed his words. Besides his intelligence, his power commanded respect. Was it not evident that during their encounter in the store, when the captain nearly clashed with Lin Jianan and the others, they merely exchanged glances and then turned away? This was derived from their unwavering confidence in the captain. Let us hasten our return. Those individuals are likely growing impatient, Nie Rufeng stated. The shadow of the sword he left behind was intended to protect, primarily for surveillance. Otherwise, those people would never permit their departure. Who wouldn't want to know where they had procured their sustenance? No one contested his words, as they too wished to avoid the scorching sun. Nie Rufeng instructed Old Chun to carry Qindiang, matching Bai Feng's pace as they descended. By the time they returned to the city, darkness would likely have fallen. Thus, they quickened their pace, but unfortunately, their fortunate circumstances were short-lived. Shortly after, a zombie emerged from the thicket ahead. It was a creature of less than 1.40 meters in height, resembling an adult rather than a child. Upon its emergence, it immediately fixed its gaze upon them. This zombie appeared distinct from others. It seemed almost aware of their presence. The thought crossed Nie Rufeng's mind, and he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Impossible. If that were true, this zombie would be extraordinarily formidable. Yet, despite his mental denial, he discreetly grasped the dagger at his side, silently applying his sharpness enhancement ability to it. Beside him, Lin Jianan furrowed her brow and murmured, "This zombie seems off." The next moment, Nie Rufeng felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck and instinctively called out, "Use the sword shadow cards." Without hesitation, Heizi and the others produced the sword shadow cards they always carried and tore them apart. With a flurry of white light, 3 ominous sword shadows materialized before them. Nie Rufeng continued, "Arm them." As Lin Jianan and the others hesitated momentarily, the swords in the hands of the 3 shadow swordsmen were swiftly replaced with new weapons. Upon closer inspection, several zombies staggered out from the thorns on the right side of the path ahead. Their flesh was grotesquely torn, yet they seemed indifferent to their injuries. Even those missing limbs were hardly affected. Lacking any sensation of pain, they resembled emotionless machines, unafraid of death except for the destruction of their heads. There was no need for Nie Rufeng to utter another word. Lin Jianan and his companions immediately deployed their shadow sword cards. However, none of them anticipated such an event occurring today, and thus Lin Jianan had not purchased any weapons at the shop. Fortunately, Qindiang still had an iron rod at his disposal. Thus, they armed themselves to the teeth. It wasn't that they desired to engage the zombies. Rather, they were compelled to return to the city. Outside, they had no refuge and were nothing more than live targets. Moreover, zombies were appearing behind them, slowly encircling them. The total number of zombies was at least 200. There was no way they could prevail relying solely on their own strength. Hence, once the shadow swordsmen emerged, they positioned 3 of them at the front and 3 at the back, maintaining a cautious distance. Without hesitation, they planted all their pea shooters and walnuts. At such a moment, survival was paramount, leaving no room for other considerations. What was even more alarming was their utter ignorance as to why these zombies had gathered here in such a systematic manner. Previously, zombies had only appeared in great numbers when attracted by sound. When had they ever converged in such an orderly fashion? Moreover, they formed a complete encirclement, trapping them within. Having used some of the walnuts, they were left with 6, which formed a moderately sized protective circle, with slight gaps between them to observe the unfolding battle outside and provide remote support. Regrettably, They lacked ranged weapons, and only a few could assist effectively. The pea shooters outside the walnuts had already commenced their work, the soft popping sounds resonating clearly amidst the chaos. Chapter 32. Strange Zombies. The zombies surged forward like wolves drawn to meat, charging frantically. Under the commands of their respective masters, the 6 shadow swordsmen, wielding an array of weapons, joined the fray. Nearly 300 zombies swarmed in groups, their sheer numbers imposing, while the shadow swordsmen were merely 6. Quickly overwhelmed in the sea of corpses. Under normal circumstances, zombies would not stray far from the sound. However, this particular horde was different. Initially, they had been anxious for the shadow swordsmen, fearing that with so many zombies converging, would any of them be bitten and subsequently infected? Their numbers were already scarce. And if a second-tier individual were to be transformed into an enemy, the consequences were dire. Yet now, their concern had shifted to their own predicament. As the zombies left only a handful behind to delay the sword shadows, the remainder surged towards the source of the sound made by the pea shooter, which was precisely where they were located. With dozens in front and behind, the total exceeded 100. Goodness, why are they coming for us? Have these zombies developed sight? Bai Fong widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Haizi, trembling slightly, hid behind Nia Ruffling. Captain, what should we do? Transforming into a mouse was all he could manage. What could a mouse possibly do? So diminutive, it could inflict no harm whatsoever. Each sword shadow was ensnared by a dozen zombies, unable to extricate themselves for the moment. Old Chin's eyes bulged as he swallowed hard. Surely the sword shadows will come to our rescue in time. Nia Ruffing shook his head, narrowing his eyes slightly. No, it will be too late. We must rely on ourselves. While the sword shadows were formidable, given the current circumstances, even if they managed to break free and come to their aid, they were likely to be surrounded by zombies once again. This was a risk they could not afford to take. Should they lose that gamble, the zombies would be upon them, encircling them in this confined space, leaving them with no choice but to await their demise. The zombie horde had been suspicious from the outset. He surmised it must be connected to the gnome zombie that had remained silent at the rear. Indeed, ever since that gnome zombie had appeared, the other zombies had been incessantly pouring in. I will deal with that peculiar creature. You hold them off. No, we cannot be so reckless. We don't even know what it is or its rank. It's wiser to proceed with caution. Captain. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Min and the others shook their heads in dissent. Haizi even grasped his arm. As the captain, Nia Ruffling was the anchor for the group. Upon hearing of his intent to venture forth, the 3 were reluctant. Haizi could hardly refrain from holding onto his arm. Lin Jinan added, in truth, we could still join the fray now. It would just prolong the time. However, we cannot guarantee that we won't attract more zombies. If that happens, we would be entirely incapable of saving ourselves. Nia Ruffing stated resolutely. He would not entrust his life to an uncertain possibility. Haizi, instruct the sword shadows to disregard the zombies and cover me as I make my move against it. Haizi quietly released his grip, feeling somewhat dejected. Understood. Nia Ruffling said no more, entrusting Xiao Hui and the backpack behind him to them, before swiftly vanishing from their sight. Lin Jinan and the others had never witnessed Nia Ruffling in action, and at that moment, they realized his extraordinary ability was invisibility. This was truly a life-saving skill. Ahead, a nut was unearthed. Though they could not see him, they observed the small nut rise and then fall again, transforming back into a colossal form. Simultaneously, Haizi shouted loudly, abandon all the nearby zombies and strike at the one at the rear. The sword shadow, receiving the command, hesitated not a moment. It forsook its defense and, with the sharpest of attacks, cleaved a path towards the zombies at the back. Yet, midway through, the sword shadow's body suddenly faltered. Suddenly, the zombies behind surged forward. In the eyes of all, the sword shadow was overwhelmed by a dozen zombies without a hint of resistance. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. The sword shadow was formidable enough, yet this zombie was so powerful that it could slay him without a single move. How could this be possible? Was it already at the 3rd or 4th tier? Were they doomed to perish? Nia Ruffling had reached the side of this zombie and had witnessed the scene, his heart racing with trepidation. Thanks to his invisibility ability, his speed increased while concealed, yet he could not maintain this state indefinitely. Rationality urged him to turn and flee for safety. Escaping back to the city alone would be effortless. However, with the impending establishment of a base and the painstaking efforts he had invested to gather his comrades, abandoning them now would nullify all his efforts. Contemplating this, he resolved to take action. If he were to fail and be discovered, he could then consider escape. With his thoughts settled, he hesitated no longer, advancing a few steps while simultaneously employing his ability to sharpen the dagger in his hand. Then, with a swift thrust, he struck. A resounding pop echoed as the zombie's head burst like a balloon, far more fragile than he had anticipated. With his action, the other zombies, previously lunging towards the nut barricade, seemed to lose their target and came to a halt. Then, the sounds of battle and growls from the zombies engaging the sword shadow filled the air. Was the crisis truly averted? The group felt as though they were in a dream. After a moment of silence, Nia Ruffing withdrew the dagger and extracted a second-tier crystal core from the zombie's skull. How could it be merely second-tier, yet render the sword shadow utterly defenseless? And how did it command the other zombies? Did the zombies form alliances like humans? With the sword shadow attracting numerous zombies, Lin Jianan and the others hurriedly gathered the nuts and pea shooters, moving towards Nia Ruffing. They wished to avoid such encounters in the future. It was far too uncanny. If this zombie hadn't been so fragile, they would have all perished. As for the sword shadow and the crystal core, they could deal with that later. For now, they just wanted to return. This time, Heisei transformed into a mouse. Darting ahead to scout. Having learned this lesson, he would no longer dare to present himself in human form during future outings. It was far too perilous. Doudas stood up from the ground, surrounded by a litter of sunflower seed shells. With a paw covering its mouth, it elegantly yawned and leisurely followed behind the others. Chapter 33. Finding Sun Xuechong. The group dared not linger any longer, hastily making their way to Shicheng, finally arriving safely. Despite this, a lingering unease remained within them. Indeed, the outside world is perilous. Just a couple of days ago, the zombies lurking beyond were drawn in by the sound of fireworks, only to be dealt with by Manager Qin. Now, merely 2 days after the fireworks ceased, they find themselves in grave danger. Were it not for the Shadow Blade card, their escape would have been exceedingly difficult. Within the confines of Stone City, the zombies that once roamed the roads have long since vanished. Exhausted, they took a moment to rest. Bai Fong sat upon the ground, unable to suppress his musings. I believe we ought to prepare a vehicle that would alleviate some of the peril we face. Chun Diang clutched his abdomen, his expression fraught with pain. The layer of white bandaging was faintly stained with crimson, a consequence of having been carried while fleeing, which had reopened his wound. Lacking painkillers, he could only endure the discomfort. With a bitter tone, Chun Diang lamented, "It is likely my injury that has attracted so many zombies. I have brought you all into this predicament." The medication merely hastened his recovery. It did not instantaneously heal him, and he would still require time to recuperate. Moreover, the scent of blood emanating from him could not be concealed. If it were not for his situation, they would not have encountered such troubles. The more he pondered, the greater his self-reproach became. Bai Fong opened his mouth, feeling the weight of Chun's words, and for a moment, he was at a loss as to whether he should offer him comfort. The others remained silent, as they were not well acquainted with him. Their continued companionship was solely for the purpose of guiding Dodo. Suddenly, it struck them that they had seemingly forgotten Manager Qin's spirit companion. In an instant, the group began to scan their surroundings, only to glance down and find the little dog eyeing them askance. Dodo felt its rising annoyance. How had these individuals managed to survive thus far? A few zombies nearly brought them to their end, and yet they dared to rest here? Were it not for its unfinished task, it would have cared little for their fates. After observing them for a moment, Dodo tilted its head slightly forward and proceeded onward. The others exchanged glances, and Lin Jianan was the first to react. "Quick, let us follow." Since Dodo was leading them, it surely meant no harm. Dodo guided them through a labyrinthine path for approximately 10 minutes before stopping in front of a narrow alley. Throughout their journey, they had not encountered a single zombie. "Shall we rest for a while before setting out again? Chun Diang can lead us," Lin Jianan suggested once they halted. Nia Ruffing nodded in agreement, and the trio settled down to rest. Their relationship was merely one of cooperation. Any matters would naturally be discussed collaboratively. Little did they know, after their departure, a towering zombie, standing at least 3 meters tall, emerged in the vicinity they had just vacated. Its imposing figure, with arms dangling like blades at its sides, patrolled its territory, roaming back and forth before eventually striding away. Had Lin Jianan and the others lingered there a moment longer, they would have been caught unawares by this formidable creature. "This is the place. Let me down," Chun Diang managed to utter with some effort. A wave of concern washed over him. How would he return to the shop from here? Given his frail physique, even a few steps left him gasping for breath, while outside lurked a multitude of zombies. In his haste to depart, he had neglected to gather any provisions. Once he found Sun Xuechong, he feared that once they parted ways, his demise would soon follow. Bai Fong was indeed feeling fatigued. He gently lowered Sun Xuechong and resorted to supporting him with his hands. As they journeyed, Nia Ruffing instructed Lao Chun and Zhou Min to return with several sword shadows and large sacks of food. Their numbers had dwindled significantly. Chun Diang turned to Dodo and said, "The target is the second floor, Unit 202 of Building 3 in that complex. Shall we proceed?" Ahead, only a few zombies roamed the path, with others meandering near the entrance of the complex. Who could have imagined that what was once a bustling city now resembled a desolate ghost town? Dodo glanced at Chun Diang. Noting his near-death state, yet still mustering the strength to lead them, it was rather commendable, albeit puzzling. Nodding slightly, It said nothing and dashed forward, moving so swiftly that Nya Ruffing and the others merely caught a glimpse of its fleeting figure. By the time they regained their composure, all the zombies along the path lay motionless at Dodo's passage, not a single one standing intact. Bai Fong could not help but marvel. Even a dog passing by would receive a kick. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Jianan covered his mouth, admonishing him for his careless remarks at such a critical moment. Are you really suggesting it would kick itself? Let us go take a look, Nia Ruffing suggested, following suit. Bai Fong, now chastened, trailed obediently behind. Yet, as he observed the fallen zombies, he felt an uncontrollable urge to touch them. Glancing around until his gaze met that of the equally mischievous Lao Hei, the two exchanged knowing looks, and in unison, they nodded and approached the zombie corpses. It was merely a habit. The urge to examine the bodies was irresistible. Unbeknownst to them, they lagged behind, not only failing to acquire a single crystal core, but also acquiring a stench that earned them disdainful glares from their companions upon rejoining Lin Jianan. Had they not known what the two were up to, they might have suspected them of engaging in some unsavory activity. Upon arriving at the door of room 202 on the second floor, they found Dodo waiting at the entrance. Having arrived at their destination, why did it not enter? Dodo cast a glance at them before inching closer to the door, straining to listen intently. The others, puzzled, quietly approached the door, only to hear muffled voices from within. I kindly offered you shelter for the night, and you dare to seduce my woman? I will kill you. Was that Sun Xuechong's voice? Followed by an unfamiliar male voice. You're talking nonsense. You look as hideous as a flower. How could Wei Wei possibly be attracted to you? Have you looked at yourself? Sun Xuechong, infuriated, retorted, damn it, I will surely beat you to death today. Oh ho. Such amusing developments have transpired in just a few days? No wonder Dodo was intrigued. They too were captivated by the unfolding drama, especially Lin Jialan. Her eyes were ablaze with curiosity regarding the unfolding events. Had the two engaged in a tussle? Who emerged victorious? Sounds of a scuffle indeed echoed from within, followed shortly by a resounding thud. Moments later, smoke began to seep through the crack of the door. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Moreover, the room was ablaze, yet the two remained inside, still fighting. Chapter 34. Healing abilities. A few seconds later, the anguished cries of a woman resonated from inside. Stop fighting. Cough, cough, you must stop. The house is on fire. Wei Wei, are you alright? Both of them exclaimed in unison. The crowd murmured. Goodness, how devoted can one be? In a moment like this, they still have the presence of mind to worry about her. Just wait until we get out. I will settle the score with you. Who is afraid? You better put Wei Wei down. Your filthy hands have no right to touch her. The tone suggested that another altercation was imminent. Goodness gracious, someone exclaimed. These two are truly putting on a show. Indeed, Shunhai was quite beautiful, but this was not the pre-apocalyptic era. What good was beauty now? Could it be converted into sustenance? Perhaps there was one thing he had not considered. It was precisely because such beauty was unattainable before the apocalypse that, after acquiring power, they felt a sense of superiority, believing they had defied fate. And so it was, aside from a few audacious women who dared confront zombies from the outset. Those who failed to awaken, who were timid or believed that rescue would come, eventually found themselves in dire straits when help did not arrive. Faced with the reality of being overpowered by zombies and lacking sustenance, what could they do? They had no choice but to cling to men for survival. Of course, the same applied to men, provided they were handsome enough to attract attention. Such is the reality. However, the outbreak of zombies had only just begun a little over half a month ago, so the situation had yet to become glaringly apparent. The two inside exchanged a few more barbs before they both began to cough, finally making their escape. If they lingered any longer, the house would be consumed by flames. Sun Xuechong possessed only fire abilities. He could not extinguish the flames. As the door swung open, Sun Xuechong emerged first, cradling the drowsy Shunhai in his arms, followed closely by a youth who appeared to be around 18 or 19. His features carried a certain softness, yet it was undeniable that he was strikingly handsome. When one first beheld Sun Xuechong's rather unattractive visage and then laid eyes on the youth, the contrast was indeed startling. It was no wonder Shunhai was drawn to this young man. Who are you? The young man inquired, his brow furrowed with suspicion. Anyone would be wary of such a sudden assembly at their doorstep, especially in an apocalyptic world. Sun Xuechong maintained a stern expression, unwelcoming as he retorted. What brings you here? He then turned to the severely injured Qindiang. You, Qindiang, I knew you were no good. Just like that ungrateful wretch who repays kindness with malice. Amidst the thick smoke filling the room, it was commendable that he remained composed enough to stand by the door and engage in idle chatter. The young man felt a slight sense of relief upon realizing their acquaintance, but soon his heart sank again. It seemed that they were not on amicable terms. Nevertheless, he scoffed, remarking how some individuals truly lack self-awareness and thus become irksome to others. due to the diminutive size of Dodo, positioned at the doorway. Neither of them noticed it, otherwise Sun Xuechong would have been alarmed. Shin Hui cleared her throat twice and said, "Ahem, please do not quarrel." As she spoke, she embraced Sun Xuechong, reassuring him, "Do not overthink it. There is nothing between us. He merely bumped into me by accident. He is young and proud, and the words he spoke earlier were merely out of anger. Do not take them to heart." Her heartfelt words genuinely soothed Sun Xuechong's rising temper. However, unbeknownst to him, Sui Bing behind them held a different perspective. While Shin Hui spoke, her gaze toward him was filled with pleading, subtly shaking her head, clearly indicating her helplessness. Sun Xuechong must have threatened her. Otherwise, how could she have willingly let him go and instead chosen to accompany him? Sun Xuechong declared, "This time I shall overlook it, but should there be a next time, do not expect me to be courteous." Even if it was a misunderstanding, he felt compelled to issue a warning. As so many were watching, and he did not wish to become a subject of ridicule. Shin Hui patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, please set me down. He is injured, and I need to tend to him." This statement astonished Lin Jianan and the others. Tend to him? Has she awakened her abilities? Upon observing Lin Jianan's reaction, Sun Xuechong felt a sense of pride, saying, Wei Wei has just awakened her healing abilities. That was why they had previously been at odds with each other. Healing abilities. Now they understood why the two were so fiercely entangled, unwilling to let go. Sun Xuechong had no intention of releasing Shin Hui. He continued to carry her forward, stating, "What do you need to save him for? He left us without a word yesterday. Saving someone like that is merely a waste of your abilities." Shin Hui smacked him lightly, expressing her discontent. "What are you saying? Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, and he is our friend. His sudden departure must have had its reasons. Please set me down." Sun Xuechong turned to Lin Jianan, saying, "One cannot simply save someone without a reason, right?" Meanwhile, Chen Diang clenched his fists, feeling a burning sensation on his face. Did they not understand why he had left yesterday? Why did they speak as if he had betrayed them? No need. He gritted his teeth and replied. He currently had no ties with Lin Jianan and the others. And with Manager Qin's miraculous shop available, he had no desire to be involved with them again. Aside from his wounds, he was still a fair distance from death. Moreover, Dodo had come to capture him. Sun Xuechong had not anticipated Chen Diang's refusal. In his view, this was a chance to save a life. Shin Hui struggled to free herself from Sun Xuechong's embrace, saying, all right, no rewards are necessary. I merely hope everyone can live well." With that, she approached Chen Diang. Chen Diang raised his head to look at her, and there was Shin Hui approaching with a gentle smile. "May I take a look at your wound?" "Rest assured. Although I have only just awakened, my healing abilities are quite effective." Chen Diang gritted his teeth, despite his initial reluctance towards their earlier conversation. Her tender smile unconsciously eased his defenses. She was indeed kind-hearted and genuinely wished to aid him. The injury on his body would hinder his movements. If she could truly heal him, how could he ever desire to perish? Thus, he retrieved a crystal core and handed it to her. "Consider this my invitation for you to heal my wounds." Shin Hui feigned modesty before ultimately accepting it under Chen Diang's insistence. She initially aimed to showcase her abilities before others, but unexpectedly, she gained an additional benefit. While many powers were commonplace, healing was exceptional. It could save lives. Though the universal shop provided food and drink, it could not offer treatment for those with abilities. Yet she could. Chapter 35. I have never liked you. Little did she know that the shop now had medicines for sale. If she were aware that the ability she cherished so dearly could easily be replicated within the shop, one wonders what her reaction would be. Hui was simply too benevolent. Sui Bing cast a discontented glance at Chen Diang. Sun Xuechong instinctively retorted with a cold laugh. If Hui were not so kind, would you be able to stand here boasting today? Ungrateful wretch. Although Hui had already clarified her intentions, he still found Chen Diang irksome. Sui Bing rolled her eyes dramatically at him and silently moved ahead. The flames from the rear house were intensifying, yet for the moment, they posed no threat to the corridor. Eager to demonstrate her prowess, Shen Hui immediately began to treat Chen Diang. Her urgency stemmed from the perfect opportunity to exhibit her abilities to those present. They would surely seek to win her favor and bestow upon her considerable rewards. At such a time, she could finally extricate herself from Sun Xuechong, whose company felt increasingly perilous, particularly after he had left her alone the previous night. She could no longer remain by his side. Noticing that the two had ceased their bickering and fighting, Dodo found the situation dull and lifted a small paw towards Sun Xuechong. An invisible gust surged towards him. Caught off guard, he felt a sharp pain in his calf, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Already in a foul mood from being ridiculed, Sun Xuechong exploded with rage, glaring at Lin Jianan and his group. "Hey, do you want to fight? Don't think I'll be intimidated just because you outnumber me." However, no one moved, and his sudden outburst left everyone in understanding. Bai Fong let out a fierce cry and lunged forward. "Damn it. With a thud, Sun Xuechong was knocked to the ground, followed by a flurry of slaps raining down upon him. Bai Fong mounted him, bang. I have long held a disdain for you, strutting around with an air of arrogance. At the same time, Blackie, also despised for his foul odor, charged forward. Faced with a horde of zombies, he hesitated, for he could merely transform into a rat. Yet when confronted by Sun Xuechong, he unleashed a fierce assault. After all, it was merely one man, designated as a criminal by Manager Qin. He was merely assisting in Manager Qin's endeavors. Moreover, with the captain's backing, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. The two of them unleashed a flurry of blows that left Sun Xuechong in a daze. Regaining his senses, fury surged within him. You seek death. I will annihilate you. Yet, even as he uttered these threats, he was overcome by nausea, nearly retching his very insides. Bai Fong and the others paused momentarily, then continued their assault with even greater fervor. After all, they had just dug into a zombie's brain. Could they not expect to wreak? They had not anticipated that this biochemical assault would be so effective, incapacitating an ability user. Of course, this was also due to Sun Xuechong's unpreparedness, but they remained undaunted. Bai Fong even ventured to shove his hand towards Sun's mouth. Witnessing this, Blackie felt as if he had encountered a demon, suddenly springing up in shock. What the hell? This seemingly clean man was actually a pervert with such a morbid taste. The thought alone made him feel nauseous, such utter repulsiveness. People ought not to behave in such a manner, at the very least. The crowd watched as Sun Xuechong was utterly overwhelmed, retching violently. Don't kill him. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed. Everyone turned to the source, discovering Do on the ground. It had spoke. Surely, they had not misheard. How could this be possible? Only legendary mythical beasts were said to possess the ability to articulate human speech. Bai Fong, resembling an elementary school student, slowly stood and took 2 cautious steps back. Hee. Blackie. Dodo rolled its eyes. It had not intended to converse with them, but what if they killed this guy? How would it explain to its master? Nevertheless, the manner in which it was addressed irked it. It was merely dark in hue, yet undeniably adorable. Silence. Bai Fong retreated further, gesturing to zip his lips, fully complying. Nia Ruffin glanced at the groaning Sun Xuechong and inquired, does this fellow require our assistance to return to the shop? Sun Xuechong, finally regaining his composure, was utterly taken aback by Nia Rufing's words. Return to the shop? What shop? What are you planning? I have never provoked you. Fear gripped him entirely. With a smile gracing Nia Rufing's face, he was about to speak when the quiet little gray creature on his shoulder suddenly screeched, caw. Though the others could not comprehend the avian language, the tone was undeniably filled with sheer terror. Strangely, as its owner, Nia Ruffing instinctively grasped its meaning. It was urging him to flee. He cast a wary glance around, spotting a figure lurking at the staircase's corner. It was a stout individual, approximately 1.6 meters tall, with a girth so expansive that at its widest point, it measured nearly 2 meters across. The visage was marred by decaying flesh, with even the eyeballs protruding grotesquely, provoking a chilling curiosity about the state of the body concealed beneath the clothing. Yet at that moment, Nia Ruffin could hardly afford to indulge in such thoughts. He darted towards the stairwell with urgency. Run! The others, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit, their legs propelling them forward. If that creature were to block the stairway, escape would become impossible. What had become of this world? Only days prior, they had encountered mere first and second tier zombies. Yet now, this bizarre variant had emerged repeatedly. The one outside the city, and now this one, instilled a palpable dread. If it charged forth, it could easily crush a person. Sui Bing's complexion paled. He was all too familiar with this abomination. It was the very entity that had injured him the previous day, prompting him to sprint ahead of Nia Ruffing. In an instant, only Sun Xuechong, who was on the ground attempting to rise, and Do remained. Even Chun Diong had been forsaken in the chaos. The lumbering zombie advanced slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble and emit a heavy sound, amplifying the sense of impending doom. Sun Xuechong, stricken with fear, instinctively hurled a fireball at the creature. With a soft pop, the creature made no effort to evade the projectile, allowing it to strike without inflicting any damage. However, upon noticing a hole burned into its clothing, it erupted in fury and charged towards Sun Xuechong with alarming speed. As it ran, he cried out in terror, "No! Help! Please!" Chapter 36. Sister, I will protect you well even with an extraordinary ability at his disposal. Facing an enemy that rendered him powerless instilled a profound fear within him. After all, he was merely an ordinary, impoverished student before the apocalypse. Dodo halted, exhaling a small flame. The corpulent zombie, now with its clothing singed, attempted to evade, but the flame approached too swiftly, striking it directly. In an instant, the fire surged as though doused in oil, rapidly engulfing the creature and reducing it to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The heavy thud of its fall ceased, and the group below listened intently to the commotion above. Although they had fled, they had not completely departed, for Dodo had yet to join them. Losing the spirit companion of Manager Qin would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. After completing its task, Dodo inspected its front paws and glanced at Sun Xuecheng, who had reached the stairway. With a sigh reminiscent of an adult, it realized that the group below would need to secure this individual before proceeding. Upon descending the stairs, the survival of Sun Xuecheng did not surprise Nia Rufeng and the others. Dodo had instructed Bai not to harm him, indicating their intention to present him to the manager, ensuring his safety for the time being. However, both Shen Wei and Sui Bing found the situation rather peculiar. They were acutely aware of his capabilities, particularly Sui Bing, who, based on prior encounters with Sun Xuecheng, knew he could never match the strength of that corpulent zombie. So, how had he managed to escape? Before any of them could voice their thoughts, they heard the familiar command from Daodu, bind him. Bai Fong, brimming with eagerness, found himself devoid of ropes, so he simply removed his jacket, intending to use it to secure the captive. Upon seeing Bai Fong, Sun Xuecheng was reminded of the earlier confrontation and felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him on the spot. Yet, with Daodu present, he dared not hesitate and sought to escape swiftly. In that moment, he even set aside his fondness for Shen Wei. After all, does affection hold any weight when one's life is at stake? In the face of danger, everything else must take a back seat. Just like when confronted by that hefty zombie, Shen Wei had fled faster than anyone else, without a glance back to assist him. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Sun Xuecheng roared at Bai Fong, attempting to bypass him in his haste to leave. But his shout only resulted in Nia Rufeng and others blocking his path. Sun Xuecheng's eyes reddened with frustration. Do you all derive pleasure from wanting me dead? Bai Fong had approached him, ready to take action, but found himself immobilized, forced to watch as he was bound. Unable to contain his fury, he erupted in a torrent of curses. Bai Fong, unfazed, landed a punch squarely on his face. What are you barking like a dog for? What are you meowing about? Instinctively, he repeated the words, feeling a pang of guilt for almost speaking out of turn. He was simply accustomed to such exchanges. With the matter settled, Daodu, eager to depart, pointed a paw at Chen Diang. Take him with you. Without a backward glance, he headed downstairs, clearly intent on returning. Chen Diang, not daring to delay, approached to grab hold of Sun Xuecheng's clothing and followed suit. Although Shen Wei was distracted while treating him due to the earlier chaos involving Sun Xuecheng and the sudden appearance of the obese zombie, her injuries, while not fully healed, had improved to the point of ceasing to bleed. Seeing this, Lin Jianan and the others could not help but follow suit. The Sword Shadows had likely dealt with the majority of the zombies, and they needed to ensure the Sword Shadows returned with them. Following Daodu was undoubtedly the safest option. Watching them depart, Shen Wei felt a pang of grievance. Why had she showcased her abilities earlier, yet they still failed to react? Shouldn't they have sought to recruit her? Without her, who would tend to their wounds if they were injured? Had they known of her skills before discovering the supplies in the store? Both Lin Jianan and Nia Rufeng would have made every effort to win her over. But now, that was utterly impossible. She was solely a healer, lacking any offensive capability, rendering her merely a superfluous asset in their eyes. Moreover, they would have to provide for another person without any return. It would be foolish to offer substantial benefits to recruit her. Sui Bing, however, gazed after the departing group, his eyes narrowing into slits. That little dog was remarkably impressive. The upper floor had long fallen silent. That zombie was most likely dealt with by her. Although it was also a second-tier zombie, it was unlike the others, boasting superior defense and attack capabilities, and it was evidently visible to them. At this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. The prospect of having such a little companion by his side filled him with envy. Shen Wei glanced over at him, and Sui Bing quickly resumed his usual demeanor, though a hint of confusion lingered in his expression. Sister Wei, who are those people? And what about that little black dog? Shen Wei, reluctant to divulge information about the universal shop, gently fluttered her eyelashes and replied, they are acquaintances from before, but there seems to be some misunderstanding between them and Brother Sunday. As for that little black dog, I am not certain. Sui Bing, upon hearing this, lowered his head slightly, displaying a contemplative look. I see, but who knows how much of Shen Wei's words he truly believed. Shen Wei nodded naturally. Yes, shall we follow them now? Perhaps we might uncover something. Sui Bing grasped her hand. Sister. Shen Wei was taken aback. What is it? Sui Bing looked at her with earnestness in his eyes. Those people do not seem easy to deal with. Brother Sun likely won't return. But do not worry. I will protect you well. Shen Wei's eyes reddened as she rubbed them. How did things come to this? If it weren't for you, I fear. As she spoke, tears began to fall. Those individuals were indifferent to her plight, and she had no other choice but to stay by Sui Bing's side. Though it was still perilous with just the two of them, it was far better than being alone. He, an ice-type ability user, should be able to safeguard her, right? Sui Bing's gaze flickered. Then it's settled. From now on, you will be mine, sister. I've never been in a relationship before, so you mustn't let me down. With tear-filled eyes, Shenwei murmured, "We've only just met. This feels inappropriate." Sui Bing replied, "But I like you. I liked you from the very first moment I saw you, and you saved me. Am I not good-looking?" He touched his face with a hint of grievance, saying bitterly, "If that's the case, I shall keep my distance, so as not to irritate you." With that, he pretended to walk away. "Don't go." Sui Bing turned back, looking at her with pleading eyes. "Sister?" Shenwei gritted her teeth, realizing she had no other options. If he left, her safety would be entirely compromised. How infuriating that Sun Shui had been captured. She had no other recourse. I promise you." She forced a radiant smile. Sui Bing immediately seized her hand, beaming. "I knew you must feel the same about me. Don't be shy to admit it. It would make me very happy." Shenwei, feeling both flustered and irked, blushed deeply. "Stop saying that." Sui Bing nodded eagerly. "All right, then let us hurry and find them, to see what they intend to do." Turning back, the boy's lips curled into a faint smirk, subtly revealing a hint of disdain. Chapter 37. The reality of human hearts. The two individuals lingered here for a while, and upon departing from the community, despite their haste, they were still slightly delayed. As they fell behind, they observed the gruesome scene outside, where lifeless bodies lay scattered, and a multitude of individuals were engaged in excavating the crystal cores. By the time they reached the site, everything had already concluded. Nie Ruffeng did not cast a glance at them, distributing the acquired crystal cores instead. In total, there were 270 cores, since he had slain the peculiar zombie, and due to their need to restrain it, they had lost a member of the Sword Shadow, resulting in their share being a substantial 145 cores. The remaining 125 cores belonged to Lin Jianan and his two companions. They expressed no dissent regarding this distribution, although later, 5 Sword Shadows suffered another loss. The remaining members appeared less formidable. Nevertheless, acquiring over 100 cores was a considerable fortune for each of them. Once the battlefield was cleared, they paid no heed to the astonished expressions of Shenwei and Sui Bing. After dividing the spoils, they prepared to depart together. As they passed by Shenwei, she opened her mouth to speak. "You." Before she could finish, Lin Jialan shot her a disdainful glare. "Keep your distance, and refrain from speaking to us." Shenwei felt her eyes well up with tears, her teeth clenched in anger, glancing instinctively towards Sui Bing. The latter, with his head bowed in contemplation, seemed oblivious to her gaze. Shenwei clenched her fists in silence. Yet with their numbers against her, what could she dare to say? The absence of support from those around her only deepened her sense of desolation. The path ahead appeared shrouded in darkness, akin to stepping into a den of wolves. Regrettably, by the time she realized this, it was too late. Sun Xuechong was gone, and no one could aid her. She was left to fend for herself. With determination, she gritted her teeth. "Do you not require healing? While I may lack combat prowess, I am capable of tending to wounds." And there S.A. Bing. He possesses formidable ice abilities. She feared offending Sui Bing, concerned that her plea for inclusion would lead to discontent between them, thus binding their fates together in her mind. Her intentions were solely for their benefit. Lin Jianan turned to Nie Ruffeng, who discreetly glanced at the hands of Sui Bing and Shenwei, a polite smile gracing his lips. "I sincerely apologize, but we already have a healer. Having 2 healers in one team may lead to discord. I suggest you seek opportunities elsewhere, miss." His words were courteous, yet they stung. Shenwei had only recently been with Sun Xuechong, and in mere days, he had been captured, leaving her to ponder the implications of her proximity to other men. He worried that her presence might disrupt the team he had painstakingly assembled. Did he not notice how Black Z was gazing at the pitiable Shenwei, nearly drooling? The allure of desire is a double-edged sword. With a heavy heart, he sighed internally and, after speaking, led his group away. With a face full of regret, Haizi lamented the absence of a healing class in their team, especially considering they had Manager Qin's versatile shop at their disposal, unlike others who might truly benefit from such assistance. He was puzzled by the captain's refusal, yet he understood that the captain's decision must be grounded in reason. All he needed to do was trust and comply. "Sister, are you feeling down?" At that moment, Sui Bing, coming back to her senses, noticed Shenhai with red-rimmed eyes, her expression a mix of concern and compassion. Shenhai felt a pang of sadness in her heart upon hearing this. "What were you doing just now? Why didn't you pay attention to me?" Sui Bing, momentarily taken aback by her tearful demeanor, gently pulled her into an embrace, softly patting her back. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. It's my fault. Did those people bully you?" Shenhai sniffled. "They just said a few things to me," her voice quivering as tears threatened to spill. Sui Bing hurriedly reassured her. All right, no more tears. Rest assured, I will seek vengeance for you." Shenhai replied. "It's nothing, really. They just said a couple of things. It's not a big deal." The young man's expression turned serious. "That's unacceptable. Bullying you is tantamount to bullying me. If you can endure this." "I certainly cannot." Shenhai buried her face in his embrace. relieved to realize that he was genuinely contemplating the situation and not deliberately ignoring her. This thought calmed her somewhat. Unbeknownst to her, Sui Bing smirked slightly, so easily deceived. Were it not for her healing abilities, he would have no need to engage with her so superficially. Despite her beauty, he could not respect her for being involved with other men. Yet, he had to conceal his disdain. Moreover, he felt compelled to ardently express his affection and satisfaction towards her, hoping to evoke feelings in her that would bind her to him. Thanks to his looks, he could charm any girl with a mere beckon, and this world of turmoil was no exception. Otherwise, why would Shunhai have gone to his rescue yesterday? He was very pragmatic. What he did not realize was that Shunhai was equally pragmatic. Her desire to save him stemmed not only from his youthful appearance, but also from his formidable abilities. Moreover, she merely wished to distance herself from the unreliable Sun Xuechong. In a different room, Qin Imo set down his phone, rubbing his sore shoulders as he gazed out the window. The sky had darkened. He had watched a considerable portion of a television series, yet Dodo had not returned. Given Dodo's capabilities, her absence likely meant she was having too much fun outside, which did not concern him. Rising to fetch some food and a bottle of cola from downstairs, he returned to the upstairs to catch the finale. After a while, he heard faint sounds from downstairs, followed by the door being pushed open. Woof! A small black figure bounded to his side. Qin Imo lifted his gaze. So you finally decided to come back? Wong Wong. Dodo barked twice, nuzzling against his arm, her tiny body rolling playfully, her tail creating a blur behind her, emitting soft whimpers that conveyed a playful, endearing demeanor. Qin Imo humorously flicked its forehead with his hand, exclaiming, I knew you weren't hungry. You've simply lost track of time in your revelry. Dodo, momentarily rebuffed, stubbornly nudged closer to him. All right, I acknowledge your contributions. Go ahead and fetch whatever you desire, Qin Imo said. With a triumphant yelp, Dodo darted off in search of its reward. Qin Imo shook his head and resumed his engrossing activity on his phone. By the time he finished the conclusion, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. It was now time to meet the valiant warrior. Chapter 38. A mere transaction downstairs. The shop's lights were still aglow. Dodo nestled comfortably on the sofa, while Sun Xuechong stood bound in the center of the store, his demeanor anxious. The first guard stood watch by the closed door. Upon hearing the sounds of footsteps descending, Dodo sprang up to greet them, barking enthusiastically. Qin Imo bent down, scooping Dodo into his arms, his fingers delicately stroking the creature's fur. He then made his way to the cashier's desk and settled down. Sun Xuechong, upon noticing him, instinctively recoiled, his face paling at the memory of Zhang Guang's grim fate. Manager Qin, he stammered. Qin Imo lifted his gaze slightly, his expression calm and unreadable, his dark eyes deep like ink, concealing his emotions. Do you have anything to say? He inquired. I haven't done anything. Why am I being detained? Sun Xuechong blurted out, urgency lacing his voice. Qin Imo raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with intrigue. It appears you are not being entirely truthful. Sun Xuechong, initially attempting to bluff his way through, now found his confidence utterly shattered. He collapsed into a heap on the floor, pleading, the theft was Zhang Guang's folly. It has nothing to do with me. I paid with points. I have crystals. I'm a customer here. Please don't kill me. I haven't done anything wrong. His final words echoed like a desperate grasp at a lifeline, repeated fervently. Qin Imo diverted his gaze, seemingly uninterested. Such cowardice. Yet daring to conspire to steal from the store. He absent-mindedly toyed with Dodo's ears and spoke softly. Do you wish to make a purchase? Upon hearing this, Sun Xuechong's hope surged. He nodded vigorously yes. Yes. He believed that if Qin Imo had offered such a statement, it meant that as long as he spent, he would be spared. Qin Imo waved his hand, releasing Sun Xuechong from his bonds. Go on, he instructed. To end his life would merely yield a crystal for Dodo's treats. True value lay in the points obtained from purchases made in the store. Since Sun Xuechong was so cooperative, it would be remiss to refuse his goodwill. After all, a dead man could not claim what was his. Yes, I'm on it, Sun Xuechong exclaimed, racing to the display case to select items. With several dozen crystals at his disposal, he was well equipped to shop. Medicines, pea pods, shadow blade cards. He seized whatever was most expensive. Soon, he appeared at the cashier's desk, arms laden with an assortment of goods, depositing both his card and crystals. The total cost amounted to 3,300 points, leaving him with less than 10 points remaining. Though his points were depleted, he felt assured that as long as he could survive, every effort was worthwhile. Once he stepped outside, he would seek retribution from those individuals, particularly by Fong and Heizi. He was determined to ensure they faced the consequences of their actions. Manager Qin, may I take my leave? Qin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. His spirits lifted as he replied, I never claimed I would let you go. Sun Xuechong, filled with shock and fury, found himself at a loss for words as he opened his mouth to protest. Qin Imo pondered for a few moments, then entrusted the tormenting task to the system. System. inflict excruciating pain, prolong his suffering. The system responded affirmatively. Ah, help. I beg you, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I shall never dare again. I have given you my crystal core. Please, don't let me suffer like this. The wails echoed, chilling to the bone, leaving listeners trembling involuntarily. How dreadful it must be. Outside, Chundiang sat in the corridor, his heart racing at the horrifying cries from within, instinctively curling into a ball. Such terror. In the future, he vowed never to covet anything from the shop again. Approximately half an hour later, the wooden door behind him was abruptly flung open. Startled, he quickly rose to his feet, only to find the first figure resembling a teddy bear standing at the threshold. He glimpsed the brightly lit interior and the pool of crimson blood staining the floor. Manager Qin, he stammered, trembling. Qin Imo cast a glance his way, flicking his fingers to summon a wisp of white light that flew towards Chundiang. Despite his instinct to recoil, the moment the white light enveloped him, he felt the pain dissipate entirely. His injuries had healed. Chundiang nearly leaped for joy, tears welling in his eyes as he incoherently expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Manager Qin. Qin Imo dismissed the praise. It was merely a transaction. He led Chundiang to Sun Xuechong, having ensured his wounds were healed, a prearranged bargaining chip. His injuries would have mended within 2 days at most. The cost was merely 50 points. Afterward, he ascended the stairs with Do in his arms. While the first figure promptly closed the shop door, its dark eyes shifting as it turned to fetch a mop to clean the blood from the floor. After showering, Qin Imo returned to his room, reviewing the day's gains while listening to Do recount the events he had witnessed. The temporary mission had been accomplished, and the experience points had been credited. Presently, his shop panel appeared as follows. Name, Qin Imo. Age, 21 points, 15. 568 current shop level, 1 manager level, 6 experience, 1, 630, 020, 000. His points had surpassed 10,000. Today, Nie Ruffing and his party contributed 968 points, while previous expenditures on food totaled 642. The costs for hemostatic and analgesic medications, 20 of each, amounted to 600, and 5 primary healing potions were 1000, with discounts totaling 518. Subsequently, he purchased a pet egg separately, discounted to 450. Additionally, Sun Xuechong had contributed 300 points. Following that, Chundiang's expenses for meals and medical supplies totaled 350. The prices for unlocking items did not necessarily reflect their selling prices. For instance, the unlocking cost for the analgesic and hemostatic medications was merely 35 points, while the selling price was set at 40. The first-tier pet egg unlocks with over 2,000 points, yet its price is merely 500. This pricing pattern remains unclear to him. Nonetheless, he only needs to unlock it once, and any subsequent sales will be pure profit. While these points may appear plentiful, they are insufficient for upgrading abilities. However, they should suffice for enhancing the store. As his thoughts settled, the system exuberantly interjected. Host, would you like to upgrade the store? It will unlock new gameplay. How many points? Qin Imo inquired. The system's tone was almost jovial. It's on discount. It's on discount. Not 998, not 998, just 99.98. Take it all home. Where did you learn that advertisement? You did well, but please refrain from doing so next time. The system replied, somewhat aggrieved. Oh, but I spent a long time searching online for it. They said it was effective. Upon hearing the word upgrade, the system reacted as if it had encountered divine music. Nodding joyfully, all right, points have been deducted, and the store upgrade was successful. The current store level is now 2, and the ability training room has been unlocked. Please check it at your convenience. Qin Mo's expression revealed neither joy nor sorrow. Understood, you may leave. The system responded, yes, my esteemed master. Chapter 39, Few guests. Yet they perish quickly. He was acutely aware of the dual nature of the little system, having grown accustomed to it. The recently unlocked training room had little relevance to him, and he was in no hurry to inspect it. Rather, the matter that Do had just brought to his attention piqued his interest. Outside, new variants of zombies posed a significant threat to the guests. Their attempts to establish a base would become increasingly challenging, perhaps even impossible. In just a few short days, the number of guests had dwindled. Indeed, this apocalypse is hardly a place for humans. Though guests are few, they perish swiftly. While he preferred to avoid meddling in affairs, catering to the market, selling what the guests require, is the hallmark of a proficient merchant. He believed he excelled in this regard. Thus, he resolved to unlock more second-tier items, allowing them to expend more points to purchase safety. Previously, he refrained from unlocking due to a lack of points and the fact that, in times of relative safety, individuals would prepare a safety net, but not excessively so. Second-tier items were difficult to popularize. However, the current circumstances were just right. He still possessed 5,570 points, and the ability Awakening Agent could wait a while longer. Name, Mighty Fluffy Bear. Tier, Second description: a bear characterized by strength, capable of delivering a punch to a child. Price: 350 points. Name: Swift Fluffy Bear. Tier: Second description: a bear defined by speed, an agile chubby creature. Price: 350 points. Name: Healing Fluffy Bear. Tier: Second description: your best companion, capable of saving lives in critical moments. Price: 600 points. Name: Flame Sword. Tier: Second description: each swing is accompanied by a flash of fire, granting you an ability surpassing those without powers. Price: 600 points. Name: Protective Shield. Rank: Second tier. Description: generates a protective barrier within a 50-meter radius, safeguarding all individuals within. A vital tool for survival. Price: 2,000 points. Name: Alert Bell. Rank: Second tier. Description: detects potential threats within a 1-mile radius. Is it not prudent to ascertain safety before venturing out? Price: 1,000 points. In the blink of an eye, the points dwindled to 670. Chin Mo waved his hand dismissively, closing the extravagant shop that devoured wealth. His gaze shifting to the sunlight value. Sunlight value: 55, 750. It was now 11 in the evening. From 8 in the morning until now, he had accumulated sunlight 5 times. It indeed appeared substantial, sufficient for exchanging for plants, which were currently in surplus. Hence, he opted to convert them into second-tier seeds, totaling 9 for 54,000. As the hour grew late, he felt disinclined to venture outside, so he called out, "System, here. Your most delightful system is at your service. What may I do for you, esteemed host?" It was in high spirits. Having just leveled up without any haggling from the host, it was more than willing to indulge him. Chin Mo said, "Please assist me in planting these seeds. I wish to retire for the night." System: understood. Rest is paramount for one's well-being. I shall handle this matter with ease. With a flick of its metaphorical claws, the seeds vanished from the space. Chin Mo yawned and gently patted the head of Do beside him. "All right, you should rest as well." Do barked softly and swiftly darted away to find its nest. Chin Mo, using his telekinetic abilities, closed the door and extinguished the lights. As he prepared to drift into slumber, he reflected on how convenient it was to employ his telekinesis for such tasks. As the night deepened, Chin found himself unable to sleep. It was not out of fear of danger, but rather due to the oppressive heat. He fanned himself with his hands, though the effect was negligible. Breathing lightly, he couldn't help but reminisce about life before the apocalypse, enjoying the comfort of air conditioning and indulging in watermelon, a veritable bliss. But now he had nothing. Just as he was lost in his troubled thoughts, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He sat up straight, peering into the darkness ahead. Could it be a zombie? Yet, all he could see was a murky void, and before he could ponder further, he instinctively felt for his bag, only to remember that his flashlight had shattered during his hasty escape the previous night. At that moment, a voice called out from the darkness, "My lord." Chin recognized the voice as that of Jianing. He focused intently, and as it drew closer, he saw the shadowy figure of Jianing, who was now offering him 5 crystals. Chin reached out to accept them, murmuring, "It's good to have you back." Had it not been for Jianing yesterday, he would have met his demise. His heart swelled with relief at its safety. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed Jianing's hand drooping. It was then that he realized, despite its shadowy form, it was missing several pieces, resembling an irregular pattern. He gazed at Jianing, which, like before, vanished in a flash of white light, leaving him momentarily stunned. It had perished, yet, before its demise, it had clung to his command, mustering the strength to deliver the crystals it had acquired. Last night, he found himself ensnared by vines, and soon attracted a dozen zombies below. As soon as the shadow of the sword emerged, he commanded it to vanquish the zombies and extract the crystal cores. He understood well that without the cores, even if he managed to return alive, his fate would still be sealed. Eventually, the shadow severed the vines and caught him, but just as it pushed him away, it was restrained by the encroaching vines. Chen Diyang, severely injured, could offer no assistance and could only depart with the crystal cores on the ground. He initially believed the shadow had perished, but to his astonishment, it returned solely to deliver a few crystal cores. In the face of the apocalypse, everyone exerted every effort to survive, himself included. To them, the shadow was merely an inanimate object, a lifeline for survival. Yet it sacrificed its existence to illuminate a path through the bleak, desolate world of the apocalypse. He could not fathom why he felt such profound sorrow. Perhaps had he hurried to procure items to save it upon his return, it might have been spared. He gazed at the crystal cores in his hand, lost in thought. The following morning, Subai traversed the path at the foot of the mountain and beheld the peach trees flourishing in the field to his left, their blossoms having fallen to the ground, indicating that ripening would not be long delayed. However, these belonged to Manager Chin, a sight to admire but not to covet. He walked briskly to the shop's entrance. From a distance, he noticed someone seated before the door, seemingly lost in contemplation over a crystal core, their thoughts a mystery. He glanced at Chun De-yong, recognizing him as a new visitor in recent days. The shop door had yet to open, so he patiently waited nearby, eventually noticing the posted shop rules. After a moment, the door swung open, yet the person beside it remained unresponsive. Subai remarked, "Excuse me, you're blocking the way." Chun De-yong snapped back to reality, rubbed his weary eyes, shifted aside, and resumed his stupor. Subai paid him no further mind and stepped inside. Chapter 40. Were they here to shop or to stock up? Upon entering, the first thing he noticed was the rare utterance from the figure behind the door, "Welcome." Subai was taken aback and cast a surprised glance at it. Even Chun De-yong, previously lost in thought, exhibited a shift in demeanor, turning his head in disbelief. It could actually welcome someone? They had visited countless times without such a greeting. What made this newcomer so special? Chin-mo, occupied with a meal, looked up upon hearing the voice. Subai seized the opportunity to greet him. "Good morning, Manager Chin." "Good morning." It was no surprise for a gold card holder to speak first, given that only 10 VLP gold cards existed within the entire shop. Subai refrained from further conversation, surveying the exhibition cabinets surrounding him, which displayed a plethora of new items since his last visit. Upon entering, he felt a noticeable coolness in the air, the source of which remained a mystery. How delightful it would be to reside in such a place. Certainly, the store was modestly sized, and this notion was merely a fleeting thought. Before the store manager lay 2 plates of appetizers, their enticing aroma wafting through the establishment, making it impossible for one not to salivate. After days of inadequate meals and restless nights, Subai promptly made his way to the food area. Upon glance, he noted little had changed, yet the food the manager consumed was distinctly out of place. Not wishing to disturb Chin-mo during his meal, Subai shifted his gaze towards the first dish. As their eyes met, Subai beckoned it closer. The first dish tilted its head in confusion and hesitation, but eventually approached. Subai inquired about the location of the food before the manager, well aware it could comprehend him. The first dish promptly turned and pointed to the automatic cooking machine near the cash register. Subai nodded appreciatively, uttering a brief thank you before striding towards the machine. With descriptions for each item readily available, there was no need for inquiries. In no time, he placed an order for 5 dishes, 4 savory and 1 soup, comprising 2 vegetarian and 2 meat options. After settling the bill, he made his way to the sofa. Typically, breakfast was light, rarely involving lavish dishes. Yet Subai had not savored minced meat for over half a month, primarily due to self-restraint. Otherwise, he would have ordered an extravagant spread. Perhaps due to his increased physical activity and consumption, he found his appetite had grown substantially. Alternatively, it could be that his newfound abilities demanded greater nourishment. However, this was not a favorable circumstance for anyone in the current world. Insufficient sustenance would lead to weakness, hindering one's ability to fend off zombies and increasing the risk of being overpowered by them. With squinting eyes, he relished his meal. The small machine was capable of storing such a variety of dishes, the method of which remained a mystery. Moreover, the flavors surpassed those of the 5-star establishments he had previously visited. Before he realized it, he had finished his meal, feeling no hint of greasiness. Once satisfied, drowsiness began to creep in. Nonetheless, this was not a place for slumber. He rubbed his eyes and ventured forth to explore the items within. Initially fatigued and moving slowly, he soon found his energy renewed upon examining the descriptions of various objects. Name: mighty fluffy bear type. Attack tier: second description, a bear characterized by its strength, capable of delivering a punch strong enough for a child. Price: 350 points. Name: fiery sword type. Attack tier: second description, each swing is accompanied by a flash of flames, rendering you more formidable than those with abilities. Price: 600 points. Name: shield type. Defense tier: second description, generates a protective barrier within a 50-meter radius, safeguarding all within, and essential for survival. Price: 1,000 points. Name: alert bell type. Support tier: second description, detects potential dangers within a mile radius. Best to ascertain safety before venturing out. Price: 600 points. The abundance of second-tier items was astonishing, covering a wide array of categories, indeed remarkable in its completeness. In recent days, he found himself alone in the outside world, encountering numerous troubles, yet reaping equal rewards. It was his encounter with the unusual second-tier zombie that prompted him to explore for any potentially useful new items. Although he managed to eliminate that solitary zombie, he pondered what he might do if he were to face 2, 3, or even a horde in the future. His absence over the past few days stemmed from the knowledge that this shop would inevitably attract many others when that time arrived. The competition would not merely hinge on abilities, but rather on financial resources. In order to ensure his future independence from want, he aimed to gather as many crystal cores as possible before the shop's existence became common knowledge. As he ventured farther away, it became impractical to return daily. Subai began to collect his desired items: 1 level 1 pet egg, 1 flame sword, 2 alarm bells, 1 shield, 1 healing teddy bear, 3 level 1 healing potions, 3 hemostatic and analgesic medicines, and 3 bandages and gauzes. Concerned about the potential issues with the healing teddy bear, he had also prepared additional medicine. After several trips, he quickly filled the checkout counter. Chen Diong initially felt quite distressed, but he was now astonished by the young man's extravagant purchases. Was he here to buy items, or to stock up? In his final trip, he placed water and bread on the counter and inquired of Qin Mo, shopkeeper. Where are the small plants that were here before? There are only 3 new ones, 2 of which are already familiar. Qin Mo, expressionless, replied that his first priority upon arriving was to eat, and the plants had yet to be replaced. He then gestured towards the shop. They are now available. Currently, the sunflowers yield 10,000 sunlight points every 3 hours. From 11 o'clock last night until 8 this morning, the balance of sunlight points stood at 35,750. As he spoke, he exchanged 20 of each available plant. Name, castor bean tier. 1 type, poison description, releases toxic gas, causing loss of combat ability upon inhalation. Yet rest assured, it does not affect the owner. Note, 1-time use price. 50 name, pea shooter tier. 1 type, balanced attack and defense description, launches damaging peanuts at enemies ahead, slowing their approach. Attack power and defense value. 204,000 price. 300 name, potato mine tier. 1 type, attack description. Growth requires time, do not rush. It will come soon. Requires a 10-second wait before detonating. Attack power, 200 price. 100 note, 1-time use. This was the introduction to the new plants acquired yesterday. Each of the 6 types of plants had been exchanged for 20, leaving him with a surplus of 13,750 sunlight points, far more than he could possibly expend. On the other side, Subai quickly selected the items he needed based on the descriptions: 5 potato mines, 3 castor beans, 3 nuts, 5 pea shooters, and 3 peanuts. Chapter 41. Ability Training. At the checkout, Subai produced a substantial number of crystal cores and placed them into the machine. Chen Diong stared in disbelief. This is truly extravagant. How formidable must this individual be to possess such an abundance of crystal cores? Surely, there must be at least 100 of them, right? The final cost amounted to 7,100. Aside from these, Subai had only prepared 10 portions each of bread and water, sufficient for roughly 3 days. Other items could not be stored in this sweltering heat, and purchasing them would merely lead to waste. After discounts, the total expenditure was 5,680. Subai stored everything in his space, leaving behind only a healing bear. Then retrieved a small bag and placed it on the counter. These are from yesterday's harvest on the mountain, especially brought for you to taste. Inside was a small plastic bag of mulberries, dark red and glistening, appearing quite sweet. He had observed that the store did not sell fruit. Otherwise, he would not have taken them out. Qin Mo glanced at him. Currently, fruit was indeed something he lacked. Anything utilized by the system as a reward for tasks could not be found in the store. For instance, this task rewarded a juicer. Yet there was neither a juicer nor any fruit available in the shop. It had been quite some time since he had savored proper fruit, so he made no verbal refusal. However, with a wave of his hand, the refrigerator on the second floor opened, and its contents began to float down. Milk, sandwiches, ham, and various vegetables quickly materialized before them. Qin Mo inquired, "Is there anything you desire?" Subai nodded, his gaze fixating on the milk. He had not anticipated receiving anything. But since the other party chose to offer, he felt no need to decline. Qin Mo waved his hand again, and everything except the 3 bottles of milk returned to their original place. "If you have more fruit in the coming days, you can trade with me." Subai accepted the milk and smiled. "All right, thank you, store manager." Exchanging mulberries for these items was clearly a loss for the manager. It was evident that the manager wished to maintain a certain distance from the customers. After all, where there are human connections, there are obligations. However, a transaction is a transaction. As long as it is beneficial, animosity will not arise. Initially, he merely wished to express his gratitude. If it were not for this small shop, he would likely have struggled immensely. Yet now, the thought of accumulating more crystal cores for a potentially more relaxed future invigorated him. Moreover, his abilities had seen some enhancement over the past few days. Otherwise, he would have found it quite difficult to handle that atypical zombie alone. "By the way, store manager, I noticed a small room over there. What is it for?" Qin Mo glanced in the direction he indicated. After last night's upgrade, the store was noticeably cooler and had expanded slightly in size. This expansion was due to the newly unlocked facility by the system, the ability training room. However, he had yet to inspect this new facility, so there was no information available at the door. "That is the ability training room." Subai had intended to leave after casually inquiring, but upon hearing this, he abruptly halted. "Ability training room?" The name is quite self-explanatory. As the name suggests, it is a place for training abilities. Is it available for use now? Qin Mo remained non-committal. "Follow me." Subai naturally did not refuse and followed him. The room was not large. From the outside, It appeared to be merely around 10 square meters. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated. Does the host require a change of facility location? Chin Imo replied, no need. The system continued. Please confirm the verification of the facility location and indicate your satisfaction. Chin Imo responded, satisfied. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the ability training room, which is now available for use. Chin Imo glanced at the introduction regarding the ability training room and pointed towards the door. First-tier training requires 100 points. Second-tier training requires 200 points. Third-tier training requires 400 points, and so forth. To gain access, simply place your card on the door lock, and the door will open. Subai nodded and placed the card on the door lock as directed by Chin Imo. In the next moment, with a click, the door opened automatically, and Subai felt a force pulling him inside. A second later, with a loud thud, the door closed again. At the top of the door, a sign appeared, Ability Training Room. In the center of the door, a larger card detailed the functions and usage of this training room. Another 160 points were credited to Chin Mo's account, and he nodded in satisfaction. If every customer were as diligent as this one, he would never be short of points to spend. Chen Diong had been listening outside the door and was naturally curious about the training room. However, having sat on the ground for too long, his legs felt stiff and his feet had gone numb. After a brief recovery, he walked into the shop, only to find Chin Imo already seated behind the cash register. Chen Diong paid little mind to it. After all, he possessed no abilities and was merely a tad curious. He certainly wouldn't disturb Chin Imo over such trivial matters, knowing he would eventually learn everything in due time. His objective was clear. He directly used the 5 crystal cores in his possession to purchase a Shadow Blade card. Gazing at the familiar yet strange silhouette depicted on it, he silently vowed that a similar incident must not be repeated. Tearing open the card, a flash of white light revealed a shadow before him. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "My lord." Chen Diong observed it silently and inquired, "Do you require sustenance?" The Shadow Blade responded with silence. Undeterred, he proceeded to buy 2 portions of food and beckoned the Shadow Blade to join him for a meal. Should this scene be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly think he had succumbed to pressure and lost his mind. The Shadow Blade merely sat beside him, stating, "I cannot eat." Chen Diong nodded and asked, "Do you have a name?" The Shadow Blade replied, "Shadow Blade." "Is that all?" Chen Diong frowned. His kindness towards the Shadow Blade stemmed not only from the events of the previous day, but also from his realization that these shadows, much like humans, possessed independent consciousness. Thus, he regarded it as a sentient being. After their meal, he recalled the incident where Nie Ruffing and the others had exchanged weapons for the Shadow Blade. Though he could not afford the flame sword, he could still procure a first-tier weapon for it. Accordingly, he purchased a sword and presented it to the Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade accepted the sword, gently caressing the blade, and though it lacked a face or features, it seemed to express appreciation. Chen Diong sighed in relief and spent 3.5 crystal cores to acquire a large, plush bear. This bear was the same size as the first. Yet while the first was entirely azure, this one was gray and appeared considerably more docile. Having settled the bill, he departed the shop with Sword Shadow and the mighty teddy bear, heading straight towards the location of last night's incident. That mutated tree had nearly cost him his life, and he felt compelled to exact retribution. He could hardly believe that 2 level 2 beings could not contend with that singular tree. Once the customers had left, Chin Imo glanced at the furry first, letting out a gentle sigh as he took the mulberries to the kitchen on the 2nd floor. Upon his return, he balanced the plate in one hand while popping one into his mouth. The sweetness enveloped his senses, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Indeed, it was sweeter than he had anticipated. After indulging in a few more, he remembered to head downstairs. In that brief moment, 2 more individuals had entered the shop, Nie Ruffung and Lin Jinan. Hearing the commotion, they both looked up simultaneously. When their gazes fell upon the mulberries in Chin Mo's hand, they couldn't help but swallow hard. They had certainly seen a variety of new products, but they had not noticed any fruit. "Chin shopkeeper, are these mulberries a new product?" Lin Jinan inquired. Chin Imo popped another one into his mouth. "Not for sale." For now, although the two felt a tinge of disappointment, they were not disheartened. With so many delightful items available, there was no doubt that other treasures awaited them. After all, had not Chin shopkeeper mentioned that it was only temporarily unavailable? Chapter 42, Double Time Flow Rate. They then began selecting the items they needed. Originally, Nie Ruffing had not intended to come today, but the recent spate of aberrant zombies had roused his vigilance. With only 5 sword shadow cards in hand, he felt woefully underprepared. Yesterday, they had managed to protect themselves with a small group, but what if they encountered a larger horde? In the midst of numerous zombies, it would be akin to sheep entering a wolf's den. However, it was worth noting that they had made significant gains yesterday, both sides acquiring over 100 crystal cores, which would certainly enable them to purchase supplies at the store, clear the surrounding zombies, and subsequently establish a base. This time, however, it was just the 2 of them. The primary reason others did not join was to avoid danger, while both of them possessed dual abilities, which provided them with a measure of self-preservation. On their way, they did indeed encounter some zombies, and today marked the latest arrival to the shop in recent days. With their finances now sufficient, Lin Jianan's first order of business was to purchase a pet egg for Lin Jialan. There was no helping it. His sister adored them. Although he too had a fondness for pets, he believed it prudent to wait until their situation stabilized, as caring for a pet would require resources. Just yesterday, Nia Ruffing's bird had consumed a level 1 crystal core. He resolved to defer any discussions of pets until later. After all, who could foresee that pets required not only food but also crystal cores? Among the new products, the protective shield and the alarm bell were precisely what they needed at this juncture. Although the price was slightly higher than other items, the value they provided was indisputable. They promptly selected 3 of each. Naturally, they could not overlook the healing bear, followed by 15 pea shooters, potato mines, 17 walnuts, and peanut shooters. Everything was included in the list except for the pea pods. It was not that they were undesirable, but rather that they were too costly. Moreover, in the realm of second-tier items, the equally priced Shadow Blade card exhibits remarkable agility, thriving in versatility aside from its limitations as a weapon. In contrast, the robust and swift fluffy bears, also classified as second-tier, demand an impressive 350 points. Without comparison, one cannot grasp the pain of disparity. Once juxtaposed, the preferred choices undoubtedly become the Shadow Blade card and the fluffy bears, with each acquiring 5. Curiously, the fluffy bear, which appears no larger than a palm within its display case, transforms into a life-sized form upon removal. Might the display case itself harbor some extraordinary treasure? At checkout, Lin Jianan initially intended to settle the bill for the pet eggs separately, only to be declined by Nia Ruffling. The total for these items alone surged to a staggering 21,700 points, not to mention the considerable amount spent on food thereafter. With the assistance of the fluffy bears to carry their purchases, they certainly could not have made this trip in vain. Ultimately, the total expense reached 24,000 points, amounting to 21,600 points after discounts, equivalent to 216 crystal cores. Over the past few days, they had expended nearly 300 crystal cores, depleting their previously pooled resources for operational expenses. Fortunately, they would soon be clearing a path, promising an influx of crystal cores. Upon exiting the shop, Qin Mozanxian had finished his meal. He gazed at the digit reflecting his points balance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Behold, this is the profit yielded from aligning with the market. His points had surged to 29,390, tantalizingly close to elevating his abilities to the 3rd tier. Compared to yesterday, his points had nearly doubled. However, with the departure of these two, no other customers remained, prompting him to send the assistant upstairs to wash the dishes while he turned towards the ability training room. How could one sell what they do not understand? It was imperative to delve into it personally. He reached out to turn the doorknob, revealing an expanse of darkness within. Despite the store's bright illumination, not a sliver of light penetrated inside. As he stepped across the threshold, the door creaked shut behind him. Instantly, the darkness dissipated, unveiling a multitude of zombies surrounding him. A glance revealed a throng of heads, roughly estimating at least several thousand. Qin Mo's expression remained unchanged, his voice steady. System, do not compel me to reprimand you. The system responded with a note of grievance. It had merely amplified the zombies that were meant to appear. As its words faded, 99 of the zombies vanished, leaving only 10 behind. The time flow within the ability training room is twice that of the outside world. Thus, 1 day outside equates to 2 days inside. To train abilities, one must engage in combat using those abilities, which are inherently awakened during moments of crisis. For optimal growth, one must confront danger, reaching a critical point that naturally facilitates enhancement. Currently, the training room is classified as level 1, accommodating 10 individuals simultaneously, each within their own space, ensuring no interference and safeguarding personal safety. It is inevitable that each day, individuals will eagerly vie for the opportunity to utilize it. Qin Mo gently flexed his fingers. Having been in this world for a week, he had yet to confront a zombie, and now seemed the perfect opportunity to engage. Just before the zombies lunged at him, he inquired, "Is there a reward for dispatching these zombies?" The system, exuding exasperation, seemed to respond, "If you wish to take advantage, just say so. Rewards are mere trifles." "None, dear host," it replied. Qin Mo was not surprised. How could a miserly system comprehend the notion of providing a treat after a slap? With a mere gesture, the approaching zombies were rendered immobile, as if ensnared by an invisible force, their only movement being the frantic motion of their eyes, utterly unable to escape. The disparity between the second and first tiers was indeed stark. He intertwined his hands and gently pulled outward. An unseen force twisted the necks of the 10 zombies, causing them to collapse to the ground with a series of dull thuds. Silence enveloped the scene as the corpses swiftly vanished. Continue, Qin Mo commanded. Understood, host. The system replied. Lin Jianan, accompanied by 11 teddy bears, returned to their dwelling, a rather spacious underground warehouse, a newly discovered refuge deemed relatively safe. The surrounding zombies had been eradicated, and those gathered here numbered merely over 20, excluding their own. Among them were 2 possessors of Earth-based abilities. Given the monumental task of establishing a base, yet needing to act swiftly, Nia Ruffung proposed that the Earth manipulators erect a protective earthen wall, allowing them to build within its confines more securely. Should they find a steel manipulator, a fortified steel wall would provide even greater safety. The city housed a steel mill, making steel relatively accessible. Upon their return, a portion of the group was absent, naturally having ventured out to slay zombies. With assurances that their rations would be secure until the base was complete, some began to settle into complacency, while others, unwilling to fall behind, diligently pursued the hunt for zombies. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in this world, idleness equated to abandonment by society. Chapter 43, Dividing Actions. Seeing their return, the others immediately rose to greet them. You're back, brother. Lin Jianan rushed to Lin Jianan's side, tugging at his clothing with eager anticipation. Lin Jianan nodded gently in acknowledgement, withholding the pet egg for the moment. Simultaneously, Nia Ruffing spoke up. Yes, we have returned. Rest assured, we will clear the path, ideally. We shall set forth beyond the city tomorrow. For today, you all should rest well. Should anyone slack off during tomorrow's work, do not expect my leniency. Despite his perpetually gentle demeanor, no one dared dismiss his words lightly. Rest assured, Captain Nia, our sustenance relies entirely on you. We will not be idle. Another chimed in. Indeed, with so many zombies in the city, once we establish our base, we will be safe. How could we possibly slack off? We will expedite the construction. The group exchanged fervent affirmations of their commitment, each voice echoing their resolve. Regarding the establishment of a base, these ordinary individuals expressed unwavering support. They believed that with a base in place, the absence of zombies would ensure their safety. Observing their somewhat positive attitude, Nia Ruffing gently nodded and said, We have matters to attend to. You may return to your own activities. The others, lacking any pressing tasks, resorted to leaning against the wall, awaiting the noon and evening meals. Upon receiving the dismissal, they promptly returned to their previous positions. Nia Ruffing gestured for the 7 individuals to gather, opting not to reveal his plans immediately. Instead, he inquired, What do you think our next course of action should be? Hazy raised his hand, his expression earnest. I shall defer to the captain. Old Chin scratched his head sheepishly, adding, I have no particular thoughts. I trust the captain's judgment. Although Zhou Min remained silent, her intentions were evident. However, Nia Ruffing primarily sought the opinions of Lin Jianan and his group, as the endeavor was a collaboration rather than a unilateral decision. As anticipated, Bai Feng and Lin Jialan turned their gaze toward Lin Jianan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Jianan suggested, We can split into 2 teams, one to continue engaging with others within the city, while the other ventures outside to clear the roads. Have you determined a suitable location for the base? Nia Ruffing nodded affirmatively. I have scouted and identified a location. Therefore, I shall continue the search for others with your sister, while Old Chun remains here with 2 sword shadows to safeguard our supplies. You and the others will proceed to clear the routes, and Hei Zi can assist as a guide. How does that sound? His words were coherent, with every aspect thoughtfully considered. It was clear that the matters within the city were his responsibility. However, decisions rested solely with him and Lin Jianan, making it impractical for both to remain in the city. Thus, he retained Lin Jialan. Old Chin's role with the 2 sword shadows was to protect the supplies, as without spatial abilities, their belongings could only be temporarily stored here. If everyone departed, there was a risk that some might abscond with the resources. Given the inherent dangers of venturing outside, it was prudent for the majority to remain. Lin Jianan glanced at Lin Jialan and replied, That works. He then handed her a pet egg from his backpack, saying, In the city, listen to Brother Nya, do not act impulsively. Lin Jialan joyfully accepted the pet egg but retorted, I know, I'm not a child, and won't cause Brother Nya any trouble. You must be more cautious outside. Lin Jianan affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, Do not worry, there are plenty of good things in the shop today, and we will be quite safe. After exchanging a few words, Nia Ruffling instructed Hei Zi and Zhou Min to follow Lin Jianan's lead upon their departure. He then entrusted most of the items he had recently acquired to Lin Jialan, retaining only a small portion for himself. Lin Jianan organized the items, taking 4 of each, the healing teddy bear, the mighty teddy bear, and the swift teddy bear, leaving the remaining 2 behind. Once they departed, Nia Ruffling did not linger, taking 2 teddy bears and 2 sword shadows as he exited the underground warehouse. Soon, only Old Chun remained in the dimly lit room. He stationed 2 shadowy figures to guard the pile of belongings in the corner and settled down beside them. These items were the fruits of their labor over many days, the foundation for all their forthcoming endeavors, and any mishap would be intolerable. The curtains were drawn tightly, shrouding the room in darkness. Within, only 2 souls occupied the space. The woman sat at the edge of the bed, hugging her knees, her gaze vacant and her face etched with despair. The man, seated beside her, bore an expression of agitation. He played with a cigarette between his fingers, while the other hand clutched a lighter, occasionally flicking it to life with a soft click, only to ultimately place it down repeatedly. It was the last cigarette. This was his solace, a tether to reality. Once it was gone, there would be nothing left. Time slipped by unnoticed until the abrupt sound of gurgling filled the silence. Instinctively, he checked his pockets, finding only a single piece of chocolate remaining. Shoving the lighter into his pocket, he offered the chocolate to her with a smile, urging, "Have a bite to tide you over." With reddened eyes, she looked at him, managing a smile that was more painful than tears. "You eat it. I'm not hungry," she replied. He exhaled a heavy sigh, shifted closer, and embraced her gently, his hand caressing her belly. "Dear, there's a baby inside you. We must share what we have." As he tore open the wrapper, he brought the chocolate to her lips, urging, "Quick, eat." Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she bit into the chocolate, her sobs intensifying. Why had the world changed so drastically? Why had food and drink vanished in an instant? Why were they trapped in such dire circumstances? The more she pondered, the more desolate she felt. Tears dripped onto the back of her hand, causing his hand to stiffen momentarily as he tenderly wiped her tears. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have argued with you, my love. Please, don't cry." She sniffled, her voice trembling. "I know you're under pressure. I'm just so sad. Food is so scarce, and we don't know how much longer we can survive. It's been half a month. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us?" Even her sobs were stifled, fearing they might attract the attention of the undead. The man's heart ached for her. He had refrained from voicing the grim reality that the world was likely in chaos, and rescue seemed increasingly unlikely. Yet, since her pregnancy began, her emotions had been volatile, and he could not bear to utter such cruel truths. In that fleeting moment, he regretted their earlier argument, wishing he had not acted impulsively. "It must be soon. So many people are waiting to save us. Trust me, our family will be fine," he reassured her with a smile. "Finish your food, then get some rest. I'll step out for a bit. A couple of days ago, I discovered a place with plenty of food, though there are a few zombies to deal with." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes as she looked up at him. "Really?" The man nodded, gently pinching her nose with affection. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" The woman responded by pushing back the chocolate he had offered once more. "Then you eat it. How can you muster strength on an empty stomach? Anyway, when the time comes, you can bring back food, and we will both be satisfied." The man intended to say more, but the woman suddenly gazed intently at him. "Are you not eating because you are lying to me? Are you afraid that there may not be food in the future?" The man chuckled. "How could that be? Let us share, otherwise I want to feel at ease leaving you." Reluctantly, the woman nodded. "All right." After they finished eating, and once the woman had drifted into slumber, the man cautiously stepped outside. Chapter 44. Blame it on mother. Barely had the man left when the woman, who had been asleep, opened her eyes. She sat up, gently caressing her belly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "Baby, your timing is rather unfortunate. Your father and I can barely sustain ourselves. How can we possibly care for you?" Reflecting on the joy they had felt when they discovered her pregnancy a few months prior, both sets of parents had showered them with numerous supplements, and she had begun preparing baby clothes a month ago. Alas, such happiness was fleeting. Who could have anticipated the apocalypse would strike so abruptly, with zombies emerging without warning? That fateful day was a Sunday. After their prenatal checkup, they returned home and did not venture outside, allowing them to narrowly escape disaster. The following day, they witnessed the horrific scenes outside, with countless people transforming into grotesque creatures, the very embodiment of zombies. The phone still functioned that day, and in their panic, they hurriedly contacted their parents. He managed to reach them, urging his elderly parents to stay indoors and remain safe, promising to find them soon. His parents reassured him not to worry about them and to take good care of her. After hanging up, the man intended to immediately set off to reunite with his family. However, the sheer number of zombies outside rendered him unable to protect even himself, let alone breach the zombie-infested barriers. Moreover, he had a wife and child to safeguard. As for her, she was unable to reach her parents until the internet went down and the phones ceased to connect. Most likely, their fate was grim. During that time, she wept endlessly. Had it not been for his unwavering presence, she might have succumbed to despair. "You lied to me, saying someone would come to rescue us. Now, everyone is struggling to save themselves. Where would help come from? This foolish man." She couldn't help but rub her eyes. "Baby, do not blame your father. He is doing his utmost to protect us. If anyone is to blame, it is your mother for her inadequacy." As she spoke, Her hand caressed her belly more tenderly, a faint smile emerging on her face. Even if the child were born and could not be cared for, as long as she and her baby were no longer in this world, he could live better on his own and seek out his parents. He would survive, carrying the essence of both mother and child with him. Be a good little one. Please do not move around too much. She seemed to whisper softly to her unborn child. Death must not claim her here. She must strive to distance herself as much as possible, allowing him to believe she has departed with another, fostering his hatred and resentment towards her, which would, in turn, ensure her survival. She rubbed her legs, climbed out of bed, and cautiously made her way to the living room. After confirming through the peephole that there was nothing amiss outside, she carefully stepped out the door. Within the confines of the community, Lin Jialin cradled a gray and white tabby cat in her arms, gently stroking its back as she inquired of the man beside her, Brother Nya. Which building are we headed to? The kitten appeared to be merely 3 or 4 months old, yet its beauty was undeniable. Lin Jialin was overjoyed upon discovering the little creature nestled within the pet carrier. It was simply too adorable. Moreover, it was remarkably well-behaved, remaining silent throughout their journey. Nia Ruffin glanced ahead and pointed in a certain direction. It's over there. Now that this Earth-type ability user has joined us, we shall proceed to seek out some strong, young, ordinary individuals. The addresses had been uncovered by Heisey over the past few days. In addition to his visits to the all-purpose shop, perhaps the energy expended in transforming into a mouse was minimal, allowing him to maintain his beastly form for 6 continuous hours, far longer than Lin Jialin's previous arm transformation. This, it seemed, was his sole advantage. However, Shicheng was still vast, and thus Heisey had only scouted a mere dozen miles around, ultimately discovering 3 Earth-type ability users. Lin Jialin nodded. Then let us hasten our pace. There were not many zombies within the complex. They encountered merely 2 or 3 along the way, all swiftly dispatched by the powerful teddy bear. Each strike was akin to a child's play, resulting in gruesome scenes. As they quickened their steps and approached the entrance of the building, the cat in her arms suddenly stood erect, its fur bristling. Meow. The sound, though not loud, was distinctly clear. Lin Jialin paused momentarily. Hua hua? What is it? Nia Ruffung furrowed his brow, and after a brief moment, the small gray one on his shoulder also let out a sound. It is often said that animals possess a heightened perception of danger compared to humans. The sentience exhibited by these 2 pets suggested that formidable adversaries lurked within the building. Nevertheless, he reassured himself by feeling the small vigilance bell in his pocket, which was no larger than a bottle cap. The purpose of the vigilance bell was to alert him to any presence exceeding his own strength within a mile radius, and it could be used 3 times. Of course, if the opponent was excessively powerful, it might only sound once before becoming ineffective. Currently, the bell was silent. While the sudden noises from the small gray one and Hua Hua indicated potential danger, it remained within a controllable scope. After all, excluding himself, they had 4 second-tier ability users among them. For safety's sake, he decided to send one of the Shadow Swords up the stairs to scout ahead. The Shadow Sword could communicate, albeit slightly dim-witted. In contrast, the 2 furry bears, regardless of whether they were the powerful or swift kind, were genuinely simple-minded, capable only of executing basic commands without the ability to converse. Let us wait here for a moment. As he spoke, he gently patted the small gray cat on his shoulder, signaling it to remain silent. Lin Jialin tenderly caressed the cat's fur and followed Nia Ruffling to a secluded spot. Meanwhile, Jianing had already entered, leaving them to wait quietly for his return. After a while, Lin Jialin crouched down to place Hua Hua on the ground, not out of dislike, but rather due to the oppressive heat that made both her and the cat uncomfortable. She gently tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her. Nia Ruffing turned his head to look at her, his eyes questioning. What is it? Lin Jialin whispered. Isn't it a bit too quiet here? Throughout their journey, they had scarcely encountered any zombies, a stark contrast to the path they took to this neighborhood, where they had fought their way through with Jianing. Nia Ruffing had noticed this discrepancy from the outset, yet he remained silent, merely shaking his head. Lin Jialin chose not to speak further. Soon, Jianing returned, announcing the arrival of someone. Nia Ruffling instructed Jianing and the fluffy bear to hide, while he and Lin Jialin pretended to be newcomers preparing to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they spotted a woman slowly descending the stairs, cradling her belly. In the fleeting moment their gazes met, the woman trembled in fear, only slightly relaxing upon noticing another woman across from her. Just days prior, she and her husband had encountered other survivors in the city, all of whom had been less than welcoming towards her as a pregnant woman, despite her husband being a rare ability user. Chapter 45. Living is everything. Pregnant women require at least double the food of an average person. And while those others had promised much, their only condition was her abandonment. However, her husband had firmly rejected such a proposition. In the initial days, with food available at home and her needing care due to her low spirits, they had missed the early opportunities to search for supplies. Coupled with her husband's abilities awakening just days earlier and the rapid evolution of zombies, he found it increasingly challenging to face them alone. While 1 or 2 zombies were manageable, more than that became quite overwhelming. Past experiences and the unfriendliness of others had instilled a reflexive fear within her upon encountering survivors. Thus, she missed the glimmer of compassion that flickered in Lin Jialan's eyes. A pregnant woman, seemingly without a man by her side? How unfortunate. In these trying times, the elderly and young struggled the most, let alone a pregnant woman. Only Nia Ruffing raised an eyebrow. As the 2 parties brushed past one another in the stairwell, the man suddenly spoke. Are you hungry? Lin Jialan's curiosity was piqued. Why such a sudden question? Nevertheless, she honestly shook her head, not particularly hungry at the moment. But I do miss the taste of sweet and sour ribs. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sniff the air. It had been nearly 2 days since she had eaten meat, and life was proving quite unbearable. Sweet and sour ribs? The pregnant woman involuntarily slowed her pace. Could these 2 still have access to meat? The half piece of chocolate she had earlier was gone in 2 bites, providing no sustenance at all. Now, with food mentioned, she instinctively touched her belly. Yet she quickly shook her head. Impossible. In such weather, even if there were meat, it would have spoiled long ago. How could one possibly eat? She must be reminiscing about the sweet and sour ribs from the world before the apocalypse. Then she heard the man's voice once more. Yes. Once the rescue here is complete, I will take you out for a meal. Lin Jialan looked up, her expression one of confusion. Wasn't there something a bit amiss about the notion of him taking her out to eat? His tone was overly gentle, and it should be her brother who would take her, not him. Nia Ruffing shot her a knowing glance, and then glanced back. Understanding instantly, Lin Jialan nodded repeatedly. All right. So it turned out that the person they were looking for this time was indeed this pregnant woman. Although she was unaware of the reasons, she was still quite pleased that they could potentially save both mother and child. However, she couldn't comprehend why Brother Nia didn't just state it directly, but instead chose such an indirect approach. A sudden rumbling sound echoed clearly in the hallway, prompting Lin Jialan to turn around. Miss, are you hungry? Upon hearing this, the woman seemed startled and instinctively tried to flee. Yet, Lin Jialan was quicker, catching her and producing a piece of bread from her bag, placing it in the woman's hand. This is for you. We'll be here for a while. If you need help, feel free to find me. Once she released her grip, the woman dashed away. Lin Jialan felt a mix of helplessness. Was her appearance truly that intimidating? Although she wasn't considered the belle of the school, she did have admirers. She turned back to the man leaning against the stair railing and inquired, Brother Nia, should we not pursue her? Nia Rufing's lips curled into a gentle smile. No. The bait has been cast. We simply need to wait for her to come to us. His youthful, clean features bore a warm smile, as if everything was well within his control. Confident and intelligent individuals naturally shine brightly. Lin Jialan momentarily lost her train of thought, quickly bowing her head and sitting down on the steps. It was no wonder that Zhou Min and the others held him in such high regard. Some were simply destined to occupy lofty positions. Who wouldn't he admire those with capabilities? After all, regardless of gender, people are drawn to strength. Yet, Lin Jialan was acutely aware that discussing anything now was futile, only survival mattered. Consequently, the budding feelings within her were swiftly suppressed. She cupped her face in her hands, staring blankly at the flowers at her feet for a while before asking, Brother Nia, what did you do before the apocalypse? Nia Rufing's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at Lin Jialan, his demeanor calm. I ran a small company, but now I have lost everything. Lin Jialan replied, I see. Everyone is in the same predicament now. It's nothing particularly special. However, as she was entering her 3rd year and facing internships, she realized she had never heard of a boss with the surname Nia. Unable to ponder further, she wrapped her arms around the flowers. Once we establish the base, with Manager Qin around, we will surely survive, right? Indeed, he affirmed. Qian Weilon ran for quite some time, yet her body could not sustain such intense exertion. Upon descending the stairs and stepping outside, she found herself unable to resist the urge to pause and catch her breath. As she gasped for air, she suddenly noticed an object in her hand, a neatly wrapped piece of bread. Staring at it, she felt a sense of daze envelop her. In her frantic escape, when Lin Jialan had seized her wrist, she had been gripped by fear. The desire to live and the fear of death coexist. Moreover, she was unwilling for her husband to learn of her demise. At that moment, her mind was clouded by terror, rendering her oblivious to the words exchanged. Now, in the stillness, the voice replayed clearly in her mind. We will help you. She had been given food. Surely there was truth in those words. Sitting down by the wall to rest, she found herself at a loss. If they were genuinely there to assist those in need, did that mean she and her child could be spared from death? Despite such thoughts, she hesitated to consume the bread in her hand. After a considerable pause, she finally resolved to inquire further. Upon her return, she found Lin Jialan and another individual partaking in food, observing their provisions of water and bread, and noting how Lin Jialan even fed a small cat at her feet. Qian Weilon swallowed hard, gripping the bread tighter. Even the cat was being fed, further solidifying her belief in the veracity of Lin Jialan's earlier claims. Lin Jialan noticed her presence, smiled, and then stood to make way for her. Yet, Qian Weilon remained rooted in place, nervously licking her lips. "Are you truly here to save us?" she inquired. Lin Jialan nodded, affirming, "Of course. Strictly speaking, they were to assist those who were useful and in need. However, this detail was trivial. For the pregnant woman among them, they were indeed there to provide salvation." Observing her anxious and guarded demeanor, it was clear she had endured considerable hardship over the past days. It was no wonder that Brother Nya had refrained from directly negotiating terms with her. Even if he had, she might have misunderstood, and given her condition, one could only imagine the potential consequences of such agitation. "To be honest, we aim to establish a base. Until it is completed, we will provide daily sustenance. Once it is built, there will be no need for constant fear of zombies. Will you join us?" Qian Weilon, feeling insecure, gently caressed her belly. "My husband has gone out in search of food and has not yet returned. Could we possibly wait a while?" Lin Jialan glanced at Nia Rufeng, who nodded softly in response. "Yes, Jialan, you accompany her back to rest and eat something." Lin Jialan replied affirmatively. Allowing her to return with others was also a matter of safety. There were likely others still in the building, and it would be prudent to bring them along. Thus, he planned to head upstairs to search for them. Chapter 46. The swarm of bees. Now that the situation with Qian Weilon had been resolved, there were no longer any pressing challenges. They simply needed to await her husband's return, and then they could head back. The key figures in their planning had gathered. The next step involved securing laborers, along with finding suitable vehicles for transporting supplies. After all, how else could they move the bricks? They certainly could not rely solely on human strength. How long would that take? Meanwhile, under the leadership of Lin Jianan, a group of individuals surged forth from the city into the wilderness, sweeping through their surroundings with ease. They required no direct engagement. The mere presence of sword shadows and a few swift fur bears sufficed to eliminate the zombies. Nevertheless, Lin Jianan chose to join the fray alongside his companions. True power is only possessed when it is firmly in one's grasp. As the zombies grow increasingly formidable, one cannot solely rely on the omnipotent shop. What if they encounter others with equally potent and extraordinary items, yet whose strength vastly surpasses their own? It is wise to remain vigilant and never underestimate human nature. Upon exiting the city, they consciously avoided the vegetation. Chun Diyang's words resonated in their minds. No one could afford to be complacent. For should they encounter a similar predicament, the burden would fall upon themselves. However, they could not obliterate the foliage entirely. Otherwise, a single blaze would resolve everything in an instant. Lin Jianan instructed several rapid fur bears to approach the trees cautiously. Their speed would enable them to evade any impending danger. Zi had transformed into a small mouse, leading the way ahead. His diminutive form went unnoticed and produced no sound, ensuring that even if zombies were present, they would not target him. The path ahead was far from smooth, with a mountain looming in the distance. Yet, their destination was not the small shop. They intentionally took a circuitous route. This was a prudent decision, as the base had yet to be established, and it was imperative that the existence of the omnipotent shop remained undisclosed. Fortunately, there were few trees along the way, and they encountered no mutated plants. However, as they neared their destination, only a few hundred meters away, trouble arose. At some point, a pack of over a dozen wolves appeared. Upon sighting these creatures, Zi, in his mouse form, trembled with fear and scurried back in a frantic roll. Thankfully, they did not detect him. Otherwise, a single swipe would spell doom for his fragile frame. These wolves were not ordinary. Their fur was matted with blood, and their flesh was decaying, clearly indicating infection. They were zombie wolves. As soon as they caught sight of the intruders, the pack of zombie wolves charged, howling like hounds drawn to meat. The two sword shadows and several fur bears instinctively advanced to confront them. Regrettably, among the pack were 5 second-tier zombie wolves. Only 4 of the swift fur bears could match their speed, while the remaining 1 barreled past the sword shadows, heading straight for Lin Jianan and his group. The sword shadows attempted to assist, but were impeded by the remaining 10 or so first-tier zombie wolves. In this critical moment, Lin Jianan quickly tore open 2 sword shadow cards. When speed was insufficient, one must compensate with numbers. Such was the reality. These were not the mindless zombies of yore. The zombie wolves possessed speed, keen senses, and formidable attack power. Thus, their target was unmistakably clear, the group of individuals before them. Although the sword shadows were powerful, their speed was indeed a limitation, and thus only 2 could hinder the approach of the zombie wolf. It was not a matter of being unable to defeat it, but rather that their speed could not keep pace. The zombie wolves were too swift and had no interest in the sword shadows, fixated solely on the prospect of human flesh, making obstruction a laborious endeavor. Lin Jianan had recently ascended to the 2nd tier of his abilities. Engaging the zombie wolf alone would prove to be a formidable challenge. It wasn't that his lightning-based powers lacked strength, but rather that no matter how powerful one might be, if one could not land a hit, what could be done? Presently, he could seize the opportunity while the battle raged intensively to strike with a lethal blow. However, he did not merely observe the clash. He also instructed the other three to plant vegetation around their perimeter. They encircled their immediate vicinity with 2 layers of nut walls. The cacophony of combat might attract unwanted attention, so caution was paramount. Suddenly, he raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning. With a sharp crack, the bolt struck the second-tier zombie wolf entangled with 2 shadowy swords. The creature, which had leapt mid-air to pounce, plummeted to the ground. The 2 expertly trained shadow swordsmen swiftly drove their blades into the wolf's skull. Initially, it was a successful strike, and the zombie wolf was vanquished. However, as they withdrew their swords, a resounding crack echoed, and both swords snapped in their hands. Lin Jianan's lips twitched. Their reliability remained as questionable as ever. Given the excessive consumption of crystal cores that day, they had failed to equip the shadow swordsmen with new weapons. After some contemplation, he decided to have Bai Fong and Zhou Min relinquish their weapons. Although their current arms were ordinary, they were significantly sturdier than the swords the shadow figures carried. With the first-tier zombie wolf dispatched, the 4 shadow swordsmen joined the fray alongside the fuzzy bear, swiftly bringing an end to the previously stalemated battle. Nonetheless, their actions had undeniably attracted a horde of zombies. The plants had been strategically planted for their functions. Castor beans and potato landmines were positioned at the forefront, with peanut and pea shooters in the middle and the nut wall set 10 meters back. If Qin Mo were present, he would surely remark that this real-life game had indeed been mastered by them. 100 or so zombies could not breach their defenses. Just then, a sudden and startling chime rang out. Lin Jianan instinctively reached for the vigilance bell in his pocket, his heart racing. Trouble. The bell's toll indicated that the approaching threat was at least 3rd-tier or perhaps a multitude of 2nd-tier foes. Realizing this, he decided against retaining the remaining 3 shadow sword cards, tearing them all to shreds and exchanging their weapons with those of the shadow figures. It was a necessary change. Once the shadow swords broke, their combat effectiveness would plummet, leaving them at a severe disadvantage. The tension was palpable among the group, as this was the first time the vigilance bell had sounded on their journey, signifying their most significant crisis yet. Just as they had dealt with the first-tier zombie, they beheld a swarm of egg-sized creatures flapping their wings, hurtling towards them. The buzzing was unmistakable. Bees? Blackie shivered. Having just transformed into a human, he reverted to a mouse once more. The sight of the mass of bees was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Moreover, these bees were of the size of bird eggs. Which household's bees could possibly resemble this? Zhou Min and Bai Fong widened their eyes, simultaneously swallowing hard. Gulp. Bai Fong inched closer to Lin Jianan. Brother Lin, surely these bees must be 2nd-tier, right? There must be hundreds of them. In Chapter 47, titled Honey, such large bees were unprecedented in their experience before the apocalypse. They had neither heard of nor seen anything like them. No one knew what purpose these creatures served, or whether they were comparable to those from the time before the cataclysm. Would a sting be fatal? The primary concern was that their pea shooters and similar devices were designed for terrestrial threats and would be utterly ineffective against those that could fly. Following the mutations of plants, animals had also undergone transformations. Humanity's living space was likely to shrink even further. Lin Jianan's expression turned serious. Let Jianying lead these bees away shortly. With so many of them, there must be honey. Upon hearing this, Bai Fong's eyes brightened, dispelling his earlier tension. The little mouse on the ground bounced with enthusiasm. I'll go look for it right now. Honey, this is something Manager Qin doesn't even have. None of us here can resist such a temptation. However, only it could embark on this quest. Bai Fong watched the mouse strut away with a hint of envy, pondering why his awakened abilities were not of the beast transformation variety. Meanwhile, Zhou Min silently removed her coat, crouching down to cover her head and arms. Her actions piqued Bai Fong's curiosity. What are you doing? Zhou Min's voice emerged muffled from beneath the fabric. When my brother and the others used to disturb wasp nests, they would cover their heads with clothing and remain still, claiming that this made the wasps perceive humans as cow dung and refrain from stinging. Bai Fong's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Should I commend your cleverness? You do realize they were talking about wasps, right? These are bees. The two have distinct differences. Lin Jianan turned his head away, barely suppressing a laugh. He hadn't anticipated that the usually reticent and composed Zhou Min possessed such a naive side. He instructed Jianying and the others to engage the swarm of bees and redirect them elsewhere. The fluffy bears were crafted from fur and cotton, while Jianying was merely a shadow, likely unperturbed by bee stings. Under normal circumstances, as long as they did not provoke the bees or move erratically in their presence, they typically would not attract their aggression. However, these creatures did not appear to behave normally, necessitating a decision before the bees approached too closely. Jinying's strikes were quite formidable, and the bees' bodies were fragile. Several fell to a single swing. Yet, the sheer number was overwhelming. A few casualties were negligible compared to the hundreds present. This provoked a frenzy among the swarm. The buzzing grew louder as they swarmed aggressively towards Jinying and the others. Faced with such a multitude, Jinying and the others dared not confront them head-on and promptly turned to flee. Faced with fierce wolves, they struck back with great force. Yet when confronted by a swarm of bees, which were significantly weaker than the wolves, they could only flee in disarray. Soon, most of the bees were lured away, leaving only a handful buzzing about like headless flies. Lin Jianan raised his hand and unleashed a few bolts of lightning, causing several bees to be scorched and fall to the ground. A few others, attracted by the commotion, rushed toward them, prompting Bai Fong to urgently pull Zhou Min up. Quick, lend a hand. Fortunately, both of them wielded long-range attacks, one with lightning and the other with wind blades, allowing them to eliminate all the approaching bees before they could reach them. At this moment, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They gathered the plants strewn across the ground, and Bai Fong sighed in exasperation. Sigh, we can overlook the plants. After all, they can't move. As long as we keep our distance, we should be safe. But now, with animals joining the fray, even a mere bee has become an outrageous threat. Are we even allowed to live? Zhou Min pressed her lips tightly together. We need to resolve this quickly and report back to the captain. Only by hastening their return to inform the captain could she feel at ease. Lin Jianan nodded. Yes, we will head back once Haizi and Jinying return. The earlier commotion had attracted nearly all the surrounding zombies, and their task was nearly complete. As for the bees, upon discovering their hive was gone, they would likely attempt to rebuild it. Moreover, the other zombies in the vicinity had already been dealt with, ensuring that no further disturbances would arise to draw their attention in the short term. However, the bees would undoubtedly need to be addressed. Otherwise, they would become a persistent nuisance. Ultimately, the burden would fall upon them. Leaving searching was not an option. As the group dug for crystal cores, they awaited Haizi's return. They had collected 5 second-tier crystal cores and over 100 first-tier cores, marking a bountiful harvest. After a while, Haizi arrived from the distance, cradling a half-destroyed beehive and waving joyfully at them. Zhou Min cleared out her backpack to store the honey, and the 4 of them were elated. After waiting a moment longer, Jinying and 8 Mau Mau bears returned. Jinying appeared unchanged, though his dark hue seemed slightly faded. The Mau Mau bears, however, looked rather disheveled, particularly the strongest among them, whose fur was in disarray. Fortunately, their numbers remained intact. With a command from Lin Jianan, they began their journey back along the same path, clearing the weeds along the roadside, thus creating a clear passage. By the time they returned to the underground warehouse, dusk had begun to settle, and it was likely past 7 o'clock. The others were gathered, eating and conversing, and in their absence, the group had grown by over 10 individuals, bringing the total to more than 40. Rather than mingling with the newcomers, they immediately sent Jinying to guard the food, then set out to search for Nie Ruffling. At that moment, the man sat nearby, teasing the little gray creature, offering it a crystal core, only to swiftly retract it when it attempted to peck at it, causing the little gray to bounce around in playful agitation. A gentle smile graced his lips, reflecting his cheerful demeanor. Beside him, Lin Jialan cradled Huahua, soothingly patting its back with a hint of helplessness as she remarked, "Brother Nie, you frightened my Huahua." Nie Ruffling chuckled. "Do you not find it amusing? Your Huahua seems terrified of missing a meal, hence its fright." Lin Jialan was momentarily at a loss for words. Huahua's emotions indeed conveyed such sentiments. As they conversed, he noticed Lin Jianan and others approaching, casting a glance at the somewhat lethargic little gray before extending the crystal core towards it once more. This time, the little gray not only refrained from advancing, but actually retreated. Nie Ruffling playfully tapped its head, laughing. What a promising little creature. He then placed the crystal core on the ground and stood, making his way toward Lin Jianan and the others. Chapter 48, A Frantic Thought Ga. The little gray protested, hopping over to seize the crystal core before hastily following in Nie Ruffling's wake. Lin Jialan, still holding Huahua, trailed behind, her brow furrowed with concern as she inquired, "Brother, you haven't encountered any danger, have you?" Lin Jianan spread his arms and twirled around in front of her. "Do I appear to be in trouble?" As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Lin Jialan's hair, adding, Now, don't frown so. You're starting to look like an old lady." Irritated, Lin Jialan swatted his hand away, muttering, "You've messed up my hair." She then cast an awkward glance at Nie Ruffling, feeling as though her actions were conspicuously transparent, before lowering her head in silence. Lin Jianan ceased his playful teasing, adopting a more serious tone. "However, we have some unfortunate news from our outing." Nie Ruffling then spoke. "Has there been a mutation in the animals?" Haizi immediately interjected with concern. "Boss, did you encounter any mutated animals?" Nie Ruffling remained non-committal, just a first-level mutated dog. Upon hearing this, Heisey eagerly recounted their own experiences. At first, we had Jianying and the Mau Mau bear, effortlessly overcoming any threats. It was only when we neared our destination that we encountered a pack of zombie wolves. As Heisey finished, the usually gentle Nia Ruffin wore an unusually serious expression. If it were any other mutated creature, it would not pose much trouble. Yet, it was the naturally flying animals that truly caused concern. Captain, seeing his silence, Heisey grew anxious. Nia Ruffin regained his focus. Yes, I understand. Our immediate priority is to establish a base. You and Lao Chun should gather some bricks from the surroundings to load onto the vehicle. We shall depart early tomorrow. Understood. The zombies in the vicinity had already been cleared, and the area lacked high-rise buildings. Lao Chun, being a power user with immense strength, would find it easy to dismantle some bricks. Shu Min, you and Bai Fong take a few Mau Mau bears to prepare some cement. Yes. Bai Fong said nothing further and followed suit. Lin Jialin, unable to finish her thought, leaned closer to Lin Jianan. Brother Nya, please don't brush me aside. Lin Jianan understood that her companion was concerned, yet she nodded in response to the man's questioning gaze. Nia Ruffin continued, instructing her to guard the food. Lin Jialin let out a dejected sound, glancing back repeatedly, as if hoping they might change their minds. Once everyone had departed, only the two of them remained, accompanied by a few shadows of swords and several furry bears. What are you planning to do? Lin Jianan inquired. Nia Ruffin narrowed his eyes, a smile still gracing his face, yet his voice was chillingly cold. We must eradicate them tonight. Delaying even a single day invites further uncertainty. We cannot allow them to grow. Lin Jianan was taken aback by his swift decision. If she were the leader, she would have chosen differently. Nonetheless, she had to concede that he possessed remarkable resolve. Those bees number at least 200 to 300. The plants we have on hand will hardly inflict any damage. Resolving this issue may prove challenging. Having made a decision, they naturally needed to discuss strategies. The problems he mentioned must be addressed. If I had known it would come to this, we should have prepared 2 flame swords. Then we wouldn't be so passive. Currently, we lack fire-based abilities. And what wild animal isn't afraid of fire? Unfortunately, no amount of money can buy foresight. Nia Ruffin pondered for a moment. Don't we have the protective shield we just acquired? Let us prepare some torches. Lin Jianan looked at him in astonishment. Are you suggesting? Yes, he affirmed. The protective shield is designed to shield them from external harm, encompassing all individuals within a 50-meter radius, while preventing anything from entering. Of course, it may not be effective against entities above the second tier. After all, it is merely a second-tier item. Yet Nia Ruffin intended to turn this notion on its head, planning to trap both the bees and themselves within. This idea was utterly audacious. A moment's carelessness could lead to their own downfall. Lin Jianan was momentarily at a loss for words. Nia Ruffin dismissed her concerns. It's not a big deal. You, a formidable lightning wielder, fear a few bees? Lin Jianan noted the flippant tone of his words, which seemed ill-suited for the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, she understood his intent and nodded. Indeed, it is better to strike first than to suffer the consequences later. We certainly can't wait for them to come after us. By then, it may be too late. Then let us prepare to depart. The two gathered their previously discarded ordinary attire, leaving no further words, and ventured into the night. They did not bring along any of the furry bears, as those creatures were terrified of fire. Whether they could pose any threat to the bees was uncertain. But they certainly did not want to risk incinerating them in a mishap, as that would be a significant loss. After all, the bees wouldn't leave behind any crystal cores. As the clock approached 8, Qin Mo lounged lazily on the sofa, his body appearing as if it were devoid of bones. Daodu lay beneath the sofa, occasionally glancing at its master. It was perplexed by his behavior. Since emerging from the ability training room, he had silently collapsed onto the sofa, as if something had deeply affected him. A myriad of questions filled Daodu's tiny head, and it couldn't resist pawing at its little belly. I am quite hungry, yet my master appears to be in a rather poor mood. Perhaps it is best to endure the hunger. Just then, a sound echoed from the depths of the store as a door clicked shut. Subai emerged, his face pale, head lowered, eyelids drooping, and arms hanging limply, looking rather dispirited. Qin Mo, hearing the noise, opened his eyes and turned his head to glance in that direction. Subai immediately straightened his posture and smiled at Qin Mo, saying, Store manager, this ability training room is quite useful. I didn't see you when I came out earlier, so I went back in. He discreetly rubbed his jaw. It is indeed useful. Just the accelerated time flow alone is enough to attract all ability users. However, it can be quite taxing. While one suffers no injuries or death inside, the pain experienced is very much real and unrelenting. Qin Mo cast a blank stare towards him. Inside the ability training room, the number of zombies multiplies exponentially. And most importantly, only abilities can be utilized. Even ordinary attack techniques are rendered useless. When Subai was expelled, he was still within the training room. But as the zombies overwhelmed him, He had exhausted his abilities, leading to the scene that Dodo witnessed. Feeling Qin Mo's gaze upon him, Subai averted his eyes silently, stating, "I shall take my leave now." In truth, he wished to inquire whether he could stay at the shop for a night, offering to pay with points, as his current situation was rather dire. However, the intensity of Qin Mo's stare rendered him speechless. After uttering that brief sentence, he hurriedly exited the small shop. As he stepped outside, the ever-watchful first swiftly slammed the door shut behind him. Qin Mo redirected his gaze and lay back down, resolute in never entering the ability training room again, feeling both weary and drowsy, too lethargic to take even a single step. He beckoned to Dodo. Dodo, puzzled, looked at him and barked, "Woof? Take me back to my room." Dodo replied, "Owo," and then transformed into a towering dog, lifting its master upstairs. Outside, Subai heard the sound of the door closing behind him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Deciding not to rise but rather to sit against the door, Chun Diong staggered towards him, bloodied and disheveled, and before he could catch his breath, he was met with this scene. The two locked eyes, both uncharacteristically silent. After a long pause, Subai casually averted his gaze, while Chun Diong stiffly maneuvered to sit on the other side of the door. The shadow of his sword and the teddy bear remained vigilantly by his side. Upon seeing these two, Subai suddenly recalled the need to treat the teddy bear. "I wonder if it can alleviate the pain?" Contemplating this, he spoke, "Treatment?" The teddy bear, staring blankly at him, raised a paw, and a beam of white light unexpectedly flew towards Chun Diong, feeling the wounds on his body hastening to heal. He looked at Subai in astonishment. "It turns out this person is quite kind." He sincerely thanked Subai. "Thank you." Subai replied, "You're welcome," and turned his gaze away, propping his forehead with his hand, a hint of helplessness etched between his brows. The healing bear seems a bit foolish. Chapter 49, The Mutated Fruit. However, it appears that it can only mend wounds, without alleviating pain. Otherwise, even this foolish bear would not be inclined to waste its healing abilities on others. It was precisely because he was unharmed that the bear mistakenly believed he was requesting treatment for someone nearby. Furthermore, the person had already expressed gratitude. It would be odd to call out for self-treatment again. Besides, there was no need to do so, as he was utterly exhausted and decided to rest for the night in front of the shop. At that moment, someone beside him spoke again. "Sir, could you assist me in treating the sword shadow?" Each word was clear to him individually, yet when combined, he found the meaning elusive. Subai glanced at him, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the sword shadow not far away. Treating the sword shadow? Had this person lost his senses? He remained silent, while Chun Diong gritted his teeth and retrieved a blue fruit from his pocket. "This is a fruit I obtained from a mutated plant. May I trade it for your assistance?" He was reluctant to part with such a valuable item, but apart from this, he had little of worth to offer. Subai regarded him thoughtfully, accepting the fruit and instructing the healing bear to treat the sword shadow. Given that he had unwittingly assisted once already, he felt no need to decline this time. Moreover, in the past couple of days, he had encountered several mutated plants without acquiring such a fruit, so it may indeed prove useful. Casually tucking the fruit into his pocket, he leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the sword shadow under the faint moonlight. What made this sword shadow so unique that it warranted a fruit in exchange for treatment? Remarkably, the healing bear approached. A white light flickered within the bear's paw, which it then pressed against the sword shadow. Moments later, it turned back, shaking its head in confusion. It seemed ineffective. Yet, having already assisted, he could not reclaim the item. Chun Diong, dejected, lowered his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Earlier that day, he had accompanied the sword shadow and the mighty hairy bear to locate the mutated tree they had encountered yesterday, expending considerable effort to resolve the matter. Additionally, they had dispatched several zombies. Later, he spotted a small tree, about half his height, bearing 3 blue fruits, which appeared quite extraordinary. Assuming it to be a valuable find, he was eager to acquire it. The 3 of them began to probe the surrounding trees, finding nothing unusual, just when they thought fortune was on their side. As they approached the small tree within less than a meter, the roots buried underground suddenly retaliated. However, they had remained vigilant, except for him, whose strength lagged, leading to a few unavoidable blows and a retreat. The sword shadow and the mighty hairy bear engaged in battle. Though the tree seemed diminutive, its roots were numerous. The sword shadow fought tirelessly, and once the roots were severed, the tree was left as defenseless as a toothless dog. With 3 fruits in hand, he dared not linger outside any longer and hastened back. Merely due to the injuries sustained, he was nonetheless besieged by a multitude of zombies. Fortunately, these zombies were of the first tier, otherwise, it would have been a dire situation for others. Yet, lacking any extraordinary abilities, he found himself compelled to take risks. Although the 3 of them returned unscathed, he could clearly perceive that the once dark form of the sword shadow appeared significantly faded, as if washed by water. Consequently, when he spoke earlier, he had hoped that the items from the store might prove useful. Alas, Even the sword shadow seemed to have a limited existence. Ahead, after the black sword shadow had moved slightly post the treatment of the fluffy bear, it tilted its head. It possessed no discernible features, yet had it possessed eyes. One might have perceived that it was gazing at Chun Diang from this angle. However, it swiftly turned away, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Yet, had Chun Diang observed closely, he would have noticed that the form of the sword shadow regained a richer hue of black, even more intense than when it first emerged from the card. This evening's darkness was particularly stifling. Nia Ruffling and his companion traversed from Stone City, as the zombies along their path had been vanquished, allowing their passage to the location where they encountered a swarm of bees. Meanwhile, the 9 sword shadows behind them each wielded a torch, prepared with makeshift torches soaked in gasoline. This preparation was solely intended to confront the peculiar bees. "Is this the place?" Lin Jinan inquired, nodding and gesturing towards a direction. "The bees came from that way. I had the sword shadows and the fluffy bear divert them. They may have returned by now." Nia Ruffling said nothing further but retrieved the honey he had specifically brought from his backpack. The bees, having lost their nest, would likely be on the brink of frenzy, and now, with someone returning with honey, it was a blatant provocation. Of course, the bees had no comprehension of provocation. Yet their instinct to reclaim the honey would undoubtedly draw them in upon sensing the familiar scent. Lin Jianan quietly stepped back, recalling the previous swarm of bees. If even one were to sting, it could spell disaster for someone of the 3rd tier. They were akin to foolish individuals poking a sleeping tiger. Gripping the torch tighter with one hand, he held a lighter in the other, ready to ignite the flame at any moment. After a considerable wait, the distant buzzing began to resonate. Looking up, a swarm of bees, the size of bird eggs, surged towards them, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Buzzing incessantly, Nia Ruffing also retreated slightly, producing his lighter. The bees, initially fixated on the honey on the ground, soon realized that their nest had been destroyed by these 2 intruders, inciting their wrath. Before they could launch an attack, with a decisive motion, Nia Ruffing silently swung his torch at the multitude of bees. Lin Jianan, after igniting the torches held by the sword shadows from behind, joined the fray with equal fervor. In no time, the buzzing of the bees filled the air, as a dozen individuals wielding torches transformed the scene into a chaotic dance of flames. Remarkably, such uncoordinated and instinctive actions, devoid of any supernatural abilities, proved surprisingly effective. The bees were indeed terrified of fire. Initially, they attempted to flee, yet Nia Ruffling had already deployed a protective shield before they reached the honey, leaving them utterly trapped, as though they had collided with an invisible barrier. Many, in their frantic haste, knocked themselves unconscious and plummeted from the sky. Realizing escape was futile, they turned to confront their adversaries instead. Unbeknownst to anyone, the little gray creature perched on Nia Ruffing's shoulder fixed its gaze on the swarm of bees, its eyes swirling with excitement, seemingly eager to engage. After dispersing, most of the bees targeted Nia Ruffling and Lin Jianan. The sheer number was overwhelming, and alarmingly, they raised their hindquarters and launched their venomous stingers. Upon witnessing this, Lin Jianan could not contain his exclamation. "Damn it! Wasn't it said that once the stinger of a bee was removed, its internal organs would be damaged, leading to a swift demise? What in the world was happening now? Had the rules changed following their mutation? This was absurd beyond belief." Fortunately, as a 2nd-tier ability user, he managed to evade the onslaught of stingers while brandishing his torch to deter the bees from approaching. Nonetheless, he felt a sharp pain in his back. These bees were not only outrageous, but also capable of ambush. On the other hand, Nia Ruffing fared slightly better. As before being ambushed, the little gray creature on his shoulders suddenly took flight. Caw! With a swift peck, it seized the bee that attempted to attack its master and promptly devoured it. Witnessing this spectacle brought Lin Jianan to the brink of tears. The pain was excruciating, far surpassing the sting of ordinary wasps from before the apocalypse. He found himself regretting not having such a bird to defend him. Then he would not have suffered the stings. Nevertheless, as an ability user, his physical capabilities had significantly enhanced, preventing him from losing his fighting spirit, albeit with some discomfort. Approximately half an hour later, the swarm was finally subdued. Lin Jianan had been stung several times, leaving half of his face swollen like that of a pig. While Nia Ruffling emerged unscathed, the little gray creature had consumed several more bees, establishing that Nia Ruffling was not to be trifled with, resulting in the remaining bees directing their ire solely at him, save for those aimed at Jianan's sword shadow. Faced with Lin Jianan's resentful gaze and his swollen visage, Nia Ruffling felt an unusual twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lin Jianan sway unsteadily. He stepped forward to support him. Lin Jianan could only perceive a hazy figure approaching, gritting his teeth. "There's poison," and then he fainted. After checking to ensure there was no serious harm, Nia Ruffling sighed in relief. It seemed the bee's stinger had a mild anesthetic effect, but Lin Jinan's strength had allowed him to remain conscious longer than expected. He glanced at the little gray creature on his shoulder, now sated and dozing with its wings tucked in. Thanks to this, otherwise, if both of them had lost consciousness here by the time morning arrived, their bodies might have vanished. However, this incident served as a wake-up call. The capacity for animal mutation can indeed exhibit considerable variability. Should a similar situation arise in the future, a more cautious approach will be imperative. His anxiety was justified, as matters concerning the base had already been delayed for several days. Looking at the sword shadows, only 3 remained. After all, they had absorbed a significant portion of the danger for the 2 of them, also shielding them from numerous bee stings. The sheer number of bees was overwhelming, and they were all of the 2nd tier. Yet, the 1st tier Xiao Hui Hui was capable of consuming the 2nd tier bees, possibly due to an innate bloodline suppression or the unique nature of the pets in the shop. With the issues in this area resolved, he placed Lin Jinan on the ground and, along with the remaining sword shadows, gathered the corpses of the bees into a pile before setting them ablaze. Only then did he carry Lin Jinan away. Despite the considerable losses, the prospect of establishing the base the following day was indeed a cause for celebration. Qin Mo was awakened by hunger before dawn. After only having breakfast the previous day, he had not eaten since. Yet he remained lethargically in bed until the sun had fully risen. After freshening up and taking a shower, he tossed his worn clothes into the washing machine before yawning and descending the stairs. The fatigue from mental exhaustion was far more tormenting than that of physical weariness. After having breakfast, he turned around and ascended the stairs once more. System, host, what are you doing? Qin Mo replied nonchalantly, catching up on sleep. If not for his hunger, he would have preferred to remain in bed. The system, somewhat exasperated, remarked, the sun is already high. Qin Mo had already returned to bed. Closing his eyes, don't disturb me. The system suppressed the words on the tip of its tongue, realizing that the host's morning grouchiness was somewhat intimidating. It would be best to wait until he was fully awake to continue the conversation. Hurry up, hurry up. Before the entrance to the underground warehouse, Old Chun and Bai Fong stood guard at the stairway, with 2 large, open-top mountain trucks parked outside. One truck was piled high with neatly stacked bricks, while the other was half-filled, leaving just enough space for others to sit. Everyone quickly boarded the vehicles. Driving these 3-wheeled trucks was relatively easy. With a bit of basic knowledge, one could manage it. Once everyone was on board, Old Chun and Hei Zi started the engines. Virum! The truck roared to life, its noise echoing far and wide, causing the passengers to involuntarily sweat with anxiety. However, the speed was commendable, and although hundreds of zombies were drawn to the sound, they were swiftly left behind, unable to keep up. Witnessing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief as they traversed the spacious road outside Stone City. Just after the first truck had barely exited the city, Zhou Min, sitting in the passenger seat of the second truck, suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" Without her prompting, the others had already noticed. An elongated zombie, towering at least 3 meters high, had inexplicably appeared within the city. Its arms resembled long blades, almost brushing the ground. It was running, and at an alarming speed. Old Chun instinctively pressed the accelerator, gripped by an unsettling illusion that if they did not hasten their escape, they would surely be overtaken. What manner of ghastly creature was this, capable of such speed? The anxiety of the others was palpable. They had never encountered such a zombie before, and despite their rapid pace, it remained relentlessly in pursuit, evading any attempts to shake it off. Lin Jialan sat against the side of the vehicle, cradling her unconscious brother, Lin Jianan, her face taut with worry. Upon their return the previous night, she had discovered her brother in a state of unconsciousness, carried back in a panic that nearly overwhelmed her with dread, fearing he might have been bitten. Fortunately, it was merely a faint, but he had yet to awaken after an entire night, leaving her in a state of disarray, and now this calamity had befallen them. As the group fretted, Nie Ruffling had already dispatched Mao Mao Xiong and Jianying to confront the pursuing zombie. Upon sighting the slender zombie, he recalled the incident when Dodo had led them away. Perhaps this creature had been lurking then. Their previous encounters without incident had indeed been a stroke of luck. For the moment the zombie appeared, the alert bell within him had sounded. This was at the very least a 3rd-tier zombie. These creatures were maturing at an alarming rate. Given their current capabilities, they were utterly ill-equipped to deal with it. The forms of the 3 Jianying were faint, as if they might vanish at any moment. They too could be injured, and once sufficiently harmed, they would perish, their strength diminished significantly. Although Mao Mao Xiong fared slightly better, its clumsiness rendered it incapable of coordinated action. With Lin Jianan still unconscious, he was the sole 2nd tier among the group. Unable to defeat the creature, they could not allow it to follow them. Their only option was to stall for time. Should they return to Shicheng, they would need to take a much longer route, avoiding this vicinity entirely. Chapter 51. She is my only concern. Naturally, unless absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid Shicheng altogether. They were unaware of how many similar zombies roamed the city. It was indeed his decisive instinct to establish a base early on. Had they remained in Shurcheng without a secure refuge, they would inevitably meet their demise within the city. After all, this was not the first time such aberrant zombies had appeared. The raucous sound of a tricycle echoed through the area. Fortunately, the surroundings had been cleared, preventing an influx of zombies, yet it still attracted attention. Inside the city, Sui Bing swiftly waved his hand, unleashing sharp ice blades that pierced through the heads of two nearby zombies. He then pulled Shenwei back into the corridor, frowning slightly as he murmured, "They have left." Shenwei nodded gently. "It seems so." Sui Bing smiled brightly. "Then let us cease our assault on the zombies for now, and return to inform the elder sister and the others." Shenwei hesitated. "They have already departed from Shurcheng. We need not follow them, do we? With such a small establishment behind them, how can we possibly contend with them?" It is not that she is reluctant to reveal the existence of that little shop to these individuals, but rather that she had previously harbored selfish intentions and had already feigned ignorance about where Do had come from. If she were to now acknowledge her awareness of the shop, it would unmistakably imply to Sui Bing that she had been dishonest before. Presently, she feels quite well. All she needs to do is to casually allow Sui Bing to discover the shop during their outings, and everything will fall into place seamlessly. Sui Bing, with a look of concern, turned to her and said, "But they have killed our people. The elder sister specifically instructed me to keep an eye on the situation here. If we fail to inform her, and it comes to light, then..." Shen Huowei sighed, filled with worry and helplessness. "I share your concerns. Those peculiar items they possess, you have seen them yourself, haven't you? Although we are more numerous, still." Sui Bing gently pinched her cheek and reassured her. "It's all right. We just need to relay the information back. We need not concern ourselves with anything else." "Did the elder sister not say that we can do as we please?" Shen Huowei hesitated, ultimately nodding her head without uttering a word. Ever since he had brought her back, her abilities as a healer had pleased the leader of their group, who inquired about her desires. She had nothing in particular to ask for, as nothing could rival the treasures of the omnipotent little shop. Thus, she merely expressed her preference for minimal restrictions. The other party readily agreed, stating that they would not impose any duties upon her, as long as she continued to heal her comrades. Sui Bing would similarly be spared from being assigned perilous tasks. This was a promise made by the one whom many referred to as the elder sister. However, Sui Bing's unwavering trust in her seemed somewhat naive. Noticing her despondence, Sui Bing gently consoled her. "Besides, I am also quite curious about the origins of those items. Are you not intrigued? If we could acquire similar assets, the inner city could flourish once more, perhaps even returning to its former prosperity before the catastrophe. And what about that little black dog? It must be a mutated breed, right?" Shen Huowei nodded. "Indeed, let us return." "Very well. Compared to other cities, Stone City is neither too large nor too small. Yet, few are aware that the innermost circle of the city was swiftly claimed by a group of individuals after the apocalypse. Currently, the two of them are allied with this group. They soon returned to an inner area of the city. As they walked, Sui Bing affectionately ruffled Shen Huowei's hair, saying, "You should head over to Lao Chi's place for a shower. I'll be back shortly." Shen Huowei had no desire to encounter Yang Qianyu, and upon hearing this, she promptly nodded. Lao Chi was a water elemental ability user, and it was not easy for others to access water. However, Shen Huowei was different. Although she may not hold a significant status here, she still possessed a degree of influence, allowing her to bathe daily. Moreover, after a trip outside, she felt exhausted and overheated, her body tainted with the putrid flesh and brain matter of zombies, which was utterly revolting. "I'm going then. Hurry back." Sui Bing embraced her waist, leaned down, and planted a kiss on her cheek with a playful grin. "I haven't even left yet, and you're already missing me?" Shen Huowei's face flushed, and she quickly raised her hand to playfully shove him away. Let go of me. What if someone sees us?" "All right." Sui Bing spoke as he bit her lip once more, saying, "Wait for me," before finally releasing her and striding away. Meanwhile, Shun Hame changed direction and headed towards the residence of the seventh brother that Sui Bing had mentioned. In the innermost part of the villa, Sui Bing's demeanor had already returned to normal as he ascended to the second floor and knocked on one of the doors. "Come in," came a voice from within. He pushed the door open and entered. The room had been temporarily converted into an office. Yang Qinyu sat in the boss's chair, her gaze lowered as she focused on something on the desk. It was only after he entered and closed the door that she lifted her head, arching an eyebrow. "Not flirting with your new girlfriend? What brings you here?" Sui Bing shrugged and retorted without reservation, "I'm not like you. If you're looking for a man as exceptional, yet perpetually single as yourself, you might as well remain alone for a lifetime." Yang Qinyu's expression turned icy, and she suddenly waved her hand, sending a purple lightning bolt hurtling towards him. "I see you're getting a bit too cheeky." Sui Bing quickly dodged, feigning innocence and pouting. "Cousin, I was wrong. I won't be cheeky anymore." Yang Qianyu snorted coldly. "Speak. What brings you here?" This fellow was adept at playing the innocent. and she doubted he was genuinely reformed. Sui Bing clarified his intent. Those individuals have left. They drove away from Shiqing. Yang Qinyu replied, it's good that they're gone. Now we can expedite the gathering of other survivors within the city. A few days prior, he had mentioned these individuals upon returning with Shunhame, and she had dispatched people to keep a discreet watch, though those sent had perished. Their vigilance was formidable. Hence, she had asked Sui Bing to monitor the situation. Their departure would not impact her plans. After all, a group of formidable forces posed an unstable factor in her quest to seize the entire city. Sui Bing's gaze darkened slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Cousin, they possess many extraordinary items. Extraordinary? She inquired. Indeed, they can converse with shadows, possess lifelike plush bears, and a collection of remarkable plants capable of attacking zombies. Moreover, the clothing on Wei Wei has been tested. Even a solitary tier 1 zombie struggles to breach its defenses. If we had such items, would we still worry about surviving in this apocalypse? Yang Qinyu's expression grew serious as she stepped out from behind the desk. You go notify Lao Lu to track their movements. I'll consult my father. Sui Bing nodded in agreement, understood. As Yang Qinyu approached the door, she turned back. You'd best temper your nature and maintain some distance from other women. If Shunhame leaves because of this, I won't spare you. Sui Bing beamed, rest assured. She is the only one for me now. Yang Qinyu said nothing further as she opened the door and exited. With her departure, the office fell silent. Sui Bing lowered his head, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He had not mentioned the little dog to her, for what he desired most was precisely this. Even if she was his cousin, she could not claim it from him. Chapter 52, Opening Hours Outside the Small Shop. Chen Diang glanced at Subai, who was munching on food, and couldn't help but swallow hard, contemplating how it was nearly noon, yet Manager Qin had yet to open the shop. He felt as though he might starve. Just then, he heard an odd thumping sound. Hey, did you hear that? Someone's gone mad driving that rickety tricycle around, making such a racket. The noise unmistakably emanated from the three-wheeled vehicle. Subai, sipping his milk, remained unfazed, merely responding with a nonchalant tone. Clearly, he was not the least bit curious about the commotion. Noticing Subai's disinterest, Chen Diang prudently fell silent. As they endured the sweltering heat of midday, the wooden door at the back suddenly creaked open. Chen Diang sprang up, his face lighting up with joy. The door opened to reveal Qin Mo. And like a famished wolf, Chen Diang dashed inside to grab some food. Ah, it's so much cooler in the shop. I was about to melt outside. It's unbearable. Subai entered at a leisurely pace, far more composed. Qin Mo sat behind the cash register, a bottle of cola before him, propping his phone with it. After a moment's inspection, he shook his head in discontent. System, when the shop upgrades next, could you replace this chair with a recliner? Sitting is exhausting. The system responded, somewhat exasperated, understood. You can't even sit still, TSK. Qin Mo, already aware of the system's thoughts, could easily guess its sentiments. The system quickly denied, no. If the host has requests, feel free to voice them, but the host must open the shop on time from now on. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Fine, I will open the shop on time every day. The system appeared satisfied. That is more like it, manager. Subai approached, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Qin Mo didn't even lift his head. What is it? Subai produced a fruit from last night. I wanted to ask if you recognize this fruit, manager. Only then did Qin Mo deign to look up. 20 points. Subai swiped his card on the machine. Qin Mo then added, it's a second-tier mutated fruit, enhances abilities, and can be consumed directly. Subai inquired, do you need it, manager? It's still fruit. And being second-tier, you mentioned needing fruit yesterday. If you want to trade it, it should fetch more. Chen Diang, who was devouring his food, glanced over as well. He was not an ability user, and keeping it would be a waste. Qin Mo glanced back at his phone screen. Not needed, it's bitter. Upon hearing this, Subai felt indifferent, but Chen Diang's gaze fell away in disappointment. After all the effort he had exerted to obtain it, it was of no use to him. And now he couldn't even trade it for something else. How could he not feel disheartened? Why were so many able to awaken their abilities while he could not? He felt a sense of injustice. Unwilling to accept this fate, knowing that death awaited him eventually, he wiped his eyes while eating, taking a deep breath. Subai glanced at the fruit, choosing not to disturb Qin Mo, who was engrossed in watching television, and turned to head toward the ability training room. Spending a day in the ability training room is far more conducive to personal growth than slaying zombies outside, and it comes without the peril of losing one's life. Presently, he possesses a considerable amount of points, sufficient for a prolonged period of training. Once his points are depleted, he can always return to hunting zombies. After finishing his meal, Chen Diang ventured to the back, only to find that it was indeed the ability training room, which deepened his sense of despondency. The items in the shop appeared to be tailored exclusively for those with abilities. As the zombies grow increasingly formidable, lacking the necessary powers means he cannot defeat higher-tier zombies. Without crystal cores, there are no points, and thus he cannot afford the shop's wares. It is a vicious cycle. How can he possibly compare himself to those formidable ability users? It seems utterly impossible. The more he pondered, the more despair consumed him. Due to the absence of customers, Chin Mo was disinclined to exchange for plants. After the conclusion of a television episode, during the credits, he retrieved a black pen from his drawer and approached the shop's entrance. Chen Diong, intrigued, followed him and observed as he added a line to the paper detailing the shop's rules. Opening hours, 10 to 1700 hours. The hours had been modified. The system, witnessing this scene, was utterly flabbergasted. Host? What does this mean? Chin Mo replied in a nonchalant tone, well, opening the shop on time. The system attempted to dissuade him, but it has always opened at 8 o'clock. You don't have much to do. There's no need for such a change. It had not anticipated that after just agreeing to open on time, he would enact such a change. It's quite necessary. I am lazy and have my own matters to attend to. Oftentimes, I simply cannot rise early. The system retorted, if by matters you mean sleeping in, playing games, watching anime, or binge-watching shows. Chin Mo interjected, Do you have an objection? The system responded, No, truly no objections. It had never encountered such an obstinate individual. Regret washed over it for having introduced this device. Chin Mo paid no heed to its thoughts, and after finishing, he put away the pen and glanced at the sunlight value, 103, 750. If he had that many points, he could elevate his abilities to Tier 3. After some contemplation, he used 20,000 sunlight values to stock the store and then exchanged 60,000 for 10 Tier 2 seeds to plant before turning to head back. Currently, Subai was engrossed in the ability training room, making it impossible for him to rely on him for fruits. However, he could take the time to check the mountains himself. Just as he was about to return to the shop, the system's voice chimed in once more. Dear host, a splendid opportunity has just descended upon you. Not only that, but it even accompanied its words with a sound effect in his mind, making it seem as though he had won a grand prize. Chin Mo silently chuckled. Here we go again. Whenever it feels it has been wronged, it seeks to make amends in any way possible. Such a penny-pinching demeanor is curious. Where could it have possibly learned such behavior? The system chirped cheerfully. Now the sunflower can be upgraded. Not only will it reduce the time required to produce sunlight values, but it will also increase yield. An upgrade only costs 20,000 sunlight values, a truly fair price. Upon hearing this, Chin Mo replied, 1,000. The system exclaimed, Ah, my precious. This is not haggling. It is a matter of life and death. Who would dare to have the price so brazenly? Chin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. The system, sensing danger, recoiled timidly. 10,000 it is then. I believe this price is quite favorable. This was not cowardice, but rather a reflection of its true feelings. If the host were to become enraged, it might very well spell disaster for their little system. Could the host confirm the upgrade to the sunflower? Indeed. The sunflower has been upgraded. Chin Mo glanced at the introduction. Initially, it produced 50 units of sunshine value every 3 hours, which transformed into a production of 100 units every 2 hours. Not bad at all. This way, it could produce 12 times a day, totaling 240,000. Chapter 53, The Wool Comes from the Sheep. He was satisfied, yet the system was nearly in tears from the loss. It vowed never to utter foul language in front of the host again. Chin Mo looked at the dazed Chun Diong beside him and thoughtfully stroked his chin. Business had been scarce lately, making comparisons difficult, but it was likely that ordinary people still constituted the majority in this world. The existence of ability awakening agents in the mall was understandable, albeit a bit pricey. They would motivate those ordinary individuals to be more proactive. After all, without their efforts, how could he accumulate points to upgrade? Wool comes from sheep. Without sheep, where would the wool come from? He needed to cast a wide net. With this thought, he exchanged 5,000 points for an ability awakening agent before returning to his shop. While ordinary people might not afford it, their mere awareness of it could instill greater hope for life. Much like dangling a carrot in front of a donkey to make it run. The agent might not sell immediately, but in the long run, the gains would outweigh the expenditures. Well, he had contributed nothing, merely waiting idly. Yet, he was never short on time. Unbeknownst to Chin Diong, he had become a lamb to the slaughter. After realizing that the shop had exchanged time for goods, he planned to stock up on food and find a place to stay. He could not linger in front of the shop forever. The heat was intensifying, and he might perish from the heat without even knowing how it happened. Nevertheless, he instinctively wandered around the store, curious about any new merchandise. Before long, he found himself captivated, his gaze fixed intently on an item in the display case. There lay a vial containing a blue liquid encased in glass. Yet that was not the focal point. The true highlight was the card beside it, emblazoned with the words, Ability Awakening Agent. Wasn't this precisely what he needed? Name, Ability Awakening Agent Level. None type, Special Description. Ordinary individuals have a 100 chance of awakening abilities upon consumption. Ability users can enhance their powers, with a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening a second ability. Usage, Ingest price, 10,000. Gulping audibly, Chindiang could hardly contain his excitement. The ability Awakening Agent. This is truly an awakening agent for supernatural abilities. He trembled with excitement, unable to contain himself. A guaranteed awakening of powers. If he could possess such abilities, he would no longer be so passive. 1,000 points may appear steep, yet to him, it signifies a substantial amount. However, the awakening of abilities has always been a matter of fate, and now, through his own efforts, he could attain it. This would be a genuine power belonging solely to him. Thus, even a few more points would be entirely justified. Yet, Manager Qin offered such a benevolent price. Chindiang promptly emptied all the crystal nuclei from his backpack onto the ground, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 35. There were 18 nuclei in total. And with over 200 points remaining, he had accumulated more than 2,000 points. He clenched his fists, holding them tightly for a moment before releasing. A gamble. With this thought, Chindiang hesitated no longer. He grabbed 2 Shadow Blade cards, 3 first-tier swords, 1 swift plush bear, 1 healing potion, 2 painkillers, 2 bandages, 4 loaves of bread, and 2 bottles of water, exhausting all his 2022 points. He prepared a sword for himself, intending to venture forth in the coming days, accompanied by 3 shadow blades and 2 plush bears to hunt zombies. If his points could multiply, allowing him to purchase the Awakening Agent, it would be a triumphant turn of fate. All his savings spent, it was now a matter of success or failure. He initially contemplated checking how many points were on the previously activated card, but when he placed it on the cash register, it displayed not points, but a message. Current cardholder is not the original owner. Unauthorized use is prohibited. It was rendered useless. Feeling a twinge of regret, he turned to Qin Mo. Manager, can items here be exchanged for something else? Is it strictly crystal nuclei? Yesterday, Subai had exchanged mulberries for milk. Perhaps the manager required other items as well. Qin Mo looked up, recalling something he had overlooked. In addition to crystal nuclei, gold could also be exchanged for points. Upon hearing this, Chindiang's face lit up with delight. Gold. In these times, gold had lost its value, with everyone struggling to make ends meet. Who would pay heed to gold? Surely, the gold shops in the city must be brimming with it. What had begun as a mere gamble now filled him with hope. He felt that supernatural ability was beckoning him from ahead. Thank you, manager, he exclaimed, hurrying away. After his departure, Qin Mo instructed the system to create a sign beside the cash register, detailing the exchange rate for crystal nuclei and gold. This way, future customers would be informed without needing to inquire. The system silently completed the task, unable to suppress its inner thoughts. Are you sure you're not too lackadaisical to have forgotten such a crucial detail? Chindiang ran swiftly, trailed by the shadow blades and 2 plush bears. Upon exiting, he spotted a person glancing around. He paid no heed and brushed past them. Qian Laolu was observing the sunflowers swaying gently in the sunlight in the planting field. Having encountered mutated plants, he dared not approach, instead opting to observe from a distance. Upon witnessing Chindiang and the rushing figures of a bear cub and a shadow behind him, he momentarily froze, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Is this the miraculous object that Sui Bing spoke of? Surely, it cannot be a living creature? His name is Qianlu. He possesses the awakened ability of beast transformation, albeit currently limited to transforming only his head into that of a large golden retriever. Because of this, even when faced with zombies, he is reluctant to transform, as it proves to be of little utility. However, his sense of smell is extraordinarily acute, allowing him to be highly sensitive to zombies, thus enabling him to evade danger in advance. His position within the team is irreplaceable, ranking 6th, and hence he is referred to as Qian Laolu. When it comes to survival, he is undoubtedly the most reliable. Reluctantly, he made the long journey alone, a task he would have preferred to avoid. But the generous offer from Sui Bing, 10 crystal cores, compelled him to comply. Initially, he had been following the scent and traces left by the vehicle. But with the recent heat and lack of rain, he faintly detected a familiar aroma. It was the scent of Shunhame. She had been here. Thus, he resolutely altered his course, intending to investigate further. What could a healer, seemingly powerless, be doing outside the city? What secrets was she hiding from them? Chapter 54. Qian Laolu. Little did he anticipate encountering a bamboo house at the foot of the mountain. Its name was rather absurd. The Universal Shop? If such a place truly existed, how could the world still be plagued by this wretched apocalypse? Hey, wait a moment. Chindiang halted, hesitatingly glancing back. Why was this person calling him instead of entering the shop to eat or buy something? Do you need something? Qian Laolu inquired. Brother, did you purchase all of this from the shop? What is required to make a purchase? How is the shopkeeper? Being alone and prioritizing safety, he intended to glean information from the customers about the situation. The scent of Shunhame ended at the entrance of the bamboo house. She must have entered, as it was impossible for her to arrive here otherwise. Yet, She had clearly known the origin of those items and had chosen not to share any information with them in recent days. Chen Diang displayed a look of hesitation. It appeared this individual was unaware of what the shop sold, but he dared not speak ill of shopkeeper Qin at the entrance, as the shop regulations prohibited defaming the establishment. Thus, he could only respond truthfully. This is the universal shop. The shopkeeper is a wonderful person, and there are many marvelous items inside. You'll see for yourself. Qian Lao Lu exchanged a doubtful glance with Chen Diang. Is it truly that good? Seeing his skepticism, Chen Diang grew somewhat displeased. Believe it or not, he was already pressed for time, and being halted by this individual was quite bothersome. Yet, now he found himself questioned. With that, he paid no further attention to Qian Lao Lu and turned to leave. Qian Lao Lu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Why had everyone become so irritable lately? He was merely being cautious. What was wrong with that? As he pondered, he instinctively cast a glance at the sunflowers and peach trees in the plantation. The peach trees bore a considerable number of peaches, not yet ripe, but their mere sight was enough to whet one's appetite. He averted his gaze and stealthily approached the bamboo house, all the while keeping his nose alert and remaining vigilant of his surroundings. After all, his survival thus far relied heavily on his keen sense of smell. Upon reaching the corridor, he did not rush inside but instead surveyed the area, soon noticing a posted set of shop rules. 1. Do not damage any items within the shop. 2. No loud noises or physical altercations inside the premises. 3. Refrain from engaging in excessive conversation with the shopkeeper. 4. Bargaining is strictly prohibited, and credit is not extended. 5. Those who intentionally tarnish the shop's reputation shall face dire consequences. The opening hours were from 10 to 1700 hours. It seemed the shopkeeper was not particularly amiable. Moreover, these hours were far more enjoyable than the predicaments of corporate life before the apocalypse. He stretched his neck to peer inside. The display cabinets were neatly arranged, and the shop was impeccably clean, untouched by dust. A young man sat at the cash register, head bowed, obscuring his features, yet a bottle of cola rested on the counter before him. Meanwhile, a teal fabric bear was mopping the floor. Most importantly, he felt a refreshing breeze wafting through. This was nothing short of paradise. He had already perspired profusely along the way, and his skin felt as if it might erupt into rashes. The temperature must have soared to 30 degrees Celsius. Being outdoors, he wished he could strip off all his clothes. Yet the reality was that he dared not wear even a short-sleeved shirt, opting instead to bundle himself up tightly. After all, if he were to be caught and scratched by a zombie, his life would be forfeit. In comparison to life itself, the discomfort of the heat seemed trivial, yet it remained quite bothersome. Now, with the gentle breeze caressing him, he impulsively slapped himself. The sound echoed through the air. He exerted no restraint, and as the pain registered, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this isn't a dream, this is real. After murmuring to himself, he decided to step inside. Regardless of whether the shop contained what he needed, he would be content just to linger within for a while, seeking respite from the heat. Upon raising his head, he was taken aback. The bear and the young man were both looking at him. The former regarded him with an expression akin to disbelief, while the latter maintained an emotionless gaze. Suddenly, Money Lao Lu recalled the shop rules he had just seen and quickly began to nod and bow toward them. Apologies, apologies. I got a bit too excited. As a corporate worker of 6 years, his greatest asset was his ability to adapt, as long as he was not embarrassed. The awkwardness would fall upon others. Qin Mo withdrew his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Here comes a customer. He hoped it was not someone blind. Otherwise, he would never know when he might acquire his juicer. As Money Lao Lu entered the shop, he began to wander aimlessly. In comparison to the world outside, this shop felt like an entirely different realm. If the outside world is akin to hell, then this place is undoubtedly a paradise on earth. Initially, he was skeptical of Chen Diang's words, but upon entering, his perspective shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in awe at the array of items displayed in the showcase, leading him to question whether he had indeed lost his sight. The sheer abundance of food and water was astounding. There were pea shooters, potato mines, shadow cards, fluffy bears, alert bells, protective shields, and astonishingly, awakening agents for supernatural abilities. Was he truly not hallucinating due to the heat? How could he have found himself in such a wondrous realm? He stood frozen, lost in disbelief for an extended moment. After a while, Chen Diang's earlier words echoed in his mind, awakening him from his stupor as he hurried toward Qin Mo, exclaiming, Shopkeeper. Is all of this for real? Can we really exchange it for crystal cores? He stuttered several times, trembling as he finally managed to utter the word shopkeeper. Qin Mo remained noncommittal, merely gesturing toward the nearby machine. Qian Lao Lu followed his direction with his gaze. 100 points for a first-tier crystal core, 200 points for a second-tier crystal core, 500 points for a third-tier crystal core, and 1,000 points for a fourth-tier crystal core. In addition to these, there was a conversion rate of 1 point for 1 gram of gold. A loaf of bread required only 2 points. One crystal core could be exchanged for 50 points, enough to sustain him for half a month. Without a trace of hesitation, he promptly tossed a crystal core into the machine, and as soon as he received the card, he rushed to grab bread and water, sitting down on the ground to devour them with gusto. How delectable. The bread was still warm, as if just baked, and he almost bit his tongue in delight. He could hardly recall the last time he had savored such exquisite food. After consuming 3 loaves in quick succession, he could eat no more, yet he relished the moment as he downed half a bottle of water, tilting his head back in satisfaction. Bliss. Chapter 55. Think of your sister. To be able to eat heartily until satisfied was something he had never dared to dream of. Yet, today, it had become reality. It was simply unbelievable. Given the circumstances, he could certainly make the most of the items available in the shop. Besides the 10 crystal cores given to him by Sui Bing, he had accumulated 13 more, allowing him to purchase several items. He selected 3 shadow cards and 2 first-tier healing potions, totaling 1908 points. The sole reason for choosing the shadow cards was their convenience for transport. After settling the bill, he noticed the automatic cooking machine beside the cashier, momentarily falling silent. It was regrettable that he could not even drink water now, let alone eat. He would have to wait until his next visit. Before leaving, he couldn't resist asking, "Will the shopkeeper always be here?" Qin Imo nodded affirmatively. Xian Lao Lu instantly broke into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming flower. After securing the cards and his points card, he turned to depart. After circling the interior once more before exiting, he was certain that Shun Wei must be aware of this place. Yet he had no intention of disclosing this information to Yang Qinyu and the others. Upon exiting the shop, he displayed no intention of returning. Instead, he keenly followed the scent and ventured in another direction. His objective this time was to track those who had departed by vehicle. He could not afford to return empty-handed. The surroundings posed little danger, and his pace was remarkably swift. Before long, he encountered 2 tricycles, upon which individuals were laboriously transporting bricks. Furthermore, in front of the vehicles, several people were intently molding earth into walls. He gazed in bewilderment. Were these individuals constructing a house? No, it seemed more akin to a small base. The earthen walls formed a square, occupying at least a few thousand square meters. These people certainly possessed audacious aspirations. Yet, was this not precisely his opportunity? He concealed himself behind a tree, striving to calm his nerves, then cautiously retreated, hastening back. He skillfully avoided areas rife with zombies along the way. And as he approached the city of Shiqing, he hastily took refuge behind a large tree, catching sight of a towering 3-meter zombie from a distance. Witnessing this spectacle, his eyes widened involuntarily, his heart racing. The imposing presence of this zombie was overwhelming. Even from over 50 meters away, he felt as though death itself loomed near. Another one of those peculiar zombies. Qian Lu remained motionless, waiting until the creature vanished before he cautiously entered the city. Recalling that gold could be exchanged for points at the shop, he resolved to explore the vicinity. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay a gold shop. He adeptly maneuvered past the surrounding zombies and soon discovered that the glass door of the establishment had already been shattered, revealing several female zombies clad in work uniforms. While the jewelry within had been completely stripped, Qian Lu's expression darkened. He recalled that when he had passed this way on his way out, the door had been intact. A closer inspection revealed the truth. Someone had beaten him to it. Finding gold in this vicinity would prove challenging. He would have to return and devise another plan. Meanwhile, within the villa, Yang Qinyu awaited with a group in an upstairs room. At that moment, someone pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Lao Lu has returned." The others followed his gaze, and one individual scoffed, "Finally back. We've been kept waiting for so long. Wasn't he supposed to scout for information? How could he be so slow? With so many of us gathered here, if it weren't for Sui Bing, we wouldn't know how unbearable the heat would be." Sui Bing smiled at the speaker. In this room, each corner housed a basin filled with ice. Without it, they could not endure their stay. Since 2 days prior, they had begun to intermittently request ice from Sui Bing. His ability was indeed rather trivial, and his demeanor timid. The name Lao Lu seemed decidedly unmerited. Though Qian Lu appeared to hold the position of Lao Lu, the others regarded him with disdain, believing that such a coward had no right to stand among them as equals. As the group voiced their discontent, Yang Qinyu gently rapped the table, commanding silence. The crowd exchanged glances and obediently fell silent. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from outside. Yang Qinyu said, "Come in." Qian Lu entered, bending slightly at the waist and respectfully addressing, "Elder sister." Yang Qinyu waved her hand. "What is the situation? Have you found those individuals?" Qian Lu whispered, "Yes. But it is exceedingly hot outside, and they merely seem to be resting. I could not endure any longer, so I returned." Before he could finish his sentence, someone suddenly slammed their hand on the table, scolding, "What did you say? We have waited here for so long, and you bring us such useless news?" Startled by the outburst, Qian Lu trembled, his face filled with fear as he stammered, "They are numerous. and if they discover me, I will be doomed. I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to perish. Observing his terror, the speaker coldly retorted, coward. Stung by the insult, Qian Lu's eyes reddened. And he shouted, yes, I am a coward. I am worthless. If I am so ineffectual, why aren't you the one tracking those people? Why do you bask in the coolness of this room? Is it because you are even more useless? He had always been aware of their disdain for him. Although his strength was lacking, his abilities were irreplaceable. No matter how much they looked down on him, they could not dispose of him. Thus, although he feared death, he would not succumb to their arrogance. If you seek my demise, come and do it. The opponent was seething with rage, yet Qian Lu stood firm, engaging in a heated exchange. This was not the first occurrence, and he had long grown accustomed to it. Enough. Let's not quarrel, someone interjected. Going out is indeed arduous. Third brother, do not be angry. They are indeed numerous and formidable. At that moment, Sui Bing stepped forward, smiling as he mediated the situation. Everyone was aware that Qian Lu had always been timid. The third brother shot a fierce glare at Qian Lu, thinking that one day, when this fellow was of no use, he would surely make him regret it. So what shall we do now? Inquired the fourth brother. Sui Bing replied, I shall accompany Lu for another outing. He refrained from suggesting that everyone go together to the location where the individuals had last been seen. Not only because they were merely resting temporarily, there was a chance the group would have already departed, wasting manpower and resources, but also due to his own ulterior motives. Yang Qianyu, who had remained silent, looked at Sui Bing. Before she could speak, Qian Lu hurriedly shook his head in refusal. No, I will not go. I have just returned and have not yet had the chance to rest. He was clearly resistant to leaving. Sui Bing, somewhat exasperated, said, this time, with me, you will not suffer from the heat. Without hesitation, Qian Lu replied, no, I will not go. Sui Bing countered, how about I offer you 10 crystal cores? Qian Lu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shook his head. It is not about the crystal cores. Yang Qianyu grew impatient. The matter is settled. Both of you shall go. As Qian Lu attempted to protest further, Yang Qianyu shot him a glance. Think of your sister. Qian Lu's expression suddenly shifted to one of dejection. I understand. Chapter 56. What should not be inquired about, inquire less. Thus, the matter was settled. Although Qian Lu wore a reluctant demeanor, he had no choice but to follow Sui Bing once more as they departed. It was a pity that upon his return, he had not even been afforded the chance to sip some water or rest for a moment. Once they descended the stairs, Sui Bing retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and handed it to him. You know how temperamental the elder sister can be. With so many eyes upon us, you must take responsibility for your oversight. It is only fitting that you redeem yourself. Otherwise, there will be no way to account for it. But rest assured, she will not harm your sister. Qian Lu twisted open the bottle and took a sip, taking a considerable time before replying. Thank you, I understand. Sui Bing gently patted his shoulder. That's good to hear. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's grab a bite before we set off. He held great confidence in Qian Lu's abilities, thus he was not in a rush. It was imperative to first soothe him. After all, a heart that strays is a heart that falters. Qian Lu responded affirmatively. This villa was quite spacious, complete with its own expansive courtyard. On the third day following the outbreak of the apocalypse, upon awakening her extraordinary abilities, Yang Qianyu promptly led the Yang family to seize a small portion of the inner city. Chaos had already engulfed the city. The government had become a mere facade, and the military and police were no exceptions. Hence, they took control of the granary in Shurqing, transporting all the provisions to the villa. While they may lack fresh vegetables, at least for the immediate future, the more than 100 individuals under their care would not face starvation. Additionally, aside from the grain, they had been actively searching for other sources of sustenance. The added strength in numbers proved equally applicable in the apocalypse, particularly under the pressure of firepower. What of the zombies? Beneath the hail of bullets, would they not obediently lie upon the ground? Hearing Sui Bing's words, Qian Lu couldn't help but lick his lips, reminiscing about the meal he had consumed at the shop during midday. Merely avoiding starvation did not equate to abundance. Every individual had their ration. While others had earned their merits and could indulge as they pleased, he was required to share half of his food with his sister, which meant he could not feast freely. He felt akin to a talisman, indispensable yet unable to constantly prove his worth. Only Sui Bing treated him kindly, sharing her food during times of scarcity and offering comfort when his spirits were low. She was the only one who had never looked down upon him because of his abilities. Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Should he confide in her about the shop's affairs? As they walked side by side, exiting the living room into the sweltering heat, Qian Lu gritted his teeth internally. No, he must not reveal it. As Yang Qianyu's cousin, any information he divulged would inevitably be shared. If Yang Qianyu were to discover the existence of the versatile little shop, it would be akin to making it public knowledge. All his previous clandestine efforts would be rendered futile. Furthermore, it could endanger both him and his sister. Those people constantly bullied him and disregarded him. He could not afford to give them the opportunity to grow stronger, lest he become utterly obsolete. Given his previous behavior of leveraging power and confronting those lofty individuals, it is inevitable that they would swiftly address their own predicament. After all, that establishment is equipped with a vigilant alarm. At that moment, Sui Bing inquired, where did they stop? Qian Lu, regaining his focus, gestured towards the outskirts of the city. Do not be deceived by their vehicle heading towards the mountains. In reality, it is a deliberate ruse for others to witness. They have taken an extensive detour and abandoned their vehicle, heading in the opposite direction. Sui Bing chuckled. Indeed, those who have survived to this day are anything but simple. Without your insight, we would have struggled to locate them. Qian Lu, unabashed, replied, naturally, while I may lack in other areas, my sense of smell is unparalleled. He continued, you shall have to endure a bit more hardship. Not a bother, Sui Bing remarked, as she amusingly retrieved 10 crystal cores from her bag. Here, I honor my promise. When have I ever gone back on my word? Thank you. They exchanged pleasantries as they made their way to the storage room within the villa. Sui Bing even selected a meat can for Qian Lu, jesting that it was to ease his nerves. Once they had their fill, they departed the villa. Qian Lu led the way, glancing back momentarily, silently hoping for success. Before returning to the villa, he had torn open a Shadow Blade card, intentionally seeking out zombies along the way to test its strength. Subsequently, he showed it a photograph of himself and his sister, instructing it to stealthily infiltrate the villa and rescue her upon his next departure. He had also informed the Shadow Blade of his sister's whereabouts. Due to his unique abilities and the fact that he was not a member of the Qian family, they had initially taken precautions against his potential escape. Although their vigilance was subtle, they merely placed his sister among ordinary individuals. However, Yang Qinyu had frequently used his sister as leverage against him, which had long irked him. Though he lacked the power to retaliate, yet the current circumstances were different. If he did not leave, he would be trapped once these individuals discovered the all-purpose shop. Having already lost considerable time during his journey, dusk was nearing, and the sun was less intense. Regardless, Qian Lu still felt a bit warm, while Sui Bing fared much better. As an ice elemental, he loathed such hot weather. Casually, he conjured 2 blocks of ice, handing one to Qian Lu while keeping the other nestled in his own hand. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a shadow scaled the villa's wall and entered the premises. In the past, such an intrusion would have been immediately detected by surveillance cameras. However, now, with no monitoring and the oppressive heat keeping everyone indoors, the Shadow Blade effortlessly infiltrated the villa, making its way to its destination with ease. Along the path, Qian Lu tugged at Sui Bing's sleeve. On my return, I encountered a rather enormous creature I had never seen before. Sui Bing halted momentarily. I will inform my cousin once we return. It would be wise to avoid that area in the future. This time, they took a different route, heading in the opposite direction of the shop. The essence of Qian Liubin's intention was to caution Sui Bing, hoping to prevent him from inadvertently encountering that formidable creature and losing his life. Unexpectedly, this yielded an unforeseen boon, filling his heart with immense joy. Their decision to steer clear of that area meant they would remain oblivious to the existence of the all-purpose shop. What could be more fortuitous than that? This way, he would have ample time to develop cautiously. At 5 o'clock, Chinemo promptly closed the door. When Subai first emerged from the ability training room, he was informed of the 5 o'clock closing time and was released punctually as the hour approached. However, as he sipped his milk, he hesitated. Closing the door, was he now locked out? Indeed, although it was still the entrance to the first level, the shopkeeper was outside, cradling Dodo. Shopkeeper, what is this? Chinemo replied, refrain from inquiring into matters that do not concern you, and proceeded to carry Dodo towards the rear of the bamboo building. Chapter 57. This foolish dog is rather easy to deceive. Subai shrugged, not overly concerned. He was somewhat surprised, hence the momentary hesitation. For shopkeeper Chin did not strike him as the type to venture out to slay zombies. Yet, his current dilemma was where to go. He could not continue training in the shop, but there was still a considerable span of time before darkness enveloped the sky at 7 or 8 o'clock. Therefore, venturing into the nearby woods to hunt zombies seemed a viable option. After reaching the rear of the bamboo structure, Chin Imo set Dodo down. As soon as Dodo touched the ground, it grew significantly larger, resembling the size of a giant tiger. It lay down, waiting for its master to mount its back before rising and moving forward. Woof. Master, are we heading up the mountain? Yes, let's gather some fruit, Chinemo replied. Staying in the shop not only left him unhungry, but also devoid of any indulgence beyond basic sustenance. Since mulberries were known to grow on the mountain, there might also be other wild fruits. Moreover, since his arrival to run the shop, he had yet to step outside. This would allow him to assess the local zombie situation and tailor the product offerings for his patrons accordingly. Maximizing his points was essential. Woof woof, Dodo exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. I want to eat too. No, Chin Imo stated firmly. Woof woof woof. Why not? Fruits aren't costly. Can't I have just one? Am I not your favorite companion? The barrage of questions continued unabated. Woof woof. Chin Imo interjected. I understand your eagerness, but do not rush. Dodo, feeling a bit dejected, lowered its fluffy head. Woof. Chin Imo patted its furry head. Once the system unlocks the fruit, you may eat as much as you desire. Instantly, Dodo dashed ahead. Woof woof woof. I knew Master treats me the best. System, a single hand signals a 6. Being deceived yet still counting the coins for others. Your master simply does not wish to share fruits with you, but also hopes to garner more from me without cost. After all, once unlocked, the host will no longer need to spend points. This foolish dog is rather easy to deceive, unlike it, which is far too clever to be fooled. Chin Imo reclined on Dodo's back, one arm resting behind his head, while the other shielded half of his face. The sun outside shines with considerable intensity. A leaf detached from a nearby tree, promptly obscuring half of his face. Moments later, the melodious tune emanated from his pocket, and Chin Imo's voice, calm and detached, echoed. Be mindful of the sun, I shall rest for a while. If you spot any mulberries, do call me. Dodo woof. Certainly, my master. No problem at all. Dodo slowed its pace, deliberately choosing to traverse the shaded areas. The enchanting melody played on, and Dodo gently swayed its head, appearing to be in good spirits. Several days had elapsed since their last outing, and it pondered whether its master felt confined remaining alone in the shop day after day. Regardless, Dodo relished the opportunity to roam and naturally felt uplifted. As it strolled, it gazed around not in vigilance against danger, but rather out of curiosity about its surroundings. The path leading from the quaint shop to the mountain was separated by a patch of open land before the ascent commenced. The mountain trail was flanked by an abundance of wild grasses and numerous trees, offering a cooler respite compared to other areas. Although the ringtone was neither too loud nor too soft, it was still audible at a close distance. Dodo had not walked far when it discerned a faint rustling sound. Intrigued, it turned its gaze toward the source of the noise and beheld several vines slowly inching toward it. With a slight tilt of its head, its small eyes brimmed with profound confusion. Was this the mutated plant the guests had spoken of? It appeared rather foolish in demeanor. Anything possessing a modicum of awareness should know to select the softest persimmons to squeeze, yet these feeble vines dared to wave their tendrils at it, displaying an unexpected audacity. Just as it contemplated this, the vines abruptly quickened their pace, though to Dodo, it still seemed sluggish and almost regrettable. If its master were not on its back, it might have indulged in a playful encounter. However, with its master present, it had to maintain composure, lest it inadvertently topple them. Growing impatient, it swatted at the vines, and several claw marks soared forth, severing the tendrils into fragments that fell to the ground. In an instant, the remaining vines froze in place before swiftly retreating. Dodo fixed its gaze intently, and as the vines disappeared beneath the grand tree, it swatted once more. A sharp crack resounded as the tree succumbed, crashing heavily to the earth with a resounding thud. Dodo's expression shifted in alarm, and it quickly turned to verify that its actions had not disturbed its master. Sighing in relief, it patted its chest with a paw. Thank goodness. With no further thoughts, it summoned its strength in all 4 paws and dashed up the mountain, leaving the commotion far behind. It skillfully avoided any encounters with zombies along the way. Upon reaching the mountainside, it spotted a tree laden with large, ripe mulberries, and saliva began to drip from its mouth. However, a few zombies lingered nearby. Before it could call for help, the music had already captured the attention of the approaching zombies, who roared and charged forth. Dodo swiftly swatted its paw, dispatching several zombies with ease. Before it had a chance to assess the situation on its back, Chin Imo had already sat up, and leaves fluttered to the ground. Dodo felt a twinge of unease. Master, Chin Imo gazed ahead at the zombies. Did you encounter many zombies on the way? Dodo replied, not too many. Perhaps a few dozen. Chin Imo nodded, dismounting from its back and walking towards the mulberry tree. What else did you come across? Dodo recounted the events of their journey. It was said that no one resided on this mountain, making the presence of zombies rather perplexing. The initial 2 days of setting up shop, accompanied by firework displays that attracted hordes of zombies, was already a cause for contemplation. It appeared that resolving matters in this world was not as straightforward as one might hope. As he listened to Dodo's tale, he retrieved a plastic bag, and with a mere thought, the mulberries from the tree soared towards him, one by one landing in the bag. Soon, it was filled to the brim. Glancing at the eagerly awaiting Dodo, he chuckled and waved his hand. In an instant, Dodo darted away, vanishing from sight, only to reappear atop the tree, joyfully feasting on the mulberries. It was evident to Dodo that its master treated it the best. Chin Imo remained seated for a while, waiting for Dodo to finish the remaining mulberries before lying back on its back. Let's head back. The oppressive heat of the day was unbearable, and he longed to return to eat and rest. Sensing his displeasure, Dodo nodded and swiftly took flight. In a matter of moments, they arrived back in front of the shop. Dodo nudged the wooden door with its head and entered, wagging its tail and glancing back at Chin Mo as if to take credit for their successful outing. Chin Mo affectionately patted its head, smiling gently. Go rest now. Woof. The shop door closed once more as Chin Mo ascended to the upper floor. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he proceeded to the kitchen to wash a plate of mulberries before retreating to his room. Chapter 58. Escape. Seated on the edge of his bed, a plate resting on the table, he occasionally popped a mulberry into his mouth while his gaze lingered on the system panel. Points. 29044. The day's harvest was modest. However, the current state of plant mutations appeared to be promising. Presently, the shop offered only the flame sword, which was fire-related, thus it seemed prudent to unlock additional items. Name: flamethrower type, melee tier, second description, a handgun that spews flames. With a gentle press, fire erupts, making it an essential item for your home. Price: 500. Name: Molotov cocktail type, auxiliary tier, second description. Indeed, it is the very Molotov cocktail you envisioned, but do not underestimate its power. Price: 300. Name: fire elemental doll type, attack tier, third description, a humanoid fire elemental doll that, with a bit of nourishment, will safeguard your safety, a reliable bodyguard. At your service. Price: 2,500. The price for the third tier item was exponentially greater than that of the second tier. Apart from the previously mentioned special auxiliary shield that approached the cost of this third tier fire elemental doll, the others paled in comparison. Nevertheless, it was understandable that the price of a broad-spectrum auxiliary tool would be somewhat elevated. After exchanging these three items, Chin Mo reclined on his bed, propped up by a pillow, one hand engrossed in his phone while the other occasionally indulged in a mulberry. After a while, he called downstairs. First, bring me 2 slices of bread and a bottle of cola. He was utterly absorbed in his game, not even inclined to exert his mental powers. The sentinel behind the door, known as First, slowly turned its head to glance upstairs, its eyes rolling inquisitively. Was the master calling for it? After a moment's hesitation, it approached the display case to retrieve the items and ascended the stairs. The master had never permitted it to venture upstairs before, though it was merely a bear, tasked with guarding the door and cleaning the space. One could imagine that if it possessed true intelligence and a unique mindset, it might have silently cursed Chin Mo for his treatment. Nightfall enveloped the world in silence and heat. Subai wandered aimlessly through the forest, clutching a straight stick he had stumbled upon, occasionally glancing to the left and right. The hour was late, the moon hanging in the sky, casting a faint glow that failed to illuminate the darkness that shrouded the world. Previously, he had encountered only a handful of zombies in this jungle, hardly sufficient to serve as a warm-up. Despite having spent merely 2 days in the ability training room, he had recognized many of his shortcomings. Within that space, he could experiment freely, unburdened by any concerns. His strength had surged remarkably. Now, encountering only 3 zombies in a single night felt trivial. Naturally, he intended to find a safe place to rest. Despite his newfound prowess, he remained humble and vigilant. Nighttime was fraught with peril. After walking a while longer, he sighed softly and decided to climb a large tree. He had previously tested and confirmed that this tree had not undergone any mutations, allowing him to proceed confidently. Wandering aimlessly might lead him to a suitable spot by dawn, so he resolved to rest among the branches for the night. Ascending, his perspective broadened instantly. A cursory glance revealed 2 tricycles not far away. In the dim moonlight, he also discerned the surrounding earthen walls. He raised an eyebrow. These individuals had a commendable idea of establishing a refuge near the shop. Retrieving the last bottle of milk, he took a sip, contemplating his situation. Observing the area could prove beneficial. If this base was satisfactory, renting a room within could be a viable option. However, this was merely a fleeting consideration. He had no intent of approaching that location just yet. After finishing his milk, he discarded all the plant matter he carried onto the ground, not directly beneath the tree, but a short distance away. Soon, he had encircled the tree with a barrier. Should anyone, or any zombies, approach, he would be alerted at once. Completing this task, he closed his eyes. At that moment, Qian Lu was walking through the woods with a woman who bore a striking resemblance to him. Throughout their journey, they skillfully evaded every zombie, encountering no peril. With Jianing clearing the path ahead, they were shielded from any potential dangers posed by mutated plants. Today marked Qian Lu's first experience of the exhilarating thrill of vanquishing zombies. Jianing proved to be exceptionally formidable, dispatching each zombie with the ease of slicing through a watermelon. However, after slaying around 20, the sword in his hand shattered unexpectedly. Fortunately, he had 2 Jianing cards as a backup, allowing him to escort Qian Yuan out of the city. Naturally, he was now wary of provoking any zombies. Qian Yuan trailed behind him, lips pressed tightly together in silence. All she knew was that she had initially been resting in a communal dormitory, not in a private room. surrounded by a dozen other girls. Due to their limited food supply, they typically refrained from exertion to conserve energy. Many girls had already been taken away by the influential figures within the villa. She was considered fairly attractive, and thanks to Qianlu, she had not been subjected to bullying. However, after this rest, upon waking once more, she discovered that she had left the villa. Initially, she suspected that other ability users had attacked, and that Yang Qianyu and her companions had been overpowered, leading to the abduction of ordinary women like herself. Indeed, in this world, people were treated like commodities. Those with strength were the leaders, while the powerless were mere playthings. In the villa, it was common for each room to harbor 1 or 2 women. Upon seeing her brother and hearing his account of why he had specifically come to rescue her, she remained in a state of shock. A versatile little shop, offering everything one could desire. They could finally leave the villa and cease living under someone else's roof. Jianying's prowess was undeniably intimidating. Despite being stronger than Qianlu, he dutifully protected both of them. This instilled a glimmer of hope in Qianyuan. Previously, they had wasted considerable time in the city, mostly evading the relentless pursuit from the villa. Once the inhabitants realized she had been taken, they began to scour the area. If discovered, their fate would be sealed. Yet, what could be said about Qianlu's unique abilities? He had flawlessly evaded Yang Qianyu in the other's pursuit. Now, Qianlu intended to seek refuge with the individuals they had encountered during the day. After all, he had no other place to turn. Chapter 59. Unfortunate news. Under Qianlu's guidance, the two moved cautiously through the woods. They were fortunate, encountering no unexpected incidents. As they approached the location of the vehicle, someone approached them. What brings you here? The speaker was Old Chun. Everyone had been busy all day without pause, but someone needed to guard the entrance. So it was Old Chun and Bai Fong who stood watch. Qianlu whispered, "We escaped from the city and saw people here, so we thought we might join forces." Old Chun furrowed his brow, on the verge of refusal, when Bai Fong tugged at his arm and turned to Qianlu, saying, "Please wait a moment. I shall consult our leader." With that, he pivoted and made his way back. Confused, Old Chun followed, inquiring, "What are you up to?" It was peculiar. The captain had never mentioned the possibility of taking in others, especially with the current focus on constructing the building. The mere fact that they had not expelled the newcomers was commendable enough. Why waste time reporting to the captain? Bai Fong replied, "Do you not see what follows them?" It was only then that Old Chun noticed the shadow of swords trailing behind the two. Bai Fong continued, "They are also patrons of the shop. If that is the case, there should be no issue with everyone joining together. The shop has everything one might need. So there is no worry about shortages or the need to fight over supplies. Zombies, it seems, are never-ending. Maintaining the base requires personnel, and accommodating the shop's customers is certainly preferable to taking in others." Hence, he felt it prudent to inquire. Old Chin nodded, remaining behind while Bai Fong proceeded. Within the earthen walls, a group continued their labors. The 3 Earth-type ability users had exhausted their strength, their faces pale as they sat resting on the ground. Yet, their efforts had yielded significant results. Not only had the outer walls solidified, but numerous roofless structures had also emerged from the earthen walls. The doors, crafted from wood, though perhaps a tad irregular, nonetheless resembled proper constructions. Moreover, while several ability users toiled, ordinary citizens, under the guidance of Haizi and Lin Jinan, were busy erecting walls with bricks and cement within the earthen enclosure. Although the external water was undrinkable, it served the purpose of mixing with cement and sand quite well. With a substantial workforce, their progress was commendable. Lin Jinan had sketched out the plans for the entire site. As a graduate in civil engineering, drafting was not a challenge for him. He had not anticipated that his first major project post-graduation would involve designing a base, which took him by surprise. Now they were in the final stages of construction. The bricks were nearly depleted, and they would soon need to procure more from the city. If only they had spatial abilities, they could complete the base in no time. Unfortunately, they had yet to encounter anyone with such powers. Just then, Bai Fong returned with Qian Lu and the other two. Lin Jinan glanced at those beside him, setting down the wooden stick he had used as a makeshift ruler. "You all continue." He then walked away with Bai Fong and the others. "What is this?" Lin Jinan's gaze fell upon Qian Lu and the others, filled with inquiry. Bai Fong moved closer to Lin Jinan, subtly shielding his face with the back of his hand. Whispering, "I noticed the shadow of swords behind them. They must be customers of the shop. Are we not down to just 3 of us? I thought." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced towards Nie Rufeng's location. Over there, Haizi, Nie Rufeng, and Lin Jialan were dividing food into equal portions of over 40, awaiting the completion of everyone's tasks to commence their meal. Due to the day's labor, an extra steamed bun was intentionally allocated. After all, a hearty meal and a good night's sleep are essential for mustering the strength to work effectively the following day. Bai Fong contemplated that. Although the current arrangement was one of cooperation, their side was numerically inferior. If they could entice a customer from the same shop, it would indeed be a fortuitous development, at least preventing them from falling too far behind. His earlier conversation with old Chun was merely a pretext. Lin Jianan cast a glance at the composed Qian Lu, who exhaled slowly. I possess a special ability, though it may not seem particularly useful to you at this moment. His ability was beast transformation, yet thus far, he had only demonstrated heightened olfactory senses. In the future, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous, and he certainly was not powerless. What kind of ability? Bai Fong inquired. Qian Lu felt a bit embarrassed, as transforming into a dog was not something one typically boasted about. I cannot fully transform yet, but my sense of smell is keen, allowing me to detect scents within a 50-meter radius, effectively tracking and evading zombies. He was well aware of his strengths. Although the shop had an alert system, it required crystal cores to operate. Hearing this, Bai Fong felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't a matter of disdain, but rather that this ability appeared to hold limited utility. Lin Jianan nodded slightly, and then turned to Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan pressed her lips together, feeling anxious, and was about to speak when Qian Lu interjected. She is my sister. I am currently gathering crystal cores and will purchase an ability awakening agent at the shop. I promise not to hinder you. An ability awakening agent? Both of them expressed surprise simultaneously. The shop had new products? Was this a means to awaken abilities? They had already found the shop impressive, but it seemed there were even more remarkable offerings. The emergence of such a product could potentially alter the current state of affairs in this world. Bai Fong even began to suspect that the onset of this apocalypse might somehow be connected to Manager Qin. If abilities could be sold, what else was beyond his reach? Lingu? Bai Fong glanced at Lin Jianan. Lin Jianan nodded gently. Take them over to eat. I need to discuss some matters with Brother Nye. All right, Bai Fong replied. Lin Jianan did not say anything further and turned toward Nye Rufing's location. Lin Jialan was still arranging food on a wooden board while Nye Rufing sat on a nearby stump. With He Zi whispering in his ear, Captain, did you see that Bai Fong brought 2 people? They aren't trying to recruit allies to compete with us, are they? Nye Rufing tilted his head slightly. A smile on his face. Well, they seem to have arrived. He Zi followed his gaze and noticed Lin Jianan approaching, curling his lips slightly and taking 2 steps back. Brother Nye, Lin Jianan called, stopping beside him. Nye Rufing nodded. You seem troubled. What has happened? Lin Jianan sighed softly. There is some unsettling news. The shop has released an ability awakening agent. Although the specifics are still unknown, the name is quite self-explanatory. If everyone were to acquire extraordinary abilities, their so-called advantages would cease to exist. Chapter 60. Notification, Sincerity. The individuals with supernatural powers are not akin to those formidable yet dull-witted entities sold in stores. They are human, capable of thought and creativity. It is entirely normal to employ ambushes and strategies, utilizing numbers to overcome fewer adversaries. The greatest asset of humanity lies in its capacity for contemplation. If this trajectory continues, without expanding their own influence, it is only a matter of time before others surpass them. Unless they eradicate this potential in its infancy, which would entail dealing with individuals before they become extraordinary. However, this approach would necessitate eliminating too many people. It is one thing to dispatch a few without enmity, yet quite another to take lives indiscriminately. He is not a psychopathic killer who delights in murder. Upon hearing these words, Nye Rufing's expression shifted. There was no need for further elaboration. He understood the implication. This was, indeed, not auspicious news. He cast a glance at the line of individuals who had begun to queue for food, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Jianan's voice continued to resonate in his ears. I believe we can judiciously incorporate certain individuals into our ranks. Nye Rufing nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. But are you aware of the price of the ability awakening serum? His inquiry momentarily took Lin Jianan aback. He had considered the complications arising from the serum's availability, but had forgotten to inquire about its cost. If it were affordable, their actions would need to accelerate. If prohibitively expensive, they could proceed gradually. They would discuss this further tomorrow. Nye Rufing stood. Let us finish our meal and retire early. With that, he prepared to depart. Lin Jianan nodded in agreement. All right. The others, who had been eagerly awaiting their meal, rushed forward as the food was served. By the time they completed their meal, it was quite late, and they returned to their respective quarters. Their accommodations consisted of several earthen houses near the base's entrance, lacking roofs to shield from rain but offering some protection from the wind and a barrier against zombies. Nonetheless, it was still not entirely secure, given the outskirts' vulnerability. These earthen walls were inadequate. Currently, there were few such structures. Aside from Lin Jianan and his companions, each having their own room, only 3 remained. One of these was allocated to an extraordinary individual among the others, while the remaining 2 were designated for ordinary individuals, one for males and the other for females. When conditions were sparse, such matters were of little concern. However, with ample housing now available, such arrangements were permissible. Lin Jianan allowed Qian Lu to stay in Bai Fong's room for the night, while Qian Yuan chose to share with Lin Jialan. Once everyone had returned to rest, Lin Jinan did not retire. After a while, Nie Ruffing and Heise emerged, fully equipped. Their gazes met, and Nie Ruffing gestured. Shall we act together? Lin Jinan nodded without hesitation. Yes. He had awaited this moment, for that was precisely the intent behind his presence. Although this individual exuded an aura of danger, the days spent in collaboration had revealed him to be quite reliable, at the very least not turning against his own. When selecting companions, one naturally opts for individuals deemed trustworthy. Upon learning about the ability awakening agent, he was struck with an idea. Moreover, he held great respect for Nie Ruffing as the leader. Nie Ruffing said, "Let us proceed," bringing along the healing bear. Today, in their effort to rid themselves of the third-tier zombie, aside from the healing bear, neither the fluffy bear nor the sword shadow had returned. They were left with but this one healing bear. During the day, their focus had been on the affairs of the base, leaving no time to hunt zombies. Now, they could venture nearby, not straying too far. Whatever they could collect would be a boon, as they could also clear the surrounding area once more. At this juncture, it seemed that anyone still alive had likely realized that these zombies were endless, as if they sprung forth from thin air. They departed from the rudimentary base, leaving only Old Chun to guard the exterior while the others slumbered. Having walked a short distance without encountering any zombies, Lin Jinan spoke up. Now is the perfect time to discuss something. Nie Ruffing raised an eyebrow. What is it? He had always sensed that these individuals were concealing something from him, yet he understood that inquiring would yield no answers. Thus, he could either deduce possibilities from subtle hints or wait for them to reveal it themselves. It appeared that the emergence of the ability awakening agent might not be entirely detrimental. Lin Jinan continued. I have refrained from mentioning what transpired when we arrived at the shop before you, as I harbored personal motives. There was no shame in sharing this, for they were not initially allies. Mutual wariness was entirely natural. Nie Ruffing remained noncommittal, fully comprehending his rationale. In such perilous times, self-preservation was paramount. Anyone would be on guard. Heise, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. Were they truly keeping secrets from them? Lin Jinan chuckled softly. We arrived at the shop's entrance in the evening, but the owner had yet to open the door. We were all outside, setting off fireworks. It was my first encounter with such an enchanting establishment. Even though that day was as calm as any other, it was unforgettable. Heise immediately inquired. So how did you survive? Did the owner come out to rescue you? Bai Fong, noticing Heise's anxious expression, teased, what do you think? Heise, already flustered, shot an irritated glance at Bai Fong, shifting his eager gaze to Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan explained, zombies cannot enter the shop's corridor. We could attack the zombies surrounding us from within. In truth, Lin Jinan had intended to lure all the zombies to the shop's entrance, turning them into live targets to eliminate at will. Previously, he had refrained from doing so because, after reaching an agreement with Nie Ruffing and the others, they had acted together, leaving him with no opportunity. Moreover, he did not wish for others to learn of his plans. The impact of this revelation was profound. Heise exclaimed incredulously, really? I must be hearing things wrong. Those zombies outside the corridor cannot approach at all? Do not speak of him. Even Nie Ruffing now finds himself engulfed in tumultuous waves of emotion. It is well known that Qin Mo possesses formidable strength. Yet who could have fathomed that a mere bamboo hut could harbor such remarkable capabilities? Were they to possess a treasure of this caliber, they would have no fear of the relentless attacks from the undead. One cannot help but wonder where Manager Qin acquires such peculiar, yet highly useful artifacts. It is as if he hails from a civilization that transcends their own, a notion almost beyond comprehension. Yet, no one would dare to inquire. Everyone harbors secrets, and delving into Manager Qin's mysteries, while posing countless trivial questions, would undoubtedly lead to one's own demise. Nie Ruffing lingered in place for a while. Beside him, Heise's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the affirmative responses from the two, as if struck by a tremendous surprise. Slowly, a smile began to form on Nie Ruffing's lips, a subtle expression of amusement flickering in his eyes. Chapter 61. I am willing to accept punishment in the Villa of Stone City. A gathering of over a dozen individuals occupied the spacious abode. At the helm sat Yang Qianyu, flanked by a middle-aged man, while a cadre of 10 or so armed bodyguards loomed behind them, exuding an intimidating presence. Yang Qianyu, suppressing her ire, inquired, Are you implying that no one was apprehended? Before anyone could respond, she slammed her palm onto the table with force. A sharp crack resonated in the air as she admonished, You incompetent fools! How could such a multitude fail to capture even 2 individuals, allowing them to escape? Big sister, you are aware of his keen senses. He is intimately familiar with our aura and must have anticipated. Yang Qianyu's gaze suddenly fixed upon the third speaker, demanding, Anticipated what? Have you not always looked down upon Qian Lao Lu's abilities, deeming him unworthy of standing alongside you? If you were so capable, how could you allow them to slip away beneath your very nose? The third man shrank back, while the others cast sympathetic glances his way before silently bowing their heads. In a moment when Big Sister was clearly incensed, daring to argue was akin to inviting disaster. It was no wonder he faced a wrath. However, as attention shifted elsewhere, they found solace in the unfolding drama. Yang Qianyu paid no further heed to the stammering third man and turned her attention to the silently brooding Sui Bing. And you, a Bing? Did Qian Lu depart without your notice? Sui Bing lowered his head, his expression dark and brooding. He truly had not expected Qian Lu to flee. After all, as someone with little offensive capability, he found it challenging to secure his position among them. At least he could count on regular meals, especially with his sister still in their custody. Yet, the unexpected emergence of a shadow not only thwarted him, but also facilitated Qian Lu's escape. Although the shadow was soon discovered, it managed to elude capture. Now, under scrutiny, Sui Bing quickly composed himself, raising his head to offer a wry smile. This matter was indeed my oversight. I am willing to accept any punishment. He could certainly provide an explanation, but he was well aware that at this moment, offering excuses would be tantamount to self-incrimination. It was better to admit fault outright. Moreover, with Yang Qianyu in such a furious state, he had no desire to further provoke her wrath. This cannot be blamed on you. Qian Laolu is indeed ungrateful, repaying kindness with malice, and is utterly oblivious to his own shortcomings. Lao Jiao, despite your kindness towards him, he still seeks to embroil you in injustice. The next time you encounter him, you must not show him any mercy. Indeed, do not blame yourself too harshly. Eldest sister, do not let your anger take hold. The city of Shicheng is not vast, and we will find him sooner or later. Sui Bing has maintained good relations with them and has often spoken highly of them. Moreover, he is a cousin of Yang Qianyu, so how could he possibly face any severe consequences? Consequently, those present offered words of comfort and pleas for leniency. The man in the black leather jacket seated to the left of Yang Qianyu scoffed disdainfully. Oh, see him again? Do you think the reason you cannot find him now is unclear? It is simply because that fellow possesses an uncanny ability to evade the displeasure of Lao San. The man let out a mocking laugh. You are aware of this. Yet how do you plan to locate him? With your mere words? His remarks were undeniably blunt and lacked tact, causing Lao San's expression to darken. Though he cast a discontented glance at the speaker, he dared not reveal his displeasure. What should we do then? He asked, acknowledging that the unresolved issue indeed hindered their search. Upon hearing Lao San's words, the other man regarded him with indifference and shrugged. I do not know. How can you not know, yet have the audacity to criticize me? Lao San seethed internally, clenching his teeth in silence. At that moment, the man in the black leather jacket rose, his demeanor growing impatient. In the future, do not bother me with such uncertain matters. Having delivered his parting words, he turned and departed. The door swung open and then shut again, leaving the others exchanging glances. Hesitant to speak, Yang Qianyu furrowed her brow and pressed her temples, her expression darkening. Beside her, Yang's father exhibited visible displeasure. Where? Has he always been so disrespectful and arrogant? Before Yang Qianyu could respond, Yang's father continued. Does he truly believe that having special abilities gives him free rein? He gestured dismissively behind him. You lot, go bring him here. Yang Qianyu promptly grasped her father's arm. Dad, he means no harm. No harm. Yang's father regarded her with suspicion, patting her arm reassuringly. Daughter, do not fear. If anyone bullies you, simply inform me, and I shall avenge you. There is nothing to fear, truly, Yang Qianyu replied, somewhat helplessly. She could not disclose that his weapons would be futile against Jiang Mu, nor could she reveal that all his followers combined would be powerless against him. As the leader of this group, she was keenly aware of the importance of maintaining her dignity. Let us set aside these matters and continue discussing our next course of action. Outside, Jiang Mu closed the door, glanced back with a sneer, and remarked to himself, a bunch of fools. Qian's cowardice led him to abandon this place, clearly in search of a more favorable situation. Moreover, with his meager capabilities, it would be nearly impossible for him to abduct an ordinary person. Thus, the tale previously recounted by Sui Bing seems rather dubious. Yesterday, the group that departed from Shicheng deliberately feigned a diversion, heading in the opposite direction. In his view, such a notion was utterly implausible. As he descended the stairs, he removed his leather jacket, leaving only a black shirt. The temperature had risen dramatically in recent days, easily surpassing 40 degrees. He needed to find shelter. These individuals harbored grand ambitions, aiming not only for the entirety of Shicheng, but also for other regions beyond. Yet, Jiang Mu's sole desire was to return swiftly in search of his elder brother. He had left Xuanqing, adjacent to Shicheng, at the onset of the zombie outbreak, traversing the river alone in a boat, nearly losing his life to perilous encounters. Fortunately, he awakened his latent powers at a critical juncture, which salvaged his life. Upon finally reaching Shicheng, he discovered that the zombies had evolved, exhibiting remarkable speed. This compelled him to linger in the city for several days. Initially, He planned to gather supplies and make adjustments before departing. Just a few days prior, he had encountered Yang Qinyu and her companions. After a brief skirmish, he had been temporarily allied with them. However, he now believed that the extraordinary item Sui Bing had often mentioned could be the key to swiftly reaching his destination and finding his brother. He was eager to test it. Climbing onto the motorcycle in the villa's courtyard, he surged forth from the estate. Chapter 62. Jiangmu. Upon leaving the villa, he made his way toward the outskirts of the city. Before long, a dozen zombies began to follow him, their numbers steadily increasing. Yet, he remained unfazed. He would ultimately leave them far behind. The buzzing of the motorcycle drew the attention of several survivors, who peeked cautiously from their windows. Witnessing a horde of zombies in pursuit, they recoiled in terror and hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Chen Diang was inside a gold store. Clutching a cloth bag filled with his day's spoils, he felt a surge of frustration. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, why were there still individuals who clung to gold? He had visited several shops, only to find their gold stocks significantly diminished. Had it not been for this scarcity, his haul would have been considerably greater. With a heavy sigh, he exited the store, uncertain of the gold's worth or how many points it could yield. Nevertheless, he resolved to gather as much as possible before others began their search. Once they commenced, there would be no share left for him. As he walked, contemplating a venture deeper into the city, he heard the distant sound of a motorcycle. To his dismay, it was approaching his direction. Who was this reckless individual, courting danger? Without a second thought, he turned back, intent on distancing himself from the madman. Yet, the sound pursued him relentlessly, growing ever closer. Gritting his teeth, Chen Diang had no choice but to summon his speedy stuffed bear to carry him. Initially, he had purchased the swift bear with the intention of using it as a means of escape if he couldn't run fast enough. Little did he know, it would prove useful so soon. Although the speed of the swift bear was remarkable, the individual trailing behind was even faster. At this rate, he might soon be caught. Spotting a long alley ahead, he urgently directed the swift bear to make a turn. Surely, this maneuver would allow them to evade capture, wouldn't it? However, before he could even exhale in relief, the sound from behind grew closer. That individual had managed to follow on a motorcycle. To make matters worse, he shouted in their direction, "Hey, brother, why are you running?" Chen Diang was momentarily stunned, his body bristling with tension, and he shouted at the swift bear in a panic, "Run, as fast as you can." The swift bear began to sprint furiously. This alley led to another street. But after running for a short while, he realized a troubling fact. This was not a dead end. The noise was so loud. So surely the zombies from that street would soon converge on this location? If he ventured out, he would become their next meal. The thought left him visibly distressed. After enduring so many days, he never imagined he would fall victim to such a reckless fool. Damn it. If he couldn't escape, neither would that person. Observing his expression filled with indignation, Jiangmu merely smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, brother, I'm here to save you." "Save my ass," Chen Diang retorted. Before he could finish his sentence, that guy suddenly accelerated, seizing his shoulder with a firm grip. The thrill of flight and danger surged through Chen Diang, nearly causing him to scream. The sword Shadow and Swift Bear, who had initially prepared to act, were now forced to chase behind. As Jiang Mu's lips curled into a slight smile, just a few dozen meters from the alley's end, he made a sharp turn and, with a powerful motion, hurled Chen Diang to the other side of the wall. His motorcycle glided effortlessly onto the wall's edge. And only when he reached the top did he let go of the handlebars, allowing the zombies below to howl and leap sluggishly. Afterward, he helped the fallen Chen Diang to his feet and inquired kindly, "Are you all right?" Chen Diang thought to himself, is he really asking that? Given how he contributed to my current predicament? "Sorry, it was too dangerous earlier, and I got a bit anxious," Jiangmu explained. "Do you even believe what you just said?" Chen Diang shot back, exasperated. As Jiangmu spoke, the sword Shadow and Swift Bear also scaled the wall and, glancing at the two, he shifted the conversation. "Since I saved you, can you tell me what these two are? Where did they come from?" Chen Diang could only twitch his mouth in disbelief. "If you want to know, why not just ask directly? Why go through all this trouble? I lost a lot of gold." In his frantic escape, he paid much attention to the bag in his hand, especially when this guy had lifted him with one hand. The breakneck speed of the motorcycle was one thing, but the thought of being carried one-handed while the other hand drove, and the risk of crashing into the wall, was terrifying. But he was undoubtedly doomed. As he spoke, he crouched down to gather the gold that had scattered on the ground from his fall. Jiangmu shrugged nonchalantly, his tone remarkably calm, for no apparent reason. "Would you tell me?" However, the situation had changed. A life-saving grace could not go unrewarded. "All you need to do is reveal where those two came from. And that would suffice as repayment for the favor, wouldn't it?" Chen Diang had never felt so speechless. This act of coercion and unreasonable argument left him at a loss for words, even provoking a desire to slap him twice. Yet, despite holding the sword Shadow, he had no intention of instigating trouble. Moreover, He was unaware of the other party's strength. Anyone bold enough to bring so many zombies for a ride must possess considerable power. The deliberate display of this life-saving favor also indicated that he was certain the two individuals would remain safe. Although such behavior irked him somewhat, he was at a loss for words. "It's a universal shop," he murmured. "A universal shop? Can you take me there?" Jiang Mu inquired. Chen Diang immediately shook his head. "No, I have other matters to attend to." As he spoke, he instinctively clutched the small bag in his arms. Jiang Mu's gaze turned hesitant. "Is it for this gold?" Chen Diang remained silent. He could never disclose the purpose of the gold. Jiang Mu retorted, "This worthless gold is hardly worth anything. The currency circulating in today's society is crystal nuclei. If I give you a crystal nucleus, will you take me to the universal shop? That should suffice, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Diang's head snapped up, his eyes gleaming like a wolf spotting its prey, nearly glowing green. "A money-obsessed individual, are we?" Jiang Mu mused, extending 5 crystal nuclei towards him. "Here, take it. And consider the excess as compensation for the gold you lost." 5 crystal nuclei were indeed generous. Unexpectedly, Chen Diang appeared somewhat disinterested as he turned away to venture elsewhere. His sword shadow could easily handle 5 zombies given the right opportunity. Seeing him about to leave, Jiang Mu quickened his pace. 10 nuclei. Chen Diang glanced at him, reluctantly conceding, "Fine then. After all, one should not pass up free offerings." Besides, the yield from gold was dwindling. With the agreement reached, Jiang Mu promptly handed over the 10 crystal nuclei, untroubled by any potential dishonesty on Chen Diang's part. Chapter 63. Seized the opportunity to resolve it. His casual demeanor belied the fact that Chen Diang did not perceive him as naive. To offer the traded items without any pretense of defense showed confidence in his own strength. Chen Diang placed the crystal nuclei into his backpack. Leading the way, "Let us go." Jiang Mu followed closely behind, casting his gaze around. After walking only a few steps, Chen Diang felt a light touch on his arm. Initially thinking it was Jiang Mu wishing to speak, he turned to find the sword shadow had unexpectedly appeared beside him. Its face was devoid of features, making it impossible to discern any emotion. Yet Chen Diang was suddenly struck by an intuition, pondering if it was expressing concern for him. With this thought, he chuckled and shook his head. "I'm fine." The shadow of the sword tilted its head slightly, taking 2 steps back. As it turned to speak, it was met with Jiang Mu's inquisitive gaze, causing it to pause momentarily before turning away again. Jiang Mu withdrew his gaze, pondering for a few seconds. Thus, this shadow possesses consciousness. Naturally, this question would be answered once they arrived at the shop. He followed casually behind, while remaining vigilant to the surroundings. They were currently in a family's backyard, thus temporarily free from the threat of zombies. The sound of motorcycles had ceased, and as long as they did not make any further noise, the zombies would soon disperse. However, the zombies outside continued to howl and thrash against the walls, and undoubtedly, more were making their way nearby. They needed to swiftly scale the wall and leave through another side. Otherwise, being surrounded by zombies would prove disastrous. The two of them, Sword Shadow and Cloth Bear, strolled through the courtyard. Along the way, they encountered several zombies, all of which were efficiently dealt with by Sword Shadow. Jiang Mu did not compete for the kills, but his curiosity only grew. What kind of miraculous place was this all-purpose shop that it possessed such wondrous items? Chen Diang, blissfully unaware of his thoughts, was nevertheless pleased that no one was contesting him for the crystal cores. He meticulously collected the cores unearthed by Sword Shadow, casting a glance at the now heavier bag, with a beaming smile. It was as if he could already see the awakening agent for abilities beckoning to him. They navigated carefully around the zombies. Just after leaving the cluster of buildings, Jiang Mu suddenly sensed something, his expression shifting subtly. "Run." With that command, he dashed out ahead. Chen Diang, reacting instantly, sprinted after him. After running a short distance, they glanced back. At that moment, Chen Diang's heart raced with shock, and without a second thought, he shouted towards the rapidly moving Cloth Bear, "Hurry, get me out of here." To the shop. The creature behind them towered 3 meters high. Each of its strides covered the distance of 2 or 3 of his own, and though its speed was alarming, it was the blades protruding from its arms that made it particularly menacing. His immediate instinct was to flee. However, after only a couple of steps being carried by the swift Cloth Bear, Jiang Mu abruptly halted, grabbing him back. "No, we can't escape." The creature's speed was too formidable. In mere seconds, the distance between them had shrunk from over 100 meters to less than 100. And that was while they were still running. Had they paused, it would surely have caught up. He decisively restrained the fleeing Chen Diang, stating directly, "Let them distract it first. We'll find an opportunity to deal with it." Chen Diang was so exasperated he nearly delivered a kick. Damn it. Yet, upon glancing back at the massive zombie now perilously close, the curse he had on his lips was swallowed back. There was no time to waste. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly tore open the other 2 Sword Shadow cards. In a flash of white light, two identical sword shadows materialized before them. This spectacle was indeed extraordinary, but the urgency of the situation left Jiang Mu no time for questions. With fingers splayed, a long blade appeared in his hand. His expression was grave as he gestured forward, causing the long blade to slip from his grasp and spin toward the approaching elongated-armed zombie. The blade shimmered with a ghostly light under the sun's rays. Simultaneously, three sword shadows and the swift, furry bear charged ahead. The elongated-armed zombie, originally sprinting at a rapid pace, found itself unable to halt in time and thus could not evade the oncoming blade. As the glimmering light of the sword approached, it instinctively raised its arms in defense. The collision produced a resounding clang, akin to the clash of two steel swords. The long knife was deflected, landing on the ground. Despite its oddly shaped arms resembling flesh, they exhibited a hardness akin to steel. At that moment, the swift, furry bear reached the front first, raising its fist to strike. But the zombie's speed surpassed its own, delivering a powerful kick that sent it sprawling. Dazed, the furry bear tumbled several times before regaining its footing and charging once more. Meanwhile, the sword shadows followed suit, thrusting their blades forward. The elongated-armed zombie emitted a furious roar, seemingly enraged by the relentless assault, and recklessly swung its arms at the advancing attackers. Its speed was evidently superior to that of the sword shadows, arriving at its target before them. Chun Diang clenched his fists tightly, holding his breath, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the sword shadows, fearful of missing a crucial moment. Just then, Jiang Mu gently lifted his palm, causing the long knife, which had previously fallen, to soar upward in a swift motion under his command, aimed directly at the zombie's head. Positioned at its feet, and with the zombie's attention diverted toward the three sword shadows, it remained oblivious to the impending threat until it was too late to react. Whoosh! Bang! The long knife pierced through its head with unexpected swiftness, splattering white brain matter everywhere, some of which landed on the sword shadows and the swift, furry bear. The creature's head was nearly severed, its actions faltering, allowing the sword shadows to evade effortlessly. Before they could strike again, the zombie collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Chun Diang turned, astonished, to the person beside him. How could he possibly control objects from a distance? Jiang Mu exhaled softly, relieved. It seemed they had seized the opportunity well. They had narrowly escaped peril. Though the situation appeared straightforward, in truth, had the sword shadows not drawn the zombie's attention, he would not have had this chance. The creature's speed overshadowed his own, and had he failed, there would be no second opportunity. Both of them could have perished here. Most importantly, who would have anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous knife would take flight again? Had anyone been present, the zombie would never have underestimated it. Each of these aberrant zombies was indeed capable of seeing. Jiang Mu waved his hand, and the long knife swiftly returned to his grasp, seamlessly melding into the palm of his hand. After completing this action, his figure flickered. Chun Diang promptly reached out to support him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" It seemed that fate had indeed turned. How long had it been since he uttered those words? Jiang Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he steadied himself and gestured, "I am fine. We should leave this place." He had merely overexerted his abilities. Moments ago, he had expended all the power within him to propel the spiritual blade at such a velocity. Otherwise, he might have been evaded by that zombie. Chapter 64. The spiritual blade. In truth, his supernatural ability was not one of remote control. He could only command that singular spiritual blade. This blade was the manifestation of his awakened power. It resided within his body, entirely under his command, and would enhance with the elevation of his rank. Such was his supernatural gift. Through the past few days of introspection, he had gleaned some insights. This spiritual blade existed in a symbiotic relationship with him. Should it sustain significant damage, he too would incur a degree of harm. Chun Diang, apprehensive that the cry of the unknown zombie might attract others, hastily signaled for the bear-like creature to carry Jiang Mu and swiftly head towards the shop. He also took the opportunity to inquire about the three shadows of the sword, eliciting a curious glance from Jiang Mu. It was unusual for someone so alive to express such concern. After all, had he not just narrowly saved him? What was it about this sword shadow that captivated him so intensely? Jiang Mu found himself perplexed. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiang Mu felt considerably better and had already dismounted from the bear's back. Ahead, a bamboo building stood prominently, occupying a substantial area. Flanked by rectangular plots of cultivated land raised a few centimeters. Each plot was no less than 500 square feet. In front of them, several individuals were busy clearing the bodies of the zombies. Jiang Mu glanced at Chun Diang, who, upon spotting Lin Jinan and Bai Feng, instantly comprehended their purpose. A wave of annoyance washed over him. How could he have forgotten such a significant matter? However, he masked his feelings, for he was not well acquainted with those around him. Even failing to introduce himself. "Let us proceed. The doors open at 10 o'clock, and it should be nearly that time," he suggested. Jiang Mu nodded. just in time to notice a stone tablet standing by the roadside, inscribed with the words Universal Shop. He silently voiced his anticipations. Despite Chun Diang's demeanor resembling that of an overly dramatic youth, the four, Lin Jianan and his companions, had been slaying zombies at the shop's entrance until the early hours of the morning. Initially, they were concerned that the commotion would awaken the shopkeeper, but they eventually relaxed, allowing Bai Fong and Haizi to lure the zombies while they remained to fight. However, midway through, Bai Fong and Haizi were discovered, and someone else joined in the fray. This individual now sat at the doorway, sipping from a bottle of milk. Originally, they had intended to conclude their hunt before 8 o'clock to avoid delaying Manager Qin from opening the shop. However, upon receiving a reminder, it was revealed that the doors would not open until 10 o'clock, prompting them to cease their activities at 9. Their current task was to hastily remove the corpses and incinerate them. Subai sat calmly at the entrance. Though a single matter troubled him, the last bottle of milk was nearly gone. The arrival of Jiang Mu and Chun Diang drew the attention of Lin Jianan and the others, not for any particular reason, but because of the unfamiliar faces, which naturally instilled a sense of unease. Furthermore, the newcomers were dressed more neatly than the average person, indicating their considerable strength. While they scrutinized one another, Jiang Mu discreetly assessed them as well. The ground was littered with at least 400 or 500 zombies. Were these few individuals truly that formidable? He pondered quietly. Chun Diang, however, greeted them amiably before stepping forward to Subai, smiling as he said, "Boss, good morning." In contrast to Jiang Mu, Subai was the one who had genuinely assisted him, and thus Chun Diang was notably cordial. Subai glanced up, recognized him, and took a sip of milk. His voice somewhat muffled as he replied, With that acknowledgement, Chun Diang refrained from further conversation and turned to assist Lin Jianan and the others in moving the bodies. After a short while, Bai Fong, exhausted and panting, could no longer resist glancing towards Subai. "Aren't you concerned that the store manager will discover this sea of corpses before opening? Won't that delay the store's operations? Can't you lend a hand?" Although they had managed to recruit this person mid-battle against the zombies, given the sheer number of foes, it was understandable that there was no time for debate. However, as the store's opening approached, Subai remained leisurely indulging in his bread and milk, seemingly unfazed. Just as Subai placed the empty milk bottle on the ground, he caught Bai Fong's voice, momentarily pausing and casting a sidelong glance in his direction. Bai Fong thought, this individual seems rather intimidating. Before he could process this, he noticed Subai approaching. A wave of anxiety washed over Bai Fong, and he thought, "Don't be impulsive." I admit my voice was a bit raised, but it was out of concern. As Subai drew nearer, Bai Fong wished he could slap himself for not having spoken more gently earlier. Lin, brother," he lamented, his face a mask of despair, as he considered turning to seek help from Lin and the others. Yet Subai had already passed him by. Bai Fong thought, what a humiliating situation. Ignoring him, Subai waved his hand, swiftly absorbing the remaining 100 or so zombie corpses into his spatial ability, then turned to walk back. Spatial ability. Both He Zi and Bai Fong exclaimed in astonishment. He is actually a spatial ability user? Yet he had been quite fierce while slaying the zombies, hadn't he? This spatial power is meant for storage. They quickly came to the realization, another dual ability wielder. Lin Jianan also felt a twinge of surprise. They had been lacking spatial ability users for quite some time. Since the onset of the apocalypse, as soon as their powers awakened, thoughts of acquiring a spatial ability had begun to surface. Ultimately, with the existence of spatial abilities, they are freed from the burden of constantly carrying heavy backpacks, as they can conveniently store valuable items within their spatial realms. No longer will they be deterred from venturing far due to an excess of belongings. This notion has sparked unprecedented anticipation since the establishment of the base began yesterday. The distance from Shurqing to their base is considerable, and the thought of successfully setting it up seems daunting with the number of trips required. Moreover, that rickety tricycle is excessively noisy, posing a constant danger with each journey. Yet, if there were a spatial ability wielder among them, all these challenges would be effortlessly resolved. Nia Ruffin glanced at Lin Jianan, then his gaze settled on Subai. Deep in contemplation, how might he win him over? His strength is formidable, and aside from his spatial powers, Nia Ruffin remains uncertain of Subai's second ability. While pondering, the wooden door ahead creaked open. The first to enter was Subai, followed closely by Jiang Mu, who stood closest to the entrance and rose promptly. The attendant tilted his head, offering a warm welcome. Subai nodded lightly in response. The attendant stepped aside, allowing Subai to enter without further ado. Chapter 65. I Truly Cry. Upon their arrival, Qin Mo had just finished his meal, wiping his mouth with a napkin when he heard the commotion and glanced outside. A stranger. The newcomer followed closely behind Subai, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. The refreshing coolness that enveloped them was invigorating. This place was indeed a world apart from the outside. Upon entering, a wave of comfort washed over them. Subai, with practiced ease, approached the automatic stir-fry machine. selecting a plate of ribs, dry pot bacon, and mapo tofu, before moving to the display case to retrieve rice and cola. Though he had just consumed bread and milk, his hunger persisted. As one's abilities grew, so too did their appetite. Witnessing this, even Jiang could not help but swallow hard. However, he refrained from acting impulsively and waited until Chun Diang approached before inquiring, "Are these items all exchanged with crystal cores?" Aside from crystal cores, there seemed to be no other viable currency. Chun Diang nodded vigorously at the question. Indeed. He then disregarded Jiang and strode purposefully toward the display case, immediately spotting the sign in front of the machine detailing the exchange rates. Points redemption prices. Crystal core, level 1 100, level 2 200, level 3 500, level 4 1000. Level 5 10,000 gold. 1 G1, 1 gram equates to 1 point. He promptly emptied the contents of his bag, scattering gold and crystal cores across the counter. Qin Imo lowered his gaze, his attention momentarily drawn to his phone screen, catching a glimpse of Chun Diang placing the items into the cash register. Soon, several numbers flashed on the display. 6934. Accumulating such a plethora of points overnight was astonishing. Upon seeing this figure, Chun Diang could hardly believe his eyes, his elation causing him to clench his fists in triumph. How wonderful! The night outside is fraught with danger. During that period, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment, making every effort to steer clear of the zombies. After all, a moment's inattention could lead to a swarm of the undead. During this time, aside from the 10 crystal cores provided by Jiang for trading, he had only managed to acquire a mere 20 or so additional cores. Consequently, he was still short by a considerable 7,000 points. Initially worried that gold might have lost its value, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a bounty of 334 grams of gold, almost 7 pounds. With this newfound wealth, the prospect of reaching 10,000 points was no longer a distant dream. With a little more effort, he could exchange for the ability Awakening Serum by tomorrow. Filled with determination, he explained to Jiang how to exchange for the points card before purchasing 2 loaves of bread and retreating to a corner to eat. Just as Jiang retrieved the crystal cores to prepare the card, Su Bai and Nie Rufeng, among others, arrived. He took a couple of steps back, puzzled by their intentions. What were they up to? Su Bai raised his hand, and a series of crystal cores materialized on the counter. Not to be outdone, Nie Rufeng and the others quickly produced their own crystal cores, piling them on the table. Bai Fong was the first to speak. "Manager." Qin Imo glanced at his phone screen and casually set it aside. "What is this about?" Nie Rufeng replied softly. "We obtained these crystal cores with the help of the store's resources. The manager should receive half." This had been their decision from the outset. Su Bai nodded slightly. "This is 80%. We kindly ask the manager to accept it." Upon hearing this, the other 4 exchanged incredulous glances at Su Bai. Was he doing this on purpose? They had offered half, yet he had boldly presented 80%. Lin Jianan glanced at Bai Fong, who hastily produced several more crystal cores. Awkwardly grinning at Qin Imo internally, he was a bundle of nerves, unsure of what to say, so he could only grin foolishly. Listening to their conversation, Qin Imo gently shook his head. "There's no need. I have no use for them. It would be better to spend them in the store. After all, aside from Dodo, who would consume these items, they served no other purpose. Moreover, Dodo preferred meals to such things. As for their zombie-slaying activities outside the store, the system had informed him last night that as long as they did not disturb him, he had no concerns regarding these matters. In fact, they seemed to be progressing even more slowly than he had anticipated. It would be best to accumulate more points to upgrade the store and unlock new gameplay. His words left everyone momentarily speechless. No use. They were using crystal cores as currency despite their lack of utility? They could have simply given them away yet chose to accept something in return, even if it was of no benefit to themselves. How could there be such a benevolent person in this world? He truly moved me to tears. Bai Fong and Hei Zi were so touched that they nearly shed tears. "Manager, you truly are a wonderful person." Qin Imo cast a peculiar glance at them. Such praise did not sound like a sincere compliment. Su Bai surveyed the crystal cores on the table, then looked back at Qin Imo, before waving to collect the cores. After paying 30 points, he turned and returned to his meal. Perhaps, for the manager, fruit was far more valuable than points. Nie Rufeng and Lin Jianan quietly collected the crystal cores, sincerely expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, store manager." The reason the manager insisted on collecting points was to instill an understanding of the value of hard-earned resources, reminding them to cherish what they have, especially in a world that has undergone such profound changes. After their expressions of thanks, they turned to purchase some food and peruse any new items available. Qin Imo shrugged lightly. Indeed, every world has its share of imaginative thinkers. The more intelligent individuals tend to contemplate more. Yet, who would have anticipated that while the crystal cores seemed inconsequential, they transformed into something highly valuable once converted into points? He dismissed this brief interlude. picking up his phone to turn off the television and launch a game instead. Jiang Mu observed the entire process, mentally categorizing the store manager as someone to be avoided at all costs. Though he had not witnessed the trio, Su Bai and his companions, in action, he could sense their formidable presence, comparable to his own strength. He turned and approached the display case to examine the merchandise. After circling around, he fell into a state of contemplation. He recognized that this place was extraordinary, but he had not expected it to be so remarkably unique. Moreover, all items required points for purchase. Reflecting on the 10 crystal cores he had earlier given to Chen Diang, he felt a twinge of regret. No wonder that lad guarded his gold so jealously. However, having already given them away, he saw no reason to reclaim them. Thus, he began searching for the items he needed. After finishing his game, Qin Mo glanced at the victory screen before casually placing his phone aside and rising to leave. Upon seeing this, Dodo promptly scampered after him, barking excitedly. Qin Mo took a few steps before pausing, turning to scoop the little creature into his arms. As he gently stroked its soft fur, he conversed with the system. Let us keep the automatic restocking at the same price, shall we? Enabling automatic restocking meant that the display case would always maintain 3 of each item. If one was taken, it would be automatically replenished. However, this feature came at a considerable cost of 5,000 points per month. Upon hearing this, the system's eyes seemed to glimmer as it playfully elongated its response. Of course not. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. The system chuckled. Certainly, the price 1T increase. I am a conscientious merchant, unlike you, forever haggling with me. Qin Mo smiled softly, his tone lifting slightly. Well, if you're not. How many points are required for the next upgrade? The system replied, 20,000. Qin Mo responded nonchalantly, not that. Upon hearing this, the system paused momentarily before a cheerful and surprised voice exclaimed, only 10,000. I always knew you were the best host. If it had a physical form, it would undoubtedly be dancing with joy at this moment. All right, let us proceed with your upgrade and activate the automatic restocking feature. It continued, giggling foolishly, likely having learned it from the internet. Qin Mo shook his head, amused. Go ahead. Chapter 66. Request. As the sounds faded from his ears, Qin Mo departed the shop, cradling Dodo in his arms. His exit captured the attention of several diners seated nearby, their curious gazes lingering on him as he made his way to the cultivation area. The sight of 200 sunflowers swaying gently in the breeze was indeed somewhat magnificent. Behind them, a number of seedlings had emerged, but their true form remained a mystery at this stage. Only one plant had fully matured, a small brown entity with a bulbous body reminiscent of garlic, its 3 roots firmly anchored in the soil. A single branch extended above, adorned with a few green leaves, while an oval-shaped resin dangled at the top. Name, Resin Thrower. Rank, Level 2. Type, Auxiliary. Description. Alas, I am not adept at combat. Please move me to the back. However, I can create a resin path that slows the enemy's speed. Price, 200. This new Level 2 plant, albeit merely auxiliary in nature, had not been played with for quite some time, and given that these plants were all modified versions, their efficacy could only be gauged through customer experience. Extracting the resin thrower from the ground, he turned back toward the store. As soon as he placed it inside, 3 more appeared automatically. His current sunlight value stood at 143,750. The 2 resin throwers amounted to a mere 400 sunlight value, hardly enough to be spent in the short term. However, the system was currently upgrading, and he planned to inquire about the sunlight value required for purchasing level 3 seeds once it awakened. The passage for rapid growth water was also nearing its activation. After arranging everything neatly, he ascended the stairs to wash the mulberries. Once cleaned, he indulged in one, shaking his head gently. When would he attain the freedom to enjoy an abundance of fruits? He yearned for watermelon, grapes, and peaches. Perhaps he should exchange seeds to cultivate them? Contemplating this, he squinted slightly, his gaze landing on a group of individuals gathered before the display case, admiring the new plants. And he shook his head slightly. Never mind, these workers still needed to earn him points. It would be wise to explore the mountains more often. Perhaps he might stumble upon some fuzzy peaches. He returned to the cash register and sat down, opening his phone once more. This time, he multitasked, eating while browsing. He specifically searched for videos of the game Plants vs. Zombies, intending to gain a superficial understanding of those plants. Others might not have noticed, but he observed something peculiar about one of the 3 sword shadows accompanying Chen Diang. Given that the sword shadows exhibited anomalies, it was plausible that the plants could as well. The group was intently focused on the psychic awakening agent, which stood solitary before them. This special item required 5,000 points for each exchange, despite its retail price of 10,000. However, the significance of points was substantial. They could only be utilized at his discretion. Lin Jianan and the others were visibly astonished. Although they had learned about the psychic awakening agent the previous night, witnessing it in person still stirred their hearts. The prospect of 100% awakening of psychic abilities was already astonishing enough. Yet here was a chance to awaken a second skill, despite the minuscule probability of 1 in 1,000. It does not guarantee that one will experience a second awakening after consuming 1,000 vials. Rather, each consumption presents a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of such an occurrence. If fortune does not favor one, it is entirely possible that even 1,000 or even 10,000 vials may yield no awakening at all. Yet, what if one is a fortunate soul? Perhaps they could achieve success in a single attempt. Contemplating this possibility, Heisi and Baifeng's eyes shimmered with a greenish glow, eager to validate whether they were indeed fortunate or not. However, their resources were insufficient. The cost of this extraordinary awakening agent was a staggering 10,000. It required 100 first-tier crystal cores. The two were nearly drooling with desire, but their empty pockets forced them to shake their heads in disappointment. Even if they had amassed 1,000 points, the decision to purchase would remain daunting. After all, it is a mere 1 in 1,000 probability. Who could afford such a gamble? Yet, for ordinary individuals, this was undoubtedly a miraculous elixir, one for which they would risk their lives. Unable to afford it, Baifeng and Heisi followed closely behind Nie Rufeng and his companion, downtrodden. As for Su Bai and his group, with their possession of two distinct abilities, there was no need for them to make such a purchase. Only Jiang Mu stood in contemplation before the display case, lost in thought. Before the apocalypse, his elder brother had served as a soldier. After the outbreak of the zombie plague, his brother had contacted him, urging him to head to the Lihing base, promising to send someone to escort him. However, due to a sudden mission, he had only relaxed after confirming Jiang Mu's awakening, providing countless reminders for him to be cautious. It was certain that prior to that, his brother had not yet awakened his abilities. If only he could bring this awakening agent along. He rummaged through his backpack, recalling that he had slain a 3-tiered zombie with elongated arms, and Shundiang had excavated the crystal core from it and given it to him. Presently, he possessed 85 crystal cores, adding the 1 3-tier core that amounted to a total of 9,000 points. The 100 points he had just consumed were nearly depleted. He was merely short of the 10 cores he had previously given away. Throughout this journey, due to the urgency of travel, he had little opportunity to utilize the crystal cores to enhance his abilities. Instead, constantly facing zombies had significantly boosted his powers. This accumulation of crystal cores was also influenced by his brother's advice that everything at the base required crystal cores, urging him to gather as many as possible. Just 10 more cores were needed. Life truly is a tapestry of irony. He cast a glance at Chundiang and sighed softly. Regardless of the circumstances, the other had brought him here, revealing such a wondrous place. It was time to slay more zombies. After all, he needed to gather some for use at the Lihing base. This was only temporary, for with so many treasures here, he was certain he would return. Chundiang did not leave immediately. He watched as others drifted to different areas while he lingered before the display case for a considerable time before hesitantly approaching Lin Jianan and the others. Upon seeing him, Baifeng inquired with curiosity, "Do you seek us for something?" He glanced back at Chundiang, but the man he had seen earlier was nowhere in sight. "By the way, who was that man just now?" Chundiang replied, "He was someone I encountered on the road. I am not familiar with him." He grit his teeth. "Lin Go. I came to find you all because there is something I need to discuss." "What is it?" Lin Jianan inquired. Chundiang rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 fruits. "These are the fruits I obtained earlier. The shopkeeper mentioned they could enhance one's abilities. Would you consider taking them? Also, could I borrow some crystal cores from you?" He felt somewhat embarrassed bringing this up, recalling that it was he who had taken a wrong turn initially. However, acquiring the ability Awakening Agent sooner would provide him with additional assurance. Lin Jianan paused for a moment, glancing at Nie Rufeng. They indeed had the intention of nurturing their own people. Observing his silence, Chundiang's spirits dampened. "I apologize." He truly wished to avoid the anxiety of venturing out each time, which was why he hesitated to come here to borrow. The encounter with the zombie earlier had been overwhelmingly intimidating. 3 second-tier sword shadows and a rapid bear could not contend with it, had it not been for Jiang Mu. He might not have returned at all. Moreover, the sword shadows needed to protect him, and he did not wish to be a burden, distracting them during battle. Yet, he reflected, when he chose to accompany Sun Xuechong and the others, their reluctance to lend to him was understandable. There was no need to worry about his repayment. The shop was right here, and anyone who didn't return would be a fool. Borrowed items could not simply be disregarded. Nevertheless, it was only natural for them to harbor reservations and be unwilling to lend. He offered a quiet apology, intending to turn away. At that moment, Nie Rufeng inquired, "How many do you still need?" Regardless of past circumstances, Chundiang was quite clear-headed about the situation, and he already possessed a considerable number of crystal cores, which represented a smaller investment than nurturing others. His ability to accumulate so many points also spoke to his competence, alleviating concerns about his repayment. Chundiang abruptly turned back, astonished, and stammered, I still need over 30. Nie Rufeng directed his gaze at Heisi. "Give him 35 cores." Heisey nodded and began rummaging through his backpack. Understood. Subsequently, Nia Ruffing addressed Chen Diang. 30 cores are a loan to you. The remainder is the cost of these fruits. 5 crystal cores were neither too many nor too few. This arrangement would not only procure the 2 fruits, but also foster goodwill towards Chen Diang. Even if he ultimately failed to awaken a formidable ability, they would still benefit. Thank you, thank you. Chen Diang gratefully accepted the crystal cores from Heisey. Bowing repeatedly in appreciation, Nia Ruffing patted his shoulder. No need for thanks. Off you go. Thank you. Chen Diang rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and hurried to convert all the crystal cores into points. Subai initially intended to purchase the fire elemental doll, as it was a third-tier item. However, seeing Chen Diang heading to buy the ability awakening agent, he shifted his focus in that direction instead. After Chen Diang completed the conversion, he procured the ability awakening agent. It was a vial of blue liquid, roughly the size of a standard test tube, yet it contained only a third of its capacity, were it not for the peculiar items in this shop. Even the most fervent skeptic would find it hard to believe that this was an ability awakening agent. Chen Diang exhaled deeply, uncorked the test tube, and downed its contents in one swift motion. The ability awakening agent bore no taste, resembling plain water in flavor. A collective gaze settled upon him, but he felt nothing. He himself was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his senses. Was this the awakening? Previously, he had observed Lin and the others endure considerable pain during their awakenings. Bai Fong leaned in. Have you awakened? He was not foolish enough to directly inquire about the nature of one's abilities. Chen Diang, somewhat bewildered, nodded. Yes. He indeed felt an unfamiliar surge of energy within, yet he remained uncertain of its potential. Lin Jinan asked, do you feel anything? Chen Diang shook his head. No, just a sudden increase in strength. He was at a loss regarding the current situation, and since the awakening of abilities was random, their strength was unpredictable. The others exchanged glances, realizing there was little to glean from this. Nevertheless, Chen Diang was quite pleased. Regardless of the circumstances, he had awakened an ability. After expressing his gratitude once more to Nia Ruffing and his companions, he proceeded towards the equipment area. First, he purchased a set of first-tier clothing for the 3 sword shadows. Then, he acquired a first-tier longsword, distributing it among them. Chen Diang glanced at the sword shadow that had received only clothing, letting out a sigh. I apologize, I currently lack sufficient crystal cores. Once I am wealthy, I promise to provide each of you with weapons. He had originally possessed 10 for 134 points, but now only 28 remained. Indeed, he could not afford another longsword. And this was already everything he had managed to acquire after exhausting his resources and incurring considerable debt. The 3 sword shadows nodded, clutching their garments, one of them subconsciously tightening their grip. At that moment, Qin Mo, who had been gazing at his phone, slightly lifted his head. Another change has occurred. Just as his thoughts settled, the system's voice chimed in. Ding dong, upgrade successful. Host, you have new tasks awaiting your attention. Additionally, the rapid growth water supply channel has been unlocked. Qin Mo glanced at the task panel. Special task, please proceed to the depths of Shirshan to eliminate fire-type and speed-type mutated zombies and obtain their crystal cores. Task description, recently. A certain entity has been exhibiting changes. It is time to prepare a dedicated longsword for it. Rewards, explosive shadow sword, 1,000 experience points, real shadow card, temporary. Zombie frenzy task. In 7 days, zombies will erupt en masse. Your clients are in constant preparation. Let's assess their strength. Encourage them to hunt as many zombies as possible. Task description. Recently, the number of zombies has been steadily increasing. They seem to be up to something significant. So suspicious. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Rewards, 10 consecutive draws, 2,000 experience points, ability selection pack. The more zombies your clients slay, the greater the rewards you will receive. After perusing these 2 tasks, Qin Mo smiled faintly. The peculiarities of the Shadow Blade did not escape the system's notice, which specifically designated zombie crystal cores for the crafting of the explosive shadow sword. Although intended for the Shadow Blade, its acquisition would depend on the buyer's financial capacity. As for the other task, it served to prompt customers and unlock additional merchandise. In the past, during times of great calamity across various realms, the system would invariably take some measure of action. After all, the essence of the shop lies in its patrons. Should the customers vanish, the establishment could not continue to operate. Yet, he understood that, fundamentally, the system was quite benevolent. Of course, this was contingent upon no one harboring ill intentions towards the shop, lest the system become frenzied. Pondering for a moment, he extracted a sheet of paper and took a pen to inscribe something upon it. After a brief interval, he approached the entrance and affixed the paper beside the shop regulations. While he was writing, Subai happened to retrieve a fire elemental doll to settle his account. And since Qin Mo had composed the notice for their perusal, he inadvertently caught sight of it. Shop event. Zombie Carnival Feast. Are you afraid of zombies? Do you yearn for power? Come to the Universal Shop and immerse yourself in a unique carnival experience. Participation in the event requires merely 20 points. Event details. In 7 days, a massive outbreak of zombies will occur. The more zombies you slay, the greater the rewards prepared by the shop. First place, 1 VIP gold card, transferable, can be kept, 1 piece of Tier 3 equipment, 1 Tier 2 pet egg. Second and third places, 1 silver card, transferable, can be kept, and 1 piece of Tier 3 weaponry. 4th to 10th places, a massive outbreak of zombies? Subai paused for a moment. Then a smile crept across his face. Setting aside the shop's rewards, the mere increase in zombies represented an opportunity for him. As long as he could gather enough crystal cores, he could afford to recline in leisure. Chapter 68. Fire Elemental Doll. With this thought in mind, he set the Fire Elemental Doll aside and ventured inside to select other items. Once Chin Mo had affixed the notice, he went to inspect the planting area. Although the original 9 Tier 2 seeds would not mature until the following day, and the latest 10 would take until the day after, the system had just activated a supply channel for rapid growth water. This water could reduce the growth time of plants of the same tier by 1/3. Moreover, there existed a type of instant growth water that could cause plants of the same tier to mature immediately, albeit at a cost of double the points required for rapid growth water. A small bottle of Tier 2 instant growth water required 100 points. Earlier, Chen Diong had contributed over 10,000 points, leaving a balance of 21,180. He glanced back and, as expected, the group that had been dining in the shop had returned, now standing before the notice he had just posted. He exchanged 950 points for 19 bottles of rapid growth water. Afterward, he took them out and carefully watered the plants. Almost instantaneously, 9 of the plants displayed remarkable changes, swiftly growing into their complete forms. Name, Olive Tier, Tier 2 type. Auxiliary description, please don't run too fast in my presence. If you fall, don't blame me. The speed can cause zombies to slip, and the resulting oil can be repurposed, for instance, ignited. Price, 300. Name, Watermelon Thrower. Rank, 2nd type. Attack description, those who dare to fly should not think they can escape my grasp. Launching watermelons will inflict area damage. Price, 400. Attack power, 200. Name, Winter Melon Guardian. Rank, 2nd type. Defense description, have you ever seen a winter melon 2 meters wide and 2 meters tall? It can block enemies from approaching and occasionally send them flying. Price, 300. Defense value, 6,000. Name, Torch Stump. Rank, 2nd type. Support description, oh, how did you know I have a good relationship with the P brothers? It can enhance the attacks launched by the P brothers. A total of 4 types of plants were randomly produced, with only 3 watermelon throwers available, while the others had only 2 each. This time, there was no need for him to do anything. These items automatically appeared in the store, consuming 900 sunshine points to replenish the other 3 types of plants to 3 each. The other 10 second-tier plants would mature around this time tomorrow, and with 7 days remaining before a large-scale zombie outbreak, there was ample time. Chin Mo turned to walk back, casually glancing at the map accompanying the special mission. Since the system issued the task, it was impossible for him to navigate blindly alone. Upon closer inspection, he noticed others had already arrived at the store's entrance. The others moved aside to give him space. Lin Jinan followed closely behind. Let us go register for the points. Without these rewards, he knew he might have chosen to prepare sufficient food and find a safe hiding spot, unwilling to confront the horde of zombies. However, the rewards for first place were too enticing. It included a golden card and a second-tier pet egg that had yet to appear in the store. Nia Ruffing nodded slightly. Let us go? It was impossible to ignore the event. They understood that their base had yet to be fully constructed and was currently quite fragile. If they did not take action, the base, which had just begun to show promise, would be lost. Most importantly, they had nowhere to live. Such a scenario was unacceptable. As they entered, they saw Su by checking out with 4 fire element dolls, 4 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of water. He was also mumbling to the cash register, registering for the zombie carnival event. As he finished swiping his card, the fire element dolls, which had originally been the size of a palm, suddenly sprang to life and jumped to the ground, each growing to normal human size. They were all dressed in fiery red clothing, each calling out, Master, Master, for consecutive calls, representing the 4 fire element dolls. Subai nodded slightly, placing the bread and water into their arms. All right, you all go out to slay zombies. Remember to dig for crystal cores, and return to me in the evening. The 4 fire element dolls, cradling their items, tilted their heads, one of them nodding. Master, rest assured, with us on the job, everything will be a piece of cake. If there's anything that fire cannot resolve, then we shall use 2 flames. The crowd remarked. No wonder the card mentions that the fire element dolls have somewhat volatile tempers. Indeed, it was more than mere volatility. Subai nodded in satisfaction. Yes, we must exercise caution. The 4 fire element dolls fell silent, clutching their provisions, setting off with an air of determination, as if they were resolved to carve out their own domain. This imposing aura left Bai Fong momentarily stunned. He nudged the nearby Heisey. Hey, these fire element dolls seem rather clever, don't they? His surprise was understandable, for the previous Sword Shadow and the bear had been rather simple-minded, and this sudden change was quite astonishing. Heisey replied, "What's so clever about that? It costs 2,500 points. Are you willing to part with that?" Bai Fong twitched at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he was reluctant to spend that much. Though he could afford it, he still found it somewhat pricey. Su Bai paid no heed to their conversation, turning to lean against the cash register, his gaze casually sweeping over Nia Rufeng and his companions. His expression remained calm, revealing no emotion, and after a mere glance, he moved to leave. Noticing Su Bai's intention to depart, Nia Rufeng called out, "Brother." Su Bai halted his steps, but did not turn back. "Were you calling me?" Nia Rufeng replied, "Yes, we have a matter we wish to request your assistance with." A slight smile graced Su Bai's lips, yet his eyes held no mirth. "Oh? Provide me with a reason to assist you." Nia Rufeng's demeanor was gentle. "In a few days, a large-scale zombie outbreak is imminent. The danger is undeniable. I know you are strong, but surely you also require a secure place to stay." Su Bai stepped forward. "Let us discuss this after 5. He indeed needed a secure residence, both now and in the future. This was an implicit agreement. Nia Rufeng smiled faintly. "Very well. In these times, trade represents the utmost sincerity between strangers." He turned to the others. "How many crystal cores do we currently possess?" Heisey and Bai Fong deliberated for a moment before responding, 365. Nia Rufeng pondered briefly, and then led the way inside. Only 7 days remain. Time is indeed of the essence. We must prepare for the upcoming activities while also hastening the establishment of our base. The days ahead will not be so easy. Lin Jianan understood his intent. He planned to follow in Su Bai's footsteps. Chapter 69. Further enhancement of abilities. Purchasing dolls. Sending Sword Shadow to eliminate zombies and extract crystal cores, while they trained in the ability training room behind. A single day inside equated to 2 days outside. Who could resist such temptation? Though the shop operated from 10 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, that still granted them an additional 7 hours to enhance their abilities. Furthermore, who could genuinely spend an entire day and night slaying zombies? Eating, sleeping, traveling, and searching for resources consumed valuable time. They needed to seize the opportunity while others had yet to discover the little shop, striving to bolster their strength as much as possible. Moreover, enhancing their capabilities would not hinder their acquisition of crystal cores. In summary, a newcomer had arrived today, and it remained uncertain whether others would follow. Despite the looming threat of a large-scale zombie outbreak, the dangers posed by their own kind could not be overlooked. A dual approach was essential. Purchasing the triad of fire element puppets, whose prowess is significantly enhanced, brings a sense of reassurance even in solitary endeavors. Shortly, I shall return to summon Lao Chun and the others for training. As these words left my lips, Heisey raised his hand and exclaimed, "Captain, allow me to go instead. You should proceed to the ability training room." The captain, with both innate talent and strength far surpassing my own, would find it a lamentable waste of time to linger on the journey. After all, my own abilities require little improvement. I am but a mere mouse, capable of little more than scouting the path ahead. Nia Rufeng gently shook his head. "There's no need to concern ourselves with that brief span of time. And I cannot rest easy with you venturing alone." Heisey countered, but Lin Jianan, who stood nearby, opened his mouth as if to interject, only to be preempted by Nia Rufeng's amiable assertion. "Very well, it is settled." Observing his resolute demeanor, Heisey reluctantly acquiesced. "All right then, Captain, do ensure your safety." Lin Jianan gazed at Nia Rufeng's retreating figure, falling into a contemplative silence. In that moment, he could not help but acknowledge that, on numerous occasions, he indeed fell short of Nia's capabilities, not solely in intellect, but also in his treatment of their comrades. Nia Rufeng procured a total of 15 fire element puppets before pausing. Subsequently, he prepared each with a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, and then ordered 8 dishes along with 8 portions of rice from the automatic cooking machine. Finally, he registered 4 individuals for the event. It was only during the checkout that he understood why Su Bai had mentioned the event to the cash register earlier. Beneath the point exchange rate, several lines of text indicated that one must verbally announce their participation to have the registration fee automatically deducted. Furthermore, it was specified that only one's own card could be used for registration. Upon reading these lines, Heisey was taken aback. He had no card. During their initial visit, they had exchanged 50 crystal cores for a silver card and had since relied on a single card, unlike Lin Jianan and his companions, each of whom possessed their own card. He cast a forlorn glance at Nia Rufeng, his expression imbued with a pitiful quality that was somewhat painful to behold. Bai Fong averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Nia Rufeng remained unfazed. No matter. Fortunately, they had yet to convert their crystal cores into points. Otherwise, Heisey would indeed have been unable to register today. Calculating the total for his registration and purchases, which amounted to 37,700, he found that with a 10% discount, it would only be 33,930. He deposited 345 crystal cores into the card, leaving 3 for each individual and reserving the excess 2 for feeding Xiao Huihui. After distributing the cores, he set aside the 9 designated for Lin Jialan, Lao Chun, and Zhou Min, which he would deliver to them shortly. After settling the bill, the puppets leaped down from the cashier's counter, quickly filling the area with their presence. Master, master, they chorused in unison. The cacophony of 15 voices was undoubtedly overwhelming. Nia Ruffing struggled to maintain his composure, raising a finger to signal for silence. Shoo. The fire element puppets, their faces suddenly contorted with indignation, declared, Master, has someone wronged you? Fear not. Tell us who they are, and we shall avenge you. Ah, their tempers were quite fiery indeed. Who dares to bully the master shall find themselves at odds with them. Qin Mo, engrossed in his phone, lifted his gaze to the multitude of fire elemental puppets. Suddenly, a dozen puppets froze in place, instinctively retracting their necks, enveloped in an eerie silence. Nia Ruffung bore an apologetic expression before instructing Heisey and Baifeng to distribute the food. Immediately, the fire elemental puppets, clutching their provisions, rushed out with great urgency, vying to be the first. Though these creatures were temperamental, their actions betrayed a certain intelligence, as they recognized whom they could not provoke. With nothing else to attend to, they gathered together for their meal. Qin Mo turned off his phone and remarked to the system, next time, such items should revert to their original form only after leaving the shop. He then retrieved a sheet of paper and began sketching. The system inquired, shall the host level up now? In that brief moment, he had amassed over 50,000 points, sufficient to elevate his abilities to the 3rd tier. Combined with his existing points, his total reached an unprecedented 62,407. The system eyed it enviously, wishing the host would spend some. Qin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the paper, his hand moving swiftly as he responded without hesitation, yes, level up. There were matters to attend to, and enhancing his strength was imperative. Points have been deducted. In the next instant, a surge of energy enveloped him, vanishing as quickly as it had come. Simultaneously, Qin Mo halted his sketching, revealing a simple map depicting the route from the shop to his mission destination. Setting that paper aside, he produced another sheet of the same size and resumed drawing, this time delineating the appearances of fire-type and speed zombies. Upon completion, he frowned slightly. Zombies truly were grotesque. He then layered the 2 sheets together without crumpling them, placing them in a drawer. Having traversed numerous worlds, he always retained blueprints for similar unique tasks, collecting them upon completion. His sketchbook was nearing its capacity, and this world warranted the creation of a new one. At that moment, Nia Ruffing and the others had finished their meal, while Lin Jianan and his companions ventured into the shop, and Nia Ruffing departed from the small establishment. The shop was left desolate. Qin Mo leaned back, closing his eyes to meditate. Although he needed to undertake his mission, that could only occur after the shop closed. Having promised the system to operate the shop punctually, he could not leave early. As the closing time approached, Nia Ruffung returned with Lao Chun and the others, who did not disturb him, each transferring their points into their cards, aiming for the shop's ability training room. Nearing the closing hour, with the exception of Su Bai, the others wore expressions of despair, even Nia Rufing's perpetual smile faltering, revealing a weary demeanor. They were aware of the ability training room, yet who knew it could only be accessed using their powers. If one cannot utilize their abilities, they are destined to be gnawed upon by zombies. Although one does not perish, the pain is undeniably real. Su Bai observed the 7 individuals before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Their plight, worse than his own, brought him a sense of joy. Jiang Mu and Chun Diang had just returned and were taken aback by the state of this group. What had transpired? Chapter 70. Welcome to the Qingfeng team. What has happened to you? Chun Diang, whose spirits had been high, now wore a look of concern upon witnessing this scene. Surely, they had not encountered an exceptionally formidable zombie. Bai Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he strode toward Chun Diang, throwing an arm around his shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Old Chun, you've just awakened your abilities in Haven Tea, yet had the chance to visit the training room, have you? Let me tell you, this place is invaluable. You absolutely cannot miss it, right, Brother Lin? This agony should not be borne by him alone. Who could fathom the feeling of being rendered immobile, subjected to bites due to an inability to harness one's powers? As a speed-type candidate, his frustration was palpable. Chun Diang glanced at Bai Feng, bewildered by his sudden exuberance. Why was he so enthusiastic? At that moment, Lin Jianan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we have made significant progress today. We share in both fortune and adversity. This is a virtue. The mention of the training room piqued Jiang Mu's interest. After acquiring the ability Awakening Serum, his first instinct had been to obtain it, leading him directly to hunt zombies without lingering in the shop. Bai Feng turned to him. Exactly, you might not be aware, but there is a small room in the corner of the shop dedicated to training abilities. Regardless of whether one speaks of it, people will eventually discover it. Hence there is no need for secrecy. Chen Diang regarded Bai Feng's words with skepticism. It was not a matter of distrust in the shop's offerings, but rather an awareness that excessive cordiality often conceals ulterior motives. This individual was behaving unusually. He cast a pleading glance towards Su Bai. Is what he says true, boss? Among the group, he held Su Bai in the highest regard. The youth regarded him with a curious glance. What was he inquiring about? Did he genuinely believe him to be a good person? Was there a misunderstanding at play? Su Bai, hands in his pockets, smirked lightly and replied, yes. It is indeed useful. What he did not disclose, however, was that it would also entail considerable suffering. There was a hint of amusement in the youth's eyes. Since he was perceived as a benevolent figure, perhaps it was time for a lesson. In such a world, trust should not be given lightly. Chen Diang nodded with newfound assurance. Thank you, boss. Su Bai merely returned a faint nod. Chen Diang refrained from further discussion, feeling elated as he approached the shop, intent on purchasing a flame sword from Jianying. The shop was nearing closing time, and he lacked the opportunity to explore the training room. His recent outing had yielded fruitful results, providing him not only with several crystal cores, but also an opportunity to test his abilities. The power he had awakened was not merely a singular enhancement, but a triad of enhancements: attack, defense, and speed, effectively doubling his original capabilities. Perhaps it is due to the all-encompassing reinforcement that he can only sustain this energy for about 10 minutes. Although he has not awakened any extraordinary abilities nor possesses potent elemental powers, he feels quite content. At the very least, he has acquired a modicum of self-defense capability. He firmly believes that with diligent practice and cultivation, there will inevitably be a time for him to showcase his skills. Purchasing the flame sword for the Shadow Blade was his intention from the onset. It was merely a lack of sufficient crystal cores that hindered him at that time. The second-tier Shadow Blade, paired with a second-tier flame sword, ought to perfectly unleash its full potential, wouldn't it? The 3 Shadow Blades behind him have transformed from mere black shadows, now adorned in sports attire and shoes, with only their heads and hands appearing somewhat peculiar. Chen Diang purchased a single flame sword, initially equipping the one that had accompanied him the longest. Then he couldn't help but chuckle. With this, you should feel more secure. The Shadow Blade looked up and then silently lowered its gaze, its hand caressing the flame sword. Chen Diang then spent 100 points to acquire a first-tier longsword for himself. While making the payment, he noticed a few new lines of text that caused his expression to darken considerably. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly made his way towards a group of people conversing outside the shop. A massive outbreak of zombies. Initially, he had considered this a potential opportunity to carve out a niche for himself, but upon witnessing this, he began to doubt whether he could survive alone. Jiang Mu, who had come to the shop, was not on the same path as him. They had merely crossed paths on the way. His objective was the ability Awakening Agent. Given his prowess, acquiring 10 crystal cores was certainly within reach. Thus, Qin Mo, having just replenished a supply of Awakening Agents for 5,000 points, was caught off guard when Jiang Mu seized one from his hands just as he was about to pay. Noticing that Chen Diang was running away in a state of panic, Jiang Mu frowned, sensing something was amiss. Upon investigation, he realized that a significant crisis was indeed at hand. 7 days later, this meant he must reach the Li Heng base within 7 days and return thereafter. It would be foolish not to participate in this event. The gold and silver cards were evidently valuable commodities. In a bid to further persuade his elder brother, he purchased a Shadow Blade card and filled his backpack with provisions. Without further ado, he departed the small shop. Regrettably, his motorcycle was gone, leaving him with no choice but to walk or see if he could find another vehicle in a different city. Glancing at the somewhat awkward Chen Diang, he nudged him with his elbow. No place to go? How about joining me to Jiang? Chen Diang snapped back to reality and immediately shook his head in refusal. It's too far. I want to go. He was a local from Shiqing, having lost his parents on the very first day of the zombie outbreak. Now, he was utterly alone, with only the desire to survive. He had no relatives to seek out. Leaving Shiqing would be akin to courting death, for there was no miraculous shop elsewhere. Jiang Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. If you want them to take you in, just say it outright. His words attracted the attention of Nie Ruffing and others who were a few steps away. Chen Diang felt a twinge of anxiety. If it weren't for the impending zombie outbreak, he would not have sought them out again. Yet, ultimately, life took precedence over pride. Observing their conversation, he hesitated. Jiang Mu winked at him, saying, "No need to thank me too much," before turning to leave. She recognized his nervousness and hesitance, thus offering him a word of encouragement, a token of gratitude for introducing him to this wondrous little shop. Chen Diang's face flushed crimson as he unconsciously clenched his fists. "See, can I join you?" he stammered. It was not Jiang Mu's sudden interjection that drew the attention of the others. He genuinely lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. Even now that he had spoken, he instantly lowered his gaze. I will follow orders and will not be a burden, he added. Nia Ruffling inclined his head slightly. Of course, we are just in need of more members. This statement resonated like music to Chun Diang's ears, causing his eyes to well up with tears. Thank you, he murmured, unable to contain his emotions any longer. In recent days, he had narrowly escaped death multiple times. Without the protection of Jianing, he would not be standing here now. Their willingness to take him in filled his heart with immense gratitude. Bai Fong approached with a hint of amusement. Why is a grown man crying? We are all on the same side now. No need to be so sentimental. Chun Diang sniffled and wiped his tears away. Bai Fong continued with a touch of admiration. You are quite remarkable. If I were on my own, I might not have fared as well as you. Haizi also came over and patted Chun Diang on the shoulder. Welcome to the Qingfeng team. Thank you, Chun Diang replied. Old Chun joined the conversation. I heard from Bai Fong that your surname is Chun. So is mine. We are family now. Zhou Min chimed in. Welcome to the Qingfeng team. Bai Fong, surprised by the camaraderie, exclaimed, Hey, the Qingfeng team? Why isn't anyone welcoming me? Zhou Min shot him a disdainful glance. You are not one of us. Who says I'm not? Bai Fong retorted. The atmosphere was momentarily harmonious. Su Bai observed the scene, slightly diverting his gaze. It's time to go. In the post-apocalyptic world, such friendly interactions were indeed rare, yet whether they could maintain this unity remained uncertain. Instead of lingering on their pleasantries, he thought it more prudent to gather more crystal cores. He had no interest in their small talk. Chapter 71. Serving the most handsome master is my duty, as his little minion. Nia Ruffung nodded gently. Old Chun, come with me. The rest of you carry on with your tasks. Old Chun was a power-type ability user, capable of effortlessly demolishing a wall. He was brought along to procure supplies. This procurement involved transporting bricks from Shiqing, a task they had previously arranged with Su Bai. In return, their base would ensure him a permanent residence without any constraints on him. Beyond that, he had made no further demands. Understood, Old Chun replied, just as the fire element puppets, who had been out hunting zombies, returned. Su Bai glanced at the dozen or so fire element puppets surrounding Nia Ruffung, narrowing his eyes momentarily before returning to his usual expression. This group exhibited considerable competitiveness. It seemed he could not afford to be complacent for even a moment. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he inwardly sighed in exasperation. How troublesome. He strode forward, accompanied by 4 fire element puppets, without pausing for a moment. Nia Ruffing casually arranged a few words before departing with Old Chun, leaving behind the fire element puppets. Once the 3 of them had left, the remaining individuals turned their attention towards him. Earlier, the captain had instructed them to heed Lin Jianan's directives. Lin Jianan's demeanor was somewhat grave as he stated, We shall proceed to eliminate the zombies together. It was only 5 o'clock. Darkness would not descend until 7 or 8. They still had 2 to 3 hours at their disposal. However, the shops had already closed, and others had yet to sign up for the event. Nevertheless, the activity would commence in 7 days, so there was no need for haste. They would surely be able to register within the coming days. No one opposed this notion. Now was the opportune moment to gather crystal cores and procure more supplies. When else would they have the chance? As for establishing a base, that task would naturally be entrusted to those ordinary individuals without abilities. Thus, everyone began to busy themselves with their respective tasks. Shortly after their departure, Qin Mo pulled open the shop door and stepped outside. He had changed into a black casual outfit, and as the sunlight fell upon him, it elongated his already tall figure. Donning a black cap, seemingly acquired from somewhere, he appeared more composed and aloof than his usual laid-back self, exuding an air of detachment that rendered him somewhat unapproachable. Dodo bounced eagerly at his feet. Noticing his lack of response, it couldn't help but look up. Woof? Qin Mo cast his gaze downwards, the corners of his mouth curving slightly in an almost imperceptible smile. Your fur is too thick. It's hot. Dodo froze in place, instinctively glancing over its back. Its tail ceasing to wag. Was it being scorned by its master? It couldn't just shed its fur. Qin Mo had already reached the edge of the shop's corridor. Turning back, aren't you coming? Dodo's tail immediately resumed its lively wagging as it barked and hurried to catch up, even nudging the one trailing behind him. First, aside. First, with its dark, beady eyes, looked momentarily perplexed, but soon scampered after them with enthusiasm. Woof. Master, where are we heading? Qin Mo replied while following the route provided by the system. We are going to complete a task. Dodo leapt for joy, momentarily silencing its barks. Will there be plenty of delicious food? Qin Mo glanced at the task rewards and quietly inquired. Have you ever tasted what zombies are like? Dodo wrinkled its nose in disdain. They are ugly and stinky. How could they possibly be good? Qin Mo pondered thoughtfully. They should be. Dodo raised its head and licked its lips. Then I shall give it a try later. Qin Mo stifled a laugh. In that case, I may have to part with you. Dodo was left in utter confusion. Huh? Didn't you say it would be delicious? Why would you not want it then? So, are we eating or not? The system, attentively eavesdropping on the exchange between man and beast, couldn't help but sigh internally. Host, you truly are something else. Do you not feel a pang of conscience while amusing the dog? No wonder dogs avoid humans. Chin Mo, genuinely finding amusement in Do's human-like bewilderment, continued on their journey. The path was not short. They were to traverse a mountain leading to a cave beyond. The map provided by the system is an authentic 3D representation, meticulously rendering every tree and even the smallest pebble with exquisite detail. While Do idly passed the time nearby, Chin Mo found himself unperturbed by boredom. Shortly after departing the shop, they encountered a few zombies, aimlessly wandering in place. Without a pause in his stride, as Chin Mo walked past, these zombies suddenly erupted into a frenzy, lunging at him with outstretched claws. Just as they were about to close in on him, an invisible force gripped them, rendering their desperate struggles futile. As Chin Mo moved beyond their vicinity, an unseen hand twisted their heads with a sickening crack, causing their skulls to detach and roll away, eventually coming to a halt after several rotations. In mere moments, the struggling bodies crumpled to the ground. A dagger flew through the air, deftly extracting the crystal cores from each fallen zombie. In total, there were 5 cores. 4 were given to Do, while the remaining one gracefully landed in his own hands. Chin Mo waved his hand, discarding the dagger, now smeared with zombie brain matter, and continued onward. The journey required a full hour, during which they encountered numerous zombies, predominantly of the first and second tiers, with not a single third-tier adversary in sight, thus not delaying their progress. After traversing a mountain, he spotted a horde of zombies in the distance, roughly estimated to exceed 100, encircling a diminutive zombie. So, this must be the psychic zombie Do had previously encountered, capable of commanding other zombies to do its bidding. Judging by its presence, it seemed to be no more than a third tier. He paid it little mind. Even were there several times that number of ordinary zombies, he remained unfazed. However, the psychic zombie had already detected him and let out a piercing shriek, enveloping all nearby zombies in an invisible aura. These zombies surged forward with a fervor akin to having been injected with adrenaline, racing towards Chin Mo. He merely shook his head in mild exasperation. He had been eager to complete his task and return for some well-deserved rest, yet each zombie he encountered obstinately sought their demise, though numerous and frantically rushing. The zombies were no match for Chin Mo's speed. With minimal effort, merely by concentrating, over 100 swords materialized before the zombies, and in an instant, they all met their demise as their heads burst apart, collapsing to the ground. The psychic zombie, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned, utterly forgetting its original intent. By the time it regained its senses and attempted to retaliate against Chin Mo, several swords had already pierced through its body. Observing the carnage strewn across the ground and the long swords stained with tainted blood, Chin Mo murmured, "What a waste." After a moment's contemplation, he called out to the system, "System, please clear away these remnants and prepare them for sale." The system, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "You just tricked me into giving you a hat. Now you wish to command me?" Chin Mo replied, "Oh, and please collect these crystal cores." The system responded without hesitation, "Absolutely not." Chin Mo raised an eyebrow. "You mentioned they were a gift. Since you refuse, then so be it." The system, with a swift change of demeanor, asserted with righteous fervor, My most beloved master is undoubtedly the handsomest in the world. Such trifles are mere matters. Serving the most handsome master is my duty as a humble assistant. Therefore, I implore you to remain still and leave everything to me." Chapter 72. The cave. Upon completing its declaration, the system cheerfully gathered the crystal cores, its satisfaction evident as it gazed at its increasingly plump pouch. The host remained as commendable as ever. As Chin Mo approached the nearby cave, he casually remarked, "Such a meager display." The system replied, "I cannot hear you. I am a blissful little deaf one." They had arrived at their destination. Do dashed ahead, eagerly entering the cave. The system cast a furtive glance before averting its gaze. What? The host must complete the task alone? It was unaware. Moreover, wasn't he the host's pet, merely a reflection of his own prowess? Wong Wong. Do's bark echoed from within, prompting Chin Mo to follow suit. The cave was vast, appearing not to be naturally formed but rather hewn by human hands. Initially, the space was confined, but it expanded considerably deeper within, revealing several paths. Do halted at one of the entrances, barking at Chin Mo, tail wagging gently. Chin Mo nodded. "Let us proceed." Do scampered ahead, and the first of the group, having expended a crystal core, followed closely. Chin Mo trailed behind, as the two companions sped ahead. Thus, they delved deeper into the cave, where silence enveloped them, their movements amplified by echoes, creating an unusually loud ambience. Soon, the sound of similar footsteps approached from the depths. It was clear that the entities advancing were not human, but rather zombies. The darkness rendered it difficult to discern the distant figures. Ahead, Do lifted its head and unleashed a burst of flames. The flames illuminated the cave walls, revealing two zombies in the distance. Both were humanoid, yet one bore a head and skin that were not only decayed but also faintly tinged with red. The other appeared more ordinary, lacking any distinguishing features, yet moved with remarkable speed, swiftly closing the gap between itself and the first. The first creature scratched its head, puzzled by the grotesque figure's intentions, but instinctively sidestepped. As a wind element bear, its speed was beyond question. Among peers, wind element abilities surpass even those of speed-oriented powers. Maintaining a safe distance from the approaching zombie was entirely justified. However, the flaming zombie from behind hurled a fireball. Unable to distinguish between human and object, they attacked anything that moved. As for Dowdu, its diminutive size rendered it unnoticed. Feeling the scorching gusts of air, the first instinct was to evade, as the azure fur bristled with an impending explosion. Yet, no sooner had they landed than another assault descended, making escape an elusive endeavor. This fiery zombie was perilously close to the fourth tier. Just as the inferno was about to engulf the first, it inexplicably halted, only to reverse course and launch towards the flaming zombie instead. Dowdu, noticing the first still in a daze, shot a disapproving glance. Why aren't you retreating to safety? If you get burned, who will maintain the shop? The first remained bewildered, but, without hesitation, obediently distanced itself from the chaos. Meanwhile, on another front, two zombies, having spotted Chinemo, abandoned their pursuit of the first and charged towards him. Dowdu shook its head in resignation. Why did these creatures always gravitate towards the strongest opponent? It felt like being forced to watch a performance. 10 blades, under Chinmo's command, engaged in an intense struggle with the two zombies, neither side yielding an inch. Dowdu cast a furtive glance at Chinemo, maintaining a position close to the zombies, intermittently unleashing bursts of flame to harass the foes, employing a guerrilla warfare strategy. Chinemo looked at Dowdu, chuckling. Enough of the games. Dowdu halted. All right. These two zombies were the day's quarry, although both were third tier. They stood no chance against Chinemo, being relentlessly pushed back by a flurry of swords. They were swift and cunning, unafraid of fire. Yet the flaming zombie could not land a hit. Even without a swordsman, each blade exuded a formidable aura, sharp and relentless, leaving no room for defense. Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly exclaim, "What remarkable swordsmanship!" After a while, Chinemo, with drooping eyelids, stifled a yawn, then lifted his gaze, his expression sharpening. The two zombies momentarily found themselves immobilized. Although they soon regained their struggle, the blades had already descended. With a swift sound, their heads were pierced. The head was undeniably the fatal weakness of a zombie. Retrieving his longsword, Chinemo glanced at Dowdu, who had been watching the spectacle, and gently scooped it into his arms, ruffling its fur before placing it back on the ground, truly unsightly. Dowdu, bewildered by the embrace, was equally perplexed when set down. Mission accomplished. Please check your rewards. Experience points were credited directly, along with a fiery crimson explosive shadow sword and a genuine shadow sword card. The explosive shadow sword was intended for the shadow, of little interest to him, so he set it aside for the moment and retrieved the genuine shadow sword card. Dowdu followed, its expression filled with unfulfilled longing. As they walked, Chinemo glanced at the card, pausing slightly, realizing its significance. He then casually pocketed the card. He seldom ventured out. This outing, while primarily for a task, also served the purpose of a leisurely stroll. Otherwise, he would have simply had Dowdu transport him. Moreover, opportunities to reap benefits from the system were scarce. Why not take advantage? The cap he wore was named Insulating Hat. Its sole function was to shield against solar heat, boasting a maximum heat-blocking capacity of 60 degrees. There is a saying that goes, since we have come this far, we might as well venture into the cave. Have you heard any sounds? From the depths of the other passage at the fork, someone quietly inquired. Did you hear that? Someone else has met their demise, another voice stammered. When will this cursed ordeal come to an end? Why has no one come to our rescue? So much time has passed. The group of speakers was hiding in a cave sealed off by a massive rock. They had been concealed there for 3 days, scarcely daring to breathe, intently listening for any signs of rescue, fearing they might miss their opportunity. However, over these 3 days, they periodically heard screams from outside. Initially uncertain, they were ultimately forced to acknowledge the grim reality. Many had perished, far too many. In the cave, there had been no zombies at first. It was only after someone, cut off from the outside world due to power outages and loss of signal, ventured out, that everything changed upon their return. These individuals remained oblivious to the fact that the situation outside was not any better than their own. Run, someone exclaimed. Brother Lu, if we stay here, will we die? A voice trembled, recalling the previous screams, instilling a sense of terror. Most pressing was their lack of food. If they continued to linger, starvation would surely claim them. Surely someone will come to rescue us. Lu Yong reassured himself, though he lacked conviction. Logically, if communication had been lost for so long, Someone should have come looking for them. Yet, after such a significant incident 3 days prior, no one had come to their aid. The thought that they might have been abandoned lingered in his mind for a long time, but he ultimately dismissed it. In truth, he clung to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to succumb to despair. At that moment, a young man huddled in a corner suddenly raised his head. Those who were bitten resemble the zombies described in novels. Do you think this could be the apocalypse? Upon hearing this, some shook their heads in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you become so engrossed in novels that you can no longer distinguish reality? They must have been infected by some virus. It cannot possibly be the end of the world. Indeed, do not spread such alarmist tales. We have studied for over a decade. How can you still believe in such fictions? Novels are mere fabrications. Everyone was already on edge, and his sudden mention of the apocalypse made it difficult for them to maintain composure. The youth, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, I was merely speculating. Perhaps you are all a bit too agitated. As others began to respond, Lu Yong abruptly raised a hand to signal silence. Shoo, let us not attract those creatures. We should focus on devising a way to escape. Remaining trapped rendered any further discussion futile. The others dejectedly lowered their heads. Had they been tasked with research, they would undoubtedly have articulated a coherent explanation. But now, facing death outside, who would dare venture forth? Those infected, though appearing sluggish, possessed tremendous strength, especially those who had been bitten. If caught, it would spell doom. They stood no chance against them. Exiting would equate to certain death. Lu Yong sighed inwardly as he observed them. He approached the youth who had spoken earlier and sat beside him, whispering, Are you new here? I don't believe I've seen you before. Yes, Director Lu. My name is Yu Lu. I've only been here for a month. I was brought in by Director Chiu, but she has unfortunately passed away. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow clouded Yu Li's expression. Director Chiu, though stern in her demands, had shown him kindness. Lu Yong let out a deep sigh. Who could have anticipated such a tragedy? Their survival is merely a stroke of luck. Yet, within this underground research facility, out of 200 individuals, I fear hardly any remain. It is disheartening to watch friends and colleagues depart one after another. To claim that I am unaffected would be a lie. Previously, they had thought the troubles were confined to their own facility, merely fearful of the unknown. After hearing Yu Li's speculation, a wave of anxiety washed over him. If there truly was a zombie outbreak, their very survival would be at stake. What then? Of his wife, children, and parents? Yu Lu nodded, his mood reflecting a dismal outlook. While he often immersed himself in books, losing himself in their worlds, he had never envisioned the possibility of a zombie apocalypse. If such an end were to arrive and he remained without any awakened abilities, what good would it do him? It would be a miracle if he were not among the fallen. After a moment of silence, Lu Yong hesitantly inquired, What exactly is this talk of zombies? Could you enlighten me? Approaching 40, he had devoted most of his life to research, leaving little time for leisure reading, especially novels. Yet, he had heard of zombies, albeit with limited understanding. Certainly, Yu Lu replied, Zombies are. In the depths of a cave, there lies a subterranean chamber. Upon entry, one is greeted by a long corridor, at the end of which opens into a spacious lateral pathway lined with research rooms. Scattered along the way are corpses clad in lab coats, blood splattered everywhere, the scent nearly overwhelming. Some bodies have mutated into zombies but are unable to rise due to the absence of limbs. Qin Mo used his abilities to snap one's neck, granting it release from its suffering. A resounding crash echoed from a distance. Qin Mo edged closer to the wall, deftly avoiding the bodies and blood on the ground. After a brief moment, he arrived at the source of the noise. The lounge was encircled by a dozen zombies, each relentlessly battering the door with their bodies. It seemed the surrounding area was teeming with them. With arms crossed, Qin Mo leaned lazily against the wall, observing the scene in silence. Before long, the door began to warp under the force of the onslaught. If this continued, it would not withstand more than 5 minutes. Inside, the occupants remained remarkably composed, not a sound escaping their lips. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Although no figures were visible, the urgency of the unseen owner was palpable. A man, approximately 30 years of age, crept towards Qin Mo from behind. Upon spotting him, the man paused for a moment, perplexed by the sight of someone clutching a teddy bear in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, he hastened forward, whispering almost inaudibly, Brother, you must flee. With so many zombies, if they catch you, it will be the end. Qin Mo tilted his head to regard him. The man, seeing that his companion remained unmoved, could not help but anxiously glance towards the lounge. Alas, there is no time for explanations. You must flee and find a place to hide. I will divert these zombies. The door to the lounge was on the verge of giving way, and disregarding everything else, he shouted forward, Hey, your grandfather is right here. As he spoke, his legs trembled uncontrollably, a clear indication of his utmost fear, yet he stood resolutely in place, his silhouette radiating unparalleled tenacity. Upon his utterance, all the zombies pounding against the door abruptly halted, then swarmed toward the man with a singular focus. The man's face turned as pale as a ghost, and he hurriedly turned to flee, only to discover that Chin Mo had not yet departed. With a sorrowful expression, he attempted to grasp Chin Mo's arm. "Hurry and run." Chin Mo glanced at him, slightly sidestepping his outstretched hand. The man grasped at thin air, unable to suppress his urge to call out. But before he could utter a word, he witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The teddy bear, which had been leaning against the wall, suddenly sprang to life, dashing in front of a dozen zombies. Its fluffy paws waved like the wind, astonishingly sending the zombies sprawling far away. Moreover, the force of the wind was so immense that it dislodged the heads, arms, and legs of those zombies from their bodies. The man gaped in astonishment, speechless. "Is this a teddy bear? What on earth is happening in this world?" He felt utterly bewildered, as if his entire worldview had shattered in that moment. There is still one more chapter to come. I shall strive earnestly to update. Please do not abandon this story. Chapter 74. I have some rather unsettling news. He felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Otherwise, how could such terrifying events transpire? Not only were there zombies, but even the deformed doorframe had been blown away. How absurd. When he regained his senses, the figure that had been ahead was gone, as if he had truly experienced an illusion. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed to the ground. A woman cautiously emerged from the room, supporting an elderly man who appeared to be nearly 70. What in the world is happening? The woman gazed at the scene before her, utterly astonished. The old man coughed lightly, taking a moment to catch his breath. "Xiao Wang, what about those zombies?" Hearing his name called, Xiao Wang finally came to his senses, stammering, "Academicianly. I just saw academicianly," pressed him. "What did you see? Take your time, don't rush." "I saw a person accompanied by an enormous plush bear. That bear summoned a mighty gust of wind with just a wave, effortlessly dispatching those zombies. Ridiculously, I even thought to escape with him." Academicianly found this hard to believe, exclaiming, "How could that be possible?" He struggled to accept it, yet the evidence lay before him. Surely Xiao Wang could not have single-handedly dealt with those zombies, having lived for over half a lifetime, with one foot already in the grave. Hearing such a thing was a shock far greater than what Xiao Wang experienced. Nevertheless, he possessed a formidable capacity to endure. At that moment, the woman beside him spoke with a flicker of insight in her eyes. It must be a supernatural ability. Academician Li's face displayed curiosity. Extraordinary abilities? In the cave obstructed by stones, Lu Yang wore a puzzled expression. Yulu nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is extraordinary abilities. In apocalyptic novels, when the end times arrive and zombies roam freely, many individuals awaken to various bizarre powers, allowing them to contend with the undead. Those endowed with such abilities represent the future of humanity. Lu Yang felt a surge of excitement, unable to resist rubbing his hands together. What specific abilities are there? The most common are speed, strength, and defense, along with elemental powers like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. There are countless peculiar abilities, and anyone who awakens one is truly exceptional. So how can one awaken such powers? Lu Yang inquired. Yulu replied, "I don't know. If I did, I would have awakened my own powers first." With no other options, he continued, "Since we understand the zombies' weaknesses, we must leave this place quickly. Without food and water, we will eventually starve." Yulu expressed mild surprise. "You wish to leave?" He assumed that individuals like them, old scholars, would remain skeptical. Lu Yang nodded firmly. "Yes. Let us take a chance." Yulu recognized his error in holding prejudices. "Count me in." He too wished to escape this fate. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had just listened to the woman's introduction were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Wang fell silent for a while, murmuring to himself, "If that is the case, then that peculiar pillow bear from earlier, being wind-related, must mean he possesses summoning abilities?" Academician Li stroked his nose, thinking how swift the young mind worked. He had not considered that. The woman nodded, albeit uncertain. "It should be, I suppose. After all, I read about it in a novel. Who knows how it truly works?" At that moment, Academician Li suddenly had an epiphany. Since someone has entered, the zombies outside must have been cleared. We should seize the opportunity to leave. Xiao Wang and the other person nodded vigorously. Yes. We must hurry." They assisted the elderly academician Li as they made their way outside. After Chin Mo left, he wandered around the research institute, but found no additional discoveries, so he departed. Upon exiting the underground facility, he glanced back at Dodo, who was struggling to keep up, and bent down to pat its head. "Let's head back." Dodo's form expanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Chin Mo mounted its back. Dodo nearly stumbled. Such a heavy burden. Then, he heard his master say, "Let us head straight back. I shall reward you with a bottle of cola later." Dodo eagerly nodded. "Yes, master." Forgetting the past disdain for its appearance, they soon returned to the shop. Chin Mo fell asleep on Dodo's back, and Dodo did not disturb him, instead carrying him upstairs and into a room. An invisible force lifted the person on its back and gently placed him on the bed. Dodo, being considerate, covered him with a blanket and quietly left. Once the door was closed, it hurried downstairs to savor a bottle of cola, blissfully unaware that it seemed to have forgotten something. Still at the cave? The first fur looked around, utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? It merely caught a glimpse of the small being before it vanished in an instant, leaving it unable to keep pace. The following day, as the sun began to rise, casting its first rays of light, Su Bai and his companions returned to the base. Throughout the night, they made numerous trips, and now the earthen walls were piled high with bricks, ample enough to construct the entire base. Moreover, there were plentiful supplies of cement and tools suitable for masonry. Truly an abundance of resources. One could not help but marvel at the allure of spatial abilities. Due to the considerable time wasted compared to their initial discussions, they compensated him with some crystal cores. Su Bai, with a calm demeanor, extracted the last towering pile of bricks before turning to leave. The transaction had been completed. With the base yet to be established and the impending activities approaching swiftly, it was only natural for him to refrain from lingering any longer. Oh, how I wish I possessed spatial abilities. Bai Fong and Hazy exclaimed almost in unison, their envy palpable. In truth, they were not alone in their envy. Even Lin Jianan and Nie Rufeng had to concede the undeniable utility of spatial abilities. If Su Bai had not been present, they could only speculate how much time would have been squandered transporting so many bricks. The ordinary individuals present were even more envious, their spirits dampened by the stark contrast between their own capabilities and those of Su Bai and his companions. If this continued, it seemed they would forever remain beneath others. Human desires are insatiable. Initially, these individuals sought mere survival, then they aspired for sustenance. Now that they had enough to eat and drink, they grew restless, yearning for loftier ambitions. Witnessing others wield abilities and grow ever stronger, who could remain unenvied? As Su Bai departed, Nie Rufeng cast a glance back, his expression dimming slightly. He smiled gently, addressing the crowd with a twinkle in his eye. By the way, I have something rather troubling to share with you. Good night, everyone. Chapter 75. But you will surely struggle to survive a troubling matter? The crowd turned to him, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. In this apocalyptic era, what could be worse? Furthermore, as ordinary people, what relevance did such troubles hold for them? Without waiting for inquiries, Nie Rufeng continued as their gazes fell upon him. In 6 days, a massive outbreak of zombies will occur. If the base is not completed by then, I cannot predict what may happen to us, but I assure you, survival will be exceedingly difficult. His tone remained gentle, as if discussing a casual stroll rather than the grim reality of impending death. The atmosphere shifted drastically, faces paling at the mention of a widespread outbreak. Some, skeptical, questioned, how can you be so certain? This is the apocalypse. If he had prior knowledge of the zombie situation, why had he not alerted the authorities to devise a means of prevention? At the very least, shouldn't he have stockpiled supplies? His pronouncement left the assembly in disbelief, reluctant to accept the gravity of his words. Due to their lack of extraordinary abilities, their existence was already fraught with difficulty. Nie Rufeng smiled slightly. Whether you believe it or not, the fact remains that if you do not work diligently, you will have to depart. We do not sustain idlers here. If the base is not completed within 6 days, your fate will be left to chance. Upon finishing his statement, he disregarded the astonished gazes of the crowd and turned to beckon Lin Jianan and others. At this juncture, none would dare to leave. With no food or water, and the looming threat of zombies, only a fool would consider departing. While it was indeed impossible to complete the base in its entirety within 6 days, establishing the outer walls was certainly feasible. As for them, they would head to the small shop first to exterminate zombies, and then, when the time was right, proceed to the store. Hazy immediately raised his hand, a mournful expression on his face. Captain, I believe I should refrain from training in the store. He felt that, even if he were to enhance his abilities, it would be of little use. It was better to avoid the ordeal. Although no injuries were sustained inside, the experience was exhausting and unpleasant, primarily physically. He was merely a small mouse, and he truly felt unworthy. Nie Rufeng glanced at him. Have you already lost heart before reaching the second tier? How do you know you want to grow stronger in the future? Hazy's raised hand faltered, and he awkwardly replied, but if we all leave, who will watch over the others? Nie Rufeng nodded slightly toward a distance. The group followed his gaze and realized that several individuals were standing afar, observing them. Upon noticing that their conversation had concluded and that they were looking in their direction, the newcomers joyfully approached. Captain Nie. The individuals who arrived were all endowed with abilities, not a single ordinary person among them. However, the ordinary workers, though industrious, frequently glanced in their direction. Clearly, they were envious, but they were well aware of their own limitations, thus refraining from approaching or expressing a desire to join. Nie Rufeng feigned ignorance. What brings you here? The middle-aged man at the forefront replied with sincerity, Captain Nya, we understand that your previous words were not without purpose. Might we be of assistance? After all, they were also endowed with abilities, which could be more useful than others. They too wished to accompany the group in eliminating zombies. Though they were primarily curious about the source of the food, yet none dared to ask such an impertinent question. Nya Rufeng pondered for a moment. As a matter of fact, there is something for you to assist with. What is it? Captain, please let us know. We will certainly do our duty. The others behind him chimed in, eager to express their willingness. Nya Rufeng discreetly cast a glance at Lin Jianan, who understood immediately. We need to expedite the completion of the base. We require you to oversee the others and provide assistance, as the safety of everyone depends on this base. His words caused the expressions of several to stiffen momentarily. They yearned to vanquish zombies. The zombies in the vicinity were cleared daily, and by the time they finished their tasks during the day, most had already been eliminated by nightfall. Furthermore, acting in unison would ensure greater safety. Moreover, they are indeed capable individuals. Yet throughout these days, aside from allowing the 3 earth element wielders to construct earthen walls, they have neglected the remaining 2, tasked with laboring alongside others in the arduous task of brick moving and house building. A sense of resentment undoubtedly brewed within them. At that moment, a man stepped forward, his expression earnest, proclaiming, I shall keep a watchful eye on them. With a leader established, the other 4 exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the initial speaker, a middle-aged man, who nodded with a smile, affirming, rest assured, we shall undoubtedly complete the task. Nya Rufeng offered a slight nod. Then I appreciate your efforts. Following this, they departed. Once the figures of the few men vanished from sight, one among them could not suppress a disdainful sneer. Isn't it merely because they possess food? Otherwise, who would endure such indignity? The middle-aged man chuckled. Would you dare voice such sentiments to Captain Nya? The individual's countenance paled. If he had the courage, he would not be venting his grievances here. Zheng Yang observed all this, shaking his head gently. In a world devoid of order and legal constraints, many people's tempers had evidently worsened, especially during times of insufficient sustenance, where a mere disagreement could escalate into violence. His own temperament was not particularly amiable at present. However, he felt immense gratitude towards Nya Rufeng and Lin Jialan for saving the lives of his wife and child. Even if it meant watching others toil, he was more than willing to assist. Having tuned out the bickering, he first went to check on his wife, and then he joined the others in moving bricks. He not only needed to work, but also had to fulfill his wife's share and supervise the rest. This became his personal objective. Unknown to them, a small bird circled overhead. Had they noticed, they would have recognized it as identical to the one that had previously perched on Nya Rufeng's shoulder. Today, Subai did not exert himself to lure zombies to the shop for slaughter. Primarily, he was alone, and the back and forth was too cumbersome. It was far more efficient than the previous day when someone else had drawn them in, leaving him merely to eliminate the incoming threats. He had dispatched 4 fire element puppets elsewhere to handle the zombies. Now, he found himself in a position to test the efficacy of the plants he had previously purchased before deciding on his primary acquisitions. He had experimented with the pea shooter, the peanut shooter, and the walnut. Of the first 2, the peanut shooter possessed slightly greater lethality, though both could only attack ground-based targets. Against airborne foes, the mutated vines were rendered nearly ineffective. The only remaining options were the butterbean and potato landmines, yet to be tested. He purposefully ventured further from the shop, seeking areas less frequented, where zombies would likely be more abundant. Chapter 76. Potato landmines. The hand-free artifact. His pace was not slow, and soon he spotted a narrow path ahead, populated by a dozen or so wandering zombies. Subai retrieved a butter bean, gently tossing it towards one of the zombies. The palm-sized bean rolled a few times on the ground, emitting a faint sound. This minimal noise was sufficient to provoke a growl from a nearby zombie, which charged forward without hesitation. The others quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the poisonous plant had grown to a height of a person. As the zombies approached, it unexpectedly released a toxic gas, causing one of the zombies to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Strangely, the subsequent zombies remained unharmed and continued to advance towards him. Subai raised his hand to stroke his chin, deep in thought. The gas emitted had an approximate radius of 22 units. If he could lure the zombies together and then toss the poisonous plant among them, the outcome would likely be quite effective. However, the potato mine required 10 seconds to mature, leaving him no choice but to deal with these creatures first. With a subtle gesture, he raised his hand and clenched it slightly. The dozen or so charging zombies fell one after another to the ground, evidently lifeless. His ability was straightforward. One aspect pertained to space, while the other, though it seemed less aligned with the mental domain, was indeed connected through the destruction of nerves. Zombies relied on their brain's neural pathways for sustenance. Once these pathways were obliterated, their existence ceased. He could eliminate anyone of the same rank without resistance, let alone a mere first-tier zombie. Though his abilities favored ranged attacks, and he preferred to keep adversaries at bay, awakening his powers had undoubtedly enhanced his physical attributes. Additionally, he devoted considerable time to martial arts training, ensuring that his combat skills were commendable. He would not find himself defenseless against other ability users. Naturally, he had no intention of allowing anyone to close the distance. Subai stepped forward, deftly retrieving a dagger from his spatial pocket. With swift and practiced motions, he extracted the crystal cores from the fallen zombies, leaving not a single drop of tainted blood or splattered brain matter upon him. The distance was perfectly measured. Once he completed this task, he directly placed the crystal cores into his spatial compartment and washed his hands with a bottle of water before turning to depart with an air of nonchalance. Few could match his elegance in dispatching zombies and collecting their cores. Continuing his journey, he soon encountered several more zombies. This time, he first placed the potato mine on the ground, watching as the red light atop it blinked before it buried itself within the earth. 10 seconds later, it emerged from the ground again, an act rather lackluster. Nonetheless, this posed no significant challenge. He tossed a small stone towards the area of the potato mine. The nearby zombies, drawn by the sound, abandoned their aimless wandering and rushed towards it with guttural cries. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Several zombies near the potato mine were reduced to mere ash, leaving behind only a few crystal cores scattered on the ground. Subai observed this scene and couldn't help but smile. Although he was unsure why they had been turned to dust, the potato mine was, without a doubt, a marvelous tool for liberating his hands. Once the explosion concluded, only the crystal cores remained, allowing him to simply walk by and collect them without the need to bend down. Though the potato mine came at a higher cost, it was undoubtedly worth the investment. While it consumed points, his situation differed from others. While others wasted considerable time scavenging for crystal cores, he was able to save time instead. Thus, the zombies would inevitably claim more lives. Such a splendid outcome. Having thoroughly tested the effects, Subai, in high spirits, continued his search for zombies. The more he eliminated now, the more potato landmines he could purchase once the shop opened. Inside the store, Chinemo sat behind the cash register, enjoying his breakfast. Having retired early the previous night, he naturally awoke early today as well. He prepared 2 boiled eggs and a sandwich for himself. With no milk available, he opted for plain water, as indulging in Sprite or cola first thing in the morning seemed unwise. He planned to visit another location indicated by the system soon. Although he had no intention of intervening, it wouldn't hinder him from accompanying Daudu to observe the scene. After all, Daudu adored watching performances, and as its owner, he felt compelled to fulfill his pet's desires. Moreover, it provided him an opportunity to understand the status of the zombies, which was essential for unlocking new products. Upon finishing his meal, Chin-Mo retrieved the explosive shadow sword he had earned as a reward the previous day. Name: Explosive Shadow Sword. Type: Special, exclusive to Shadow Sword. Rank: Tier 3, upgradable. Description: Unleashes several shadow blades with a single swing, no small feat. Highly lethal. Possessing explosive power akin to flames and the lightness of a shadow. Price: 15,000. The words in parentheses were for Chin-Mo's reference. As he surmised, a specially customized weapon was indeed distinct from ordinary ones. He instructed the system to place the explosive shadow sword in the display case and scan the surroundings before glancing down at Daudu, who was sprawled on the sofa, sated and dozing. Where's the first? Daudu lifted its head, a look of confusion in its eyes. The next moment, the shop door swung open, and the first entered, tilting its head to gaze at Chin-Mo. Did you call for me, master? Chin-Mo replied. No worries, just carry on with your tasks. The first responded, understood. It turned, closed the door, and leaned against the wall. At this moment, Daudu on the sofa suddenly remembered it had forgotten about the first, and hurriedly leaped off the sofa, scampering to Chin-Mo's feet, rolling about playfully. Its main act was one of endearing affection. Chin-Mo lightly nudged it with his foot. All right, try not to be so clumsy next time. Daudu nodded its canine head. Woof woof. Chin-Mo stood up to tidy his dishes before heading upstairs to wash them. Afterwards, he took Daudu outside. This time he left the first behind to guard the store, primarily because Daudu was rather carefree and might inadvertently leave it behind again. Nonetheless, he shared 2 crystal cores from Daudu's remaining supplies with the first. Daudu remarked, it seems it has fallen out of favor again. The time was 8 in the morning, and the sun was already blazing. Chin-Mo, wearing a duckbill cap, felt little discomfort. Daudu stealthily absorbed the sweltering atmosphere surrounding them. After a few steps, he turned back, squatted down, and patted Daudu on the head. Daudu immediately understood, expanding in size and carrying Chin-Mo swiftly towards their designated destination, as indicated. In the blink of an eye, only a fleeting shadow remained. This time, their destination was actually within Stone City. What would ordinarily require nearly an hour's journey was accomplished in no time with Daudu's assistance. They arrived at a skyscraper, over 30 stories high. Chin-Mo sat atop Daudu's back, gazing upwards. The target was located on the top floor. It was exceedingly high, and there was no elevator. He gently patted the fluffy neck of Dodo and urged, "Ascend." Although he could elevate himself telekinetically, the height was indeed daunting. Prolonged use of his abilities could be exhausting. Dodo nodded and effortlessly leaped to the rooftop, which was over 30 stories high. Instantly, the scene on the rooftop unfolded before both the man and the beast. Chapter 77. Testing the zombie strength as they surveyed the rooftop. It was densely populated with a myriad of grotesque zombies, each more abstract than the last. Among them loomed a 10-meter-high black mass, resembling a grotesque ball of flesh. For a moment, Dodo hovered in midair, unable to find a suitable place to land on the rooftop. As a hellhound, it did not belong to this realm, and soaring through the air was second nature to it. However, the sight below was disconcerting. It detested such repulsive creatures. The zombies below were ravenously devouring one another, indifferent to the blood that splattered across their faces. Can you envision a zombie, its mouth dripping with viscous blood, lunging at another, sinking its teeth into a grotesque, decaying visage, tearing away a chunk of flesh and chewing ravenously? In the midst of this carnage, the black mass suddenly opened a gaping maw, as if something had forcibly ripped it apart, yet it was indeed a living entity. Inside this mass lay a pool of inky liquid, from which it expelled a pure white cocoon. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies shrieked and surged forward, tearing apart the humanoid cocoon, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, their insatiable hunger drove them to even greater violence against one another. Chinemo glanced down at Dodo, still watching the spectacle. Dodo, feeling distressed, replied, "No more. I can't bear to watch these revolting creatures." Chinemo, however, remained calm as he regarded the black mass. Anomalous maternal entity, level 4. Capable of providing aberrant energy to zombies, he mused, raising an eyebrow. Thus, the zombies engaged in their brutal slaughter to gain the power bestowed by the maternal entity? Engrossed in their fray, none of them noticed him. After observing for a while, Chinemo waited until most of the zombies had nearly devoured each other. He retrieved the real sword shadow card and gently tossed it upward. The shadow on the card emitted a brilliant white light, and in an instant, the card vanished, giving rise to a shadowy figure wielding a sword in midair. "Behold, my master." This figure appeared similar to the other sword shadows, yet there were distinctions. If the previous sword shadow stood at 1.70 meters, this one was approximately 1.75 meters or 80. Furthermore, it possessed distinct facial features. Despite its entirety being shrouded in darkness, the features were prominent, save for the eyebrows which were obscured. The long sword it wielded was identical to the explosive shadow sword Chinemo had acquired during a previous mission. Chinemo regarded it with a nod. "Go and test the strength of these creatures. The horde of zombies below has been vanquished, though a few have been consumed and subsequently expelled by the aberrant matriarch. Their forms irrevocably altered. The ground is littered with numerous severed limbs and tainted by the viscous sludge ejected by the matriarch, deterring him from descending. The authentic Shadow Blade card is merely a temporary artifact, possessing a 4th-tier strength but only lasting for 2 hours. However, it can be retracted when not in use." Lowering his gaze, he noticed his hand gripping the sword twitch slightly. With a swift motion, he unleashed a stream of black sword light that cleaved directly towards the ground, transforming into multiple shadowy blades just before impact. Upon landing, these spectral swords engaged in battle with the multitude of zombies. Though formed from sword energy, their power paled in comparison to the true Shadow Blade, being only of the 1st tier. In a mere confrontation, many of the shadowy blades were repelled. The genuine Shadow Blade, observing the fray, pondered briefly before striking again. With a flourish, a dozen additional blades materialized, now bolstered to the 2nd tier. This was merely a test of the zombie's capabilities, and there was no need for him to intervene directly. After approximately 10 minutes, the zombies had dispatched all of the sword energy manifestations and surged toward the authentic Shadow Blade. He smiled faintly, turned, and leapt from the rooftop to the ground below. At that moment, a flash of white light signaled the disappearance of the sword, replaced by a card gracefully descending to the earth. Chinemo also heard his voice, offering a succinct evaluation, maximum 4th tier, not particularly formidable. This brief phrase encapsulated the Shadow Blade's assessment of the zombies. The 4th-tier aberrant matriarch could bestow power upon the zombies, enabling them to attain 4th-tier capabilities. Naturally, their mutual consumption was part of their preparation for advancement. Yet, while this posed little threat to the Shadow Blade, it was a grave concern for the onlookers. After all, even those with dual abilities among the populace only reached the 2nd tier, without Chinmo's presence to offer refuge. It seemed that only Subai might have a chance of survival within the entirety of Stone City. Having gauged the zombie's strength, Dodo had already landed at his command, and the genuine Shadow Blade card was summoned into his hand before it even touched the ground. Subsequently, he instructed Dodo to guide him elsewhere. The system had marked multiple locations within the city, and his primary purpose here was to assess the zombies' capabilities and subsequently unlock suitable merchandise. Whether the customers could afford such items was not a concern he needed to entertain. As time ticked by, before 10 o'clock, Chin Mo returned to the shop. No sooner had he settled at the cash register, still yet to instruct the assistant to fetch food, than someone entered. It was Subai, who strolled in and greeted Chin Mo with a slight nod. "Good morning, shopkeeper." Chin Mo responded lazily, "Mm." The assistant said, "Welcome." Subai was taken aback by the assistant's coherent speech, which seemed to flow more smoothly, as if its thoughts had also become more articulate. However, he chose not to inquire further. Instead, he approached Chin Mo and produced 2 bags from his possession. One bag contained mulberries, while the other held a dozen pears. He placed them on the table and inquired of the shopkeeper, what might these be exchanged for? After testing the effects of the planned abilities in the morning, he not only vanquished zombies, but also deliberately approached the mountain. However, diligent effort bore fruit. He did indeed discover some fruit, including a pear tree alongside the mulberries. Recognizing that fruit must hold greater significance for the shopkeeper than crystal cores, he decided to bring them along. Chin Mo glanced at him and nodded slightly, asking, "What do you desire?" Previously, Subai had been preoccupied with training in the ability enhancement room, yet this time he made a point of bringing fruit. Chin Mo could surmise his intentions. It was likely a response to the crystal core he had not accepted yesterday, leading him to consider the fruit instead. However, in order to avoid giving the impression of seeking to ingratiate himself, he asked what could be exchanged. Such perceptive customers were rare, even in other worlds, aligning with his own sentiments. After all, he had no desire to form any relationships with customers. In a good mood, he was willing to grant him the privilege of choice. Naturally, any wise individual would refrain from being overly demanding, and the person before him certainly fit that description. "There is a matter today, so I can only provide one update. I noticed some mentioned that dual abilities are common. However, that is not the case. Currently, there are 3 dual-type abilities, yet aside from Lin Jinan, the other 2 are not local." Chapter 78. Is this a plant? Subai murmured, "Earlier, I saw some milk candy. I wonder if it can be exchanged?" Chin Mo nodded slightly, gesturing casually as the bag of milk candy flew from the refrigerator, landing directly in front of Subai. Accompanying it was a packet of brown sugar. In the apocalyptic world, fruit was a rare commodity. He believed in equitable trade, thus providing him with an extra packet of brown sugar beyond what he had mentioned. After all, he had no fruit to offer at the moment. Sugar, too, was a rarity. While others lacked it, Subai would be one step ahead, which seemed fair enough. Subai accepted the offering, his face brightening with a smile. "Thank you." Chin Mo murmured in acknowledgement, carrying the 2 plastic bags upstairs. Subai paid him little mind, glancing at the bag of candy in his hand. He unwrapped a piece and placed it in his mouth, savoring the taste, which deepened his smile. Though merely milk candy, it still bore a hint of milk flavor. After enjoying a piece, he stowed the items away and turned to continue shopping. A short while later, Chin Mo descended with a plate in hand. He sat at the cash register, methodically peeling the skin off a pear with a paring knife, revealing the white flesh within. After taking a bite, he chewed thoughtfully, nodding slightly in approval. The juiciness was quite satisfactory. It seemed that even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, these fruits had benefited somewhat. The only vexation he felt was that his own body was covered in fuzz, making it impossible for him to assist in washing the fruits. Although he lacked a fire elemental puppet, he found it particularly averse to water. While he could unlock other elemental puppets, he generally refrained from utilizing items sold in the shop for personal use unless in exceptional circumstances. Thus, the reward for this task, a tenfold bounty, instilled in him a modicum of anticipation. Ideally, he hoped for an assistant capable of washing fruits. By the time he finished a pear, Subai had made several trips back and forth, carrying a substantial load of potato mines. The cashier's counter was already overflowing, with a staggering total of 500. 500 potato mines required 50,000 points, equivalent to a remarkable 500 first-tier crystal nuclei. Without so much as a blink, he waved his hand to extract the crystal nuclei from his space and place them into the machine. Among these nuclei were not only first-tier and second-tier, but also several third-tier ones, illustrating the extent of Subai's wealth. He then selected a few vegetables before settling his bill. After a discount, the total came to 40,080. Chin Mo, with his head bowed, savored a mulberry, a slight smile gracing his lips. If the pricing of third-tier goods compared to second-tier ones merely increment exponentially, then the disparity between fourth-tier and third-tier goods represented a substantial multiplication. With this influx of income, he could afford to unlock fourth-tier goods without reservation. However, given that Subai was an individual capable of presenting such a wealth of crystal nuclei, it was no wonder he fortuitously became a gold card holder. After all, isn't luck merely another form of strength? Had his prowess been insufficient, he would not have been able to produce enough crystal nuclei to amass 1,000 points. Thus the gold card would not have been within his reach. Were everyone as fortunate as Su Bai, he would have already amassed untold riches. Su Bai hastily finished his meal, and before departing, he approached the cashier and inquired, "Manager, do you still have the fireworks from before?" He had not seen any fireworks in the store. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Mo looked up and placed a box of 20-shot fireworks on the counter, 1,000 points. Su Bai was somewhat taken aback, wondering if the manager also possessed space abilities. Moreover, the price seemed rather steep for mere fireworks. Yet, he refrained from further questioning and simply stated, "I'll take 5. Since the manager set such a high price, there must be a valid reason. After settling the payment, he did not hesitate, stowing away the fireworks and leaving with the healing teddy bear. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to continue his training in the ability training room for the next few days. The reward for first place in the event was quite generous. As for the other 2 items, they could wait. The gold card alone was significant. Because of this card, he was inherently more favored in the store than others, as evidenced by the manager's demeanor. Furthermore, with a 20% discount, he could leverage the same points to gain an advantage over his peers. Lastly, the manager would take time to attend to him, albeit perfunctorily. Still, compared to the indifference shown to others, it was rather touching. In summary, being a gold card VIP certainly afforded him privileges. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. One could not rule out the possibility of receiving even better treatment in the future. Regardless, seizing the opportunity was undoubtedly the right course of action. Even if he found no use for an additional card, he could easily sell it to someone else. The task's explicit notation allowing for transfer to others indicated that his thoughts were indeed feasible. The golden card can only be obtained through events or direct designation by the store manager. However, the latter condition can essentially be disregarded. Given Qin Mo's temperament, it is highly unlikely that he would designate anyone for a golden card. Thus, the sole avenue remains the events. Therefore, he must accumulate sufficient crystal cores to prepare for the impending zombie frenzy. For the sake of a leisurely life in the future, he must exert effort. Shortly after Su Bai departed, Lin Jianan and a few others entered. Their intentions were quite clear. They first purchased 15 fire element dolls. The points earned from the fire element crystal cores they bought yesterday had already been recouped. By this logic, they would soon be able to assemble a 3rd-tier team. During this time, aside from Lin Jianan and Nie Rufin, the others were gazing at the mulberries on the plate at the checkout, swallowing their saliva incessantly. Had it not been for a glance from Nie Rufin, they might have been unable to resist inquiring whether the fruits were for sale. It was simply too tantalizing. After experiencing at least one moment of surprise, Nie Rufin was now merely waiting for the store to begin selling fruits. He did not pay much attention to that side for the time being. First, he prepared the fire element dolls' food, allowing them to venture outside to slay zombies. Afterward, they indulged in their meal, and once sufficiently nourished, they proceeded into the ability training room. Because their goals were so clearly defined, they did not observe much else, thus failing to notice the inconspicuous corner of the store where some items were piled up. Name, luring fireworks rank, 1st-tier type, support description, boom. Fireworks must be both dazzling and spectacular. All 1st-tier enemies within a 100-mile radius will be lured here. Price, 1,000 with no customers left in the store. Qin Mo finished the cleaned fruits on his plate, tossed his phone aside, and rose to head outside. The remaining 10 2nd-tier seeds had now matured, and he ought to see what random item the seeds had yielded this time. Upon stepping outside and observing the cultivated area, Qin Mo narrowed his eyes. Behind him, Dodo appeared somewhat dazed. Goodness, is this thing a plant? Just discovered that the permanent population in the city is somewhat excessive at tens of millions. It has been revised to millions. Chapter 79. Is this not a surprise? Within the cultivated area, alongside numerous sunflowers, intricately crafted mechanical dogs and cats had appeared in the place where seeds were once sown. The transformation from plants to these metallic contraptions was indeed absurd. Qin Mo chuckled. System, you upgraded and produced this contraption? Was it your intention to give me a surprise from the start? The system grumbled in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by producing this contraption? It can randomly grow any item of the same tier. Anything that isn't a plant is considered an unlock. You've struck quite a bargain. Isn't that enough of a surprise? Why does the host react this way? Qin Mo replied. Am I not allowed to be happy? Although he was aware that the system could accomplish anything and thus felt no surprise, he still found it amusing. The system muttered softly. I always feel like you are mocking me. As Qin Mo ambled toward the cultivation area, he nodded thoughtfully to himself, pondering audaciously that the 4 characters had vanished. The system noted that although it appeared as though he had gained an advantage, the reality was that the sunlight value required to purchase seeds was immense. At merely the 2nd tier, a staggering 6,000 units of sunlight were necessary, and the requirements for subsequent tiers were even more daunting. Coupled with his historically lackluster fortune, the prospect of randomly obtaining superior items seemed daunting, as one could only wonder how much sunlight value would need to be invested. Rather than being a mere beneficiary, It could be said that the system was cleverly engaging in a bundled promotion. To acquire desirable items, one must incessantly exchange for seeds, demonstrating the shrewd calculations of the system. The upgraded system had indeed become more astute. Continuing down this path would render further upgrades impossible. Dowdu, oblivious to its owner's contemplations, had already scampered over to a mechanical dog that bore a slight resemblance to itself, albeit devoid of fur and rather unattractive. Woof, it barked. But the mechanical dog paid it no mind. Dowdu returned to Chin Mo, its expression filled with confusion, and barked again, woof woof. This dog is rather foolish. Chin Mo cast a glance at it, wholeheartedly agreeing, indeed, quite foolish. Woof woof. Dowdu puffed out its chest proudly, asserting, of course, it cannot compare to my brilliance. It was fully aware of the art of self-praise. Chin Mo's gaze held a hint of pity as he mused. A dog must possess self-awareness. Dowdu had approached the mechanical dog, which was approximately the same size as itself. Otherwise, it would not have regarded it as a kindred spirit. Despite its disdain for its lack of beauty, Chin Mo surveyed the items in the cultivation area: 3 mechanical dogs, 3 mechanical cats, and 4 robots, all of which were palm-sized. Should they be purchased, they would transform into their original sizes, akin to that of a normal adult dog or a human being. Name: Exploration Mechanical Dog Tier. Second type: Auxiliary description: capable of utilizing a portable flying camera for reconnaissance. Price: 700. Name: Tracking Mechanical Cat Tier. Second type: Auxiliary description: extremely swift, capable of tracking entities within a range of 300 meters. Works synergistically with the Exploration Mechanical Dog for enhanced effectiveness. Price: 700. Name: Generation 1 Robot Tier. Second type: Auxiliary attack description: unconditionally obeys its master's commands and possesses various life skills. Moreover, the machine gun it wields is no trifling matter. Price: 1,000. While the descriptions appeared promising, each of these 3 entities harbored a critical vulnerability: a fear of water and a necessity for recharging. The former could be circumvented, yet the latter would undoubtedly deter many potential buyers. Despite the robot's sleek black exterior exuding a mechanical allure, it was time to store the items and return to the shop to arrange them in the display case. Thereafter, he would await the system's automatic restocking. Once he completed these tasks and settled at the table to retrieve his phone, an explosive pop of fireworks resounded from outside. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he opened his phone and launched the game, all while being situated a considerable distance from the small shop. A box of fireworks was being set off, the sounds echoing far and wide. Surrounding the fireworks, a multitude of potato mines were densely scattered, each positioned precisely 22 units apart. Consequently, when the zombies approached, they would inadvertently trigger the outermost potato mines. Even after the fireworks ceased, the sound of the explosions would still attract other zombies, eager to converge upon the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Subai reclined leisurely on a branch of a nearby large tree, gazing contentedly at the field filled with potato mines. Beneath him, the tree was encircled with pea shooters, peanut shooters, walnuts, and buttered beans, ensuring his safety was well secured. All that remained was to await the harvest. The fireworks were set for only 20 bursts, which, in theory, should conclude swiftly. However, they erupted every 5 minutes, meaning the display would last an hour and 35 minutes. After 5 bursts, he observed zombies from all directions converging towards him, an estimated 700 to 800 in number. They rushed forward, claws bared, as if drawn to a maternal call by the sound. Subai chuckled softly. Indeed, the plan was effective, the right choice made. He had just spent over 400 crystal cores, and at the pace of these zombies, it wouldn't take half an hour for them to all arrive. Once the potato mines annihilated them, he would collect the crystal cores. In the span of merely 1 hour, he could not only recoup the cores spent on the flowers, but also gain double the points. Though these were merely the lowest tier of zombies, their sheer numbers were advantageous. He extracted a candy, placing it in his mouth, and began to quietly anticipate the grand explosion feast that was about to unfold. As some zombies approached the potato mines, a resounding boom erupted, instantly reducing them to ashes. However, those behind them were not deterred. Rather, they surged forward with even greater fervor, greeted by a cacophony of explosions. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the scene ahead, making it difficult to discern the situation within. Soon, the sounds of explosions faded, and the fireworks fell silent. All returned to tranquility. Subai leaped down from the branch, first collecting the unused plants scattered on the ground before gathering the crystal cores. In truth, it wasn't so much gathering as it was merely walking half the distance before he had amassed all the cores into his space. In total, there were 860 cores. Without pausing, he drew another candy while turning to head towards the small shop. The sounds of the fireworks had once again created a significant impact among the survivors in Stone City. The days had grown increasingly hot, and the zombies had become more formidable. Those with strength could still protect themselves and secure sufficient sustenance. However, the weaker individuals and those who had not awakened found themselves exhausting their energy each time they ventured out, hastening their demise. They could scarcely find a morsel of food. Unbeknownst to them, the majority of the food within the city had been scavenged by Yang Qinyu and her companions. Yet, the long-awaited sound of fireworks still managed to dispel some of the gloom in the hearts of a few. Perhaps if we locate the individual responsible for the fireworks, they may offer us salvation. I sincerely apologize. My family member recently sustained an injury and underwent surgery requiring my care. Consequently, I may not be able to provide additional updates, though I will strive to maintain 2 updates daily, albeit with uncertain timings. Chapter 80. The resurgence of fireworks and investigation as Su-bai returned to the shop to procure more potato mines before venturing elsewhere to lure the zombies anew. Unrest still lingered within Shurqing. After several days of silence, the sound of fireworks echoed once more, igniting a fervor in the hearts of those struggling to survive. Within the villa, Yang Qinyu had summoned all the ability users to gather in the room. Did you all hear the fireworks? Yang Qinyu inquired, her expression grave as she surveyed those seated beside her. Nods of affirmation arose from a dozen individuals. What are your thoughts? She continued. One person ventured. I believe the person igniting the fireworks has managed to survive until now. There may indeed be several ability users among them. Others nodded in agreement. If we can recruit them into our ranks, we could expedite our conquest of Shurqing. Unbeknownst to them, they were already calculating their own strategies. Unaware of the peculiarities that existed within the city, to seize control of Shurqing, they would first need to eradicate all the zombies within. In recent days, they had been centralizing their efforts around the villa to cleanse the area of the undead, achieving significant results while also clearing the nearby hordes. However, due to the oppressive heat, many began to cut corners, yearning instead for a cooler refuge. Consequently, their expansion efforts slowed. If new allies were to join them, they could accomplish their goals more swiftly. They envisioned establishing city gates within Shurqing, ultimately creating a modest yet secure sanctuary, an enticing prospect for anyone. Thus, they held firm to the belief that this endeavor posed little challenge. Who would willingly endure the constant threat of zombies in the desolate wilds? Furthermore, the sound of fireworks might very well signify someone in distress. Old Seven's assertion resonated with the group, prompting unanimous agreement on the feasibility of their plan. Seated beside Sui Bing, Shunhe instinctively clenched her hands. In recent days, the shop had fallen silent. Why had the fireworks suddenly resumed today? She found herself puzzled, yet believed that this time, everyone would surely discover the shop's location, enabling her to indulge and meet once more. These past few days had been arduous. She constantly pondered why she was not with Lin Jianan and the others, deprived of hearty meals for several days. Yet, not all was bleak. She had accumulated a considerable number of crystal cores during this time. Despite being a healer with no offensive capability, her abilities were highly coveted within the villa, home to several hundred individuals. Not only had Yang Qinyu promised her 3 crystal cores each month, but others were also required to compensate her with cores for healing services. After all, how else could she enhance her abilities? She resolved that without crystal cores, she would not extend her assistance. Fully aware that her abilities are meant for financial gain, she naturally does not hesitate. While the crowd engages in fervent discussions, Sui Bing remains silent. He is uncertain of the purpose behind the fireworks, but he senses that it may be linked to those peculiar occurrences. Lin Jianan and his companions hastily drive towards that direction, and Qian Lu, after a previous visit, has the means to take away his fortune. Lost in thought, Sui Bing is abruptly called back to reality by someone shouting his name. He soon realizes that after everyone else had voiced their opinions, Yang Qinyu is inquiring about his thoughts. Sui Bing smiles and nods. I find everyone's arguments quite reasonable. Indeed, more people equates to greater strength. Yet regarding the situation over there, Yang Qinyu nods in agreement. So, who among you intends to venture forth to uncover the truth behind this matter? In fact, a couple of days prior, when Qian Lu departed, Jiang Mu also left, and Yang Qinyu had dispatched someone out of the city. However, those inept individuals failed to return. She had not considered the possibility of their defection, as their families were firmly in her grasp. Subsequently, due to the need to eliminate zombies, matters were delayed. However, on the following day, she had those individuals' relatives expelled from the villa. Useless entities cannot be allowed to waste provisions. As for where those individuals would go after leaving the villa, or whether they would meet their demise, that was of no concern to her. Now, with the fireworks resounding again, it is exceedingly suspicious, prompting her to send someone to investigate further. As her words lingered, those who had initially supported the idea of gathering others fell into silence. The sound of the fireworks seemed to echo from a considerable distance, and the round trip would undoubtedly take an indeterminate amount of time. On such a sweltering day, who would wish to venture out? In truth, their lives have been quite comfortable. Otherwise, they would not constantly seek enjoyment. Moreover, some individuals are faring even better than before the apocalypse. Awakening their abilities shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, they were subsequently gathered by the Yang family, freed from worries about food and clothing. And even the beauties that were unattainable before the apocalypse are now within reach. Even when encountering zombies of greater strength, they can effortlessly dispatch them as a united front, posing no threat to their lives, which fosters their sense of complacency. Some even believe that the apocalypse has arrived at an opportune moment. Otherwise, how could they live such a carefree life? Seeing their silence, Yang Qianyu's expression darkens. These individuals, who typically indulge in vice, have never been held accountable by her. However, at such a critical juncture, their reluctance to act is infuriating. They are unwilling to go, are they? Very well, I shall choose at random. If this mission is not completed, you need not return. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted, yet they remained silent. At that moment, a man seated closest to Yang Qianyu on her left spoke up. Qianyu, allow me to go. Yang Qianyu glanced at him and shook her head. No. She then pointed to two individuals. You two will go, depart immediately, and ensure that this matter is thoroughly investigated. Should you dare return with a half-hearted excuse and I uncover it, you know the consequences. The two individuals selected turned pale, exchanging glances that revealed their shared trepidation. Had they known they would be so unfortunate as to be chosen, they would have preferred to volunteer from the outset. At least a failed mission would incur no penalties. However, as fate would have it, they clung to a sense of luck, which deterred them from taking the initiative. As for the others, they were commanded to proceed to the back for training, with the stern warning that unless they trained for a full day, they would be denied meals. Yang Qianyu's voice brimmed with fury. Those who had not been selected, who had just moments ago been grateful for their good fortune, were now struck by an unforeseen calamity. Their expressions dimmed. Noticing their reluctance to depart, Yang Qianyu slammed her palm on the table, admonishing them. Why are you still here? Hurry up. Instantly, the crowd sprang to their feet, hastily pushing towards the exit, nearly trampling one another in their haste. Chapter 81. Aground covered in crystals, Yang Qianyu observed their hasty retreat with a frosty demeanor, her displeasure palpable. A bunch of ineffectual wretches. Once they had left, only 4 individuals remained. Yang Qianyu, Sui Bing, Shen Wei, and the man who had previously volunteered to investigate. The man smiled gently. Do not be so irate. What if your anger harms your health? Upon hearing this, Yang Qianyu's ire intensified. Look at those cowardly fools. They strut around like lords, yet in critical moments, all they think about is their own comfort. It infuriates me. If they fear the heat, let them endure it. The man nodded in agreement. Indeed, punishing them directly is the way to go. They are all worthless. A little tough love would serve them well. Yang Qianyu furrowed her brow. Zhou Xian. I do not require your guidance on my decisions. Or do you wish to usurp my position as leader? Although the man's words appeared to offer comfort, she despised having anyone dictate her actions. Did he think she was oblivious to the necessity of discipline? Zhou Xian's smile faltered. How could that be? Everyone knows that among the many capable individuals, I am the most loyal to you, utterly devoted. Yang Qianyu replied coldly. It would be best if that were true. Without lingering further, she turned and exited. In the moment she opened the door, Zhou Xian's expression soured. Yet his gaze upon her retreating figure was filled with an insatiable greed. Sui Bing cleared his throat beside him. Zhou, do not take it to heart. My cousin's temperament is just like that. She means no harm. Besides, managing the lives of hundreds places immense pressure on her. Do not let it anger you. Zhou Xian turned back, smiling. Of course not. I am more concerned for her than anything. I would never be angry with her. It is just that her stubbornness will only lead to greater hardship. As he spoke, he sighed heavily, his eyes betraying a deep concern. Sui Bing chuckled inwardly. Although his cousin had a fiery temperament, she was undeniably a stunning beauty, and she had yet to experience romance. Her status was exceedingly prestigious even before the apocalypse, and she remained among the elite in this new world. Such a woman easily ignited the desires of conquest within men. Zhou Xian stands as one among them, possessing considerable strength, ranking second within the villa, only beneath Yang Qianyu. However, this does not hinder his burgeoning interest in her, particularly upon learning that she has never been in a romantic relationship, which only intensifies his curiosity. To be candid, he is rather captivated by her physical allure. Zhou Xian has even made inquiries about the type of man Yang Qianyu prefers. Upon discovering that she favors someone of equal standing and someone who, like her, has never experienced love, he deliberately distanced himself from all other women, constructing an image of a man who is indifferent to the fairer sex, solely devoted to Yang Qianyu. Yet, this facade proves difficult to maintain, as Sui Bing has witnessed him clandestinely engaging with other women. Nevertheless, he refrains from mentioning this to Yang Qianyu, for he knows that his cousin would not harbor feelings for him. Thus, it seems harmless to indulge in unreciprocated affections while diligently fulfilling his duties. Conversely, Yang Qianyu's temperament is notably straightforward. Her emotions are plainly evident. Should she manifest her disdain for Zhou Xian too overtly, it could inadvertently drive away a potential ally. In response to Zhou Xian's concerns, Sui Bing chuckles, remarking that girls often mature once they enter into a relationship. After all, he is merely placating Zhou Xian, and the manner of his response is inconsequential. Without awaiting Zhou Xian's reply, he continues, suggesting, I'm somewhat uneasy about sending Lao Ba and Lao Shi out alone. Perhaps Brother Zhou could accompany me for a look? If any issues arise, we could assist promptly. In truth, he yearns to witness firsthand what lies beyond, to uncover the origins of those extraordinary objects. Zhou Xian nods in agreement. Then let us depart. As Sui Bing rises, the nearby Shun Hui clings to his arm, exclaiming, A Bing. Sui Bing turns to her, playfully pinching her nose, and smiles. Are you reluctant to part with me? Shun Hui's cheeks flush crimson as she nods. I want to accompany you. In case of danger, I might be able to help. Sui Bing, of course, does not refuse. Then let us all go together. I can hardly bear to be away from you. Shun Hui's face reddens further as she playfully strikes him. Why say such mushy things when others are around? Sui Bing captures her hand and kisses it lightly, sauntering out while asserting, but my sister is my girlfriend. Zhou Xian trails behind them, casting a glance at Shun Hui's silhouette. While her appearance is quite decent, it pales in comparison to Yang Qianyu's allure. Furthermore, her physique lacks any notable curves, which fails to ignite his interest. Nevertheless, he feels a twinge of envy at Sui Bing's side, always accompanied by a healing presence. Shun Hui's abilities significantly enhance her appeal. Despite her modest looks, even the most unattractive would find themselves besieged by admirers. Thus, the trio departs from the villa. Shortly after their exit, the sound of fireworks resonates once more from outside, this time from a considerable distance. Shun Hui, walking alongside Sui Bing, unconsciously furrows her brow, puzzled. This doesn't make sense. Manager Qin's shop is located elsewhere. Why is the sound of fireworks not emanating from there? Was it because the shop had relocated that Manager Qin deliberately set off fireworks to notify others? Apart from this possibility, Shun Hui could not think of any other reason. With this thought, anticipation welled up within her. She envisioned indulging in an array of delectable treats to reward herself upon arriving at the shop, unbeknownst to her companions, who were simply hurrying toward the direction of the fireworks. Ahead of them, Lao Wu and Lao Shi quickened their pace towards the source of the sound. Strangely, along the way, they encountered not a single zombie. After a full hour of travel, they finally reached the source of the noise, during which they had also heard explosions, prompting some suspicion that perhaps a support team had arrived to cleanse the area of zombies. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes widened in disbelief. Crystal cores. The ground was strewn with crystal cores. Moreover, there was not a soul in sight. Just as this realization struck them, they noticed a young man approaching the crystal cores from a distance. Exchanging glances, Lao Wu called out to the stranger, Hey! Subai had already noticed them. Yet he chose to ignore their presence, intent on returning to the shop to continue his endeavors. Even when they shouted at him, he remained unperturbed. Chapter 82. Since we are a group, we must remain united. As Subai walked past, the crystal cores began to vanish in clusters around him, causing Lao Wu and Lao Shi to feel anxious. Particularly, watching the vast number of crystal cores disappear was unbearable. It was evident that this individual possessed spatial abilities, though his capabilities in other areas might be lacking. With so many crystal cores right before their eyes, who wouldn't be tempted? Especially given that this fellow, dressed in black casual attire and appearing tall and lanky, seemed rather unimposing. The zombies must have been exterminated by the explosives. Although they were unsure where the zombie corpses had gone, seeing Subai collect all the crystal cores and prepare to leave, they instinctively followed, calling out, Wait! Lao Wu shouted after Subai's retreating figure. Subai appeared not to hear him, casually putting a hand in his pocket while extracting a piece of candy, unwrapping it before placing it in his mouth, a faint smile playing on his lips. As he drew closer to his objective, his spirits were undoubtedly high. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he heard the voices of the two behind him again. We're talking about you. Stop right there. Regardless, they were both superhumans. Could the two of them not best him? As for how he had managed the earlier situation, it was a question easily answered. Subai continued on his path, striding forward without breaking his pace, even as three others appeared nearby, seemingly out of nowhere. Initially hesitant, Lao Wu and his companion spotted Zhou Xian and the others, their eyes lighting up with newfound confidence. He immediately shouted, Second brother, hurry. He possesses spatial abilities, and just moments ago, he collected an astonishing number of crystal cores. Due to the uncertainty surrounding their quantity, he could only express it as a multitude. No sooner had these words escaped his lips than Lao Wu and Lao Shi, who were in close proximity to Subai, charged towards him. Subai slightly lowered his gaze, gently shook his head. and leisurely unwrapped a piece of candy before placing it in his mouth. Sui Bing and Zhou Xin instinctively sensed something was amiss. If he truly wielded spatial powers, how could he remain so composed amidst such a crowd, even finding the time to indulge in candy? At the same moment, Su Bai nonchalantly discarded the candy wrapper. The white paper floated gracefully down to the ground, while the two individuals who had rushed towards him suddenly halted, as if caught in a spell, before collapsing with a thud, their limbs twitching and quickly falling silent. Meanwhile, the candy wrapper settled on the ground. Throughout the entire sequence, Su Bai's demeanor remained unperturbed, his pace only quickening slightly, for the delay caused by these individuals had soured his mood. After all, those were crystal cores. The expressions on Sui Bing, Zhou Xin, and Shun Hemei's faces turned grim. Before their very eyes, their comrades had been slain, and they were left in the dark about the nature of the assailants' abilities, helplessly witnessing Lao Wu and Lao Shi perish right before them. As Su Bai approached, the three instinctively stepped aside, granting him passage. This reaction was understandable. Caution was warranted when the enemy's capabilities remained unknown. Moreover, the two who had just perished were fellow second-tier ability users, even if they were slightly stronger. Such a swift execution discouraged any overt displays of hostility. As the young man passed by them, Zhou Xin exchanged glances with his companions and nodded, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, the principle of uprooting weeds was universally understood. Just as they made their move, a searing pain shot through their heads, and in the blink of an eye, they were rendered unconscious, their bodies rigidly collapsing to the ground. Beside them, Shun Hemei's face was a portrait of terror. "A Bing," she exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to support him, only to be engulfed in darkness and fall forward as well. Thud, thud, like dumplings being dropped, the three fell to the ground. Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smirk. These individuals were rather naive. Did they truly believe that feigning fear would spare them from his attention? To leave the roots untouched would allow them to sprout anew. Since they were all part of the same group, it was only fitting that they be dealt with in unison. Turning around, he crouched to search the bodies, his expression betraying his disdain. After wasting so much time, he had only acquired 2 crystal cores. The absence of backpacks on these individuals indicated they had a secure location to return to. He wondered if there were others lurking behind them. As he casually stowed the 2 crystal cores into his spatial storage while chewing on the candy, he swiftly distanced himself from the scene of the incident. What transpired with the corpses once discovered by zombies was of little concern to him. Upon returning to the shop, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. At the entrance of the store, Nie Rufeng and his companions, accompanied by 30 fire element puppets, wore expressions of discontent. They had anticipated that today's training would yield a substantial number of crystal cores, a dual benefit. However, the yield from each fire element puppet was disappointingly minimal, totaling barely over 100 cores. Clearly, the merchandise sold by the store manager was not at fault. The issue must lie with the zombies. Such a sudden decline in their yield raised questions about the situation on the zombie front. If this continued, how would they confront a potential zombie outbreak in 5 days? The arrival of Su Bai drew their attention. The 4 fire element puppets, upon spotting Su Bai, rushed towards him. "Master, today when we ventured out, we noticed a significant decrease in the number of zombies. Indeed, we hardly managed to slay any zombies at all," they chattered animatedly, recounting their misfortunes. Su Bai raised his hand, replying nonchalantly, "I understand." With that, he intended to enter the store. At that moment, Lin Jianan called out from behind, "Mr. Su." Su Bai responded, "Did you spend the entire day outside?" Bai Fong hurriedly inquired, Yes. The zombies have suddenly diminished greatly. Have you noticed, esteemed Su?" Su Bai nodded slightly, "Indeed. There has been a noticeable reduction. Throughout my journey, I encountered only a handful of zombies, as if they had been entirely eradicated." Hearing his affirmation, Bai Fong's expression grew even gloomier. At this juncture, Nie Rufeng finally spoke. "This sudden change is quite perplexing. Might Mr. Su consider a collaborative effort?" Su Bai replied, "There is no need." With that, he stepped into the store. Shin Diong felt somewhat puzzled. The esteemed Su was known for his kindness and willingness to assist others. He had previously allowed the healing bear to tend to his wounds and even mentioned the usefulness of the ability training room, albeit with some hardship. Yet, why was he reluctant to collaborate with them? With only 5 days remaining and the sudden emergence of this situation, temporary cooperation seemed the most prudent course to weather the impending disaster. After all, they were not facing 1 or 2 zombies, but a potential outbreak. Chapter 83. Deliberation. He was unaware that Su Bai, possessing nearly 2,000 crystal cores, was entirely unconcerned about a zombie outbreak. Collaborating with others would only diminish his own strength, which seemed unnecessary. Although he was uncertain whether his current stock of crystal cores would suffice, it was certainly preferable to being accompanied by a multitude of others. Upon entering the store, he selected some provisions. Given the lack of zombies outside, he prepared only 200 potato landmines. If tomorrow allowed for the usual extermination of zombies, that would be ideal. If not, the losses would be minimal. This method of eliminating foes was one he would keep to himself. He had also observed the enticing enemy-distracting fireworks, which explained their effectiveness, with only 2 remaining. He prepared 3 more before concluding his purchase and exiting the store. Nia Ruffung and his group had already departed. Their procession, accompanied by 30 fire element puppets, indeed appeared quite grand. Subai was not particularly concerned. While taking out something to eat, he lagged behind a group of people at a distance. He also made sure to share some food with the fire element doll following him. The surroundings were indeed quite tidy, attributed to the fireworks he had used, as well as the fire element dolls hunting down the solitary zombies. It was not surprising that the area was so empty. However, it had never been the case that zombies were eradicated so thoroughly. One could only wonder what tomorrow would bring. The establishment of today's base marked significant progress. Upon entering through the wooden door, one was greeted by a circle of walls constructed from bricks and cement, enclosing the earthen houses built inside. It appeared that the people had not been slacking off. When Subai arrived, Chindiong was already waiting inside the door. The group unanimously agreed that he was somewhat familiar with Subai, so they entrusted him with guiding Subai to his designated room. Chindiong naturally had no objections. "Boss." Upon seeing Subai, Chindiong stepped forward and called out. The 3 sword shadows behind him followed closely. Subai cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Chindiong, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and said, "The captain asked me to bring you to your quarters. Please follow me." Subai nodded slightly and followed Chindiong. After a brief moment, he suddenly spoke up. "Has anyone mentioned that the sword shadow behind you is quite unique?" Chindiong was taken aback, his expression somewhat hesitant. "Unique? In what way?" In fact, during their collective actions the day before, someone had remarked that one of his sword shadows possessed strength exceeding that of the others. However, he thought, with a second-tier blazing sword, how could it not be impressive? But now, hearing the boss describe his sword shadow as somewhat different, he began to ponder deeply. Subai replied with 2 words, a feeling. Chindiong was left even more puzzled. While others had at least pointed out the varying strengths of the sword shadows, how had it transformed into a mere feeling in the boss's words? Furthermore, he couldn't shake the impression that today, the boss exuded an even stronger aura than before. Soon, he led Subai to the entrance of a 45-square-meter house. Such accommodations typically consisted of a bedroom, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. However, due to the current rudimentary conditions, it was merely a large space devoid of even a bed. Chindiong opened the door, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "The conditions are not great right now. Once things improve, we will provide you with everything you need." This was also arranged by Nia Ruffung. Subai nodded. "All right, I will rest now." This was an implicit dismissal, and Chindiong naturally did not linger. "Then I shall take my leave. Boss, please rest well." Although his parting words seemed somewhat superfluous, considering there was no bed, it was indeed strange to expect one to rest comfortably. Once Chindiong departed, Subai instructed the fire element dolls to stand guard outside. Closing the door, he retrieved a mattress. As a second-tier space ability user, he had a space of 200 cubic meters, allowing him to store quite a few essentials. He had indeed prepared for such necessities. Afterward, he laid out a mat and reclined on the mattress, closing his eyes to rest. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon his visage. The healer, known as Mao Mao Xiong, sat in silence on the floor beside his bed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after Chindiong's departure, he chose not to rest, but instead ventured into a chamber illuminated by flickering candlelight. This space served as their makeshift meeting room, a designated venue for gatherings whenever pressing matters arose. Everyone awaited his arrival, and once he stepped in, the meeting commenced without delay. Previously, Jia Nan and I had deliberated on the prospect of nurturing others, yet time had become a constraint, rendering any such training impractical. Our immediate priority was to safeguard our hard-earned efforts, 33rd-tier fire element puppets, which should suffice for our protection. I intended to explore the shop for any new offerings. Should there be none, I would resort to purchasing plants for defensive cultivation outside the base. Although a widespread zombie outbreak loomed, it was likely that the majority would consist of the most rudimentary, first-tier zombies. Of course, this was merely his speculation and could not be guaranteed. However, if the ensuing circumstances deviated from his expectations, they would not concern themselves with the fates of those within the base. What are your thoughts on this, Captain? I believe the other abilities users could prove beneficial, providing us with additional strength. Black Z was the first to raise a hand. Indeed, I have faith that the shopkeeper will unveil new products when the time comes, ensuring our safety, Lao Chun replied without hesitation. In truth, the shop consistently received new stock daily, so the emergence of fresh items was hardly surprising, especially considering the shopkeeper had orchestrated such an event. They remained unaware of how the shopkeeper had foreseen these developments, but that did not diminish their admiration. In essence, as long as the shopkeeper and the shop existed, no problem was insurmountable. Zhou Min sighed in resignation. Your argument holds merit. The shopkeeper will indeed release new items. However, the crystal cores we acquired today are limited. Will we truly be able to afford them when the time comes? Do we not have 30 fire element puppets? Protection should not be an issue, should it? Lao Chen questioned, his confidence wavering. Zhou Min's expression was far from optimistic. No one can be certain. Even an ant can bring down an elephant, and we are still unaware of how many tiers of zombies may emerge. Lao Chen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Jian and pondered for a few seconds, stating, regardless, our foremost priority is self-preservation. We shall reserve the crystal cores for now and make decisions later. He then turned to Nia Ruffeng. Captain, what is your perspective? Nia Ruffeng nodded slightly. Your points hold substantial weight. Therefore, let us focus on accumulating as many crystal cores as possible. Understood, Captain. The group nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding. Chapter 84, Host. You have again manipulated my words. Name, Qin Mo age, 21 points, 256, 902 current shop level, 2 unlocked facilities. Ability training room shopkeeper level, 6 experience. 1, 730, 020. 000 Qin Mo reclined against the edge of his bed, enjoying some fruit while glancing at the shop interface. With over 200,000 points accumulated, most of it attributed to the diligent worker Su Bai, the remaining points from meals and the occasional fireworks purchases were negligible. Merely from 4 separate purchases of potato landmines, 500, 600, 700, and 200 units, he had contributed nearly 180,000 points. However, while 250,000 points may seem substantial, in reality, it is quite meager. Unlocking 4th-tier items in the marketplace often requires upwards of 10,000 points, indicating that the 4th tier represents a significant hurdle. Yet, with ample time before the event commences, as long as the customers exert a bit more effort, he could ascend to the 4th tier by tomorrow. The remaining days would be just enough to accumulate points for exchanging goods. Contemplating the forthcoming events, Qin Mo popped another mulberry into his mouth. At that moment, the system's disheartening voice interrupted. Host, this is rather troubling. Your gains over the next few days will be minimal. I advise you to plan ahead. Qin Mo's expression remained nonchalant. Oh? What if I do not plan ahead? And what is the reason? The system huffed. If you do not prepare, the entire stone city will fall, and the customers will be nearly wiped out. By then, closing the shop will be inevitable, making it impossible to return to the current state. As for the reason, well, it's due to the impending zombie threat. At this point, the system's words abruptly halted, followed by an exasperated and resentful tone. Host, you're twisting my words again. I truly cannot fathom your cunning. Having nearly finished the fruits on his plate, Qin Mo reclined, covering his abdomen with the blanket, unperturbed and breathing steadily. I am merely curious. The system retorted. Do you even believe what you just said? Qin Mo nodded slightly. I do. The system exclaimed. Help? How is it that you, who cannot read minds, always manage to discern my thoughts? The system fell silent, and Qin Mo paid it no mind. Despite the system's sparse words, they lingered in his thoughts. He decided to reserve his points for future use, and turned his gaze to the sunlight value. Today, merely exchanging for potato landmines had consumed over 200,000. Yet he had since accrued another 100,000, leaving a balance of 283,650. He promptly exchanged for 1,400 sunflower seeds for the system to plant. This brought the total to 1,600 sunflowers, ensuring sufficient sunlight value even if someone like Su Bai engaged in large-scale plant exchanges. Having completed these tasks, he retrieved his phone and opened the game. It was only a little past 8, still too early to sleep. A bit of gaming was just right. In the early hours around 2 o'clock, Yang Qinyu found herself restless, tossing and turning with an unsettled mind. She finally decided to change her clothes and step outside. Lao Wu and Lao Shi had set out not long ago, and by the sound of it, they should be returning soon. Upon reaching the door, she inquired of the guard stationed there, and, upon receiving the answer, her expression darkened. You mean to say, Bing and the others have not returned since they left this morning? The 2 guards nodded vigorously. Yes, Mississippi Yang Qinyu finally understood why she felt so anxious. Their absence likely indicated they had encountered some trouble. With this thought, her worry deepened. If something were to happen to Bing, how would she explain it to her aunt? Go, send my command for Lao San and the others to venture out and search for them. It is imperative that they locate Bing. Understood. The following day, Qin Mo opened the door. Glancing at the left side where a field brimming with sunflowers swayed gently in the sunlight, a faint smile gracing his face. From nothing to an expanse of golden brilliance. This sensation was undeniably delightful. Dodo trailed behind him, stretching its neck to glance around, puzzled. Where had that foolish bear gone? Adjusting the door, Qin Mo turned and ascended the stairs to prepare porridge. He then set out a plate of pickles and spicy sour shredded potatoes, sitting at the table to eat. Dodo hopped around at his feet, capturing his attention, and barked softly. Chin Imo ignored it. Dodo, woof? Why aren't you paying attention to me, master? Where did the first go? Chin Imo nudged it aside with his foot. He ate too many crystal cores. Yes, in that room over there. He casually pointed towards the small room underneath the stairs. Dodo glanced in the indicated direction, then lazily flopped back down. It had initially feared that the first was lost, but upon hearing Chin Mo's words, it realized that he was upgrading. The thought of the first leveling up made it a bit melancholic. Though they were all a group, it certainly did not wish for the first to encounter misfortune. Yet it also did not want the first to fare better than itself. As Chin Mo continued his meal, he heard faint footsteps outside. Universal Shop. Lu Yong gazed at the inscriptions on the stone tablet, murmuring to himself. He then turned to Yulu. Xiaoyu, do you find this Universal Shop credible? Regardless, Yulu possessed a deeper understanding of matters concerning zombies, prompting Lu Yong to instinctively inquire. Yulu shook his head. I don't know either. Lu Yong sighed. Taking a couple of steps forward, captivated by the smiling faces of the myriad sunflowers dotting the ground, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This was simply too eerie. How could they all be smiling in unison? It was quite frightening. Yulu shared a similar sentiment. The dense array of smiling faces sent shivers down their spines. These plants, could they possibly devour humans? The two of them cautiously approached the edge of the right side planting area, advancing step by step. Yesterday, they had resolved to emerge from the cave, despite vehement opposition from the others. Nevertheless, they had ventured out, treading carefully and refraining from making any noise. Fortunately, their luck had been remarkable, encountering only 1 or 2 zombies, thus safely arriving at this location. Having finally reached here and encountered others, they could not afford to perish. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shop, the two refrained from entering immediately. Given their recent experiences, they felt like startled birds, daring not to be careless in the slightest. They paused at the door and soon noticed the shop rules. After reading them, both felt a sense of unease, as the rules appeared rather intimidating. Yet, motivated by the assurance of absolute safety, they ultimately decided to step inside. Upon entering, a refreshing breeze swept through, instantly dispelling the sweltering heat that enveloped them. The two individuals gaped in astonishment. Is there air conditioning here? Chapter 85. Isn't it simply the desire for crystal cores? Haven't all power supplies been cut off? Their research facility is prioritized for electricity supply, and it is inconceivable for it to experience a blackout. Yet, how does this place possess power? The all-purpose shop, the all-encompassing shop, could it truly be? Both anticipation and skepticism mingled within them. They hastened to the front of the store's checkout counter, where they simultaneously beheld the points exchange prices displayed. The crystal core was something they had jointly acquired, having struck down one on a hillside with stones. The very notion of excavating crystal cores was merely a suggestion by Yulu to give it a try. It proved beneficial to have a companion who indulged in novels. Not only were their points exchange prices, but the store rules mirrored those outside. Initially, they intended to inquire about the currency accepted for purchases, but upon seeing the exchange prices, they hesitated to ask further. The instructions for use were clearly outlined on the register beside the cash register. To inquire further would be impolite. As for what the store offered, they could explore that themselves. The two ventured further inside. Upon witnessing the array of wondrous items displayed in the shop's showcase, they were rendered speechless. Each item was pricier than the last, with descriptions increasingly outlandish. Most importantly, there were edibles. What did they lack the most? Certainly food. For the past few days, they had struggled to satiate their hunger, sustained only by a fierce determination. Otherwise, how could they have mustered the strength to journey here for such an extended time? Although the distance was not particularly great, their trek had felt lengthy. Thankfully, the earlier sounds of fireworks had diverted the zombies that had long obstructed their path. Otherwise, they would have perished. Without further ado, they hurriedly purchased rice and spicy sour shredded potatoes, and upon receiving their cards, they scarcely reacted, instead sitting down to devour their meal. They ate ravenously, as if reborn from starvation, nearly consuming their containers whole. Chin Mo glanced at their dusty, disheveled lab coats, understanding their plight. If only 10 more new customers could arrive. His juicer beckoned him, albeit not entirely. Just as his thoughts settled, several more individuals entered the store, dripping with sweat. They immediately froze in place upon crossing the threshold. This is extraordinarily cool. Tears of joy welled in their eyes. This was far more refreshing than the ice Su Bing had supplied. What is wrong with you? Do come inside. Only when an impatient voice urged from behind did they reluctantly shuffle forward. Were it not for the insistence of those behind them, they would have wished to bring in a bed to bask in the coolness. The newcomers followed closely, their reactions mirroring those of their predecessors. How is it possible for such a splendid place to exist? How wonderful it would be to reside here. Yang Qinyu lingered behind a group of individuals, her expression tinged with curiosity. What has transpired? Upon stepping closer, her countenance shifted. How could this be? Even if there was electricity, it seemed implausible for such an eerie place to possess it. In the early morning, her subordinates had returned with the bodies of Sui Bing and the others, devoid of any wounds, and the surroundings bore no signs of struggle, as if they had inexplicably perished. Such a notion was unfathomable. Thus, she instructed everyone to commence a search for survivors outside the city, preparing to avenge Sui Bing. They subsequently discovered this place, prompting her to lead her team here. Yet, it appeared that this location harbored complexities. Yang Qianyu hesitated momentarily. Though she had a fiery temperament, it did not imply a lack of intellect. If her memory served correctly, the initial sound of fireworks originated from this very spot. Contemplating this, she approached the cashier's desk, a composed smile gracing her lips. The moment she beheld Qin Mo's visage, a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and gently inquired, "Are you the manager here?" Qin Mo, having finished his meal earlier, was calmly engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing the woman's voice, he did not lift his gaze but instead gestured towards a sign hanging nearby. Surely, with such a prominent notice at the entrance, it would be visible. Yang Qianyu followed his direction, standing in silence for a moment before saying, "Manager, I wish to ask you something." As she spoke, she retrieved several crystal cores from her pocket and placed them on the table, producing a soft clink. Crystal cores could be exchanged for points. Essentially, she was offering what was desired. Qin Mo paused momentarily in his manipulation of the phone, recalling the last person who had dared to confront him with money. What had become of that individual? Ah, yes, he seemed to have been devoured whole by some monstrous beast. Though the incident was distant and he seldom dwelled on such trivialities, the memory lingered. He recalled the person's anguished cries, tears streaming, utterly despondent. He remained silent, while Yang Qianyu furrowed her brow. Unfamiliar with his true nature, she refrained from impulsiveness, striving to maintain a cordial demeanor. "Isn't this a versatile little shop, manager? I merely wish to inquire about some information." Before she could finish, a voice from within the shop interrupted, "Sister, come quickly. There are so many wonderful things here." Yang Qianyu paused, then proceeded deeper into the establishment. Upon entering, her jaw dropped in astonishment, rendered speechless. The items available could indeed be purchased with points. No wonder Sui Bing had repeatedly mentioned the extraordinary goods. They were indeed remarkable. Had she known of this earlier, she would have been envious. How powerful must the manager here be to possess such an array of treasures? Unable to resist, she cast a glance towards Qin Mo, her eyes filled with admiration. Such a formidable man, possessing both strength and striking beauty. Surely, any woman would find herself drawn to him. It seems that she has just committed a rather foolish act. Fortunately, her intention was merely to inquire about a matter, so it should not offend anyone. Along with a few extraordinary individuals, there were also about 10 ordinary folks armed with firearms. She selected some provisions, subsequently purchasing a dozen fire element figurines and a few medicinal supplies. With Shunhei already deceased, it was prudent to stock up on medicine, particularly for the third tier. Approaching the cashier, she leaned on the counter with both hands, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she addressed Qin Mo. "Manager, I assure you, I meant no harm. I was simply anxious to uncover the identity of the killer due to an incident involving my cousin, so I hope you will not take offense." Qin Mo, engrossed in his game, barely registered her words, responding with a casual hum. The smile in Yang Qianyu's eyes deepened. "May I ask how to address you, manager? How old are you this year? Are you in a relationship?" Su Bai and Nia Rufeng arrived at the store in succession, greeted by the sight of Yang Qianyu chattering away at the counter. Chapter 86. Those who disregard store rules shall perish. Bai Feng glanced at the additional patrons in the shop, his initial concerns intensifying. Who is this person? She appears quite familiar with the manager. Hazy nodded eagerly. What is she doing, chatting idly with the manager? Lin Jianan, standing ahead, discreetly averted his gaze. Perhaps this woman is under too much pressure and seeks attention? Otherwise, why would she chatter so freely before the manager? Nia Rufeng maintained his gentle demeanor. To be frank, with more customers in the store, a sense of competition was inevitable. Yet this woman seemed excessively confident. Otherwise, how could she dare to prattle on in front of the manager? This, however, could be advantageous for them. One must remember that there are always greater mountains beyond the hills, and people beyond mere mortals. Overconfidence can sometimes be a double-edged sword. Su Bai, having entered the store, made no pause as he headed straight for the ability training room. He had ventured out early that morning, wandering around without encountering many zombies, prompting him to seek gold in Stone City. Nia Rufeng shared a similar mindset, following closely behind as they both entered the city. During this time, they did not cross paths. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock when they left the city and arrived at the store that they encountered one another. However, the gold within Stone City had been nearly depleted by their efforts. Clearly, there was entertainment to be had in the store, yet he felt no inclination to partake. Sometimes, Spectating could inadvertently lead to one's own entanglement. Moreover, time was an invaluable commodity. Why squander it on someone who was nearing their end? As he walked past the cashier and turned toward the back, he heard the woman continue her unfinished query. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Subai could not help but glance back. He recalled how Li Xiaoyu had once approached the manager with ulterior motives. What had been the outcome of that endeavor? With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing from sight. The store manager was preoccupied, and upon noticing Qin Mo's silence, Yang Qinyu leaned closer. Her gaze fixated on his phone, revealing a hint of envy. It had been quite some time since she last touched her own device. However, before she could finish her sentence, Qin Mo raised his hand slightly, his voice frigid. You are too noisy. Just 3 curt words, devoid of any regard for her. In front of so many people, especially with her subordinates watching, this was a blatant affront to her dignity. Yang Qinyu's face flushed with anger. I'm too noisy? I merely asked a question. But Qin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers tapping the screen with increased urgency. Moments later, the character he controlled met an untimely demise. PK failed. Qin Mo observed the phone screen for a second in silence, then placed the device on the table and lifted his gaze. The words Yang Qinyu had prepared were abruptly swallowed. She gulped, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. He then raised his hand, and with a tearing sound, it was as if something had been shredded. Yang Qinyu let out a cry, clutching her pained face, her eyes wide in shock as she staggered back. Her pride lay in her strength and beauty. Her confidence in questioning the store rules stemmed from her belief in her own capability. With over 20 empowered individuals under her command, hundreds of ordinary people, and dozens of firearms at her disposal, few could boast such a formidable team in under a month. While she recognized the store manager's strength, she felt justified in engaging in transactions and forming connections. Wasn't that the essence of a skilled merchant? This sudden turn of events struck fear into everyone present, particularly those who had accompanied Yang Qianyu. To them, she was an untouchable figure of authority. Who would dare defy her? But this fierce and powerful woman had just been humiliated in front of everyone. Indeed, she had been injured, although they hadn't witnessed how it happened. They saw blood seeping through her fingers as she covered her face. Not only girls, but even boys value their appearance. With such an injury, how could she endure it? Naturally, she could not. Yang Qianyu's eyes burned with hatred, yet she forced a smile. I sincerely apologize. Please, esteemed manager, overlook this minor transgression. I shall take my leave. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. Despite her inner fury towards Qin Mo, she swallowed her pride. She was capable of both holding on and letting go. While she spoke, Dodo had already approached Qin Mo's feet, rubbing against his leg and making soft sounds. A wool. Qin Mo looked down, cradling the creature in his arms, gently stroking its back, and softly declared, those who disregard the store rules shall perish. As the words fell, Yang Qianyu felt an inexplicable lightness in her body, only to find herself suspended from the ceiling light by a rope. Her hands and feet were bound, rendering her immobile. To her dismay, she realized that she couldn't even use her abilities. At that moment, panic engulfed her. Do not kill me. You cannot kill me. You know who I am. Qin Mo cast her an impatient glance, while Yang Qianyu opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Despair washed over her. She regretted not having faced any adversity before. Throughout her life, even amid the apocalypse, she had sailed smoothly. Who could have imagined that her first major downfall would be so catastrophic? Now, she could not even utter a plea for mercy. As Qin Mo stroked Dodo's head, he raised a hand. With his gesture, a dagger in the display case flew out, slicing through the air toward Yang Qianyu. Terror flickered in her eyes. What was he about to do? The dagger, under his control, swiftly cut through her cheek, leaving a gash deep enough to reveal bone. Blood flowed profusely, mingling with a previous wound. The pain was excruciating. Her mouth gaped open in a grotesque expression, yet no sound escaped her lips. Even so, everyone present could discern her agony, for the mere sight of the scene was unbearable. Her face, now smeared with blood, was nearly enough to send her into unconsciousness. At this point, she harbored no thoughts, wishing only for a swift end. Death seemed preferable to this torment. Alas, Qin Mo had no intention of granting her wish. He commanded the dagger to sever her limbs. As it was a first-tier dagger, the process was rapid, sparing her from prolonged suffering. Yet, for all witnesses, it was a scene of torment. Qin Mo casually discarded the dagger outside the shop, placed Dodo back on the ground, and resumed his game on his phone, as though nothing had transpired. Yet, suspended from the chandelier, Yang Qianyu lay in a pool of her own blood, her limbs strewn on the ground. Ultimately succumbing to the agony, the store fell into a profound silence. Everyone dared not even breathe, fearful that they might be next. The thought of escape did not even surface. How could such a formidable figure leave no room for resistance? How powerful could he truly be? Chapter 87. Congratulations. Host not just them. Even Nia Ruffling and his companions were astonished by his swift and somewhat ruthless methods. However, the consequences of disregarding store rules were simply deserved. Bai Feng shook his head, realizing he had been overly naive. Initially believing that this person was acquainted with the store manager, he had overthought it. Heisey sighed softly, lamenting. It's such a shame for such a beautiful girl. Why couldn't he be a little more subtle? Bai Feng shot him an exasperated glance. What are you thinking about at a time like this? Heisey chuckled. Isn't it perfectly normal? Who doesn't appreciate a pretty girl? Yet, this girl seemed rather lacking in intelligence. Otherwise, how could she have provoked the store manager? His words drew the attention of Lin Jialin and Zhou Min. What did he mean? Did he imply that they were not beautiful? Confronted by the gazes of the two, Heisey felt a touch of discomfort and instinctively retreated a step. Nia Ruffin cast a glance at him, remarking, a mere boast is harmless, yet the world has changed. If you indulge in temptation, you may one day find yourself undone by it. Heisey nodded vigorously in response. Indeed, I shall refrain from such pursuits henceforth. Nia Ruffin acknowledged him with a nod. His words were not merely directed at Heisey. Rather, they reflected the stark reality of the present. In these times, regardless of gender, only through fortitude can one thrive. Matters of the heart seem rather trivial in comparison. It is far better to sever ties with such illusions from the outset than to ultimately harm oneself and others. Chen Diong, lingering behind, appeared lost in thought. He found the captain's words to be profoundly true. In the future, even when confronted with the most beautiful of women, he resolved not to be swayed by compassion. Consider the woman from moments ago, striking in appearance, yet she met a grim fate at the hands of the shopkeeper. This serves as evidence that the more alluring a woman, the more likely she is to incite trouble. With the events inside concluded, Nia Ruffing did not linger outside but led the group into the shop, carefully avoiding the bloodstains on the ground. They chose not to disturb Qin Mo, who was engrossed in his game, and instead busied themselves with food. The audacity of the earlier woman was remarkable. She dared to approach the shopkeeper while he was preoccupied, and it was no wonder her end was so tragic. The group instinctively softened their footsteps, retreating to a distance after purchasing their food. Once satisfied, they made their way toward the ability training room at the back. They had nearly exhausted their search for gold within the city, leaving the fire element puppets behind in Shicheng to continue battling zombies. With no other pressing matters, their focus turned to enhancing their strength. As they nonchalantly consumed their provisions, others around them could not help but swallow hard. Though they had food daily, they could not indulge as lavishly as those who had just passed. This shop was truly remarkable. The shopkeeper had mentioned that those who disregarded the rules would meet their demise. Was it simply a matter of adhering to the shop's regulations to ensure their safety? The thought filled them with excitement. Where, then, were the shop rules? They began to search, soon discovering the guidelines. After perusing the contents, they finally comprehended the tragic fate of their leader. It was indeed a grim tale. Yet, none harbored intentions of vengeance. Their power was inferior to hers, and what could they do? It was far more advantageous to seize the opportunity to enjoy some delectable treats. The group naturally gravitated toward the third brother. With their eldest sister and second brother now deceased, they had no choice but to align themselves with the currently strongest, the third brother. Of course, some harbored rebellious thoughts of self-ascendancy, though they refrained from expressing such sentiments openly. The third brother, noticing their eagerness to refer to him as Big Brother, could not help but beam with delight. The oppressive Yang Qinyu was finally gone. Now, the villa would be his domain. The mere thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. With Yang Qinyu's departure and the presence of this extraordinary shop, he envisioned collecting everyone's crystal cores upon returning to purchase goods here. How could he not grow stronger? Yet, a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. Is it truly possible for an all-encompassing shop to exist in this world? Are these items so extraordinary that they could be real? Or is it merely a front for a nefarious establishment? Were those customers mere actors, duped into facilitating the theft of the crystal core? The memory of Yang Qinyu's demise lingered vividly in his mind, prompting him to finish his meal before procuring an item to test whether the shop's promises held any truth. In a secluded corner of the display case, Lu Yang and Yu Lu huddled together, trembling from the earlier shock. Surely, we haven't ventured to the wrong place? Lu Yang gasped, breathless. Yu Lu, though uncertain, reassured him, regardless, as long as we adhere to the shop's rules, we should be safe. Having read numerous novels, he was more adept at accepting such fantastical occurrences. In contrast, Lu Yang had little literary exposure, despite Yu Li's attempts to enlighten him. This reality felt as surreal as encountering a ghost. Yet, he understood that he must swiftly embrace this new reality, otherwise, he would inevitably be left behind. He had to rescue his family. With this thought igniting his determination, he exclaimed, in that case, let us hasten to slay the zombies. Yu Lu sighed in resignation. But the zombies have vanished since we arrived, and what do we possess to combat them? If we could procure some items from the shop, we could indeed confront the zombies and return to the city in search of our loved ones. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the golden watch adorning his wrist. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yang paused, eventually glancing at his watch. This was the sole item his mother had left him before her passing, crafted from pure gold, devoid of any counterfeit, and of considerable worth. Yet, its value extended far beyond monetary significance. It was a cherished memento from his mother, imbued with profound meaning. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely decided, this watch should yield some points. We can purchase items and then venture out to confront the zombies. With our lives at stake, there is no room for hesitation. If I perish, this watch will be lost as well. Resolving this, he approached the cash register without a moment's hesitation. Removing the watch and placing it into the machine. Weighing merely over 30 grams, it would afford them only enough to purchase a pea shooter, a basic weapon, or perhaps 2 walnuts. However, none of these options promised significant advantages. Both fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps we should opt for the pea shooter? It offers automatic attacks, sparing us the need for direct confrontation and ensuring our safety, Yulu proposed. Liu Yang found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the trio nearby were also selecting their purchases to settle their accounts. Just then, Qin Mo completed a game, and the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Current task completed. Chapter 88. New task. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have received 10 level 1 seeds and a juice machine. A new task has been issued. Please check it at your convenience. Qin Mo set down his phone and instructed the system to plant the seeds, then began inspecting the juicer. This juicer, a pale blue entity, resembled a humanoid form, standing at a mere meter tall, lacking a lower half. Its head was a round, transparent glass dome, while its body was blue, with a hollow belly alongside several plastic cups adorned with the juicer's image. To extract juice, one needed to insert the fruit through the top, with the juice dispensed from its midsection, equipped with a card-swiping mechanism. To an ordinary person, this juicer appeared somewhat unsettling, a testament to the system's peculiar sense of humor. Name, juicer rank, first-tier function. Is it not obvious? It makes juice. With summer approaching, who wouldn't crave a refreshing glass? A faint smile graced Qin Mo's lips as he unlocked 5 types of fruit: orange, watermelon, lemon, peach, and cantaloupe, using 15 points from the standard shop. He then placed the juicer beside the automatic cooking machine. His actions attracted the attention of others in the store, but he paid them no mind. After finishing, he ascended the stairs, cut a watermelon, and brought only the flesh back down, placing it into the juicer and securing the lid. Soon, a whirring sound emanated from within. Ceasing after just a second, a mechanical arm emerged from the juicer, retrieving a cup to catch the juice, devoid of any watermelon seeds. Qin Mo picked up the juice and grabbed a straw before returning to the checkout counter. Taking a sip, he was greeted by a refreshing chill, accompanied by the sweet fragrance of watermelon, a delightful elixir in the summer heat. With the much-anticipated juicer finally in his possession, his mood lifted as he simultaneously opened his phone and waved away Yang Qianyu's lifeless form. Meanwhile, others in the store were salivating at the sight. A juicer? Watermelon? How could there possibly be watermelon at this time? Even the earliest ripening watermelons would typically be ready only by May, while some villages might have watermelons nearing ripeness. This place was devoid of any such farms. Nie Ruffing and his companions had grown accustomed to the bizarre array of items in the shop. Even if the store were to sell something that could save the world, they would not be surprised. Their primary concern now was whether the watermelon was a new product and if they could purchase it. Meanwhile, the third brother and his companions were utterly astonished. The weather had been relentless, with temperatures soaring to unprecedented heights in Shicheng within just 5 days. It was speculated that the temperature had surpassed 40 degrees Celsius. Who wouldn't want to enjoy a watermelon while gaming or binge-watching at home? And now, the fruit lay before them. They had lost all appetite for food, their eyes fixated on Qin Mo. Only Zhou Min, at Nie Rufing's suggestion, rose to venture into the store. Moments later, she returned, her eyes sparkling as she cradled a watermelon of perfect size. Notably, the fruits sold by the system were all identical in size, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Just like the watermelon that Zhou Min cradled in her arms, which was of a size typically found in a normal household. This watermelon, weighing 10 points, had a belly only as large as an ordinary plate, sufficient to satiate 3 or 4 individuals. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The truly significant aspect was that it was indeed purchasable. Even the usually reticent Zhou Min could not suppress her laughter at this moment. She had just noticed the emergence of a fruit section in the store, which boasted not only watermelons, but also several varieties of fruit. This signified that they would no longer be deprived of fruit in the future. Nie Ruffing nodded slightly, prompting Zhou Min to retrieve another watermelon and head to the checkout. Lin Jialin cast a glance at the two before quickly lowering her head to continue eating. Upon Zhou Min's return, Old Chen hesitated before inquiring. We have the watermelon now. But what shall we do without a knife? Zhou Min shot him a disdainful look, placed the watermelon on the table, and pointed to her temple, indicating he should use his intellect. She then brought her hand down sharply upon the watermelon. With a crisp crack, the watermelon split into two halves. Although the pieces were not perfectly even, it hardly mattered. She promptly distributed the halves to Nie Ruffing and Lin Jianan. Following the same method, she split another watermelon. Haizi, who had been watching with eager eyes, reached out to grab a piece. Yet, Zhou Min placed one half before Lin Jialan. Lin Jialan, who had been focused on her meal, paused momentarily and looked up at Zhou Min, saying, "Thank you." Zhou Min waved her hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for gratitude, and then divided her half into two. Haizi, left empty-handed, lamented, "Sister Zhou is not the same as before, my heart aches." The group enjoyed their meal heartily, and as Bai Feng was about to ask Chen Diyang if he was coming along, Haizi had already seized his arm, urging him, "Let us go, we're buying watermelons." Chen Diyang exchanged a glance with Old Chun, both sharing a smile before following suit. As they made their way over, Lao San and his entourage had already begun selecting fruits in the fruit section. Liu Yang and Yu Lu had just purchased a pea shooter and had less than 20 points remaining, initially intending to return later for a meal. However, upon seeing the fruits, they found themselves rooted to the spot. Those watermelons were enticing, and with the unlocking of such items, it was only natural to indulge in purchasing them. After finishing his watermelon juice, Qin Mo began to check his tasks. The other tasks remained unchanged, but the current task had refreshed. Current task, sell 10 mechanical dogs, or cats. Reward, 100 experience points. Current task, sell 10 pet eggs. Reward, 200 experience points. Current task, sell 100 pieces of various fruits. Reward, 100 experience points. Current task, mature the shop. Description, as a mature shop. How can it lack a loyal and powerful customer base? Without them, where would the points come from? Task content, please sell 20 awakening agents within a month. Reward, 3,000 experience points and the right to operate a hotel. Suddenly, for current tasks appeared, with the last task offering the most generous reward. The value of 3,000 experience points was significantly higher compared to the first three, not to mention the added benefit of hotel management rights. That is a new gameplay feature the system is set to unveil. However, selling 20 units of the ability Awakening Serum within a month poses quite a challenge. After all, he currently has only around 30 patrons. Should the task fail, the rights to operate the inn will vanish. And the points required to reactivate the rewards concerning the inn's management rights are exorbitantly high. Only one successful endeavor yields the most profit. Yet, it ultimately depends on the customers. If they cannot unlock it, it is they who will miss out on the experience. Chapter 89. A permanent solution after reviewing the task. Qin Mo closed the system panel, foregoing any further gaming. Instead, he retrieved a robot and instructed it to clean the bloodstains on the floor. Unfortunately, at such a critical juncture in the first stage of advancement, the bloodshed in the establishment could not be overlooked. Thus, he had no choice but to delegate the task to the robot. The robot, devoid of thought and dutifully obedient, followed the commands without question. Once everything was tidied up, Dodo, who had been holding its breath, finally exhaled with relief. The odor was unbearable. Revived to full vigor, Dodo rubbed against Qin Mo's leg, barking enthusiastically. Hearing the sound, Qin Mo, somewhat exasperated, patted its head, saying, "Go on, help yourself." Dodo nodded in response, then lowered its gaze to its short paws before glancing at the towering juicer nearby. Unlike a cooking machine, the juicer required the preparation of fruits to be placed inside. However, with its fur-covered form, was its owner truly expecting it to use its head to handle the fruits? Filled with confusion, Dodo noticed that Qin Mo had already returned to his tasks, seemingly occupied with something else. Sighing internally, Dodo lamented the absence of the first stage's upgrade. Feeling aggrieved, it picked up a peach and began to nibble on it while lying on the ground. At this moment, Qin Mo was indeed busy. He had saved the footage of Sun Xuechong and Yang Qianyu's demise in real time. Coincidentally, it featured one male and one female. With few customers previously, and the establishment's rules in place, most patrons would generally refrain from causing trouble without reason. Yang Qianyu's actions stemmed from an overconfidence in her abilities, of course. It was not that she believed she could defeat Qin Mo, but rather that she felt entitled to negotiate terms. This was merely one aspect, and it was uncertain whether another such incident would arise in the future. Just as Sun Xuechong and his companions had sought to exploit the system, it was likely that others might attempt similar actions in the future. With the customer base gradually increasing, it was prudent to take precautions against potential issues. He spent 1,000 points to exchange for a television from the system, and used an additional 100 points to have the technician install it properly, setting the footage of the two deaths on a continuous loop. This had been his plan from the outset, effectively providing a long-term solution. The sudden addition of a television captured the attention of everyone in the establishment. The video being displayed was rather peculiar. It began with a group of people queuing at the cash register, then someone proclaimed that they could obtain something for free, followed swiftly by an individual taking action, only to be struck down by a cerulean bear. Shortly thereafter, another was dragged back, forcibly stripped of their skin by an invisible force. Tears streamed down the face of that individual, his cries a pitiful spectacle, and ultimately, he was reduced to a bloodied figure, the ground soaked in crimson. His anguished screams were deliberately muted, replaced by a chilling, eerie instrumental that sent shivers down the spine. Moreover, a label indicated his alleged transgression, inciting others to exploit goods without payment, death. Following this, the scene flickered, revealing an all too familiar visage to the onlookers. It was Yang Qianyu, and they bore witness to her tragic fate once more, their hearts gripped by fear, especially with the presence of another, Zhu Yu. In front of them, Yang Qianyu's transgression was noted as disregarding store regulations and engaging in excessive conversation with the manager, death. Once the playback concluded, the crowd held their breath, not daring to exhale, their faces ashen. Particularly, the third brother and his companions were fortunate that upon entering, their attention was captivated by the myriad of items within the store, sparing them from committing any foolish acts. Otherwise, they could have met the same grim fate. Yang Qianyu truly was their guardian angel, ever watchful of their safety, even in death. After viewing the footage, the television continued to emit sound. Yet no one dared to gaze upon it again. The brutality was overwhelming, leaving them questioning how they could possibly eat. Nie Rufeng and the others only knew that Sun Xuechong, captured by Dodo, was bound for death. But none anticipated the horrific manner in which it would come to pass. Chen Diyang, in particular, turned pale after witnessing Sun Xuechong's plight. Not from fear of the scene itself, but from a profound sense of dread. At that moment, he felt an immense relief for having swiftly distanced himself from Sun Xuechong and for assisting in guiding the manager when called upon. Otherwise, he mused, his outcome might not have been any better. Beside him, Bai Fong patted his shoulder, urging him to focus. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and eat. There are many people here. If you don't finish quickly and head to the Powers training room, what if someone else seizes your spot? Chen Diyang nodded earnestly. After their meal, Nie Rufeng and his companions wasted no time in making their way to the Powers training room. Currently, it could accommodate only 10 individuals for simultaneous training, and by the time the third brother and his group noticed something amiss, only one spot remained. Such an excellent opportunity was not to be squandered. The third brother promptly declared that the others should return and gather all the crystal cores, as they intended to procure more items. Details regarding the event were posted outside, but they were unaware, only cognizant of the need to register. Under the third brother's command, the others dispersed. Yet, once outside, the group became vigilant. This was their chance to ascend as leaders. With the third brother absent, their competition was diminished. Once they amassed enough crystal cores and acquired formidable tools, would they still have to fear him? He truly was a fool. In the entire villa, aside from the eldest sister and the second brother, who could command respect, what was the third brother? Not to mention, even if the eldest sister were alive, if tasked with procuring crystal cores, they would surely belong to them. Who could blame the establishment for forbidding raucous behavior? This was, after all, the collective desire of everyone present. Each individual exchanged knowing glances, their minds racing, before they erupted into a frenzied sprint. We must return first. We must seize the crystal core. Only then can they ascend to the pinnacle of power. A dozen or so of them dashed forward. Even the ordinary armed men were caught up in the fervor, unwilling to lag behind. Qin Mo observed the faint dust kicked up by their hurried steps outside, shaking his head slightly. It seemed that the newly arrived patrons were destined to become mere casualties once again. These customers were truly expendable. When would they encounter formidable individuals capable of consistently supplying them with points? In other locations, the initial phase of business had been far more manageable than it was now. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic world where human life was fleeting and the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Only the strong could carve out their own space in this realm, ensuring their longevity and a steady influx of points. He resumed his position at the cash register, programming the television to cycle through death scenes every 2 hours, while the remaining time was reserved for airing television dramas. Chapter 90. Injuries. Having a television drama to watch provided a modicum of relaxation, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. After all, life is more bearable with a touch of enjoyment and a glimmer of hope. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Mo immersed himself in his game. Days slipped by, and before long, it was the final day before the zombie outbreak countdown. During these days, the group had not reaped significant rewards. Their daily expenditures, aside from meals, fruits, and the ability training room, were minimal. Lu Yang and Yu Lu barely managed to sustain themselves with the aid of the pea shooter. After all, a single crystal core could sustain both of them for several days. Additionally, when Yang Qianyu's group returned that afternoon, they were diminished by half, and their leader had been replaced, each of them bearing wounds. As Qin Mo had surmised, the previous encounter had been particularly brutal. Furthermore, through the collective efforts of everyone at the base, the outer walls had not only been completed, but several houses had also been constructed from red bricks. Although the customer count had slightly diminished, everything within the shop was progressing positively. Currently, all patrons had signed up for the activities the following day, totaling 23 participants. The ability training room had been discovered on the second day after the arrival of new customers, causing these individuals to arrive increasingly earlier in pursuit of training slots. With only 10 spots available, the early birds would claim them, who would willingly forfeit such an opportunity. On this day, as the shop opened its doors, the early arrivals neglected their meals, rushing to secure all available slots. The rest could only lament their misfortune. This was especially true for Nie Rufeng and his group, consisting of 9 members. After 2 days of nods from Nie Rufeng, Qian Lu and Zheng Yang had joined their ranks. Living in close proximity allowed them to consistently arrive ahead of others, resulting in 5 of them occupying 5 training rooms. Aside from Nie Rufeng and Lin Jinan, the others will replace their teammates without any vacancies, seamlessly occupying all 5 ability training rooms throughout the day. Naturally, this behavior displeases others. Yet they find themselves powerless to change the situation. Particularly notable is Su Bai, who possesses a golden card, allowing him to reserve an ability training room in advance. This early reservation means that he can set up training for the following day at the door of the training room, even if he doesn't show up. That room remains his. Consequently, the others are left with only 4 rooms, and if they arrive late, they may find themselves unable to enter for the entire day. Currently, the remaining individuals can only sit at the table, eating while casting occasional glances at the training room. Although it is a source of torment, once one experiences its benefits, they become addicted. It is indeed a place where abilities can be enhanced without harm. It seems that the esteemed individual has yet to arrive today. How wonderful it would be if we had golden cards, allowing us to avoid the fear of others seizing the training room. Who could argue otherwise? The golden card is only awarded to the first place winner of tomorrow's Zombie Frenzy event. Surviving is already a challenge, let alone securing first place. The group gathered together began to murmur. Originally, they were all allies, but after Yang Qianyu's demise and their return to claim the crystal cores, they went their separate ways. Now, sitting together in idle conversation, they rely on this establishment, wary of conflict and the potential for miscommunication to lead to violence and attract zombies. Since Yang Qianyu's death, everyone has become exceedingly cautious and observant, recognizing those who should not be provoked. Firstly, there is the aloof golden card holder, who remains indifferent and expressionless towards others, making it quite peculiar if he is easily approachable. Secondly, there are the 2 silver card holders. One always appears with a gentle smile, seemingly easy to get along with, yet commands unwavering obedience from numerous team members. One is indeed amiable and unpretentious, but aside from Nie Rufeng, everyone else heeds his words, indicating he is not to be underestimated. In other words, they find themselves in a position where none dare to provoke him. Just then, Subai walked in. His pristine white tracksuit, stained with blood, seemingly flowing from his cuffs. The healing teddy bear behind him drooped low, appearing utterly dispirited. Upon seeing his injuries, the conversing individuals displayed expressions of surprise. What could have happened? In their eyes, this unknown golden card holder is undoubtedly the foremost individual after the store manager. How could he be injured? Recently, the number of zombies has been pitifully low. Encountering a few in a day is already considered remarkably fortunate. Subai paid little mind to the peculiar gazes directed at him. He simply purchased food and, after dining, proceeded to the training room for his regimen. Once he departed, the others resumed their hushed discussions. Has a particularly powerful zombie emerged? How could this be? Otherwise, how could the esteemed one sustain injuries? It is indeed perplexing, for the esteemed one possesses 4 elemental fire puppets. What has happened to them? Injured? Bai Fong, who had just emerged from the ability training room, barely had time to gather himself before overhearing the murmurs of those around him, his expression tinged with confusion. He turned to Hazy, who was waiting outside. Hey, what transpired just now? Hazy nodded. Yes, it seems that Su Dalao was injured. How could this be possible? The esteemed one is so formidable. How could he be wounded? Bai Fong found it hard to believe. Just then, the door to the ability training room swung open, and Chun Diang was unceremoniously thrown out. Catching the tail end of their conversation, his face reflected concern. The esteemed one is injured? Thus far, only Su Bai within the establishment could be referred to as the esteemed one. Regardless of the circumstances, the esteemed one had always been of assistance to him, and it was inconceivable that someone so powerful could be harmed. Before He Zi could respond, Chun Diang rushed before him, pressing for answers. What on earth happened? How could the esteemed one be injured? He Zi, visibly perplexed, shook his head. The esteemed one just came for a meal before heading into the ability training room. How would I know why he was injured? Enough talk. Let's head in for training. It's the last day. We cannot afford to waste time here, Zhou Min interjected, swiping her card to enter the training room, with Lin Jialin following suit. In truth, although Su Bai had sustained injuries, they were not severe, and he paid little heed to them. Rather, his heart was filled with a sense of urgency. The absence of zombies these past few days was not due to their disappearance, but rather because they had all taken refuge. Among them were not only third-tier, but also fourth-tier zombies. Being pursued by two fourth-tier zombies was a considerable strain on him. Nevertheless, he managed to escape from their clutches. This encounter within Shicheng had delayed him somewhat. Otherwise, he would not have arrived so late today. After all, the pressing matter at hand was to enhance his abilities. Despite his minor injuries, he remained undeterred. Qin Mo speared a piece of watermelon with his fork, eating while casting a glance at the few idle individuals engaged in quiet conversation, deep in thought. As a third-tier ability user with a unique power, Su Bai possessed the capability to battle even against fourth-tier zombies. The wounds he bore were merely superficial and hardly noteworthy. However, the fact that Su Bai encountered fourth-tier zombies did surprise Qin Mo somewhat. Thus, it seemed that Su Bai was indeed a person of fortune in this world. Such coincidences could not be mere happenstance. Fortune, an elusive and enigmatic concept, varies in strength. All the patrons present, including Su Bai, would never leave the establishment once the doors opened. Discounting their rest periods, they only spent a few hours outside each day. Yet, despite this, he still encountered fourth-tier zombies. His fortune clearly surpassed that of others. Nevertheless, Qin Mo harbored no concerns. What occupied his thoughts was that tomorrow marked the commencement of the tasks assigned by the system. The harvest of recent days pales in comparison to previous gains, with points barely reaching 320,000. The reason behind this outcome is the zombies deliberately concealing themselves, clearly biding their time. Soon, he must venture out to ascertain the strength of the zombies. After these few days, it remains uncertain whether the zombies have grown in power. He must avoid any unfortunate fatalities due to insufficient strength from purchased items, as this would hinder his ability to slay more zombies and reap richer rewards. Typically, such grand events, shrouded in mystery regarding their rewards, signify endless possibilities, allowing for the acquisition of a myriad of treasures. If he cannot invest his focus in such tasks, what tasks could possibly capture his attention? Thus, it is imperative to confirm the task's details, leaving no room for error. As the days swiftly passed, when the group departed, they bid farewell to Qin Mo. Shopkeeper, goodbye. Shopkeeper, see you tomorrow. Qin Mo, maintaining a calm demeanor, did not lift his gaze as he savored a piece of watermelon. Once the group had left, he leisurely finished his watermelon before rising to leave. Dodo, noticing his movement, promptly followed suit. First was no exception. Moreover, it tilted its head and inquired, Master, what are we going to do? Thanks to the recent enhancement, its intellect had seen a slight increase. The most significant change was its newfound fluency in speech and the ability to pose simple questions. In this instance, it asked the very question Dodo was curious about while closing the door. Upon hearing this, Dodo's ears perked up, since realizing that first could ask questions. It had embraced a life of ease. After all, asking too many questions might annoy the master, so it preferred to let this foolish bear inquire further. If questions were posed, it could listen. If they were not and displeased the master, it would simply have to blame its own folly. Regardless, it was of no concern to Dodo. Qin Mo replied, we are heading to Stone City. You will remain at home. As soon as the door closed, First acknowledged. Understood. Dodo twitched its ears, nearly unable to contain its excitement, casting a provocative glance in First's direction. Unfortunately, First was oblivious, tilting its head in confusion at Dodo. Dodo did not care whether First understood. It was well aware that it was the favored one of the master. Transforming into a 1-meter-tall form, it soared with Qin Mo towards Stone City. First, scratching its head in bewilderment, retreated indoors. Outside, the temperature soared, and any sensible person would avoid basking in the sun. Without adequate water, one risks heatstroke or even death. Thus, the outside world lay in silence. The streets of Stone City devoid of life, not even a sound, exuding an eerie stillness. With a cap shielding him, Qin Mo felt no discomfort from the heat. He reclined on Dodo's back, using a leaf to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight. Soon, Dodo, following its master's command, arrived at the building they had visited a few days prior. Qin Mo, seated atop, gazed toward the rooftop and retrieved the true Sword Shadow card. As the Sword Shadow materialized, it bowed respectfully to Qin Mo, exclaiming, greetings, my lord. Qin Mo replied, please, just call me shopkeeper. Accustomed to this designation, the sudden change in appellation felt somewhat disconcerting. The last time, due to extenuating circumstances, he had refrained from commenting. Jianying smiled faintly and adjusted his address. Jianying has met the shopkeeper. May I inquire as to the purpose of my summons? Qin Imo slightly raised his head to assess their capabilities. Jianying nodded in understanding. Understood. In an instant, he dashed along the wall, reaching the rooftop in mere minutes. Over the course of nearly 2 hours, Qin Imo led Jianying to several locations, receiving answers that invariably amounted to the 4-character limit of the 4th tier. Casting a glance at Jianying, whose form was growing increasingly faint, Qin Mo spoke softly. You have worked hard. Jianying shook his head. The shopkeeper is too kind. It is my duty as Jianying. With less than 3 minutes remaining, Qin Imo turned to retrace his steps. There is still some time. Would you like to meet the little fellow you selected? Jianying, in close pursuit of Qin Imo, hesitated, seemingly lost in thought, before replying. Perhaps not, if fate allows. We shall meet again. Qin Imo acknowledged with a nod. The true Jianying, as the name suggests, embodies authenticity and exists as a singular entity. It differs from the Jianying cards sold by the system. Jianying itself is an embodiment of sword light. Yet this very essence prevents it from manifesting as a true human form. To all, it remains merely a shadow of the sword, a being of sword light that fortuitously possesses sentience. It yearns to cultivate a human shape, but is perpetually denied its desire. For it is unrecognized. The Jianying cards, crafted by the system, maintain a semblance of connection to Jianying. If someone were to regard it as human, as a friend or kin, it would gain in return. Because Chun Diang chose it, it reciprocated the choice. This was never a one-sided selection, but rather a mutual decision. Thus, this elucidates the nature of the true Jianying card. It ardently aspires to transform into a human, and if acknowledged by humanity, it could undergo a profound metamorphosis. This explains why the Jianying beside Chun Diang has undergone numerous transformations. There exists only one Jianying, while countless Jianying cards abound. Understanding Jianying's aspirations, he posed the question. Meeting the chosen individual in advance was not out of the question. However, given the other's inclinations, Qin Imo chose not to press further. And so, the two companions meandered leisurely. Minutes later, when Jianying's time expired and it vanished, Qin Imo sent Dodo back to the shop. The day was still young. As Qin Imo munched on food, he perused the offerings in the marketplace. Chapter 92, the event commences. The 4th-tier commodities were countless. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered a few items that were currently needed and reasonably priced. Name, Assault Squad rank. 4 type, Attack introduction. A trio adept at breaching and assassination. Each member fulfilling their role price. 30,000 duration. 3 hours. Name, Teleportation card rank. 4 type, Support introduction. Establishes a teleportation point in advance, allowing instantaneous transport within 100 meters. A consumable item price. 20,000. Name, Super Soldier rank. 4 type, Attack introduction. A formidable super soldier that amalgamates offense and defense price. 50,000 duration. 3 hours. Name, Defense card rank. 4 type, Defense introduction. Increases self-defense by 20 within the 4 tier, 10 for the 5 tier, a slight increase for the 6 tier. And ineffective for the 7 tier price. 10,000 duration. 3 hours. Name, Attack card rank. 4 type, Attack introduction. Within the 4 tier price. 10,000 duration. 3 hours. Name, Speed card. Name, Explosive flame card rank. 4 type, Attack introduction. An area attack skill. Upon use, no one below 4 tier can withstand it within a 100-meter radius. A consumable item price. 50,000. In the blink of an eye, the 32,000 points dwindled to 14,000. Qin Imo closed the special shop, opened the regular shop, and reclined against a pillow. He spent 100 points to unlock food items such as compressed biscuits, canned goods, and instant noodles, which would not pose storage issues even when taken out of the store for a short time, and then closed his eyes to rest. With options for single target, area attack, and defensive measures at hand, he felt sufficiently prepared. The remaining points were reserved for emergencies. At midnight, the first opened the store's door. Outside was a realm of darkness, illuminated only by the bright lights surrounding the shop. Subai and others had long awaited outside. On the inaugural day of the event, the store would open promptly at midnight. This had been known to them 2 days prior. Colorful banners announcing the event adorned the interior, with the generous rewards for the first place boldly displayed, lending a festive atmosphere to the shop. This stood in stark contrast to the sentiments of the onlookers. As the door swung open, the first slightly bowed, her voice laced with joy. Welcome, esteemed VIP members, please enter. Subai, accustomed to the first transformation over the past few days, nodded slightly. He then stepped into the store first. The others followed suit, hastening to scour for new products. Upon citing the prices for the 4-tier items, many faces paled. After all, not everyone possessed over 2,000 crystal cores and 200,000 points like Subai. An attack card demanded 10,000 points and 100 crystal cores, with a mere 3-hour usage limit. Yet, Who could predict the duration of this event? What consequences would the zombie outbreak bring? If zombies were to possess the fourth tier of abilities, merely acquiring fourth-tier items would serve solely as a means of survival, and their usage would be limited to a mere 3 hours. If such a situation were to persist for an extended period, who could withstand it? Even Nie Roofing's smile had noticeably waned over the past few days. They had dispatched the fire elemental puppets to scour for zombies, yet thus far, they had amassed only over 500 crystal cores, which could only procure either a blazing flame card or a super soldier. The former is a weapon of mass destruction, albeit a single-use item, while the latter, though formidable, comprises only a solitary individual. With their numbers, it would be exceedingly challenging to ensure comprehensive protection against a horde of zombies. In light of this, it would be prudent for him to instruct Heisey to exchange all the crystal cores for points, subsequently trading those points for the blazing flame card. With the remaining 10,000 points, half would be exchanged for pea shooters, while the rest would be converted into walnuts. These preparations were essential for the security of their base. All 10 members of their current team were second-tier abilities users, and he and Lin Jianan were not far from attaining the third tier. While striving to survive, they must also ensure the safety of their base, which would ultimately serve as their foundation. It had taken considerable effort to establish, and if it were to be destroyed, they could not predict when it would be rebuilt. His decision to acquire the blazing flame card was made after careful contemplation. With his abilities, he could stealthily infiltrate the zombie horde and effectively eliminate large numbers of them, thereby amassing points. However, collecting crystal cores would require significant time, necessitating meticulous planning. Losing the cores from zombies they had painstakingly defeated to others would be a grave misfortune. Having secured their belongings in burlap sacks, they swiftly departed from the shop. Upon reaching the shelter of an awning, they spotted shadowy figures in the distance. Although not numerous, their presence was still considerable compared to the sudden decline in zombies earlier. Nie Ruffing stole a glance before averting his gaze. Jinan, take Heisey, Zhou Min, and Jolin back to the base to position the pea shooters and walnuts for defense. The rest of you, accompany me. This comprised a total of 9 individuals, among whom Heisey and Qian Lu possessed abilities to sense surrounding dangers, making them ideally suited for division into 2 teams. Lin Jianan nodded in agreement. Be careful. The efficacy of the blazing flame card was beyond doubt. As a 4th-tier item, it could directly neutralize foes below that tier. While it could not instantaneously vanquish a 4th-tier zombie, it would still inflict considerable damage. Yet, they remained unaware of the current external situation and needed to maintain vigilance. Nie Ruffing replied non-committally, once you return, clear the zombies surrounding the base. If all goes well here, we shall return shortly. Lin Jianan said nothing further, waving to Heisey and the others as they departed. Nie Ruffing lingered only briefly before leaving with Chun Deyong, Qian Lu, and Zheng Yang. His choice of companions had been deliberate. The 3 sword shadows trailing Chun Deyong were exceptional compared to the others, while most sword shadows fought independently, responding only to their commands. Chun Deyong's trio automatically coordinated their efforts. This peculiar phenomenon sparked his curiosity. However, that too was a matter of fortune for others. Had it been someone else, they would undoubtedly have inquired about the reasons, perhaps even resorting to some rather unorthodox methods. Yet, this was one of their own. Although they were united, it was not unreasonable to keep certain secrets. As the captain, he could not afford to leave his teammates without an avenue for survival. They needed clarity in every matter. As long as his comrades remained loyal and did not stir trouble, adhering to his directives, he would not permit others to pry into their confidences. The money set aside served to preemptively evade danger, while Zheng Yang, possessing earth-based abilities, boasted formidable defenses that could prove invaluable in critical moments. They split into 2 groups, each taking a different route. Surrounding them were scattered zombies, numbering in the hundreds, a stark contrast to the mere dozens typically found near the store. This was several times more than usual. Fortunately, they were all 1st-tier zombies, posing little threat to them. Chapter 93, Arrivals from Afar as they departed. Subai was diligently selecting his items, 2 explosive flame cards, 2 assault squad cards, 1 defense card, 2 teleportation cards, and 1 super soldier card. Following that, he gathered provisions, healing medications, and a 2nd-tier healing bear. Once prepared, he strode away, leaving behind those who gazed enviously at his choices, their mouths watering. The disparity among them was palpable. Despite their own wealth, each possessed cards that afforded them discounts. They could only lament that they had not rushed to the sound of fireworks when they first heard it. Had they done so, they might not have found themselves in such a passive position, particularly as they now surveyed the store's offerings and found themselves at a loss for choice. Their points were limited, and if they were to select, they could only choose one. What should it be? After a while, a voice chimed in. There are only 20 minutes left before the store closes. Please make your selections promptly. The purpose of opening the store was to provide a refuge for these individuals during the zombie outbreak. allowing them a moment of respite while also enabling the purchase of fourth-tier goods to prepare for the impending challenges. This window of opportunity lasted merely half an hour. Upon hearing the reminder, several nodded in agreement. Yes, we will. Yet, despite their words, none took the initiative to make a purchase. Until one ventured. What if we cooperated? Their stock of crystal cores was scant, with the most affluent possessing only a couple of hundred at most. A bounty accrued during their collective hunts for zombies while Yang Qinyu was still with them. After her demise, they had returned home, only to engage in fierce disputes over the spoils, resulting in numerous casualties, though many had survived and acquired a fair share of crystal cores. At that time, they had felt confident that their cores were sufficient. If they merely dined at the store, they would be set for quite a while. Yet, who could have foreseen such a calamity? Now that fourth-tier goods were available, they found themselves unable to afford them. It was in this moment of realization that some expressed their frustration, questioning why they hadn't seized more crystal cores back then. Nonetheless, the suggestion of cooperation brought a glimmer of hope to a few faces. Indeed, let us collaborate, and when the time comes, we shall divide the crystal cores equally. As we roll them like a snowball, they will multiply, and we need not fear for our survival. Indeed, let us proceed thus. However, it would be unjust to divide them equally. Those who contribute more crystal cores should receive a greater share. Precisely. There are 9 individuals here. Some consent to the proposal. Yet others feel that dividing equally would be unfair given their contributions. Observing the ongoing dispute among them, Wang An felt a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why not have each person contribute an equal number of points, thus ensuring fairness in the division? His suggestion received unanimous approval. With an agreement reached, the next step was to determine the number of crystal cores each would contribute and what items they would purchase. Meanwhile, at the edge of the plantation, Jiang Mu pointed towards the brightly lit bamboo building ahead. There it is. Beside him stood a young man who bore a resemblance to him, albeit slightly older by 2 or 3 years. This was his elder brother, Jiang Chun. Following them were 9 young men clad in black tactical gear, their pockets laden with bombs, pistols, daggers, and ammunition, each also wielding a submachine gun. They appeared remarkably spirited. They had traveled from the Liheng base in an armored vehicle, scarcely pausing for rest, and had finally arrived at their destination. To claim they were not excited would be disingenuous. Life at the Liheng base paled in comparison to the adventures beyond its confines. Yet, the food and drink there could hardly rival what the wondrous little shop offered. Not to mention the assortment of peculiar items available. After resolving matters at the base, he had presented Jiang Chun with the ability Awakening Agent. Witnessing his powers manifest, he then produced the Shadow Blade card. Without the need for further persuasion, Jiang Chun agreed to join him for the event, bringing along a substantial number of crystal cores. However, he pondered why the shop was still open. It was typically a daytime establishment. Curiosity piqued. He kept his thoughts to himself. The shop being open was indeed fortuitous, as he was eager to indulge in food after days of meager sustenance. Hence, he made his way towards the shop's entrance. Jiang Chun surveyed the surroundings, slightly tilting his head to signal his companions to follow. As he stepped ahead, he was intrigued by the wondrous little shop his brother had mentioned. Though they appeared lively, the group had not truly rested in days, and a sense of fatigue lingered beneath the surface. Nevertheless, his loyal companions accompanied him, and if the ability Awakening Agent was still available, they could all awaken their powers. Moreover, was there not talk of a zombie celebration event? With so many participants, they should be able to secure a commendable ranking. Upon entering the little shop, Jiang Chun began to assess his surroundings. His companions remained silent, and he soon noticed that Jiang Mu had already purchased several plates of food from the automatic cooking machine. The dishes still emitted steam, their tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, intermingling with the savory scent of meat, inciting an insatiable appetite. Though their eyes were filled with longing, they remained silent, patiently awaiting Jiang Chen's command. Hearing about something from others was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Jiang Chun felt a profound shock within him. The existence of zombies was already astonishing, and the emergence of supernatural abilities further shattered their steadfast materialism. Now, this new development had arisen. Surprisingly, however, beyond the initial shock, a greater sense of joy welled up within him. Indeed, with such establishments in existence, how could humanity despair in navigating this apocalyptic world? Noticing Jiang Chun lost in thought, Jiang Mu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Brother, why are you dawdling? The event has commenced. Hurry and register to see what you need to buy, or you might miss out when they close soon." His words jolted Jiang Chun from his reverie. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he called out, "Xiao Lu." A figure stepped forward. "Here, I wish to purchase 9 awakening potions for supernatural abilities," Jiang Chun instructed. "Understood," Xiao Lu replied. Upon hearing this, although the others maintained an outward calm, their hearts raced with excitement. Crystals, the essence of power, were not in short supply at their base. In the wake of the zombie outbreak, Many had succumbed to the undead, and they had been dispatched to rescue survivors. Initially, the zombies were merely ordinary, and their region had been largely cleared. While crystals could enhance abilities, the number of awakened individuals was scarce, rendering the crystals temporarily surplus. This time, they had come with the intent of securing first place in the event, bringing all their savings, over 2,000 crystals, allowing them not only to awaken but also to procure a variety of other items. This represented all their accumulated crystals over a month in this post-apocalyptic world. Without supernatural powers, armed solely with conventional weapons, those unfortunate enough to be caught by zombies could either transform into one of the undead or, if fortunate, awaken their abilities. Yet, this latter fortune was rare. Among the 100,000 inhabitants of their base, only a handful had successfully awakened. Their small team, originally composed of 20 members, had dwindled to just half. Furthermore, they discovered that if an awakened individual was bitten by a zombie, the resulting zombie would be significantly stronger. However, they had also heard that awakened individuals who were merely captured by zombies would only suffer temporarily and would not mutate, a claim purportedly sourced from other bases by their commander. Yet, the veracity of this information remained uncertain, and they dared not gamble on it. As they traveled from their base by vehicle for 2 full days and nights, crossing mountains and encountering numerous zombies along the way, they realized that without Jiang Mu's presence, they would have been hard-pressed to arrive unscathed relying solely on their weapons. This immense opportunity came at the right moment. Otherwise, they would have regretted it for a lifetime. Following Jiang Mu's guidance, they placed their crystals into the machine and received cards to purchase 9 awakening potions, while the others consumed the potions. Jiang Chun and Jiang Mu perused the other available goods. In this place, much of what Jiang Mu already knew and had been astonished by, thus it no longer struck him as remarkable. However, Jiang Chen's experience was distinctly different, despite having heard everything from Jiang Mu. The impact of witnessing it firsthand was far more profound. As he momentarily lost his focus, Jiang Mu suddenly furrowed his brow. 4th tier? He had not anticipated that 4th tier items would appear in the shop so soon, considering it had only recently been limited to 3rd tier. 4th tier? Jiang Chen glanced in the direction Jiang Mu was looking, his face betraying astonishment. Could it be that this outbreak of zombies included 4th tier ones? Upon observing the price, the two brothers exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility reflected in each other's eyes. They possessed a total of 230,000 points, having expended 90,000 on 9 awakening serums, leaving them with only 140,000. Such a sum was insufficient to procure even a single item from the store. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Chun first selected the assault squad, the super soldier, and the explosive flame card. These 3 were the most expensive, yet their utility was immense, ensuring their safety to the greatest extent possible. The teleportation card could only transport 1 person, making it impossible to equip each member with 1 if they ran out of points. With the remaining 10,000 points, he purchased 3 fire elemental puppets and a healing teddy bear, while the leftover 900 points were spent on food and medicine. Once Jiang Chen had completed his purchases, Jiang Mu also finalized his selections. Although they were brothers, Jiang Mu was not part of their team, and thus his crystal cores would not be shared with them. Just then, the first reminder to close the store was issued. Jiang Mu nodded and led the group out. As they exited, the store door clicked shut, and the lights extinguished without hesitation. The timing was precisely 12:30 a.m., not a second off. Jiang Mu remarked, "The gold and silver cards in this store are of great utility. Obtaining either would be beneficial for us. Do you wish to cooperate or?" His inquiry was directed not at Jiang Chun, but rather at the others. These individuals were Jiang Chen's subordinates, with whom he could either act or collaborate, but they would never join this small team, as they were all soldiers dedicated to serving the people. Their primary duty was to rescue others. The Lihing base had sheltered many ordinary individuals, maintaining an orderly environment. While they did not provide free food, provisions were available for sale. Those individuals could work at the base, earning 1 or 2 meals for a day's labor. This was already a considerable boon. The base's commander, General Jiao, had always prioritized the welfare of the populace, and even in these tumultuous times, he had not altered his principles. Regardless of the circumstances, there were always individuals forging ahead, weathering the trials that lay before them. Jiang Mu understood the thoughts and actions of these people. After all, that was their conviction. Yet, he could not embody such selflessness, nor did he possess that level of enlightenment. He was selfish, desiring only to survive alongside his elder brother, with no other aspirations. Upon hearing the question, the others turned to Jiang Chun, each speaking in turn. "Let us act together. It is safer that way. Indeed, if you go out alone, the captain will surely be uneasy. We have now awakened, and will certainly protect you well. Indeed, we are no longer who we once were." Look, the words they speak are not only hard to fathom, but also somewhat overly optimistic. Yet, do they truly fear death? Not at all. No one is entirely fearless in the face of death. It is often said that in the end times, the innocent are the first to perish. They are, however, a group of giants bearing heavy burdens. In such moments, if even they cannot stand up, what hope remains for this world? Of course, not all officers are like this. And that is precisely what makes those who stand out as remarkable. Jiang Chen stated, "Let's stick together for mutual support." Jiang Mu nodded, "All right. Let us explore just beyond this shop." Having reached a consensus, Jiang Chen smiled and set down 3 fire element puppets. The onlookers watched in amazement as they grew to their size, calling out for their master, leaving everyone bewildered. How astonishing this is. Just then, a loud boom erupted from the sky. The sound of fireworks accompanied by brilliant light seemed to tear a rift in the darkness. The group was perplexed. They could see several zombies at the perimeter of the planting area, yet when they arrived, there had been numerous zombie corpses, with not a single one remaining alive. In such a short span, new zombies had appeared. In this environment, who would dare to set off fireworks? Is this not akin to inviting death? Captain Liu hesitated to speak, while the others gazed at Jiang Chen with concern. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of worry and nodded, "Let us go check over there." The others nodded in agreement, "All right." As long as they were not malicious individuals indiscriminately harming the innocent, they would do their utmost to save lives. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu shrugged lightly. He had known from the moment the fireworks sounded that they would not be able to remain idle. Did you not notice the baiting fireworks in the shop? In times like these, if someone nearby sets off fireworks, what other purpose could it serve but to deliberately attract zombies? Chapter 95. A protective mask, you deserve it. Liu and the others felt somewhat awkward. They had been too focused on the astonishment of the awakening agents to pay attention to anything else. Jiang Mu continued, "Those who can survive in this apocalypse while intentionally luring zombies do not need your help. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to eliminate more zombies to secure the top position." His reasoning was sound, and Jiang Chen chuckled. "Then let us eat first, replenish our strength, and then deal with the zombies." After a short while, another firework went off. If anyone had been paying attention to the time, they would have noticed that the two sounds were precisely 5 minutes apart. Subai had just dispatched a nearby zombie when he heard the sound of fireworks. He glanced up briefly before lowering his head to begin excavating crystal cores. He knew that this time, the baiting fireworks would be utilized by others. Working swiftly, he finished extracting the crystal cores and set up 200 potato landmines in the cleared space. In truth, possessing space merely requires a thought to extract items, and they can be placed directly upon the ground, rendering the process exceedingly convenient. Having accomplished this, he activated the enticing fireworks. Meanwhile, in another location, the sounds of fireworks continued to echo. The direction he faced was directly opposite to that of the other party. Before long, a horde of zombies approached, comprising over 100 first-tier zombies, alongside a dozen second-tier and a singular third-tier zombie. The distinction was evident. As the prowess of the first-tier and second-tier zombies was markedly different, their presence exuding a stronger aura. Such a scene was indeed surprising. After all, the zombies initially lured by the fireworks were solely first-tier. Unbeknownst to him, the enticing fireworks were exceptionally alluring to first-tier zombies, and the sound itself would inevitably draw the attention of second- and third-tier zombies, which was hardly astonishing. The first-tier zombies succumbed to the allure of the fireworks, while higher-tier zombies, for various reasons, refrained from joining the fray, resulting in this peculiar situation. The potato landmines detonated with a series of explosions, obliterating the first-tier zombies, while the second- and third-tier zombies sustained only minor injuries. As long as their heads remained unscathed, they continued to thrive. Although he could not immediately comprehend the rationale behind this, he did not hesitate to take action against the second- and third-tier zombies. Next, the true power of the explosive card would be revealed. On the other side, Chun Diyang and his companions watched the horde of zombies with a hint of anxiety. Not far from them, Nie Ruffing remained cloaked in invisibility, stationed beside the enticing fireworks. He had not anticipated that there would be merely around 100 first-tier zombies. The total count was just over 100. To deploy the explosive card under such circumstances would indeed be a significant loss. Unbeknownst to him, the presence of enticing fireworks on both sides resulted in some zombies lingering in place, unable to decide which direction to pursue, as both temptations were equally potent. The first-tier zombies operated solely on instinct, leading to this peculiar predicament. However, Nie Ruffing resolved to wait a little longer, if necessary. He would have to venture forth into the throng of zombies. Having invested 45,000 points in the card, he aimed to at least break even. It would be unacceptable to incur losses instead of gains. Thus, he waited until the sounds of the fireworks ceased entirely, and the number of zombies did not increase. Nie Ruffing shook his head slightly. Perhaps the zombies had been lured away by the other party. He wondered who could have orchestrated that. Fortunately, they possessed 30 fire elemental puppets, making the confrontation with these zombies manageable. While they were all preoccupied with slaying zombies, someone lay comfortably on a soft bed, indulging in a deep slumber. The following day, Chin Mo awoke and descended to open his shop as per routine. Upon opening the door, he observed the zombies aimlessly roaming outside. With no one around, they appeared somewhat dazed and without purpose. After having breakfast, Chin Mo sat at the table, feeling rather bored. He had gone to bed early the previous night and had been immersed in gaming for the past few days, which had admittedly begun to wear on him. In simpler terms, he currently finds himself devoid of tasks. Moreover, it is already 10:30, and not a single soul has graced the shop, signifying that the patrons are not unwilling to come, but rather ensnared by the undead. This is akin to a genuine apocalyptic film. Chin Mo offered a faint smile. System, please provide a real-time broadcast of the customers participating in the event. It was not his first time making such a request. Typically, the system charged points based on the time and the captivating nature of the content. Given that he had made such a request, he was unperturbed by the system's fees. However, contrary to his expectations, the system declined. Host, if you wish to observe the outside situation, you may venture out yourself. Chin Mo narrowed his gaze. I am disinclined to go outside. Yet, the system's reaction was peculiarly abnormal, given its notorious greed for points. Its sudden indifference was more astonishing than a pie falling from the sky. The system chimed in. Oh dear, host, aren't you eager to watch a movie? There's nothing more exhilarating than witnessing the scene live. Besides, you have no pressing matters at hand. Chin Mo replied, I intend to manage the shop. The system insisted. The system exists solely to serve you, host. I shall oversee the shop's affairs. Do you not trust me? Chin Mo shook his head. There are far too many zombies, and the stench is unbearable. Before he could finish his thought, the system continued. There is no need for concern. With the isolation mask, you deserve to be shielded from unpleasant odors at your whim. Not only did it urge him to go outside, but it also presented him with an item. Chin Mo smirked slightly. Very well, considering your earnestness. I shall step out to see the commotion. The system responded cheerfully. All right. Chin Mo said nothing further, donned the black mask from the table, and retrieved a cap. In truth, the likelihood of visitors today was minimal. Even if he stepped out, it would cause no disturbance. However, the system's amiability and its proactive offerings piqued his curiosity. What was the system truly up to? Nonetheless, he thought that perhaps a brief excursion would elucidate its intentions. Leaving the shop in the care of the first guardian, he beckoned to Dodo. Come, let us go watch the show. Dodo barked in response, leaping toward him. Chin Mo embraced it, gently stroking its fluffy back as they exited the shop. The path between the two planting areas contained only a couple of zombies. But beyond the cultivation fields, at the foot of the mountain, there were a dozen or so undead. These were all first-tier zombies. Chin Mo initially planned to pass by directly, but upon reflection, he realized that Dodo's crystal core was nearly depleted, making it an opportune moment to replenish its snack pack. Chapter 96. The crystal core and the zombies. Before approaching the zombies, he raised his hand and, using telekinesis, snapped a few necks. He then retrieved his dagger, crouched down, and began excavating the crystal cores. Dodo trailed behind, tilting its furry head in confusion. They had agreed to witness the spectacle, so why was the master suddenly intrigued by the zombies? After a moment, Chin Mo tossed a crystal core to Dodo. His brow slightly furrowed, before rising and proceeding nonchalantly. Dodo swallowed the crystal core he had received, and a wave of dismay washed over his face. There were clearly 4 zombies, yet only one was granted to him. Were the remaining 3 reserved for the first? If the first did not exist, even if his master had 100 cores, receiving just one would not bother him. Yet now, his mind was plagued with doubts. Were the other 3 truly meant for the first? If so, did that mean he was truly neglected? Upon departing from the cultivation grounds, Chin Mo adeptly dispatched several zombies once again. This time, he discovered that out of the 6 that had perished, only one bore a crystal core within its head, while the others did not. What was going on? Dodo felt a bit bewildered. If future zombies were to appear in such a feeble state, how could his master possibly profit? Chin Mo rose and casually discarded the now dirted dagger aside. Originally, the crystal core was intended for Dodo, and with its absence, there was no need to continue exterminating zombies. The recent outbreak had brought forth such complications, and the system was undoubtedly aware of it. However, since it remained unspoken, he saw no reason to inquire further. The question would yield no fruitful answers. Yet, the system's eagerness for him to emerge was undoubtedly not merely to point out such an obvious fact. Navigating past the scattered zombies, Chin Mo made his way directly toward Stone City. At that moment, chaos reigned within the city. Some survivors still lingered within, cautiously hiding, their lives already fraught with hardship. It was not uncommon for them to go a day without food. Over a month had passed since the world had undergone a cataclysm, and with no rescue in sight. Even the most naive understood that help would not come. Their survival hinged solely on fortune. Some, in despair, chose to end their own lives, while others clung to existence. At this time, most people were just beginning to rise. With empty stomachs, sleep became their only refuge, for in slumber, hunger ceased to exist. Yet, after a month of silence, Stone City suddenly erupted into a clamor. The cacophony of zombie howls outside stirred a sense of unease. Zhou Song lay in bed for a while before realizing that something must have happened outside. He recalled a month prior, awakening to a similar upheaval. He and his girlfriend had ventured out to ascertain the cause, only to be pursued by several zombies. The two had exerted immense effort to evade them and had subsequently hidden away. They discussed the situation at length, but dared not venture outside again. Little did he know that the next day, his girlfriend had suddenly bitten him. He was both shocked and furious, dodging and questioning, unable to believe it until he realized she could only emit mindless growls, consumed by the urge to bite him. It was then that he understood she had been infected. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, he suppressed his sorrow and struck her down with a chair. After completing this grim task, he collapsed onto the ground, engulfed in anguish. In just a month, they were to be wed. Who could have foreseen such a calamity? Had he known it would unfold this way, he would never have taken her out. He drifted into a haze, his body aching throughout the afternoon, rendering him nearly voiceless. After that, he discovered an intangible power within himself. After several tests, he realized that by merely touching a zombie, he could temporarily immobilize it. It was this ability that allowed him to survive against the odds. However, this power was limited. It could only be activated upon contact with others, leaving him with little room for error. One day, he quietly rose from his bed and cautiously pulled back a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Upon doing so, his pupils dilated in shock. He beheld a multitude of zombies that had inexplicably appeared on the street below. People were frantically fleeing from the undead, only to be surrounded and devoured by a horde of zombies. There was no chance of awakening or even transforming into a zombie. Just days earlier, the outside world had been eerily quiet, devoid of any zombies, and he had ventured out to scavenge for clothing, biscuits, and instant noodles. How could this change occur in such a short span of time? With a quick glance, he hastily closed the curtain once more. Had he not indulged in a late sleep, he would have already been out searching for food, and he could have easily found himself in the very predicament he had just witnessed. He felt a mixture of relief and melancholy. Nevertheless, he resolved to check the front door. If there were zombies in the hallway, he would need to address that issue. For the past few days, he had consciously been moving toward the outskirts of the city, hoping to gather enough supplies to leave. Now, it seemed that opportunity was far from imminent. He opened his door and, treading softly, made his way to the living room. Peering through the peephole while straining to hear any sounds outside, he hesitated for a moment before finally opening the door. He quickly glanced to either side and let out a sigh of relief. No zombies were in sight. To avoid being cornered by zombies outside, he had specifically chosen to stay on the second floor. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to venture out. He understood the danger, yet remaining hidden would leave him ignorant of the external situation. Inaction would equate to a slow demise. But he wished to survive. Gripping the fire axe, which would serve as his temporary weapon, he proceeded cautiously, pausing at every sound, ready to retreat at a moment's notice without a hint of hesitation. In this manner, he swiftly descended to the first floor. As he stepped out from the staircase, he spotted a man leisurely strolling outside, donning a baseball cap and mask, dressed in light blue casual attire. He cradled a small black dog in his arms. Zhou Song observed the few scattered zombies within the community and tightened his grip on the fire axe, striding purposefully toward them. There were only a few. They were manageable. Approaching one of the zombies, he swung the axe with precision. With a resounding thud, he struck true, drawing from his previous experiences in dispatching zombies. He had applied just the right amount of force, ensuring efficiency while preventing the axe from getting lodged in the creature's skull. Having succeeded with the strike, he wasted no time, retreating 2 steps immediately. The other zombies, drawn by the noise, came rushing toward him. The 3 nearest zombies were now alarmingly close, and though he felt a surge of nervousness within, he maintained a serious demeanor, continuously reciting affirmations to steady himself. He lifted his foot and kicked the zombie in the center to the ground. With his free left hand, he swiftly immobilized the zombie to his left, then crouched down, colliding his head against the zombie on his right, causing it to stagger. Simultaneously, he swung an axe, striking its neck. With a squelch, the zombie's head fell to the ground. Without daring to pause, he dispatched the nearby zombie with another swift blow. At that moment, the fallen zombie had already risen and lunged at him once more. Zhou Song had been vigilant, and with a deft movement, he swung his axe to eliminate it, then continued to fight while retreating. After dispatching around a dozen zombies, he was just about to extract the crystal core when he looked up and spotted the man from earlier, leaning against the entrance of the community, observing him intently.